Jiuxu traversed into the realm of the heavenly patrol soldiers, acquiring the sign-in system. Initially believing that a divine existence awaited him, he soon discovered that the chaos in heaven had yet to begin. In a bid to avoid becoming cannon fodder and to evade the monkey's wrathful strike, Jiuxu diligently signed in at various locations within the heavenly court. He signed in at the Doshui Palace. Earning the 9 Revolutions Golden Elixir at the Peach Garden, he obtained the roots of the peach tree, and at the Lingxiao Palace, he acquired the Chaos Heavenly Scripture. Finally, when a monkey was born, Jiuxu appeared before him, saying, "Come, monkey, would you like to witness a rendition of Journey to the West?" Chapter 1. Sign in at the Yaoqi Flower Garden in the Heavenly Court at the Yaoqi Palace. A silver-armored heavenly soldier with vacant eyes walked stiffly into the flower garden. The sound of flowing water and the fragrance of blossoms filled the air, as if fairies were softly singing melodious tunes. In the distance, amidst the swirling mist and surrounding flowers, a fairy could be seen. "Who goes there?" a delicate voice called out. With a whoosh, a fierce wind howled, lifting the silver-armored soldier high into the air, accompanied by the rushing water and petals, infused with a refreshing fragrance, before crashing him back down to the ground. Simultaneously, a colorful garment swiftly enveloped what appeared to be the purest white in the universe. With a thud, the silver-armored soldier was smashed into the ground like a puddle of mud. His vacant gaze flickered with a glimmer of awareness, yet all he could see was a blinding white. Almost instantly, a searing pain surged through his body, and he lost consciousness. With a splash, warm water splashed onto his face, awakening the silver-armored soldier. "Who are you?" The fairy in colorful attire, with an exquisitely beautiful visage, displayed no discernible emotion. Her long, damp black hair, slightly disheveled, gave her the appearance of a lotus emerging from the water. "Who am I?" the silver-armored soldier responded, somewhat bewildered. Boom! Suddenly, the memories in his mind began to churn, with his past lives' consciousness as the predominant force, merging with 2 distinct memories at a rapid pace. "I am Jiuxu, hailing from Earth. In this life, I am also Jiuxu, a member of the 9th Patrol Team of the Heavenly Court." "Ah, the Heavenly Court?" Jiuxu felt a surge of astonishment, awakening fully to the reality of his situation. "Who are you?" The fairy in colorful attire furrowed her brows, speaking again. Her voice was soft, possessing a calming effect that quelled Jiuxu's shock. "I Jiuxu, enduring intense pain, attempted to rise, but with his bones seemingly shattered and his powers rendered inoperative, he could only lie on the ground." With utmost sincerity reflected in his expression, he spoke, "Fairy, I beg your pardon. I am Jiuxu, a soldier from the 9th Patrol Team of the Tiangang Department. I was disoriented and inadvertently trespassed into your divine garden. Please spare my life." Although another set of memories was fragmented and chaotic, Jiuxu was fairly certain of his current identity, while the circumstances of his arrival and his previous encounters remained shrouded in mystery. The 9th Patrol Team? Disoriented? The fairy in colorful attire recalled the earlier events and acknowledged that Jiuxu had made no attempts to resist her attack. In an instant, she understood the situation, her eyes flashing with a hint of coldness. "It's her again. You may leave," the fairy instructed, waving her hand to cast a colorful light that enveloped Jiuxu. In an instant, Jiuxu felt some of his injuries alleviated while the pain persisted. He was finally able to stand and walk. "Thank you, fairy. I take my leave now." He gritted his teeth, preparing to depart. At that moment, voices filled with joy and liveliness echoed from outside the flower garden. "Sister, dear Sister Baohua, Sister Baohua, we have come to see you. Quick, hide in the pool." The fairy in colorful attire remained composed. Jiuxu, despite his injuries, also maintained his composure. He exerted himself to take a few steps and leapt into the flower-encircled fairy pool. In the warmth of the pool water, he caught a whiff of a distinctly different fragrance mingling with the floral aroma, compelling him to submerge completely beneath the surface. How fragrant! The current location meets the sign-in conditions. Would you like to sign in? Sign in? The voice resonating in his mind startled Jiuxu. Was this the fortune of a traverser? He never anticipated that. Not only had he become a heavenly being, albeit the most humble of soldiers, but he also possessed a sign-in system. Am I truly the child of destiny? Jiuxu quickly examined the newfound information in his mind, swiftly grasping the operational rules of the sign-in system. The system allows for 1 sign-in per day, at any location where remnants of the profound linger. The more enigmatic the place, the greater the rewards obtained from signing in. Certain profound locations may be signed into repeatedly, though each subsequent sign-in consumes the remaining profound essence, diminishing the rewards accordingly. What place could be more filled with profundity than the heavenly court? Any random corner here must be steeped in mystery. The fairy pool, where he now concealed himself, was indeed a site of profound remnants. Jiuxu felt optimistic about his forthcoming fortunes and silently chanted in his heart, Sign in successful. You have obtained the eternal Lingyun stalactite and a fragment of the ancient transformation talisman. The profound remnants of this location have been exhausted a second. Sign-in is not possible. The system notification echoed in Jiuxu's mind. Meanwhile, the system storage revealed the 2 acquired items, available for immediate use. Before Jiuxu could examine the item information, a series of light footsteps announced the arrival of 7 fairies into the flower garden. Why are you 7 sisters not attending to the Queen Mother and instead found time to visit me? The Fairy of Flowers greeted them with a smile. Sister Baohua, today the Yao Qi has fortuitously received a drop of the eternal Lingyun stalactite, greatly enhancing the spirit of the pool water. Even the mist alone is delightful to the senses. However, we cannot enjoy the waters of Yao Qi. Amongst the many fairy pools fed by its downstream tributaries, yours is the closest to Yao Qi, and although the effect of the Lingyun stalactite here is but 1/10 of that in Yao Qi, it is still sufficient for us sisters to indulge. Would you be willing to share with us? The fairy dressed in red, Yuhuan, smiled brightly, being the eldest of the 7 sisters. The Fairy of Flowers hesitated. Sister Baohua, this is an once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Please let us have a soak. Otherwise, I could weave you a multicolored cloud gown, the kind that fits closely to your form. The youngest and most vivacious, the 7th sister, Yu Qiao, stepped forward, tugging at the Fairy of Flowers' arm and gently swaying it. The Fairy of Flowers maintained a smile, appearing calm, yet her heart was anxious. Concealed beneath the waters of the pool, Jiuxu felt a similar urgency. Thanks to summer and winter breaks, he had watched Journey to the West twice every year, and he had now discerned the identities of these fairies. They were the Fairy of Flowers, who presided over the blooms, and the 7 fairies serving beside the Queen Mother, known in myth and legend as the 7 fairies. Through their earlier interaction, Jiuxu was certain that the Fairy of Flowers had no intention of pursuing the matter of his unintentional intrusion into the flower garden. However, should the 7 fairies discover him immersed in the celestial pool of the flower fairy, it would spell significant trouble. The leader of the flower fairy is none other than the Queen Mother of the West. According to mythological representations, the Queen Mother embodies the very essence of a ruthless matriarch. As a patrolling celestial soldier, he possesses the authority to traverse various realms of the heavenly court, yet one must not encroach upon the sanctity of a fairy's bathing place. It is easy to envision the consequences should he be unmasked given the Queen Mother's character. Such an encounter could lead to a cataclysmic fate, perhaps a thunderous retribution resulting in complete annihilation of body and spirit. Jiuxu believed that as a mere celestial soldier, he was unlikely to face such a dire demise. More plausible would be a swift execution, or, with a stroke of fortune, a descent to the mortal realm, enduring the cycle of reincarnation. Yet, such fates are predominantly reserved for female immortals. Male immortals, it would be wise for a humble celestial soldier not to harbor such expectations. Indeed, even here at the Flower Fairy's celestial pool, one can sense a hint of the ethereal essence of the Lingyun stalactites, remarked the 7th fairy, Yu Qiao, as she approached the Flower Fairy's pool, her bright eyes sparkling as she gently inhaled the fragrant mist wafting from the waters. Today it truly feels the Flower Fairy's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 2. A blade of grass amidst the blossoms at this moment. Jiuxu, concealed within the 100 Flowers' immortal pool, felt the scorching heat of the spring burning in his chest. If discovered, he would undoubtedly be the most unfortunate traveler in history. Encountering a celestial maiden bathing and not witnessing the entirety was a grave misfortune. He had just activated his system's enhancement, yet before it could warm up, he was to face the guillotine. The ancient transformation talisman. Jiuxu recalled the reward from his recent sign-in. He had been captivated by the conversation between the 100 Flowers fairy and the 7 fairies, and had not yet taken the time to inspect the details of his sign-in rewards. He perused the 2 items in his system inventory, Millennial Lingyun stalactite, Assists an immortal in a complete transformation once. Incomplete ancient transformation talisman. Allows the user to change into any form at will. Lasting for the duration of an incense stick. Eureka! Upon discerning the item information, Jiuxu was overwhelmed with delight. Just then, the situation shifted rapidly. Hurry, over here! The demonic aura detected by the Celestial Patrol mirror is in this vicinity. Capture the demons at once. A series of resonant footsteps approached the 100 Flowers garden swiftly. The 100 Flowers fairy's expression changed slightly as she made her way to the garden gate, the previously playful 7 fairies hastily concealing their smiles. The clattering of armored boots grew louder as a squad of silver-armored celestial soldiers, led by a golden-armored commander, arrived at the entrance of the garden. The 100 Flowers fairy obstructed their path. The golden-armored commander bowed respectfully and said, I am Zhou Tong, an officer of the 9th Patrol Team of the Tiangang Department. We are conducting a search for demons that have fled to this area, and I humbly request the fairy's cooperation. The 9th Patrol Team? The 100 Flowers fairy recalled Jiuxu's earlier claim of being part of the 9th Patrol Team of the Tiangang Department. She replied expressionlessly, if I am not mistaken. The 9th Patrol Team is tasked with patrolling the southern domain of the Heavenly Court, while the Yao Pool is situated in the western domain. I have indeed traced the demons here from the southern domain of the Heavenly Court, concerned that they might escape. I did not have the opportunity to inform the patrol soldiers of the western domain. I implore the fairy for assistance to prevent the demons from fleeing and causing chaos in the Heavenly Palace. Zhou Tong bowed again. Impudent. You think you can barge into the Yao Pool simply by claiming to search for demons? The 100 Flowers fairy suddenly rebuked. Fairy, my celestial patrol mirror did detect the presence of demons. Zhou Tong replied, producing a shimmering glass mirror. A wave of unease washed over the 100 Flowers fairy. Could it be that Jiuxu had lied? Was he truly a demon in disguise? No, with her strength, she could not possibly miss the true form of a mere celestial soldier. At that moment, Zhou Tong's expression changed. Huh, it's gone? He gazed at the smooth surface of the mirror, which was now empty. The 100 Flowers fairy secretly sighed in relief, then composed her expression and said sternly, Gone? Do you still believe that my 100 Flowers garden harbors demons? Or do you think that the Yao Pool bestowed by the Jade Emperor is a den for demons? These pointed questions struck Zhou Tong like a blow. The 100 Flowers garden, merely a casual creation of the Jade Emperor, was likely forgotten by him long ago. However, the Yao Pool belonged to the Queen Mother. He dared not assert that it was a refuge for demons. Then, he accidentally glanced into the garden and spotted the 7 fairies, attendants of the Queen Mother, which caused his expression to shift. Next, he observed the mist swirling around the 100 Flowers immortal pool. The garden, though expansive, was fully visible to Zhou Tong, and even the waters of the immortal pool were clear to him. Fairy, you jest. How could I dare to suspect you? It is merely my duty. Since the garden is unharmed, I shall search elsewhere. Zhou Tong forced a smile. Oomph. The 100 Flowers fairy flicked her sleeve and returned to the garden. The demonic aura had vanished. Zhou Tong remained in place, his eyes gleaming with intensity. He peered back into the garden to confirm no abnormalities before leading his squad of silver-armored celestial soldiers away. Within the 100 Flowers garden, the disturbance had dampened the 7 fairies' enthusiasm for the hot spring. Sister, judging by the expression of that golden-armored soldier, it seems there truly are demons causing trouble. You must be cautious within the garden. We sisters cannot linger too long. If the Queen Mother finds out, we will be blamed, the eldest Yuan fairy sighed, sensing something yet saying little. Dear sisters, please return for now. We shall visit again when time permits, the 100 Flowers fairy stated, though inwardly she felt relieved. Take care of yourself, 100 Flowers sister. Should anything arise, remember to call upon those celestial soldiers. We will come to see you again. The 7 fairies bid their farewells, regretfully departing the 100 Flowers garden. Though appearing to enjoy abundant favor beside the Queen Mother, they had correspondingly lost much of their freedom. Once the garden fell quiet, the smile on the 100 Flowers fairy's face vanished as she gazed at the misty waters of the pool. Come fort. Strangely, there was no response. She furrowed her brow. If you do not emerge, I shall summon those celestial soldiers. Still, there was no movement. The 100 Flowers fairy's expression turned icy. Yet at that moment, she finally noticed a particularly robust dogtail grass swaying gently amidst the flowering plants. A transformation technique? The 100 Flowers fairy approached. The sturdy dogtail grass gave a slight nod, as if in reply. The 100 Flowers fairy circled around, then unleashed a stream of colorful light that cascaded onto the dogtail grass. Ah, the grass is transformed into Jiuxu. Pardon my clumsiness with this transformation technique. I'm still unrefined in its usage. In truth, the transformation talisman was incomplete, limiting his ability to maintain the altered state for more than the duration of an incense stick. You do not remain unchanged. You transform into grass, a significant flaw. Do you truly believe those celestial soldiers are fools? The 100 Flowers fairy shook her head. Jiuxu offered an awkward smile. He had not intended for this to happen. In the heat of the moment, he had invoked the incomplete ancient transformation talisman and, for reasons unknown, had thought of dogtail grass. Nonetheless, this transformation technique is indeed profound. With your cultivation at the mid-tier celestial level, even I, a mid-tier golden immortal, cannot see through it. I suspect that the golden armored soldier of a low-tier golden immortal realm would also overlook it. The 100 Flowers fairy remarked softly. You flatter me, fairy. Today, I have inadvertently brought trouble upon you. Here, take this 100 Flowers pill I concocted, which will restore your injuries completely. The 100 Flowers fairy produced a luminescent celestial pill. Thank you, fairy. Jiuxu graciously accepted it and consumed it immediately. You, with such a lack of caution. The 100 Flowers fairy shook her head. If the fairy truly wished to take my life, she would not have waited until now, Jiuxu replied, a smile gracing his face. The 100 Flowers fairy, too, revealed a hint of a smile, as if the blossoms of her garden had become more vibrant. She sighed again, alas. This matter arose because of me. Since you are now entangled in it, I cannot disregard your safety. That individual, having failed in one scheme, is unlikely to relent. Should you encounter further peril, do not hesitate to inform me. Thank you, fairy. Jiuxu's expression turned grave as he clasped his hands in gratitude. Take care of yourself, and do not fall prey to others' enchantments. You may return now. The 100 Flowers fairy nodded. Jiuxu did not linger, but departed the 100 Flowers garden. Meanwhile, the 100 Flowers fairy remained within the garden, her expression gradually turning cold. Since you dare to plot against me, you should understand that some flowers bear thorns. Chapter 3. All schemes. As Jiuxu stepped out of the 100 Flowers garden, he finally beheld the celestial palace of myth. Gazing into the distance, he saw countless fairy mountains and islands rising amidst the ethereal clouds. Above these immortal peaks floated layers of auspicious clouds, supporting palatial structures that drifted gracefully. Looking skyward, he noticed the great stars circling in the heavens, evoking a dreamlike sensation as if one could pluck the stars from the sky. Am I a celestial being? Jiuxu pondered, feeling as though he were in a dream. Yet, in the next moment, upon witnessing the immortals soaring among the clouds, he was jolted awake. Each immortal exuded an unfathomable depth, far surpassing him. Some gazes fell upon him, indifferent, akin to a dragon observing an ant. However, Jiuxu, a mere patrol celestial soldier, focused intently. In this world brimming with gods and spirits, a celestial soldier of the heavenly realm was no different from an ant. He would not be an ant. Subsequently, Jiuxu followed the route etched in his memory towards the camp of the 9th Patrol Team of the Tiangang Division. According to the words of the 100 Flowers fairy, it was she who had implicated him, suggesting someone was scheming against her. His predecessor, the unfortunate Jiuxu, had fallen under the influence of an enchantment, leading him unwittingly into the 100 Flowers garden. The enemies of the 100 Flowers fairy were truly ruthless. A chill coursed through Jiuxu's heart. From the entire situation, it was clear that this was a trap, a web of schemes. Firstly, the unfortunate Jiuxu likely perished before entering the 100 Flowers garden. Had his soul not traversed time and space, it would have been a case of death without witness. By the time the patrol celestial soldiers arrived to investigate the demons, they would discover Jiuxu's corpse and could easily conclude that he had been possessed by demons, thus explaining the detection of demonic energy by the celestial surveillance mirror. The mastermind behind this could then seize the opportunity to slander the 100 Flowers fairy, claiming she colluded with demons, leading her to eliminate evidence in a desperate act as the celestial soldiers closed in. Such slander, although lacking concrete evidence, could place the 100 Flowers fairy in a precarious position, and at worst, result in her being punished and cast into the mortal realm to suffer the pains of reincarnation. There existed another scenario. If Jiuxu had not died, the arrival of the patrol celestial soldiers could be used to frame the 100 Flowers fairy regardless of whether Jiuxu bore any demonic energy. Should he emit such energy, it would confirm her collusion with demons, making the evidence irrefutable, and she would undoubtedly be cast down to the mortal realm. Conversely, if no demonic energy was found, she could be accused of illicit dealings with the patrol celestial soldiers. Given the temperament of the Queen Mother, this could still lead to her condemnation and a high likelihood of being sent to the mortal realm. How vicious! How perilous! As Jiuxu hurried towards the camp, he unraveled the tangled web of relationships. Just moments ago, had it not been for the sudden appearance of the 7 fairies, forcing him to hide in the 100 Flowers pool, he would have missed the chance to activate the sign-in system and obtain the incomplete ancient transformation talisman. Once the situation erupted, the 100 Flowers fairy might still have the opportunity to descend to the mortal realm for reincarnation. However, his own fate would undoubtedly be sealed. A mere celestial soldier, regardless of his assertions, would lack credibility. In contrast, the 100 Flowers fairy was genuinely kind-hearted. He had witnessed her benevolence. She even bestowed upon him a 100 Flowers pill, concerned that her enemies might endanger his life, a true embodiment of beauty and kindness. Jiuxu was deeply moved. The 100 Flowers pill, of remarkable value, had exceptional healing properties. After consuming it for just a moment, he found his injuries had recovered significantly. Reflecting on this, he glanced back at the 100 Flowers garden, and inexplicably, the image of the flourishing blooms began to dance in his mind. Another question loomed. Were the patrol celestial soldiers genuinely pursuing demons, or were they colluding with the enemies of the 100 Flowers fairy? Was it mere coincidence that the 9th patrol team of the Tian Gang division was involved? At the time, Jiuxu had not witnessed the scene. He had only heard the dialogue and could not make a judgment. Perhaps his transmigration had been misinterpreted by the celestial surveillance mirror as a demon's possession. A thought flickered through Jiuxu's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. If that were the case, the celestial surveillance mirror would have detected it, and the 100 Flowers fairy, being of mid-grade golden immortal status, would surely have recognized it. It appeared that all was not stable within the ranks of the patrol celestial soldiers. Jiuxu recalled the tumultuous events in the journey to the west, where a monkey caused pandemonium in the heavenly court, leading to the collapse of an army of celestial soldiers. Was this the aftermath of that chaos, or was it still before the upheaval? Jiuxu felt the need to clarify this matter. Otherwise, when Sun Wukong arrived and wreaked havoc, he might find himself as mere cannon fodder, facing an untimely demise, truly a misfortune of fate. Based on analyses he had encountered in his previous life regarding the journey to the west, regardless of whether the chaos in the heavenly court stemmed from conspiracies among various factions, or if the celestial soldiers were simply incompetent, one undeniable fact remained. The monkey was formidable. When the monkey created turmoil in the heavenly court, he was a Tai golden immortal, far surpassing Jiuxu's mid-grade celestial status. A single hair from that monkey could spell his doom. At this very moment, the golden-armored celestial soldier Jiuxu, who had gone to the 100 Flowers garden to investigate the demons, had arrived at the Yaopu Jiedu courtyard. The fairy presiding over this place was the Yunzue fairy, responsible for the celestial court's winemaking affairs. However, Jiuxu was not there to pursue demons. He left his team of silver-armored celestial soldiers behind and entered the Jade Du courtyard alone, where he met with the Yunzue fairy by a clear spring. What did you say? The demonic energy has vanished? Yunzue fairy furrowed her brow slightly. With her hair styled in a 9-loop celestial bun, she appeared as a delicate fairy from afar. Indeed, as I approached the 100 Flowers garden, the celestial surveillance mirror was able to trace that demonic energy. But upon reaching the entrance, it had disappeared. Jiuxu replied with a hint of respect. Strange. This was a trap of my own design. Yunzue fairy remarked, puzzled. An insignificant celestial soldier should have no chance of surviving my soul-drunken technique, nor would he be able to eliminate the demonic energy embedded within his soul. Is it possible that the demonic energy has undergone a transformation, rendering it undetectable by the celestial surveillance mirror? Jiuxu speculated. A soulless demonic energy would not change on its own, unless that celestial soldier himself is a demon of unfathomable strength. Yunzue fairy mused, her brow knitting in concern. Jiuxu is a patrol celestial soldier in my ranks. His origins are clear, and he cannot possibly be a demon. Zhou Tong shook his head. Did you see his figure within the 100 Flowers Garden? Can you confirm his fate? Yin Zue Fairy inquired further. I was unable to enter, but I caught a glimpse from outside and did not observe anything unusual. I cannot ascertain whether Jiuxu is still alive. By the way, I also noticed the 7 fairies accompanying the Queen Mother. They happen to be within the garden, Zhou Tong added. The 7 fairies? Yin Zue Fairy understood, realizing that the unexpected appearance of the 7 fairies might have disrupted her plans. That wretched girl has been fortunate. Since this scheme has failed, regardless of the outcome, Jiuxu cannot be left alive. If he still breathes, he must be eliminated. A cold glimmer flashed across Yin Zue Fairy's delicate features. Eliminate him? Zhou Tong frowned. Fairy, that may not be wise. If Jiuxu were slain by the 100 Flowers Fairy, that would be one thing, but in the Celestial Soldier Camp or during patrols, I truly had no opportunity to act. Fool! As a captain of a battalion, do you not possess the authority to temporarily detain suspects in the Celestial Dungeon? The golden-armored heavenly soldiers, realizing the implication of the Celestial Maiden's words, understood that she suggested using the chaos wrought by the demons as a pretext to imprison Jiuxu within the Celestial Dungeon, ultimately allowing the inmates to carry out his execution. Indeed, the Celestial Dungeon is one of the most sinister places across the 3 realms. Should a mere heavenly soldier perish within, no one would raise a query. I commend your ingenious plan, my lady. Chapter 4. Transformation. The patrolling heavenly soldiers are divided into the Celestial Gang and the Earthly Fiends. The Celestial Gang patrols the skies under the command of the renowned Prince Neza, while the Earthly Fiends patrol the ground, led by the esteemed Wuching Star Lord, one of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, both celebrated figures across the realms. Let's focus on the Celestial Gang's patrolling soldiers. Commonly referred to as the Imperial Guard of the Jade Emperor, the Celestial Gang comprises 36 patrol teams, each commanded by a distinguished heavenly general. The 1st to the 9th patrol teams are tasked with safeguarding the southern domain of the Celestial Court, which is famously known for the legendary Southern Heavenly Gate. The camp of the 9th patrol team is situated not far from this gate. Jiuxu serves as a patrolling soldier in the Rinshun camp of the 9th patrol team. The Celestial Court experiences both day and night. Jiuxu, moving at a leisurely pace, took in the breathtaking scenery until dusk fell, at which point he returned to the camp. By then, the patrolling soldiers were on their rounds, leaving only a squad of silver-armored soldiers on duty. They did not hinder his entry, and Jiuxu proceeded directly to his quarters, guided by memory. Each patrolling soldier has their own quarters. While not spacious, they are sufficient for one occupant. Had the monkey truly caused a ruckus? Jiuxu sat cross-legged on the mat within his room, meticulously recalling memories. However, the remnants of his predecessor's memories were fragmented and incomplete, leaving him uncertain whether the chaos in the Heavenly Palace had indeed transpired. He needed to find someone to inquire, but who? After pondering for a while, Jiuxu realized he could not identify a suitable person to consult, given that his predecessor was a mid-grade celestial immortal. Even with fragmented memories, they were vast and complex, making it difficult for him to untangle them in a short period. Perhaps it would be wiser to enhance his strength first. Regardless of circumstances, possessing strength is never a disadvantage. Jiuxu examined the sole item remaining in his system's repository, a reward earned from signing in at the 100 Flowers Fairy Pool that day. 10,000-year Lingyun stalactite aids immortals in their transformation once. The 7 fairies had mentioned earlier that a single drop of the 10,000-year Lingyun stalactite, upon falling into the Yaoqi, infused the waters that flowed into the 100 Flowers Fairy Pool with its essence. Was this akin to a remnant of profound mysteries? And had it been procured by my sign-in system? Jiuxu pondered, beginning to grasp the essence of the sign-in system. He then extracted the 10,000-year Lingyun stalactite from the repository. Though referred to as a drop, it was actually the size of a human head. Consuming it directly, he felt an extreme chill coupled with a searing heat coursing through his body. Instantly, he was engulfed in a sensation akin to experiencing both ice and fire, his flesh and soul undergoing a rapid metamorphosis. Truly, it was powerful. It was impossible for it not to be. This Lingyun stalactite is regarded as a great treasure of the Yaoqi. Legend tells that a massive stalactite hangs above the Yaoqi, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth daily, condensing a drop of sacred water every century, which then falls into the Yaoqi. And even the waters of the Yaoqi, merely containing a century's worth of Lingyun stalactite essence, can aid an immortal in cleansing their marrow and refining their bones. How much more potent would a drop refined over 10,000 years be? The difference between a century and 10,000 years is not merely 100-fold. The effects are not simply multiplied by 100, but rather, it effortlessly enables an immortal's transformation. Under the influence of the 10,000-year Lingyun stalactite, Jiuxu's flesh and soul underwent a profound transformation, with the dual sensations of ice and fire plunging him into an enigmatic state. Time passed unmeasured until Jiuxu awoke leisurely, feeling as though he had broken through a barrier, akin to a fish diving into the vast ocean or a dragon soaring into the heavens. His flesh and soul had grown stronger, and a faint radiance enveloped him before vanishing into the ether. This was a trace of innate truth, exceedingly precious. After Pangu opened the heavens, innate truths flowed through the realms, embodying profound mysteries. However, as time elapsed, these truths were either refined by powerful beings or merged with potent treasures, diminishing considerably. The drop of Lingyun stalactite, condensed over 10,000 years, bore a trace of innate truth, now integrated into Jiuxu's being. This innate truth can obscure the celestial mechanisms, alleviating his worries about revealing his true cultivation. Low-grade, golden immortal, Jiuxu activated his internal powers, revealing his true cultivation level. The 10,000-year Lingyun stalactite not only transformed him, but also elevated his cultivation by an entire tier. Celestial immortal, golden immortal. Each realm has upper, middle, and lower grades. He had ascended from a mid-grade celestial immortal directly to a low-grade golden immortal. At last, he was no longer a mere pawn. Subsequently, Jiuxu calculated with his fingers, realizing it was already the second day. His transformation had taken the entire night. Time to find a place to sign in. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a hurried knocking at the door. "Brother Ji, are you there?" "Open the door quickly," came a hushed voice from outside. "Who is it?" Jiuxu immediately became alert, concealing his cultivation to the previous mid-grade, celestial immortal level. "Brother Ji, it's me, Jing Tian." "Jing Tian?" Jiuxu paused for a moment. Did he just intrude? The Jing Tian from Sword of Immortality? In the next instant, flashes of information regarding Jing Tian crossed his mind. As it turned out, he was a fellow townsman. This Jing Tian was not the one from the Sword of Immortality, but rather a low-grade, celestial immortal who ascended from southern Jiangbu Prefecture. Jiuxu's predecessor had also been a wandering cultivator from the southern Jiangbu Prefecture before achieving immortality. Jing Tian had once received a favor from Jiuxu's predecessor on his path to immortality, and upon ascending to the Celestial Court, he had joined the Rinshan camp of the 9th Patrol Team. Since he was a fellow townsman, it would be prudent to inquire about the monkey incident. Jiuxu opened the door to find a somewhat slender young silver-armored soldier standing outside, with a string of copper coins hanging at his waist. "Brother Jing Tian." Jiuxu greeted with a smile. "Brother Ji, you are indeed in your quarters. You must leave the Celestial Court at once. There is danger," Jing Tian exclaimed. Urgency etched across his face. "What?" Jiuxu frowned. "While patrolling back today, I happened to overhear Commander Zhou conversing with a few other heavenly soldiers. He seemed to be inquiring about your whereabouts and intends to harm you," Jing Tian whispered, recounting what he had heard. "Commander Zhou?" Jiuxu thought back to the events at the 100 Flowers Garden. It was indeed this Commander Zhou who had led the search for demons there yesterday. His enmity with the 100 Flowers Fairy was evidently connected. A surge of murderous intent rose within Jiuxu. But just then, whoosh, 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 a squad of patrolling heavenly soldiers, armed and clad in armor, led by a golden armored soldier, swiftly descended from the Rinshan camp, moving with remarkable speed. Jing Tian's complexion shifted as he cast a worried glance at Jiuxu. "Brother Ji, we must flee at once," he urged anxiously. "Flight is not an option." Jiuxu replied with a calm shake of his head, exhibiting no signs of panic. While escaping from the Rinshan camp might be feasible for those below the rank of a low-grade golden immortal, evading the heavenly court was utterly impossible. Therefore, he could neither escape nor resist. Unless he desired to instigate a commotion in the heavenly palace, which would undoubtedly lead to his demise. In the celestial realm, individuals akin to Long Ao Tian or Yiliang Chun, who flaunt their audacity, would likely not survive beyond 3 days. The most prudent course of action was to summon aid. If a mere monkey could do so, then Jiuxu could certainly do the same. Little brother Jing Tian, remember to head to the Yaoqi Baohua Garden and seek out the Flower Fairy. Inform her that Jiuxu is in peril. Jiuxu Institute Solemni. Currently, the only one capable of assisting him was the fairy who presided over the flowers. Although the Flower Fairy was merely a mid-grade golden immortal, she held a position of significance in the heavenly court. In the hierarchy of authority, the official ranks higher than the soldiers. Perhaps she could devise a means to rescue him. The Flower Fairy? Jing Tian, initially in a state of distress, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. When had Brother Ji become acquainted with one of the 4 beauties of the heavenly court? Chapter 5. The world-destroying Black Lotus. The heavenly court boasts numerous celestial maidens of unparalleled beauty, and those designated as the 4 beauties are particularly extraordinary. For instance, Chang'e of the Guanghan Palace is one of them. The Flower Fairy's inclusion among the 4 beauties speaks volumes of her stature and influence. This revelation left Jing Tian astonished and puzzled. Like him, Brother Ji was a celestial soldier of the heavenly court, occupying a lowly position. How could he possibly know such a figure? Before he could voice his inquiries, a squad of celestial soldiers approached the two. Jiuxu's gaze fell upon the leading armored soldier. Memories of his past informed him that this burly man, wielding a battle knife and sporting a mole on his nose, was none other than Zhou Tong, the commander of the Renshin camp. Seize him, Zhou Tong barked, fixing his steely gaze upon Jiuxu. With a flurry of motions, 10 soldiers positioned their long spears against Jiuxu's neck and waist, immobilizing him. Under such circumstances, a mid-grade celestial immortal would certainly lack the power to resist. Yet, given Jiuxu's current strength, he could easily break free. However, he chose not to resist at all, instead feigning terror as he trembled and inquired, "Commander, what is the meaning of this?" Beside him, Jing Tian's expression shifted dramatically. Witnessing this scene, he was momentarily stunned and baffled. What was happening? Wasn't Brother Ji just calm and composed? Despite his confusion, Jing Tian felt that the previous calm demeanor of Brother Ji was abnormal. This was the true visage of Jiuxu. At that moment, Commander Zhou Tong spoke. Jiuxu, you have abandoned your post, and reports indicate that you were seen in the western regions of the heavenly court yesterday, coinciding with the appearance of demons in that area. Speak, are you in collusion with these fiends? His eyes, sharp as daggers, bore into Jiuxu's. Demons? Jiuxu gasped in shock. Commander, I am innocent. I truly ventured to the western regions after leaving my post to patrol, and while I acknowledge my dereliction, I would never conspire with demons. His face was etched with fear and urgency, perfectly mirroring the reaction expected from a mid-grade celestial immortal in such a predicament. How cunning of you to evade the gravity of your actions. Zhou Tong's expression was frigid. If you doubt me, summon the heavenly general to consult the heart mirror and see if I am guilty. Jiuxu Pokrim Laoli. Zhou Tong's countenance darkened. The heart mirror? He feared that Jiuxu might be telling the truth. If the heart mirror were to be summoned, it could very well reveal the traps set by the fairy Yunzue, and he would consequently be implicated. The punishment could range from being cast down to the mortal realm to facing execution on the celestial slaughter platform. You, a mere soldier of the celestial immortal realm, dare to speak of innocence? How audacious! Zhou Tong sneered. Commander, I assure you that every word I speak is the truth, and not a shred of falsehood exists. I am utterly devoted to the heavenly court. How could I conspire with demons? Jiuxu imlot ferventin. Ah, you silver-tongued rogue. Do you still dare to defend yourself? Zhou Tong's fury erupted suddenly. Seize his silver armor and spear, confiscate all his magical treasures, and detain him in the heavenly prison until the heavenly general returns to question him. Yes, the squad of soldiers swiftly stripped Jiuxu of his armor, leaving him clad only in his white garments. Take him away. Jiuxu was escorted by the patrolling soldiers toward the heavenly prison. Left behind, Jing Tian could only watch with an anxious expression. Brother Ji instructed me to seek the Flower Fairy. But how could a mere patrolling soldier gain access to the Yaoqi Palace? No matter. Rescuing Brother Ji was paramount. Gritting his teeth, Jing Tian made a decision. But he did not set off immediately. He waited for a while, ensuring that no one in the camp was paying attention to him before departing the Renshan camp and hastening toward the Yaoqi Palace's flower garden. The Heavenly Prison was located in the southern domain of the Heavenly Court, not far from a 9th Patrol Team's camp and inside of the Celestial Slaughter platform outside the southern gate. Jiuxu was being escorted to the Heavenly Prison, with the soldiers announcing, Celestial Soldier Jiuxu is suspected of colluding with demons and must be temporarily detained. Zhou Tong explained the situation to the prison guards, subtly signaling with his eyes. Suspected of collusion with demons? Then confine him to cell number 4. The guard replied expressionlessly. Zhou Tong nodded, glancing back at Jiuxu, only to find the Celestial Soldier's expression somewhat dazed. Was he perhaps intimidated by the prison's ominous atmosphere? Indeed, within this sacred heavenly palace, the heavenly prison was the most foreboding place, akin to the emergence of darkness from the extreme light. Zhou Tong scoffed and shook his head, instructing his subordinate soldiers. Take him inside. Yet he failed to notice the flicker of surprise that passed through Jiuxu's eyes. Current location meets the sign-in conditions. Would you like to sign in? Upon hearing the prompt from the sign-in system echo in his mind, Jiuxu suppressed the elation swelling within him, maintaining an outward calm. Calculating the time, it had already been 2 days since his arrival in the Heavenly Court, allowing him to perform a new sign-in. However, he did not anticipate that this seemingly devoid of celestial energy, infamous as the most sinister prison in the Heavenly Court, would also serve as a remnant of profound mysteries. Sign in, he promptly whispered in his heart. Sign in successful. You have obtained the 12th-grade, world-destroying Black Lotus. This location's remnants of profundity have been exhausted. Further sign-ins are not possible. The 12th-grade, world-destroying Black Lotus. Jiuxu's face maintained a semblance of panic and bewilderment, while his heart swelled with astonishment and joy. The reputation of this treasure was far from trivial. 12th-grade, world-destroying Black Lotus, a congenital spiritual treasure, originally belonging to the primordial demon ancestor Luo, renowned for its defensive capabilities among the top 3 in the 3 realms. It could devour demonic energy and all forms of malevolent aura. In truth, Jiuxu was already aware of its origins without needing to examine the item information. This world-destroying Black Lotus, along with the other 2 12th-grade Lotus platforms, the Merit Golden Lotus and the Fiery Red Lotus, were all transformed from 3 immature lotus seeds of the Chaotic Green Lotus. The Chaotic Green Lotus, a primordial treasure that nurtured the Great Pangu, held a significant legacy. The Merit Golden Lotus was, during the Fengshen Calamity, drawn in by the Mosquito Taoist, reduced to a 9th-grade Lotus platform, and ultimately bestowed upon the current Buddha by the saints of Buddhism. The Fiery Red Lotus's owner was no less remarkable, being the one who dared to declare that the Blood Sea would not run dry and the Nether River would not cease, the madman of the wilderness, the ancestor of the Nether River. As for the original master of the world-destroying Black Lotus, the demon ancestor Luo, his background was even more terrifying. Hailed as the greatest scourge of the primordial era, he once dared to engage in battle against the Tao ancestor Hongjun, showcasing his formidable strength. Even now, the demon sect active in the 3 realms venerates this infamous demon ancestor. The initial rewards were astonishing. After the legendary demon ancestor Ra's fall, the world-extinguishing Black Lotus vanished without a trace, only to be unexpectedly signed by me. Jiuxu found it hard to believe the reward he had obtained this time. The process of signing was incredibly swift, occurring in the blink of an eye. At this moment, guided by the jailer, Jiuxu was led by Zhou Tong into the celestial prison, descending through layers until they arrived at the 4th level, cell number Ding 4. Inside, to his surprise, there was already an inmate, a gaunt, bald old man bound by chains, with a deep demonic mark on his forehead. His bloodshot eyes were fixed menacingly on Jiuxu and Zhou Tong outside the cell, radiating a fierce intensity, as if he were ready to devour them. The demonic aura emanating from him was comparable to that of a high-grade golden immortal. Chapter 6. A titan of the demon sect, the 4th level of the celestial prison, was desolate, with only cell Ding 4 housing a single prisoner, adding an air of chilling terror to the surroundings. As the jailer opened the cell door, a brutal aura surged forth. The bald old man, though emaciated, exuded an aura akin to a fearsome beast captured in chains. Jiuxu, a member of the demon sect, felt a surge of terror. This was a formidable figure from the demon sect in the northern Jiuxu continent who sought to slaughter 1,000,000 lives to concoct pills, only to be captured by a celestial general from the earthly Shah department and imprisoned here. In a few days, he would face execution on the immortal slaying platform. The jailer stated indifferently, "I cannot be imprisoned here, great officer. Jiuxu anxiety heightened. Enough with the nonsense, get in." Zhou Tong shoved Jiuxu into the cell. Bang! The jailer slammed the cell door shut. "Great officer, save me. I am truly wronged. The three pure ones can attest to my loyalty to the celestial court." Jiuxu shouted in a panic. "Save you?" Zhou Tong scoffed and turned to follow the jailer out of the prison. "I cannot be confined with a titan of the demon sect." Jiuxu clawed at the cell door, his cries filled with despair. "Kid, stop shouting. Once you enter this celestial prison, do you think you can survive?" The bald old man suddenly grinned ominously. "Great officer, great officer." Jiuxu continued to scream, ignoring the titan of the demon sect. He knew he had to shout. The louder and more heart-wrenching, the better. After all, his status was merely that of a mid-grade heavenly immortal patrol officer, and with an upper-grade golden immortal titan of the demon sect confined with him. Failing to scream desperately would surely arouse suspicion. "Great officer, I am wronged." Jiuxu thought to himself, once more letting out a mournful wail towards the prison door. "Hey, hey, hey." The bald old man chuckled darkly, reminiscent of a haunting owl call. Upon hearing this, Jiuxu confirmed his suspicion. Zhou Tong must be planning to use this titan of the demon sect to eliminate him. He could not help but reflect that this seemingly celestial paradise of the celestial court was fraught with peril. The machinations of these immortals were anything but trivial. Since yesterday in the 100 Flowers Garden, there had been no respite. It could be said that the onset was akin to hellish difficulty, preventing him from safely developing his strength. Soon, half a day passed, and Jiuxu grew weary of shouting, confirming that no one would pay attention to this place. He finally ceased. Clank! The bald old man rattled the chains binding him, his sinister laughter echoing. "Kid, no more shouting? Tired? No more pretense." Jiuxu plopped down on the ground. With the 12th grade world-extinguishing Black Lotus at his disposal, he had no reason to fear this titan of the demon sect. "Pretense? You think I, a titan of the demon sect, am easy to deceive?" Jiuxu leaned against the cell door and asked casually. "Hey, I am renowned. I am the 10th protector of the demon sect, the Black Master," the old man declared. "I have cultivated for 3,228 years, with countless descendants in the demon sect. When my name is mentioned, who dares not kneel in reverence?" His voice grew furious. 3,000 years, countless descendants. "You must know much." Jiuxu's eyes gleamed. "Indeed, in the three realms, there is nothing I, the Black Master, do not know." The old man laughed heartily, his mood shifting unpredictably. "Then do you know the Monkey King, Sun Wukong?" Jiuxu asked abruptly. "The Monkey King? From the demon clan?" The Black Master was taken aback. "There is such a figure among the demons? I know the Bull Demon King. I once battled him." "Oh, impressive." Jiuxu feigned admiration, though his expression suggested otherwise. His eyes narrow. "A high-grade golden immortal fighting the Bull Demon King? Nonsense. Perhaps during a grand battle, he had merely thrown a blade from hundreds of miles away." "Kid, what is that expression?" The Black Master roared with rage. Ignoring him, Jiuxu leaned back against the cell door, lost in thought. From their earlier exchange, he had confirmed that the commotion in the celestial palace had yet to occur. This was a grave matter. It was not that he feared the monkey, but rather was concerned about when the turmoil would unfold. What if it were imminent? If he remembered correctly, the monkey had emerged from the stone only 300 years prior to the upheaval. A day in the heavens equated to a year on earth. 300 years in the mortal realm amounted to merely a year above. I must escape quickly, traverse through the various mysterious realms of the celestial court, as only with sufficient strength can I face the impending calamities. Jiuxu's sense of urgency surged, though he now possessed the world-extinguishing Black Lotus. Among the top 3 defensive abilities in the 3 realms, he could not casually wield it or flaunt it openly. Who was the supreme authority in the 3 realms? The Tao ancestor Hongjun, the flourishing celestial court, the burgeoning Buddhism, and a once great human race, all trace their origins to Hongjun's teachings. The world-extinguishing Black Lotus was a treasure of the demon ancestor Rahu, who was a sworn enemy of Hongjun. If he were to parade about with the enemy's treasure, he would certainly attract the ire of Hongjun's disciples, who could easily dispatch him. "Kid, I am speaking to you." Suddenly, Jiuxu, lost in thought, was jolted by the Black Master's furious voice. "Huh? What did you say? How dare you ignore me? A mere mid-grade heavenly immortal," the Black Master thundered. "I initially thought you were rather handsome, but now it seems you must perish. Enough with the threats. Speak civilly, or I'll be furious." The Black Master, a practitioner of the demonic path, was inherently violent and unstable, quick to anger. "I'll devour your 3 souls and 7 spirits," he declared. "The moment I kill you, I shall ascend the immortal slaying platform, and a certain individual will ensure I retain a fragment of my soul. With my unparalleled demonic skills, even as a remnant soul reborn in the mortal realm, I shall rise again as a titan of the demon sect in 500 years. The once emaciated figure of the black ghost ancestor suddenly opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of black demonic energy that swiftly transformed into a stern-faced middle-aged man, the very embodiment of his 3 souls and 7 spirits. Bound in his true form, he could only rely on the power of his soul. Nevertheless, the black ghost ancestor was confident that this would suffice. With his superior golden immortal cultivation, even his soul could easily annihilate a mid-tier celestial immortal. "Perish!" The middle-aged specter of the black ghost ancestor surged forward, shrouded in demonic energy, towards Jiuxu. Yet, Jiuxu maintained his composure, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In the next moment, a Black Lotus platform appeared out of thin air. Chapter 7. A cataclysm awaits the 3 realms. Jiuxu summoned the 12th grade, world-destroying Black Lotus. With a thunderous roar, a deluge of demonic energy erupted from the Black Lotus platform, instantly flooding the entire cell and forming a terrifying vortex. "What is this?" The Black Lotus, the world-destroying Black Lotus, a treasure of the demon ancestor Laojun. The black ghost ancestor's soul quaked with fear, desperately howling for mercy as he attempted to retreat into his body. Yet a horrifying gravitational force of devouring energy had already locked onto him, drawing his soul into the vortex of demonic energy. Ultimately, only a trace of his residual soul escaped, fleeing back into the body of the black ghost ancestor. However, this once fearsome figure of the demonic sect had been reduced to a mindless fool, forever wearing a vacant smile. Though the body remained, the soul was lost. Unbeknownst to Jiuxu, his use of the world-destroying Black Lotus had caused a tremendous uproar in the heavenly court and the 3 realms. At the very moment he summoned the Lotus, a colossal Black Lotus platform appeared in the skies of the heavenly court, overshadowing the stars. The overwhelming demonic energy descended, as if intent on crushing the entire heavenly palace. In an instant, the celestial beings of the heavenly court, great and small, were struck with terror, facing an imminent threat. The celestial soldiers and generals rapidly assembled, and various deities, along with powerful practitioners, flew from their abodes, standing firm in the celestial dome. A myriad of formidable treasures, celestial techniques, and divine powers coalesced, poised for an unparalleled battle that would erupt within mere breaths. However, just as they prepared to strike, the massive Black Lotus platform suddenly vanished. The celestial beings stood in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances, many still in confusion. Had the threat dissipated just as it had begun? It appeared to be a false alarm. Yet the celestial deities and powerful practitioners understood that this matter was far from over. The Jade Emperor, ruling over the 3 realms, promptly summoned all celestial officials and generals for a council on this event. "Your Majesty, that must be the world-destroying Black Lotus of the demon ancestor Laojun. With the Black Lotus appearing, a calamity may soon befall the 3 realms. Your Majesty, in recent years, the demon race and the demonic sect have frequently caused unrest. This act appears to be a direct provocation against our heavenly court. However, the master of the Black Lotus seems not to have fully mastered its power, otherwise it would not have vanished so suddenly." The celestial officials and generals offered their insights. Seated upon the throne of the 9 heavens, the Jade Emperor's visage darkened with fury. "Investigate. I command you to uncover the identity of the master of the world-destroying Black Lotus. Use the 1,000-mile eye and the wind, listening ear to swiftly probe the three realms and identify this individual. Otherwise, he shall surely bring chaos to the three realms. In no time, the previously harmonious atmosphere of the heavenly palace turned tense and solemn. At this moment, no one thought to investigate the heavenly prison. For anyone capable of wielding the world-destroying Black Lotus must be an unfathomably powerful practitioner of the demonic sect. How could such a being be confined within the heavenly court? Even if they were imprisoned, they would have long since escaped. The sheer terror of the demonic might displayed would likely overwhelm all but the most formidable warriors of the heavenly court. What a supposed giant of the demonic sect! You are but a small fry. Jiuxu stored the world-destroying Black Lotus within his system warehouse, gazing at the black ghost ancestor, who now wore a foolish grin, and gently shook his head. He had intentionally left a trace of the black ghost ancestor's residual soul, choosing not to obliterate him entirely. For doing so would complicate matters and invite unnecessary trouble. With a remnant of his soul intact, the black ghost ancestor appeared nearly human, albeit reduced to a fool. Moreover, Jiuxu had no cause for concern about leaving any hidden dangers. With only a remnant soul, the Black Ghost Ancestor would scarcely withstand a single strike on the celestial execution platform. No matter who wielded magic, he could not be preserved. Yet, despite having resolved this immediate threat, Jiuxu did not allow his guard to drop. He remained vigilant. The enemies of the Flower Fairy were no ordinary foes. Based on the words of the Black Ghost Ancestor, it could be inferred that a powerful celestial being was orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Anyone bold enough to promise a remnant soul on the celestial execution platform could not be an ordinary celestial being. After all, the Black Ghost Ancestor was a superior golden immortal and a high-ranking member of the demonic sect, notorious for his malevolence. It was remarkable that any celestial immortal or golden immortal could even approach him, let alone negotiate with this demonic giant, especially within the confines of the heavenly prison. Perhaps a Tai golden immortal? Jiuxu mused, suspecting that his adversary was at least of this caliber. The power dynamics between celestial immortals, golden immortals, Tai golden immortals, and Luo golden immortals shift dramatically with each tier. Only a being above the Tai golden immortal rank could command the respect of the Black Ghost Ancestor. Who could be? Jiuxu pondered, furrowing his brow, yet he found no answers. However, he understood that regardless of who it was, their true target was not him, but rather the Flower Fairy. The schemes directed at him were merely collateral actions aimed at silencing potential witnesses. He needed to escape swiftly. Each moment spent in this heavenly prison increased the risk of unforeseen complications. That clever lad, Jing Tian, should have relayed the message to the flower garden by now. In the Yaoqi, where the waters shimmered and the celestial mist swirled, magnificent palaces and pavilions stood amidst the floating islands of the celestial mountains. Earlier, before Jiuxu made his move, the resplendent Flower Fairy had already arrived at the palace of the Queen Mother of the West. The regal Queen Mother, adorned in a robe of 9 colors, reclined languidly on a soft couch. To the untrained eye, this middle-aged beauty did not exude the strictness of legend, but rather an aura of benevolence. The 7 fairies, attending to her, were taken aback upon seeing the Flower Fairy enter, as they had only seen her the day prior and had not heard of her intention to visit the Queen Mother. I pay my respects to the Queen Mother, the Flower Fairy curtsied. You dear girl, it has been quite some time since you last visited me. The Queen Mother chided affectionately, her tone laced with endearment, for she was a lover of flowers and naturally cherished the Flower Fairy, who presided over them. Forgive me, Your Majesty. I have been busy cultivating new flower species and neglected to visit, the Flower Fairy explained as she approached the Queen Mother's couch. Oh, have you perhaps cultivated any new varieties? The Queen Mother was intrigued, rising to sit up and taking the Flower Fairy's hand. Not quite, but thanks to Your Majesty's blessings. I recently discovered a peculiar flower species, known as the 9-leaf purple cloud flower, the Flower Fairy smiled. The 9-leaf purple cloud flower? The Queen Mother exclaimed in surprise, while the 7 fairies widened their eyes, revealing expressions of astonishment, clearly hearing of it for the first time. Purple signifies nobility, and it is already considered a rare treasure in the 3 realms for an ordinary purple cloud flower to possess 4 leaves. The 9-leaved purple cloud flower is even more extraordinary, having scarcely appeared since the dawn of creation. Each time it blossoms, it heralds auspiciousness and brings good fortune to those who encounter it. The fact that you have managed to find its seeds is indeed remarkable. The Queen Mother's face radiated delight. As a flower enthusiast, she was well aware of the value and rarity of this bloom. Chapter 8. The assistance of the 7 fairies. The Queen Mother effortlessly revealed the information regarding the 9-leaved purple cloud flower. Her vast knowledge was apparent, as she instantly recognized its significance. The flower fairy offered her respectful praise before continuing. However, the cultivation of the 9-leaved purple cloud flower necessitates exceedingly high standards. It requires your divine liquid essence to be nurtured day and night for a full 81 days before it can bloom, which is why I have come to seek your assistance. Very well, how many jars do you require? The Queen Mother, beaming with joy, grasped the flower fairy's hand. 3 jars will suffice, Your Majesty, the flower fairy replied with a natural smile. The scene was familiar to the 7 fairies nearby. Had any other celestial beings witnessed it, they would undoubtedly have been taken aback. The divine liquid essence is the quintessence of the waters of the jade pool, formed from the stalactites that hang down from the massive rocks above the pool, which condense a droplet of ethereal essence every century. Many of these droplets coalesce in a small pond, and the water therein is the divine liquid essence, renowned for its ability to cleanse and rejuvenate celestial beings. Ranking among the 3 great treasures of the jade pool, the other 2 treasures are the Huangjong Li, one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, and the peaches of immortality from a peach orchard. Although the divine liquid essence is not as precious as the Huangjong Li or the peaches, its inclusion among the 3 great treasures of the jade pool speaks to its worth. It is already quite rare for celestial beings to request even 10 or 8 drops. Yet the flower fairy audaciously sought 3 jars. How many drops would that entail? However, the Queen Mother did not even blink. She smiled at the nearby fairy Yuan and instructed, Yuan, fetch 3 jars of divine liquid essence, and also retrieve a colorful cloud robe from the treasury. The flower fairy has brought me such a precious and extraordinary flower seed. She deserves a reward. Yes, Your Majesty, Yuan replied, turning to head towards the treasury. Unexpectedly, the flower fairy shook her head repeatedly, saying, Your Majesty, I cannot accept such a reward. The Queen Mother was somewhat taken aback, then chuckled. What is this? Do you think my offering is too meager? Then I shall grant you 2 colorful cloud robes. Yet the flower fairy shook her head earnestly. Your Majesty, this flower seed was found by another. I cannot claim credit. Someone else found it? Who in the heavens knows flowers better than you? The Queen Mother was astonished. It was a fortunate patrolling celestial soldier who discovered it. He does not possess greater knowledge of flowers than I do, the flower fairy explained, shaking her head. While patrolling outside the southern heavenly gate, he fortuitously spotted a wondrous flower seed glimmering in the sky and brought it to me yesterday. Thus, the credit belongs to that patrolling soldier. How could I dare to request a reward from Your Majesty? A mere patrolling soldier possessing such discernment and fortune? The Queen Mother nodded in admiration. Indeed, that soldier deserves a reward. However, as for you, the cultivator of this flower, your contribution is not insignificant, and you too deserve recognition. Yuan, go to the peach orchard and pluck a 3,000-year-old peach for that patrolling soldier. By the way, flower fairy, what is the name of that soldier, and which squad does he belong to? The flower fairy replied calmly, reporting to Your Majesty. He is Jiuxu from the 9th Patrol Team of the Tiangang Division. The 7 fairies nearby were visibly taken aback upon hearing this. They had not forgotten the events of the previous day in the flower garden, when that patrol soldier had mentioned entering the flower garden to search for demons. He had identified himself as belonging to the 9th Patrol Team. Such a coincidence? Led by Yuan, the 7 fairies couldn't help but cast curious glances at the flower fairy, their expressions laden with unspoken thoughts. No wonder the flower fairy had prohibited them from enjoying the hot springs yesterday. She had likely concealed something significant from them. However, the 7 fairies had an excellent relationship with the flower fairy and refrained from gossiping, burying their thoughts deep within their hearts. Before long, Yuan, having received her orders, ventured to the peach orchard to procure a 3,000-year-old peach and deliver it to the 9th Patrol Team. Clearly, her mission was unsuccessful, as Jiuxu was not in the camp, but rather in the heavenly prison. Upon learning the reason, Yuan was taken aback. Jiuxu was suspected of colluding with demons? No wonder that patrol soldier had sought to enter the flower garden to pursue demons. Could it be true that Jiuxu had indeed colluded? The flower fairy Yuan dared not think further, her heart racing. No, she was a mid-grade golden immortal with keen senses. In fact, she had sensed something unusual in the flower fairy's pool yesterday. The aura was not right. Initially, she had thought it was a result of the millennium-old ethereal stalactite and dismissed it. Moreover, when the seven sisters had arrived at the flower garden, the flower fairy's hair had been damp and her clothing somewhat disheveled. Such circumstances were difficult not to speculate upon. In retrospect, there must have been someone hidden within that pool. And today, the flower fairy had suddenly presented flowers to the Queen Mother, presumably upon hearing that Jiuxu had been imprisoned, seeking a way to rescue him. Regardless, I still trust the flower fairy. She would never betray the heavenly court. Yuan took a deep breath, allowing her emotions to settle before returning to the Jade Pool Palace. Your Majesty, the personnel from the Runshin camp informed me that Jiuxu is suspected of colluding with the demons that roamed the western regions of the heavenly court yesterday and has been imprisoned. Yuan reported upon her return. What? The smile faded from the Queen Mother's face. Suspicion arose within her, casting doubt on the flower fairy's motives for presenting flowers today. However, when she turned to look at the flower fairy, she found her expression to be one of profound astonishment, evidently just as surprised by the news. Flower fairy, was it Jiuxu who delivered the flower seeds to you yesterday? The Queen Mother asked sternly. Even her affection for the flower fairy could not prevent her from demanding clarity at this moment. Collusion with demons was no trivial matter. Indeed, it was yesterday. The flower fairy hesitated, but now to claim Jiuxu has colluded with demons, I feel. Oh, the Queen Mother regarded the flower fairy, urging her to elaborate. Your Majesty, I understand the intentions of the flower fairy, Yuan interjected. Consider this. If Jiuxu truly had colluded with demons, how could he have possibly entrusted the seeds of the nine-leaved purple cloud flower to the flower fairy? As you mentioned, this flower is an extraordinary omen that has scarcely appeared since the dawn of time, imbued with great fortune. Would the demonic tribes or evil sects allow such a treasure to fall into our hands? Indeed, the young fairy Yao Qiao nodded in agreement. Hearing this, the Queen Mother's expression softened somewhat. The flower fairy sighed in relief upon noticing the change in the Queen Mother's demeanor. She then observed Yuan give her a slight nod, realizing that Yuan had been advocating on her behalf. Truly, had the flower fairy spoken those words herself, they would not have carried the same weight as Yuan's intervention, perhaps even raising further suspicion in the Queen Mother's mind. After all, one's own defense is never as convincing as the testimony of another. Chapter 9. Jiuxu is indeed a commendable celestial soldier. The other sisters of the seven fairies also voiced their agreement with the eldest sister, Princess Yuan. After listening, the Queen Mother nodded, acknowledging Yuan's reasoning. Since Jiuxu has generously offered such precious flower seeds to the heavenly court, it is improbable that he has colluded with demons. He is a worthy celestial soldier. Thus, I shall immediately send someone to the Tiangang department to ensure a thorough investigation, restoring Jiuxu's honor. However, despite these words, her decision to continue the inquiry revealed her lingering suspicions. Otherwise, she would have simply ordered his release. Nevertheless, securing this outcome was sufficient for the flower fairy. She knew best whether Jiuxu was involved with demons. This was merely a scheme devised by Yin Zue, aimed at silencing him. If the Tiangang department conducted a detailed investigation, it would undoubtedly prove Jiuxu's innocence. A glance into the heart-reflecting mirror would reveal whether any demonic aura lingered around him. At that moment, a colossal black lotus phantom, exuding overwhelming demonic energy, materialized in the heavens above. Its terrifying presence pressed down upon the heavenly court, engulfing the Yaoqi Palace. The Queen Mother, whose expression had just eased, was abruptly startled into a sitting position. The flower fairy, the seven fairies, and the other female celestial beings in the palace turned pale, sensing the horrifying aura that felt as if they had plunged into the depths of the abyss. What a dreadful demonic presence. Could it be that the demon sect is attacking the heavenly court? One of the female celestial beings trembled in fear. Silence. Do not speak such nonsense. The Queen Mother admonished sternly. Instantly, the female celestial beings in the Yaoqi Palace fell silent. The flower fairy and the 7 fairies exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and concern. Then, in the next moment, the Black Lotus phantom vanished from the sky. The emergence of the world-destroying Black Lotus will surely bring chaos to the 3 realms. A calamity is imminent, the Queen Mother sighed, her heart heavy with worry. Given these events, the flower fairy deemed it inappropriate to linger any longer. She took her rewards and elixirs, departing the Queen Mother's palace with Princess Yuan's escort. Upon returning to the flower garden, the flower fairy expressed her gratitude. Thank you, dear Yuan, for your assistance earlier. Had it not been for your words, I would have struggled to explain myself to the Queen Mother. Dear sister, there is no need for such formalities between us, Princess Yuan replied with a smile, shaking her head. Then, she suddenly lowered her voice. Sister, tell me honestly, have you become close with that celestial soldier? How absurd. What nonsense are you speaking? The flower fairy retorted playfully. As evening fell, Jiuxu was taken from the heavenly prison back to the 9th patrol team, where he was examined under the heart-reflecting mirror, ultimately proving his innocence. He, Jiuxu, was indeed free of guilt. Moreover, as anticipated, when the patrol celestial soldiers came to retrieve him, no one noticed the peculiar behavior of the Black Devil ancestor. After all, this notorious figure was known for his erratic temperament. Even when displaying a foolish grin, he appeared perfectly normal. Soon, upon Jiuxu's return from the heart-reflecting examination, he stepped through the gates of the Rinshan camp once more. Jiuxu is a good celestial soldier, they exclaimed. I knew it. Jiuxu is so honest. How could he possibly collude with demons? Surely, the camp officer made an error. Even the Queen Mother has declared him a loyal celestial soldier. The patrol celestial soldiers in the Rinshan camp, upon witnessing Jiuxu's return, immediately began to congratulate him, their voices a mix of admiration and envy. Now, it was common knowledge that Jiuxu was destined for greatness. Just after entering the heavenly prison, the Queen Mother had sent someone to bestow upon him a 3,000-year-old peach. What do celestial beings desire? Is it not longevity? A 3,000-year-old peach, when consumed by mere mortals, could instantly grant them immortality and significantly extend their lifespan. For celestial soldiers of their caliber, the effects would be extraordinary. With a stroke of luck, one might even ascend to a higher realm and become a revered golden immortal. What further fueled their envy was the fact that after Princess Yuan's failed delivery, it was announced from the Yaoqi Palace that the Queen Mother herself had proclaimed, Jiuxu is a good celestial soldier. Clearly, Jiuxu had somehow established a connection with the Yaoqi Palace. With such a connection, how could his future in the heavenly court be anything but bright? Amidst the accolades and praises, Jiuxu remained humble, expressing his gratitude to the celestial soldiers for their concern. This genuine modesty further endeared him to them. However, one thing puzzled Jiuxu. Though everyone was congratulating him, the atmosphere in the camp felt tense rather than lively. Moreover, he recalled that during his return from the heavenly prison, the celestial beings appeared to be in a hurry, as if they had just experienced a great fright. Before long, Jiuxu learned the answer from the celestial soldiers. You may not be aware, but after you were imprisoned, the world-destroying Black Lotus resurfaced in the 3 realms, and its master intends to bring chaos. Indeed, it seems the 3 realms are on the brink of turmoil. The celestial soldiers and generals of the heavenly court are currently mobilizing, preparing for a battle against the demons. The days ahead may be challenging. Several celestial soldiers chimed in. Though Jiuxu maintained a calm exterior, his heart raced with shock. It turned out that the summoning of the world-destroying Black Lotus had caused such a considerable uproar in the heavenly court. Jiuxu am devoted to the heavenly court. How could I possibly bring harm to the 3 realms? He silently pondered. Meanwhile, within the quarters of the camp officer in the 9th patrol team, he narrowly escaped a catastrophe. Shotong listened to the commotion outside, his brow furrowed. According to the information he had received, the higher-ups were scheduled to act against the Black Devil ancestor tonight. However, to his surprise, it was still early evening when the officer in charge of the 9th patrol team sent men to retrieve Jiuxu from the heavenly prison, subsequently confirming his innocence under the heart-reflecting mirror. Fortunately, Jiuxu had not divulged the events of the previous day. Shotong sighed in relief. After all, he had been ensnared by the drunken soul technique, rendering him utterly oblivious to the occurrences of yesterday. Yet, He could not fathom how Jiuxu had forged a connection with the Yaoqi Palace. Was it the Flower Fairy? A middle-tier golden immortal and a middle-tier celestial immortal. This should not be the case. Shou Tong was perplexed by this conundrum. He only knew that Princess Yuan had come to the camp seeking Jiuxu to deliver rewards from the Queen Mother. The specifics of what transpired behind the scenes remained a mystery. Tomorrow, he would need to consult with Yun Zue about this matter. With a somber expression, he contemplated his predicament. He understood that having boarded this ship, there was no turning back. He must tread carefully, for failure to do so would lead to irreparable consequences, leaving him with no chance of reincarnation. Chapter 10 Tian Gang 36 Methods after Jiuxu returned. He grabbed a wine jug and shared a hearty drink with Jing Tian. Indeed, it was thanks to Jing Tian's significant contributions that he was able to escape the heavenly prison. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss on how to inform the Flower Fairy. While they drank, Jing Tian recounted his experience of delivering a message to the flower garden. Upon hearing it, Jiuxu felt as though he had burned incense at the Three Pure Ones' residence. Originally, this young man almost failed to enter the Yaoqi Palace due to the recent disturbances caused by demons in the western regions, prompting the patrol heavenly soldiers to intensify their vigilance. Although Jing Tian was a lowly celestial being, his affiliation with the patrol soldiers was limited to the southern region of the heavenly court. When the patrol soldiers of the western region saw him, they barred his entry into the Yaoqi Palace, let alone the 100 Flowers garden within. Ultimately, it was only thanks to an acquaintance of the 100 Flowers fairy that he was permitted entry, altering the course of events. Otherwise, Jiuxu would still be languishing in the heavenly prison had he remained there. It was conceivable that the enemies of the 100 Flowers fairy would unleash further deadly schemes against him. He could only hope for a peaceful existence henceforth, allowing him to sign in steadily until his strength grew formidable enough to withstand the myriad deities above. Jiuxu Saiyin Wali. The night wore on as he indulged in drink. It was not until deep into the night that Jiuxu returned to his quarters. Soon, another night passed, and a new day dawned. Where shall I sign in today? Rising from his meditation mat, he prepared to join the patrol of the heavenly court. His identity as a patrol soldier would undoubtedly lead him to discover numerous mystical remnants within the southern region of the heavenly court. Yet, before he could reach the Run Shun camp, a personal soldier of the celestial general blocked his path. Jiuxu, come with me to the general's camp. The soldier, clad in impressive armor, commanded in a deep voice. Again, Jiuxu's heart sank. Just the previous evening, he had cleared his name before the general's heart-testing mirror. What business could he have there again today? Truth be told, he felt a twinge of apprehension regarding that mirror. Hidden within his system warehouse lay the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus, a true treasure of the demonic sect. The tense atmosphere among the celestial beings yesterday was a direct consequence of his actions with that very lotus. Could it be that someone had discovered his secret? He quickly dismissed such a notion. The contents of his system warehouse were well concealed. If he had truly been discovered, a mere personal soldier would not have been sent, but rather an army of celestial soldiers to subdue him. Before long, Jiuxu found himself outside the grand hall of the general's camp. Inside stood two figures, a middle-aged man wielding a tiger-head battle knife and a graceful fairy clad in a flowing red gown. The middle-aged man was General Zhu, commander of the 9th Patrol Team, whom Jiuxu had met the previous day. The red-clad fairy, however, was a stranger to him. Jiuxu, come forth and meet Fairy Yuan. General Zhu called out to him from within the hall. Fairy Yuan? Jiuxu immediately recalled that she was the eldest among the 7 fairies. He hastened into the hall, but as he entered, he paused momentarily, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. General Zhu raised an eyebrow. General, forgive me. I was startled in the heavenly prison yesterday, and my internal energy has yet to stabilize, hence my unsteady steps. Jiuxu quickly bowed in deference. Yet, internally he was elated, for a prompt echoed in his mind. Current location meets sign-in criteria. Would you like to sign in? This general's camp was indeed a mystical remnant. Ripe for signing in, he had visited the previous day, but had already used his sign-in opportunity at the prison's gate, thus receiving no prompt at the general's camp. Today, with the opportunity refreshed, he discovered this hidden marvel. How fortunate he was to have come, lest he miss out on this mystical place. Silently, he murmured, sign in. Sign-in successful. You have acquired the 36 techniques of Tiangang. This mystical remnant has been exhausted. No second sign-in can be performed. The 36 techniques of Tiangang? Jiuxu felt a hint of confusion, for he had only heard of the 36 transformations of Tiangang, yet never the techniques. However, before he could delve into the details of his reward, Fairy Yuhuan turned to General Zhu with a smile. General, may we speak privately? Haha, of course. General Zhu boomed with laughter, patting Jiuxu on the shoulder, praising, "You've done well." In his eyes, Jiuxu had once been merely an ordinary soldier of middling celestial rank, but since yesterday, he had become anything but ordinary, worthy of his attention. The connection to the Yaoqi Palace indicated that Jiuxu possessed significant abilities. With that, General Zhu exited the hall, leaving Jiuxu alone with Fairy Yuhuan. Jiuxu, I have come at the behest of the Queen Mother to bestow upon you a reward, Fairy Yuhuan said, regarding him with an enigmatic gaze as a not overly large peach appeared in her hand. Thank you, Queen Mother, and thank you, Fairy, Jiuxu replied, bowing respectfully but hesitating to take the peach. May I inquire why the Queen Mother wishes to reward me? After returning to the camp yesterday, he had heard whispers of the Queen Mother's generosity, yet the reasons remained a mystery. Did you not give the seeds of the 9-leaf purple cloud flower to the 100 Flowers Fairy? Yesterday, she presented those seeds to the Queen Mother. Such a rare flower seed, imbued with great auspiciousness, is a treasure seldom found in the 3 realms. The Queen Mother acknowledges your contribution in discovering it, and thus grants you this reward. You should graciously accept it. Fairy Yuhuan spoke softly. Ah, I see. Jiuxu replied, a sense of realization dawning upon him as he accepted the peach. To refuse would be to harm the 100 Flowers Fairy. Accepting it would validate the lies she had spun before the Queen Mother. However, doing so would also bind him to another debt of gratitude towards her. A peach that could grant one instant ascension to immortality was certainly of immense value. Quite clever of you, not to waste the thoughtful intentions of Sister 100 Flowers. Fairy Yuhuan nodded. Huh. Jiuxu was puzzled by her words. Do you know the origin of the 9-leaf purple cloudflower seeds? Fairy Yuhuan suddenly inquired. Jiuxu shook his head. In truth, those seeds were discovered by Sister 100 Flowers before her ascension to the Heavenly Court. She regarded them as a life-saving talisman. For although the Heavenly Court appears harmonious, it conceals numerous perils. She kept the seeds to safeguard herself against any infractions of heavenly law, and she willingly sacrificed her life-saving treasure to save you. Yesterday, Sister 100 Flowers urged me to keep this a secret, but I felt it best to share it with you, Fairy Yuhuan said with a serious expression. Jiuxu was taken aback, suddenly recalling various folktales he had heard in his past life regarding the 100 Flowers Fairy. Though he had forgotten much, he vaguely remembered that, according to myth, she had indeed transgressed against heavenly law, resulting in her fall to the mortal realm, enduring significant hardships. Coupled with Fairy Yuhuan's revelations, could it be inferred that at some point in the future, the 100 Flowers Fairy would commit a grave offense in the Heavenly Court, and in doing so, sacrifice the 9-leaf purple cloud flower seeds to preserve her life, yet still suffer the trials of reincarnation? Now, if she were to lose those seeds, would she not face immediate execution at the celestial execution stage, rather than merely being cast down to the mortal realm? Jiuxu suddenly realized that his escape from the perilous heavenly prison, aided by the 100 Flowers Fairy, was no mere act of receiving salvation. Although he had been implicated due to her, this time, she had selflessly offered her precious life-saving flower seeds to rescue him. Thus, the intricate relationship between them remains elusive and chaotic. Should he possess a narrow-minded disposition, he would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards the Flower Fairy for entangling him in her affairs. Yet, Jiuxu is not such a person. The phrase the most difficult to endure is the grace of a beauty surfaced in his mind. I believe, if you are truly considerate, it would be best to express your gratitude to Sister Baiwa in person. The Fairy Yuhuan cast a mysterious glance at Jiuxu once more. Thank you for the information, Fairy. Jiuxu shall remember. With a solemn expression, Jiuxu performed a respectful salute. Fairy Yuhuan nodded in satisfaction and gracefully departed. Although the Flower Fairy denied any connection with Jiuxu, she sensed that their relationship was far from simple. After all, one is a mid-tier golden immortal of the Heavenly Court, while the other is merely a lowly patrolling celestial soldier. The disparity in their statuses is immense, and it is no wonder the Flower Fairy would vehemently deny any association. As a close sister of the Flower Fairy, Fairy Yuhuan felt compelled to lend a hand. Jiuxu promptly requested leave from General Zhu Tian, preparing to head towards the flower garden. Aware of Jiuxu's connection to the Yao Qi, General Zhu Tian readily granted him leave with a generous spirit. Subsequently, while soaring through the clouds, Jiuxu took a moment to check the rewards for today's sign-in. Within the system's repository, he found not only a Black Lotus platform, but also an ancient golden scroll titled The 36 Heavenly Techniques, encompassing 36 divine powers, manipulating creation, summoning wind and rain, transforming beings into soldiers, piercing barriers for insight, inverting yin and yang, and directing the primordial yang. The Golden Scroll detailed the 36 heavenly techniques along with the power and effects of each divine power. After perusing this, Jiuxu grasped the distinction between the 36 heavenly techniques and the 36 transformations. The 36 transformations merely constitute an advanced form of transformation, while the 36 heavenly techniques are indeed practical divine powers. Jiuxu was elated. Techniques such as summoning wind and rain and transforming beings into soldiers need no further introduction. They are renowned practical divine powers from mythology. Others, like the foremost technique of manipulating creation, embody the essence of creation itself, capable of altering the fabric of heaven and earth, transforming the non-existent into the existent, and reviving the dead. It was through this very divine power that the sage Hua created humanity. Its potency is beyond imagination. Additionally, the lesser-known technique of piercing barriers for insight is a divine power that enables one to see through obstructions and gain insight into all things, far surpassing the capabilities of the 1,000-mile eye and the listening wind ear. Truly formidable. Without hesitation, Jiuxu extracted and utilized this sign-in reward, and immediately, the golden scroll transformed into glimmering specks of light, merging into his consciousness. In an instant, his mind was flooded with profound insights into the divine powers, granting him mastery over these techniques. As his cultivation progresses, he will gradually unleash the true might of these divine powers. Next, while soaring through the clouds, Jiuxu organized his understanding of the 36 divine powers and swiftly arrived at the flower garden of the Yaoqi Palace. Meanwhile, at the same palace, the officer Zhou Tong of the 9th Patrol Team had quietly arrived at the Yulu Garden. The fairy Yunzue sat by the spring, her delicate feet gently swaying in the water, yet her lovely face bore a furrowed brow. "Fairy, have you learned anything? Why does the Yaoqi Palace wish to save Jiuxu?" Zhou Tong, who had been standing nearby for quite some time, inquired once again. "Is all the doing of that wretched Baiwa. She somehow acquired a seed of the 9-leaf purple cloud flower and presented it to the goddess, claiming it was found by Jiuxu. The goddess, recognizing her discovery, granted a reward, thus thwarting our plan to silence him." The expression of Fairy Yunzhe turned cold. Others, unaware of the truth, believed that Jiuxu genuinely found the seed, but she was well aware that he had been ensnared by her intoxicating spell, lost in a stupor, and could not possibly deliver the seed to the flower garden before Zhou Tong arrived at the flower garden. An incident must have occurred between the flower fairy and Jiuxu, which they were oblivious to. However, despite her understanding, Fairy Yunzue could not expose this truth without jeopardizing herself. What a predicament! Given the Yaoqi's involvement, any attempt to silence Jiuxu would prove challenging. If he were to survive, any inquiry into his background could unravel the tasks assigned to them by the Star Lord, exposing them to consequences far worse than the Heavenly Court's punishment. Certainly, the Star Lord would not let them off lightly. Zhou Tong was filled with apprehension. There is no need for concern. Did Jiuxu not already pass before the mirror of inquiry yesterday? Fairy Yunzue shook her head. Since even your heavenly general's mirror of inquiry failed to discern these matters, Jiuxu is even less likely to uncover our previous manipulation of him to frame the flower fairy. For the time being, our primary goal should be to eliminate the flower fairy. She is a crucial element in the Star Lord's schemes and must be removed. A sinister smile graced the delicate face of Fairy Yunzue, followed by a cold chuckle. As for that celestial soldier, he poses no threat. Jiuxu is nothing but a coward, even when I imprisoned him in the heavenly dungeon. He was so frightened by its ominous atmosphere that he cried out pitifully for a long time. Zhou Tong joined in her laughter. Let us disregard him for now. Prepare swiftly. The Queen Mother's birthday, in 6 months, will be an opportune time for us to execute our plans. Your clever scheme, Fairy, I shall certainly remember. In the flower garden, where the water murmured and the fragrance of blossoms wafted through the air, 2 figures stood by the mist-laden celestial pond. Jiuxu, why do you pause? Continue, urged the flower fairy, her longing expression unmasked. Jiuxu, standing by the pond, snapped back to attention, a fleeting spark of divine light flashing in his eyes. Though his gaze seemed fixed on the flower fairy, his focus was directed towards the Yulu garden. The 36 heavenly techniques, piercing barriers for insight. Chapter 12. Marvelous, truly marvelous. Upon arriving at the flower garden, Jiuxu, having not seen the flower fairy for a day, refrained from uttering any platitudes of gratitude, as such expressions would be too sentimental. Moreover, his current status was merely that of a lowly mid-tier celestial soldier, and saying such things would ring hollow, even if the flower fairy believed them. Additionally, he had intended to return the 3,000-year-old peach to the flower fairy, as it was obtained in exchange for the seed, but she declined to accept it. Jiuxu understood that in the flower fairy's heart, this peach was a form of compensation for him. Thus, he chose to repay her on the spot, leading to the earlier scene. Witnessing the intense desire reflected on her breathtaking visage, Jiuxu realized that the item he presented had completely captivated the flower fairy. Known as one of the 4 beauties of the heavenly court, clearing his throat, he committed the insights he had just discerned to memory, and continued, Fairy, we have just discussed the root grafting method of the grafting technique. Now, shall we delve into the branch grafting method? Yes, the flower fairy eagerly nodded. The methods of grafting can be categorized into root grafting, branch grafting, and bud grafting. Among these, branch grafting is further divided into techniques such as cleft grafting, whip grafting, saddle grafting, tongue grafting, and approach grafting. Taking the peony as an example, let us first discuss the technique of cleft grafting. We can insert the prepared cut surface of the flower plant into the incision of the rootstock. Jiuxu diligently recalled the grafting techniques he had learned in his previous life. As the son of a diligent farmer, his knowledge in this area was hardly surprising. However, it was rather astonishing that the flower fairy, arguably the most skilled horticulturist in the 3 realms, was unfamiliar with the art of grafting. This was the very reason Jiuxu decided to impart his knowledge to her. For the flower fairy, other matters such as elixirs, magical treasures, or mystical powers likely paled in comparison to the allure of grafting techniques. Just after Jiuxu explained the method of root grafting, he was suddenly inspired and employed the technique of wall perception from the 36 celestial techniques. To his surprise, this method allowed him to see through layers of barriers and unexpectedly witness a conversation between Zhou Tong and the cloud-drunken fairy. Thus, he became momentarily distracted. Following the flower fairy's encouragement, Jiuxu elaborated on various grafting techniques. The flower fairy's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, astonishing. This method is truly marvelous. It can influence the growth habits of plants, enhance their survival rates, and even select superior varieties. Moreover, this technique could potentially be applied to graft other fruit-bearing plants, thereby improving their quality and increasing their yield. Jiuxu, what you have described is nothing short of a divine boon for humanity. Jiuxu was taken aback by the flower fairy's ability to extrapolate the broader implications of grafting so effortlessly. She was indeed a professional. I must thoroughly study this method and present it to the Queen Mother in the future, ensuring its dissemination throughout the 3 realms, allowing the common folk to benefit from its blessings. The flower fairy declared. Jiuxu felt a deep respect for her. He had underestimated her vast aspirations. Jiuxu, please elaborate on why this method is so remarkable. What natural principles are encapsulated within it? The flower fairy inquired eagerly. She was responsible for overseeing all flora in the heavenly court and was well versed in the growth habits of various flowers, mastering an array of cultivation techniques. In matters of horticulture, no one in the heavenly court or even the entire 3 realms could surpass her. Yet, in the face of this magical grafting technique, she was utterly captivated, unable to maintain her usual composure, and the wisdom she had previously exhibited in saving lives was nowhere to be seen. Moreover, after the events of the past 2 days, their relationship seemed to have grown closer, leading her to be less formal. This method belongs to asexual reproduction, which even mortals can execute, Jiuxu replied, momentarily at a loss for words. He realized he would need to discuss biological concepts with the flower fairy as well. Ultimately, Jiuxu spent an entire day in the flower garden, leaving only after the flower fairy, still filled with enthusiasm, bid him farewell. They agreed to reconvene soon to explore further knowledge and techniques, as there were still many concepts the flower fairy had yet to grasp. However, throughout their discourse, neither mentioned the 9-leaf purple cloud flower seeds, for to do so would reduce their relationship to mere apologies and debts of gratitude, rather than the joyful exchange of professional knowledge they were currently enjoying. As twilight descended, Jiuxu hurried back to the 9th Patrol Team's Renshun camp. At this hour, he caught the attention of several observant individuals, including Zhu Tianjiang, the leader of the 9th Patrol, Zhou Tong, the camp officer, and a few other astute patrolling celestial soldiers. They all confirmed one point. Jiuxu had a significant connection with the Yaoqi Palace, having spent a whole day in the company of the female immortals therein, unbeknownst to Jiuxu, who had already returned to his quarters. He did not seek to flaunt his connections. Moreover, he had no time to concern himself with their scrutinizing gazes. Today, in the flower garden, the information he inadvertently gleaned through wall perception confirmed his earlier suspicions from the celestial prison. The flower fairy's enemies were indeed formidable. Initially, upon discovering Zhou Tong's clandestine meeting with the cloud-drunken fairy, he had assumed it was merely a dispute between the flower fairy and the cloud-drunken fairy. However, he was taken aback when they mentioned the term Star-Lord. Who was the Star-Lord? As far as Jiuxu knew, there were numerous celestial beings in the heavenly court who bore the title of Star-Lord, such as the Southern Dipper 6 Star-Lords and the Northern Dipper 7 Star-Lords, as well as others like the Fire Virtue Star-Lord, all of whom were powerful figures with substantial backgrounds. Any one of them could easily overpower him, even now that he had attained the low-grade, golden immortal status, provided he did not utilize the world-destroying Black Lotus. This ancestral treasure ensured his invincibility. However, in the heavenly court, it was preferable to avoid relying on such artifacts, as he did not wish to witness the grand spectacle of celestial beings firsthand. That said, Jiuxu began to understand why those plotting against the flower fairy could command a high-grade golden immortal from the demonic sect within the celestial prison to eliminate him. A mere patrol soldier. In truth, the schemes targeting the flower fairy likely involved more than just personal vendettas. They entailed broader machinations. Seated on the mat in his quarters, Jiuxu fell into deep contemplation, reflecting on the information revealed during Zhou Tong and the cloud-drunken fairy's conversation. However, he had no intention of revealing this information to the flower fairy directly, as he could not disclose his source of intelligence without exposing himself. Doing so would violate his principles. Yet, to remain passive in the face of danger was equally contrary to his moral code. The joy they had shared while discussing biological knowledge during the day weighed heavily on him. He was not a callous individual who could ignore the plight of others. For now, he resolved to proceed cautiously, perhaps visiting the flower garden more frequently to monitor the movements of the cloud-drunken fairy at the Yulu garden using wall perception. With his current capabilities, he could not directly perceive the Yaoqi Palace from the Renshun camp. Chapter 13. Deliberate targeting time flowed swiftly, and a month soon passed in the heavenly court. Leveraging his identity as a patrol soldier, Jiuxu discovered numerous remnants of arcane wonders in the southern realm of the heavenly court. However, most of these sites were quickly depleted after a single visit. Of course, he also unearthed several locations that allowed for repeated visits, such as the southern heavenly gate. He reaped a significant harvest of celestial elixirs and various magical artifacts from these places. In terms of value, his gains over the past month were neither grand nor trivial. Compared to his first 3 days after arriving in the heavenly court, his rewards from signing in were undoubtedly modest. Yet, when compared to other patrol soldiers and even camp officers, his achievements this month were remarkable. Ordinary celestial beings, after barely breaking through to a new level of cultivation, often required decades or even centuries to stabilize their powers. In contrast, Jiuxu had already reached the mid-grade golden immortal level, his cultivation rivaling that of established immortals like the Flower Fairy and the Jade Ring Fairy. Over the course of this month, he had consumed a drop of the Millennium Lingyun stalactite, transforming into a low-grade golden immortal, and subsequently feasted on the 3,000-year-old peach bestowed by the Queen Mother, achieving yet another breakthrough to become a mid-grade golden immortal. Such a rapid elevation, if it were anyone else, would naturally lead to unstable cultivation, chaotic spiritual power, and the imminent danger of succumbing to obsession. However, after his transformation, Jiuxu experienced a metamorphosis of both body and soul, thus rendering such worries unnecessary. Furthermore, the innate truth bestowed upon him by the millennial Lingyun stalactite concealed his celestial secrets and cultivation level. Consequently, in the eyes of the celestial soldiers of the Renshin camp, Jiuxu appeared merely as a fortunate low-grade golden immortal, having ascended from a mid-grade celestial being merely by consuming a 3,000-year-old peach of immortality. Truly, the heavens seem unjust. No one found this unreasonable, for the peaches of immortality from the Yaoqi are indeed rare treasures of the universe, capable of granting immediate ascension to those who partake of them. Typically, a mid-grade celestial consuming such a peach could directly become a high-grade celestial, and those fortunate enough might even attain the status of a low-grade golden immortal. On this day, it was once again Jiuxu's turn to patrol the southern domain of the Heavenly Court, in the training grounds of the 9th Patrol Team at the Renshin camp. Officer Zhou Tong was outlining the patrol routes for the day. The first team, Jiang Qi Fan, Yin Yu, and the other 10 were assigned to the southern Heavenly Gate area. The second team, Liang He, Qi Yin, and their 10 comrades were tasked with the celestial slaughter platform. Upon hearing this arrangement, Jiuxu felt a stir within. It was a rotation. The 10 squads of the Renshin camp exchanged patrol areas every month. Previously, his squad was responsible for the southern Heavenly Gate, but now they were to switch to another region. Soon, he heard Zhou Tong announce his name. 9th team, Jiuxu, Jing Tian, and the other 10 will patrol the Lingxiao Palace area. Lingxiao Palace. Instantly, all the other patrolling celestial soldiers of the Renshan camp directed sympathetic glances toward Jiuxu and Jing Tian, some filled with schadenfreude. Patrolling outside Lingxiao Palace was the most arduous task. It served as the venue for the Jade Emperor and the celestial officials to convene. Although the opportunity to witness such powerful beings was a privilege, it also entailed great risk. A careless encounter with these celestial beings could lead to dire consequences. Therefore, whenever patrol assignments changed, everyone silently wished not to be assigned to Lingxiao Palace. Especially recently, no one was eager to go there, for since the reemergence of the World Destruction Black Lotus, the frequency of celestial meetings had increased dramatically. To uncover the identity of the Black Lotus's master, the Jade Emperor and the celestial officials' tempers had escalated, reaching a boiling point. If the patrolling soldiers were not cautious and inadvertently offended these celestial beings, it could result in their immediate downfall or even a swift execution. This time, it was Jiuxu and his 10-member team's turn to patrol the Lingxiao Palace area. Jing Tian, concerned, looked at Jiuxu, worried for both himself and Jiuxu. Since Jiuxu had revealed his low-grade golden immortal status after consuming the peach of immortality, he had been promoted by General Zhu to lead this small team. Should any trouble arise, the captain would bear the greatest responsibility. No worries, just be cautious. Jiuxu reassured. Yet he inwardly mused, I had thought that this month, neither the immortal Yunze nor Zhou Tong would stir any trouble. And now they throw me into this situation. It suits my desires perfectly. I have yet to check in at Lingxiao Palace since arriving in the Heavenly Court. As a patrolling celestial soldier, I can access many areas of the Heavenly Court, but certain crucial sites remain beyond my reach. Today, Zhou Tong has granted me the opportunity to approach Lingxiao Palace. As the epicenter of power in the three realms, the remnants of mysteries there must be extraordinary. Meanwhile, after assigning the patrol duties, Zhou Tong's gaze inadvertently swept over Jiuxu. Your luck cannot always be so favorable. His heart brimmed with jealousy and malice. It was infuriating that Jiuxu, having ascended to low-grade golden immortal status through a mere 3,000-year-old peach, now stood on par with him. What incredible fortune! He had toiled for a millennium to attain the same rank. This was one of the reasons for his renewed animosity towards Jiuxu. Although Yun Zue had previously advised him to disregard this insignificant celestial soldier, Jiuxu was no longer the minor celestial of a month ago. With his current cultivation, coupled with the connection to the Yaoqi he posed a genuine threat to Zhou Tong's position. Thus, he cannot permit Jiuxu to thrive. Furthermore, he believed that only Jiuxu's demise would prevent the exposure of their previous manipulation of him to scheme against the Hundred Flowers Fairy. Should that incident come to light, it would plunge him into an irretrievable abyss. Yet, due to the Yaoqi's influence, he could no longer confront Jiuxu openly, opting instead to exploit the monthly patrol rotation to assign Jiuxu to a perilous area. If fortune favored him, perhaps Jiuxu could be implicated in wrongdoing. After all, the Heavenly Court was rife with tension. Jiuxu and Jing Tian, along with the other patrolling celestial soldiers, a total of 10, soared towards Lingxiao Palace. Captain, Lingxiao Palace has always been patrolled by the unfortunate teams 2, 6, and 10. The sudden assignment to our team clearly targets you. At this time, sending us to the Lingxiao Palace area is akin to pushing us into a fiery pit. If something goes awry, the captain will bear the heaviest blame. The celestial soldiers voiced their concerns. Brother Ji, I say, why not challenge the camp officer instead? Defeat him and take his position, Jing Tian boldly suggested. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the celestial soldiers brightened. Chapter 14. Signing in and shattering the glazed lamp. The celestial soldier camp is a realm where relationships and backgrounds matter, but ultimately, strength is the true measure. Thus, celestial soldiers are allowed to challenge their officers, and officers may challenge celestial generals. As long as they succeed and receive heavenly court approval, they can take their place. However, such instances are rare, for the higher the position within the heavenly court, the greater the resources and benefits, making it easier to advance in strength. For lower-tier celestial soldiers, unless an extraordinary opportunity arises, they seldom manage to ascend and challenge an officer. In the eyes of the 9th Squad celestial soldiers, their captain Jiuxu was a celestial soldier who had defied the odds. Jiuxu remained silent, and upon hearing Jing Tian's suggestion, he smiled and replied, "Do you believe that a low-grade golden immortal who ascended through consuming a peach can compare to one who has cultivated for a millennium? Which do you think has the better chance?" The celestial soldiers fell silent, some sighed, and others appeared dejected. Indeed, they had overestimated their chances. Jiuxu maintained his smile and gently shook his head. He could certainly defeat Zhou Tong, but now was not the time to act. Who knew the identity of the Star Lord hidden behind Yun Zue and Zhou Tong? Should he act rashly and disrupt the Star Lord's plans, it would undoubtedly invite calamity upon himself. Furthermore, such challenges would inevitably attract attention. Should they occur, it might draw even more scrutiny. Jiuxu believed it wise to remain low-key and steadily progress. Moreover, as the captain of the patrolling celestial soldiers, he already possessed a degree of freedom to explore the various remnants of mysteries within the heavenly court. After this, the team refrained from discussing challenges further. Before long, they arrived at the region of the Lingxiao Palace. The magnificent Lingxiao Palace, surrounded by 5-colored auspicious clouds, stood majestically among the numerous palaces and temples of the heavenly realm. The radiant golden light emanating from its dome signified that today was another day for court discussions. Even before reaching the Lingxiao Palace, many distinguished celestial officials and valiant deities could be seen hurrying along on clouds, their expressions serious, lacking the usual air of ease and leisure. At this moment, Jiuxu, accompanied by his patrol heavenly soldiers, was preparing to commence their patrol when a formidable golden-armored deity, adorned with a tiger head badge and wielding a demon-subduing staff, approached them. "I am the guard of the Emperor's presence. Who among you is the captain?" The imposing golden-armored deity inquired, his voice deep and commanding. The gaze of the heavenly soldiers converged upon Jiuxu, who, at that moment, had already fixed his eyes upon the golden-armored deity. Could this be the reincarnation of the most honest man in the journey to the west? He had not yet been banished to the mortal realm. "Is it you?" The guard of the curtains furrowed his brow slightly. "Your subordinate pays respects, General." Jiuxu stepped forward and cupped his fists in salute. "Listen well. Your squad is responsible for patrolling the Lingxiao Palace area for the next month. The atmosphere in the heavenly realm has been somewhat tense lately, so be vigilant. If you provoke the Emperor, it will not be enough to merely lose your heads." The golden-armored deity declared menacingly, exuding a terrifying aura that seemed to surpass that of the golden immortal realm, as if a mere breath could annihilate Jiuxu's entire team. "Rest assured, General, It is my duty, and I shall endeavor with utmost diligence. Jiuxu replied boldly. The golden-armored deity, satisfied with the display of authority, nodded and departed, preparing to return to the Jade Emperor and serve him during court. Jiuxu watched his retreating figure, inwardly scoffing at the notion of beheading at the slightest provocation. Was this truly an honest man? However, upon reflection, it seemed that after being banished to the mortal realm, the guard of the curtains had not been a benevolent figure, having caused chaos and harm in the lower realms. Subsequently, Jiuxu led his team on patrol, while simultaneously searching for remnants of the profound mysteries. He observed the celestial officials and deities rushing by, none of whom he recognized. Yet, their names were certainly familiar to him. Soon enough, the court discussions within the Lingxiao Palace commenced. The Jade Emperor, seated upon his divine throne, sternly inquired, "The world-destroying Black Lotus has re-emerged in the three realms, and it has been over a month. Do any of you have leads on its master?" The atmosphere in the hall grew tense and oppressive. The celestial officials and deities remained silent, hesitant to respond. Li Jing, the Jade Emperor, began to call names, starting with the Grand Marshal of the Heavenly Army, the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King. "Your Majesty, I am guilty," said the Tai by jinxing. "Your Majesty, I am guilty." Wuqing Xingjuan, he added. The Jade Emperor remained expressionless as he pointed out one after another, intensifying the already heavy atmosphere, as if a tempest of wrath could erupt at any moment. At that moment, Jiuxu and his patrol reached a corner near the entrance of the Lingxiao Palace, where he could faintly hear the voices within, including the names the Jade Emperor had called out, great figures from myth and legend. This was Jiuxu's first time so close to the center of power in the three realms. Suddenly, a notification rang in his mind. Current location meets sign-in conditions. Would you like to sign in? He was overjoyed, having searched everywhere for remnants of the profound mysteries, only to find them in this corner. He quickly thought to himself, sign in successful. You have obtained the chaotic heavenly scripture. Inside the Lingxiao Palace, a profound silence enveloped the hall. The Jade Emperor had finished questioning all the celestial officials and deities, each declaring themselves guilty. You all claim guilt? What use have I for you? Should I too declare, I am guilty? The Jade Emperor spoke solemnly. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. It is my failing that I could not uncover the master of the world-destroying Black Lotus, a crime deserving of death. Your Majesty, please. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens, as if the world were coming to an end. Countless terrifying bolts of lightning split the sky, striking directly upon the Lingxiao Palace. This grand and magnificent palace trembled violently, and the terrifying force of the thunder disrupted the celestial powers within the deities, showing signs of uncontrollable chaos. The celestial officials and deities within the hall were struck with shock, and the Jade Emperor's face turned pale. As the chosen supreme emperor, what did it mean for the thunder to strike him directly? Was it a sign of his moral failings, or had some unknown calamity occurred? Amidst the chaos, a distinct sound suddenly resonated, as if something had shattered upon hitting the ground, drawing the attention of the Jade Emperor and the celestial officials. It was the glazed lamp, the one gifted to the Emperor by the Tao ancestor. Gazing at the shards on the floor, the Jade Emperor stood bewildered, as did the celestial officials. They all recalled that the glazed lamp had always been placed upon the table beside the Jade Emperor. Now it lay in pieces. What did this signify? Coupled with the earlier thunder striking the Lingxiao Palace, could it be that their failure to identify the master of the world-destroying Black Lotus had provoked the Tao ancestors' wrath? They were all too aware that the previous master of the world-destroying Black Lotus, the demon ancestor Luo, who was the archenemy of the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Chapter 15. The curtain guard descends to the mortal realm, a high-quality golden immortal within the Lingxiao Palace. These great immortals, capable of shaking the three realms with a mere step, were momentarily stunned. Curtain guard, the Jade Emperor suddenly barked. Your Majesty, I am guilty. The demon-subduing staff clattered to the ground with a loud crash. The golden-helmeted curtain guard, frightened, knelt upon the floor. It was he who had inadvertently shattered the glazed lamp. The cataclysmic thunder that had shaken the palace had disrupted his powers, causing him to lose his footing and strike the lamp on the table. Bring this unforgivable one. Take him away to be executed. The Jade Emperor's expression was as cold as frost. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. At that moment, The well-meaning Tai, by jinxing, hurriedly stepped forward to intercede. Your Majesty, the Tao ancestor is furious due to the world-destroying Black Lotus. The curtain guard merely made an unintentional mistake. If he is executed thus, it may not align with the Tao ancestor's true intent. The earthly fiends are currently waging war against the demon sect in the lower realms. Perhaps we should allow him to serve in the earthly fiends to atone for his sins. The Heavenly King, Li, also pleaded. Other celestial officials and deities joined in, advocating for leniency. They had witnessed the incident clearly. Under such circumstances, anyone standing beside the Jade Emperor could have accidentally struck the glazed lamp. The Jade Emperor was not one to act on impulse. His expression softened slightly as he spoke. Death may be avoided, but living punishment cannot escape. Curtain guard, your unintentional shattering of the Tao ancestor's glazed lamp is inexcusable. Henceforth, you are banished to the mortal realm and shall endure the punishment of 10,000 swords piercing your heart every 7 days. In a corner outside the hall, Jiuxu felt a wave of astonishment. Was this curtain guard banished because of me? According to the progression of the journey to the west, the curtain guard was destined for banishment, yet he never imagined that the underlying reason was due to his sign-in at the Lingxiao Palace. The thunder and lightning had coincided with the moment he completed the sign-in. Was it mere coincidence or something more? Jiuxu found himself in a state of bewilderment, while the patrol celestial soldiers in his squad were filled with relief. The cataclysmic scene they had just witnessed would undoubtedly incite the wrath of the Jade Emperor. Had the Emperor's fury not been satiated, it was entirely possible that, upon leaving court, this ire could inadvertently fall upon them, the celestial soldiers, tasked with patrolling the Lingxiao Palace and responsible for identifying such dangers. Their failure to do so in the face of the thunderous calamity above could be deemed a dereliction of duty. If the Jade Emperor were to act rashly, it was conceivable that they could face dire consequences. Fortunately, the great general of the curtain had inadvertently shattered the Tao ancestor's glazed lamp. Though the Jade Emperor was angered, after dealing with the great general, his fury had subsided significantly, sparing them from indiscriminate punishment. Now, to avoid attracting further ire, Jiuxu quickly led his celestial soldiers to patrol the rear of the Lingxiao Palace. Once they were a safe distance away, Jiuxu exhaled a sigh of relief, silently apologizing to Laojun. Regardless of whether it was mere coincidence or fate, the great general's demotion and the punishment of being pierced by 10,000 swords every 7 days were intricately linked to his recent sign-in. However, Jiuxu did not dwell on this matter. The great general's descent to the mortal realm was merely a minor episode, since Laojun was destined to walk this path. There was little he could do. He then continued his patrol with the celestial soldiers, all the while discreetly examining the rewards from his sign-in. The name Chaos Heavenly Scripture resonated with an aura of magnificence. Chaos Heavenly Scripture, the primordial cultivation method practiced by Pangu, with 9 transformations of divine skill, capable of rendering one invincible and allowing for the simultaneous cultivation of body and soul, ensuring immortality. An overwhelming torrent of information regarding this cultivation method flooded Jiuxu's mind. The initial details left him astounded. It was, after all, a technique cultivated by Pangu, the primordial deity who forged the heavens and the earth. Upon thorough examination, Jiuxu gained a clearer understanding of the formidable nature of this method. For instance, the primary technique of the Chan sect, the 9 mysteries, was merely a simplified version of the Chaos Heavenly Scripture. The Erlang Shun, who practiced the 9 mysteries, possessed an immensely powerful body and soul, earning him the title of the heavenly realm's foremost warrior, capable of chasing the monkey to the ends of the earth. If the simplified version was already so potent, what might the complete Chaos Heavenly Scripture yield? The first transformation corresponded to the celestial immortal, the second to the golden immortal, the third to the supreme golden immortal. This method allowed for the simultaneous cultivation of body and soul, and with each transformation completed, one's strength would undergo a tremendous metamorphosis, rendering one invincible at the same level and enabling one to combat foes beyond their rank. Jiuxu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He felt he was on the verge of truly becoming powerful. The only caveat was the immense energy consumption required by this method, which was the price of its power. Take, for instance, the 9 mysteries as the strongest technique of the Chan sect. Why had only Erlang Shun Yangjian and Yuan Hong from the Fengshan era managed to master the earlier transformations? It was due to the exorbitant consumption of various resources, such as heavenly treasures and elixirs, that were simply beyond the reach of ordinary immortals. And, as the complete version of the method, the Chaos Heavenly Scripture would naturally demand even greater resources. Yet, with my sign-in system, I am not lacking in resources. I am certain I can master this divine skill. Jiuxu brimmed with confidence. The Lingxiao Palace was a treasure trove for repeated sign-ins, perhaps due to the frequent comings and goings of celestial officials and generals. The residual mysteries here were exceptionally abundant, yielding a diverse array of rewards from sign-ins. Thus, Jiuxu seized the opportunity to sign in daily while patrolling the Lingxiao Palace, receiving numerous precious elixirs and powerful techniques. As a month drew to a close and it was time for a change of guard, the camp officer Zhou Tong discovered that Jiuxu's squad had completed their patrol of the Lingxiao Palace without error throughout the entire month. This incited his jealousy, prompting him to use their outstanding performance as an excuse to allow Jiuxu's squad to continue their patrol. This arrangement was precisely what Jiuxu desired, as he preferred to maintain this routine indefinitely. Time flowed on, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. One night, while Jiuxu was cultivating in the barracks of the Rinshun camp, he suddenly felt a surge. His body and soul trembled lightly, and a radiant light began to shimmer. The second transformation of the Chaos Heavenly Scripture had been successfully cultivated. He had ascended to the upper grade Golden Immortal. Jiuxu opened his eyes and, in the darkness, could clearly see the divine light swirling within his gaze. He had initially been a middle grade Golden Immortal, and the first two transformations of the Chaos Heavenly Scripture posed little challenge for him. As long as he had sufficient elixirs, he could easily master them. The elixirs he had accumulated over the past 6 months of signing in at the Lingxiao Palace were perfectly adequate to meet his cultivation needs. With the cultivation of the Chaos Heavenly Scripture, I am invincible at the same level and can battle beyond my rank. Now, I no longer fear any celestial beings below the supreme Golden Immortal. Jiuxu realized he was drawing closer to his goal. Once he completed the third transformation, he would be unperturbed even if the monkey caused chaos in the Heavenly Palace. He could simply watch from the sidelines. Chapter 16. The wind rises at the Queen Mother's birthday banquet. Jiuxu took a few steps within the barracks, feeling the flow of his magical power. His body and soul radiated a brilliant light, and a powerful sensation surged within him. The battle spirit that had been stirring within him urged him to break through the roof, to tear apart the heavens, and become a transcendent being. No wonder the monkey dared to cause havoc in the Heavenly Palace. It was all because his strength had surged too rapidly. Jiuxu hurriedly suppressed the arrogant thoughts within him. If he remembered correctly, the monkey had cultivated at Mount Fongsuan for several years before becoming a supreme Golden Immortal. Though his power was formidable, he lacked the corresponding mindset. In short, he was immature. At that time, the monkey must have been just like Jiuxu had felt moments ago, wanting to exclaim, "I shall become the Heavenly Emperor," and thus disaster struck. Similar situations occurred with Neza, who, upon birth, possessed immense strength and also caused trouble. Whether one is human, demon, or otherwise, one must understand the virtue of humility. Jiuxu shook his head. Throughout the past 6 months, he had remained low-key. Even though he was aware that Zhou Tong was constantly targeting him, he refrained from retaliating. For any action could leave openings, while inaction allowed him to avoid leaving any incriminating evidence. Moreover, my spiritual incarnation has also been successfully cultivated, and I can now utilize it to operate within the heavenly court. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the room, holding a black long knife. Yet, Jiuxu's expression did not change. Instead, he remained calm, for this was his newly formed spiritual incarnation. The spiritual incarnation, a type of external manifestation of divine power, was exceedingly demanding to cultivate, requiring a strand of innate spirit and primordial essence to successfully condense the incarnation. Fortunately, after undergoing a transformation with the millennial Lingyun stalactite, both my body and soul merged with the essence of the primordial truth, meeting the requirements for cultivating the spiritual incarnation. As Jiuxu gazed at his spiritual incarnation, he felt as though it were a second body. Its appearance and aura were distinctively different from his own. if this incarnation were to walk outside. No one would recognize it as Jiuxu's avatar. This was the profound nature of the spiritual incarnation. Despite the rigorous cultivation conditions, once mastered, it would naturally become even more formidable. A smile graced Jiuxu's face. The incarnation of the primordial spirit, a divine ability he obtained from signing in at the Lingxiao Palace, possesses 80% of his strength. This avatar far surpasses the ordinary paper talisman clones and hair clones. Coupled with the soul-cutting blade, he has now attained the status of a high-grade golden immortal, and my primordial spirit incarnation can also engage in battle with him. Jiuxu's primordial spirit incarnation gently wielded the black long knife in hand, exuding a chilling aura that seemed capable of severing one's very soul. Soul-cutting blade, a postnatal spiritual treasure capable of severing the 3 souls and 7 spirits. This is also a boon he received from signing in at the Lingxiao Palace. A formidable weapon for taking lives. In addition to immortal artifacts, there are also postnatal spiritual treasures and innate treasures. Although the soul-cutting blade is a postnatal spiritual treasure, it is one of the rare and precious artifacts in the 3 realms. Even many Tai golden immortals lack such a treasure. In terms of value, the soul-cutting blade ranks among the top 3 rewards Jiuxu has received during his 6 months of signing in at the Lingxiao Palace. The first is naturally the Chaos Heavenly Scripture, the second is the Primordial Spirit Incarnation, and the third is the soul-cutting blade. From today onwards, my Primordial Spirit Incarnation shall be known as Hu Yi Dao, existing as both light and shadow alongside me. Jiuxu. The tense atmosphere in the heavenly court finally eased, and the celestial officials and divine generals breathed a sigh of relief. For today marks the birthday of the Queen Mother. The focus of the heavenly court has temporarily shifted from investigating the master of the world-destroying Black Lotus to celebrating the Queen Mother's birthday. In the 9th Patrol Team, the Runshin camp, the training ground was filled with patrolling celestial soldiers standing in neat rows, armed and armored. The camp officer, Zhou Tong, addressed everyone with a resonant voice. Today is the Queen Mother's birthday. Due to a shortage of patrolling celestial soldiers in the western region of the Heavenly Court, our camp has been assigned to assist in the defense of the Yaoqi Palace. I hope everyone will exert their utmost effort and refrain from causing any trouble. Most of the celestial soldiers wore expressionless faces, but Jiuxu's squad, including Jing Tian, immediately relaxed, relieved that they would not have to patrol the Lingxiao Palace anymore. For half a year, they had faced the formidable celestial officials and divine generals daily, where a moment's carelessness could cost them their lives. The task was exhausting. As the squad leader, Jiuxu felt a stir in his heart. Half a year ago, he had eavesdropped on a conversation between Zhou Tong and the fairy Yunzue in the 100 Flowers Garden through a gap in the wall. They had mentioned plotting against the 100 Flowers fairy on the Queen Mother's birthday, but they had not specified the details of their scheme. If they wished to deal with the 100 Flowers fairy, they must first pass through me. With a thought, Jiuxu employed the techniques of the 36 heavenly rites, transforming his primordial spirit incarnation into an imperceptible speck of dust that clung to Zhou Tong's armor. Just then, Zhou Tong's gaze fell upon Jiuxu, his eyes cold and calculating. In Zhou Tong's view, Jiuxu was a person of considerable fortune. Patrolling the Lingxiao Palace for 6 months without incident was no small feat. Even on the day the heavenly thunder struck the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor's wrath had not reached Jiuxu's squad. Such luck could not be overlooked. Once the Queen Mother's birthday celebrations concluded, I will arrange for you to resume patrolling the Lingxiao Palace. I do not believe your squad can avoid clashing with those celestial officials indefinitely. Zhou Tong thought, a chill running through him. He then addressed all the celestial soldiers in a deep voice, set forth. At the Yaoqi, in the sacred realm of the celestial palace, amidst the misty waters, palatial towers stood tall. Celestial birds soared above the floating islands, while the ethereal fairies of the Yaoqi Palace, adorned in colorful attire, carried flower baskets. Preparing for the Queen Mother's birthday feast, various celestial beings, each distinct in appearance, flew in on swords, riding cranes, and traversing clouds, converging from distant lands to the Yaoqi. Jiuxu, leading a squad of celestial soldiers, began their patrol of the Yaoqi. Over the past 6 months, he had seized the opportunity of patrolling the Lingxiao Palace to become acquainted with many celestial officials and divine generals. Of course, he recognized them, while they remained oblivious to him as a mere celestial soldier. The renowned figures, such as the Barefoot Immortal, the Southern Pole Immortal, and Guanyin Bodhisattva, exchanged friendly greetings upon meeting, showing no interest in the patrolling celestial soldiers, let alone noticing Jiuxu at the helm. Amidst this jubilant atmosphere, an incongruous voice suddenly broke through. "Ah, 100 Flowers Fairy, dressed so flamboyantly, are you trying to impress a certain celestial being?" This voice immediately drew the attention of the newly arrived celestial beings, directing all eyes towards them. The 100 Flowers Fairy, clad in a rainbow-hued cloud garment, appeared strikingly vibrant compared to her usual understated grace. In response to the teasing, the 100 Flowers Fairy remained calm. "This rainbow garment was bestowed upon me by the Queen Mother, and naturally, I wear it for her," she replied with a serene expression. It was then that everyone noticed the speaker was a female spirit transformed from a banana plant. Meanwhile, Jiuxu, patrolling from a distance, had already taken note of the banana spirit, who was dressed in dark green garments, her makeup heavy, resembling someone poisoned, standing in stark contrast to the vibrant 100 Flowers Fairy. All the celestial beings had gathered to celebrate the birthday, so they naturally refrained from dwelling on the playful banter between the female spirits and resumed their discussions about the feast. "I heard the 6,000-year peaches from the peach garden are ripe. The Queen Mother has prepared some for our banquet today. It seems we are in for a treat." "Indeed. It's just a pity they are not the legendary 10,000-year peaches. If they were, even we, who share the same lifespan as the heavens, would benefit immensely. Such precious treasures are reserved for the Jade Emperor and the Buddha. We are hardly worthy of them," they laughed. Soon entering a pavilion located at the center of the Yaoqi, where the birthday feast would take place. As a patrolling celestial soldier, Jiuxu had no right to take a seat, nor did he dare to hope for any 6,000-year peaches. He led his team in patrolling between the pavilions. Pondering the earlier encounter, the banana spirit, being a low-grade, golden immortal and of demon lineage, held a relatively low status in the heavenly court. She should not have dared to provoke the 100 Flowers Fairy. What could her actions signify? Was it merely a playful tease? Or was it to draw attention to the 100 Flowers Fairy? Though Jiuxu found it puzzling, he could not discern any underlying issues. He then utilized his primordial spirit incarnation attached to Zhou Tong to observe the situation. Discovering that Zhou Tong was patrolling diligently without any signs of plotting against the 100 Flowers Fairy. Soon, the ethereal voices of the celestial beings filled the air. The resplendent Queen Mother, accompanied by the 7 fairies, arrived riding a 5-colored auspicious cloud to the center pavilion of the Yaoqi. Before entering, they paused. "Your Majesty, that is Jiuxu," said the keen-eyed Yuan Fairy, spotting Jiuxu on patrol. "Oh!" The Queen Mother gazed down from the cloud and indeed saw a valiant young general. "He aided me in locating the seeds of the 9-leaf purple cloud flower, which is also commendable. Since he is here, allow him to join the feast and sit by the entrance," the Queen Mother said with a smile. "Yes, Your Majesty." The Yuan Fairy bowed and gracefully floated towards Jiuxu. "Brother Ji, look, it's the Yuan Fairy," Jing Tian whispered in surprise. Jiuxu had already seen her. He raised his hand in greeting. "I have the honor of meeting you, Yuan Fairy." Over the past 6 months, he frequently visited the 100 Flowers Garden to engage in discussions about biological knowledge with the Flower Fairy, and he had met with the 7 fairies on several occasions. Thus they were not entirely unfamiliar with one another. "Jiuxu, come with me. The Queen Mother has permitted you to join the birthday banquet," said the Fairy of the Jade Ring with a smile. "Me?" Jiuxu was momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, the Queen Mother has been eager to meet the heavenly soldier who assisted her in locating the 9-leaved purple cloud flower. It just so happens you are here, so I informed her," the Fairy of the Jade Ring winked. Jiuxu expressed his gratitude verbally but felt a sense of resignation in his heart, thinking, "Sister, we wish to keep a low profile. Are you not aware of how that flower seed came to be?" Nevertheless, Jiuxu understood that the Fairy of the Jade Ring meant well, wanting to elevate his status among the celestial beings. He hoped they would not pay too much attention to him, a mere heavenly soldier. Subsequently, Jiuxu entrusted the patrol duties to Jing Tian and followed the Fairy of the Jade Ring into the central pavilion of the Yaoqi. Indeed, as he took his seat at the table by the door, he immediately attracted the gaze of the celestial beings and the Buddhist monks who had traveled from afar. The likes of the Star of Tai Bai, Guanyin Bodhisattva, the old man of the South Pole, and King Li, each regarded Jiuxu with keen interest. It was quite a rare occurrence for a heavenly soldier with the cultivation level of a low-grade golden immortal to sit among such esteemed immortals, making him all the more conspicuous. Although seated at the edge, it was a considerable honor, for without some standing, one would not have the privilege to celebrate the Queen Mother's birthday. Only the Fairy of the 100 Flowers smiled gently, understanding the situation. Their bond had deepened over the past 6 months, and she felt joy at Jiuxu's fortunate turn of events. Meanwhile, Jiuxu remained still at the table, observing with a calm demeanor, attempting to render himself invisible. In truth, he was immersed in astonishment. Current location meets the sign-in criteria. Would you like to sign in? The sound of the sign-in system echoed in his mind, confirming the presence of mysterious remnants. Sign in. Sign in successful. You have received the 1,000-year peaches. A 1,000-year peach. Jiuxu looked at the table adorned with noticeably smaller 6,000-year peaches, feeling that he had struck a fortune this time. Even if he had attracted the attention of the celestial beings, the substantial reward from the sign-in made it worthwhile. Before the banquet commenced, he had overheard several celestial beings conversing about the 1,000-year peach, which, when consumed, could grant longevity equal to the heavens and align one's lifespan with the sun and moon, an indulgence reserved for the likes of the Jade Emperor and Buddha. If I consume it, not only will it extend my lifespan, but the celestial power contained within will surely enhance my chaotic heavenly scripture. Jiuxu thought with great elation. At that moment, a dragon's roar resonated from outside, prompting all the celestial beings at the banquet to rise in greeting. The Jade Emperor arrived, seated in a carriage drawn by 9 dragons, escorted by a retinue of heavenly soldiers. "Welcome, Your Majesty." The celestial beings bowed, while the Queen Mother smiled and welcomed the Jade Emperor inside. The two were not the legendary couple of folklore. One ruled the 3 realms as the Heavenly Emperor, while the other governed the Kunlun, Yaoqi, and all female immortals. Naturally, the Jade Emperor would attend to celebrate the Queen Mother's birthday. They then took their seats at the main table, with the Jade Emperor on the right and the Queen Mother on the left. After the Jade Emperor delivered an opening address to welcome the celestial beings, the Queen Mother chuckled softly, saying, "Thank you all for attending my birthday banquet. Please, do not hold back. Indulge in merriment." She raised her wine cup in a toast, downing it in one go, while the celestial beings echoed her sentiments, offering various congratulatory remarks. After a round of feasting, it was time for the presentation of birthday gifts. This is the 8-Rain Moonlight Cup, a rare treasure born from the primordial continent. When ordinary spring water is poured into it, it transforms into exquisite wine. Today, I present it to the Queen Mother, proclaimed the Star of Tai Bai, producing a finely crafted wine cup. "Wonderful. Thank you, Tai Bai," the Queen Mother replied with delight. "Your Majesty, I have brought the Lingming Jade Rui from the lower realm of the East Victory Divine State as my gift for you." One by one, the celestial beings, including the Star of Tai Bai, Guanyin Bodhisattva, and the Old Man of the South Pole, presented their carefully prepared gifts. Finally, it was the turn of the female immortals from the Yaoqi Palace to present their tributes. Those qualified to sit in attendance were all of notable standing, such as the 100 Flowers Fairy, the Cloud Drunk Fairy, the 100 Birds Fairy, and the Moon Shaking Fairy. At this point, Jiuxu felt more alert. He believed that if the Cloud Drunk Fairy intended to cause trouble, the gift-giving segment would provide an opportune moment. Chapter 18. Proposal and Blossoms. After the female immortals from the Yaoqi Palace presented their gifts, the Cloud Drunk Fairy stepped forward, holding a wine jar, and said sweetly, "This is the Cloud Dream Drunken Immortal Wine I specially brewed for the Queen Mother." The Queen Mother tasted it and praised it profusely, sharing it with the other celestial beings, earning rave reviews. "Bah, I one tea drink foot-washing water," Jiuxu thought, raising his wine cup but not taking a sip. Each time he visited the 100 Flowers Garden, he employed the method of observing through the wall to witness the activities in the Jade Dew Garden. He had consistently seen the Cloud Drunk Fairy soaking her feet in the spring water, which was then used for brewing wine. "I have prepared 100 birds to dance in honor of the Queen Mother's birthday," announced the 100 Birds Fairy, leading a vibrant display. Next, it was the turn of the 100 Flowers Fairy. Dressed in a gown of rainbow hues, she approached the center of the banquet. Before she could speak, the Cloud Drunk Fairy interjected, "Today, as we celebrate the Queen Mother's birthday, with universal joy, since the 100 Birds Fairy has performed a dance, I believe the 100 Flowers Fairy should summon all flowers to bloom in unison to enhance the festive atmosphere in honor of the Queen Mother. This proposal immediately garnered enthusiastic agreement, with no one perceiving anything amiss. The dances of 100 birds and the blossoming of 100 flowers were both joyous spectacles, perfectly suited for such a celebration. However, Jiuxu furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that something was amiss. Since the cloud-drunk fairy had previously expressed her intent to scheme during the banquet, she could not possibly remain inactive, and this proposal might conceal some ulterior motive. No, Jiuxu thought, his gaze sharpening. While both the dances of 100 birds and the blooming of 100 flowers were auspicious scenes, they were fundamentally different. The 100 birds fairy's command for the birds to dance was entirely appropriate, creating a lively and festive atmosphere. But if the 100 flowers fairy were to command the flowers to bloom simultaneously, there would be a problem. This was because each flower has its own time to bloom. If they were to bloom all at once, it would not only violate the natural order, but could be seen as a transgression against the heavenly laws. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Jiuxu looked at the 100 Flowers Fairy standing at the banquet center, feeling a surge of concern, fearing that she might acquiesce to the proposal. If that were to happen, he would have to stand up and risk offering his counsel. However, doing so would jeopardize his desire for discretion in the future. Under the watchful eyes of the celestial beings, the 100 Flowers Fairy maintained her composure and gently replied, "Each flower blooms in its own season. If they were to open out of turn, it would not only contravene the natural order, but might also lead others to believe that the Queen Mother does not set an example or adhere to the heavenly mandate. Therefore, I believe that the cloud-drunk fairy's proposal is indeed inappropriate." Upon hearing this, the celestial beings, including the Jade Emperor, were momentarily taken aback and nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was fortunate that the 100 Flowers Fairy did not acquiesce. Otherwise, they would have become a laughingstock across the 3 realms for witnessing the absurdity of 100 flowers blooming out of season. The Queen Mother felt a surge of relief. She had indeed wished to witness the blooming of 100 flowers. Finally, on the delicate visage of the Fairy of Cloud Drunkenness, a hue of shame emerged. "Thank you, Fairy of 100 Flowers, for your reminder. I was solely focused on wishing the Queen Mother longevity and neglected to consider these matters. No matter. Let us be mindful next time," replied the Fairy of 100 Flowers with a gentle nod. Their dialogue revealed no hint of animosity between them. The Fairy of 100 Flowers then smiled and bowed to the Queen Mother, saying, "Your Majesty, although we cannot see the 100 flowers blooming, the 9-leaf purple cloud flower has blossomed, perfectly timed to celebrate your longevity today." As she spoke, she produced a dazzlingly radiant flower enveloped in a mist, with 9 translucent leaves accentuating a purple blossom. Just a glance was enough to enchant and refresh the spirit. The 9-leaf purple cloud flower. Such auspiciousness indeed. We are fortunate to witness this flower today. The celestial beings gasped in astonishment, some exclaiming in surprise. The Fairy of 100 Flowers is truly fortunate, and the Queen Mother is blessed. Your Majesty, this is a boon for the 3 realms. Finally, the Star of Tai proclaimed his praises loudly. "Excellent, excellent." The Jade Emperor nodded with a smile, feeling a lightness in his heart. The past 6 months had been overshadowed by the resurgence of the world-destroying Black Lotus, accumulating much gloom within him. Now, with the blooming of the 9-leaf purple cloud flower, he hoped the fortune of this flower would not only bless him, but also bring good fortune to all present and the beings of the 3 realms. The Queen Mother, beaming with joy, echoed his sentiments, clearly pleased with the gift of longevity presented by the Fairy of 100 Flowers. The banquet continued, with the celestial maidens performing dances and melodies, their graceful movements eliciting loud applause from the gathered immortals. Amidst such merriment, Jiuxu's silence rendered him nearly invisible, seated at a table by the door and soon forgotten by the assembly. However, this did not imply he was truly overlooked. The celestial beings had him etched in their hearts. Suddenly, Jiuxu's expression shifted as he perceived through the spirit embodiment attached to Zhou Tong that Zhou Tong was beginning to make a move. The once normally patrolling Zhou Tong had abruptly excused himself from the group. Jiuxu silently cast a glance at the previously mischievous Fairy of Cloud Drunkenness and noted that this delicate fairy appeared unaffected, still joyfully conversing with the other celestial maidens. Something was amiss. if Zhou Tong and the Fairy of Cloud Drunkenness had conspired against the Fairy of Hundred Flowers. Why was only Zhou Tong taking action while the Fairy of Cloud Drunkenness remained idle? Had she already acted? Reflecting on the entire banquet, Jiuxu realized that apart from suggesting the blooming of 100 flowers, which was overtly malicious, the Fairy of Cloud Drunkenness had made no other moves. However, proposing the blooming of flowers did not require Zhou Tong's cooperation. It was a rather crude scheme and could hardly be considered plot. I shall observe further. Seated silently by the door, Jiuxu continued to monitor Zhou Tong's movements through his spirit embodiment. The Yaoqi Palace was particularly lively today, and this vibrancy conveniently provided cover for those with ulterior motives. In a tranquil courtyard adjacent to the palace, a dozen figures soon appeared. Leading them were Zhou Tong and the Banana Spirit, followed by 12 flower fairies, including those of peony, Chinese peony, begonia, narcissus, and rhododendron. Once everyone had gathered, Zhou Tong made no remarks, but instead retrieved the celestial patrol mirror, performing a spell to envelop the courtyard in a radiant glow. After completing this, Zhou Tong turned to the Banana Spirit and said, I have concealed this location's celestial secrets with a celestial patrol mirror to ensure no patrolling heavenly soldiers will discover it. You may converse freely. I will stand guard outside. Thank you. The Banana Spirit nodded. Zhou Tong then stepped outside the courtyard to prevent any unwelcome intrusions. Jiuxu, through his spirit embodiment attached to Zhou Tong, observed all this with a cold smirk. Did they think that the concealment of the celestial patrol mirror could thwart his scrutiny? Chapter 19. A Chain of Intrigue. With the ability of wall-dividing insight, Jiuxu's spirit embodiment, possessing 80% of his true strength, effortlessly employed the wall-dividing insight from the 36 methods of Tiangang. In the next moment, he pierced through the concealment of the celestial patrol mirror and discerned the happenings within the courtyard. Recording the scene, concurrently, he activated the recording divine technique. Inside the courtyard, the Banana Spirit, donned in dark green attire, cast a grim gaze upon the flower fairies and solemnly stated, I shall reiterate your tasks. 1 day in heaven equates to 1 year on earth. By tomorrow morning, which is the cold food festival a year later in the mortal realm, you must ensure the blooming of the 100 flowers. The 12 flower fairies exchanged hesitant glances. What? Are you unwilling? The Banana Spirit sneered. Sister Banana, if this is discovered by the heavenly court, we will be banished to the mortal realm. The Peony Fairy hesitated. Indeed, we have toiled to ascend from flowers to celestial beings. If we are cast down, it would be as arduous as climbing to the heavens to achieve immortality again. Sister Banana, could you perhaps spare us? Several other flower fairies chimed in. Huh! The Banana Spirit's expression turned cold with a smile. If you comply, you will merely face banishment to the mortal realm. If you refuse, it will be far more severe. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the peony, Chinese peony, narcissus, and the other 12 flower fairies shifted, ultimately agreeing to the Banana Spirit's assigned task. In the central pavilion of Yaoqi, the Jade Emperor Queen Mother and the other celestial beings remained enraptured by the delightful songs and dances. The maidens, although not as stunning as the 4 beauties of the heavenly court, were nonetheless enchanting. Jiuxu, seated by the door, found no pleasure in the spectacle. Instead, a chill ran through him. The dialogues uncovered by his spirit embodiment unveiled the true scheme of the Fairy of Cloud Drunkenness. It was yet another intricately woven plot, insidiously crafted, truly treacherous. The first step involved the Banana Spirit teasing the Fairy of 100 Flowers before the Queen Mother's birthday banquet, leaving an impression in the minds of the celestial beings. The second step occurred during the gift presentation at the banquet, when the Fairy of Cloud Drunkenness suggested the blooming of flowers as a tribute to the Queen Mother. Given the prior impression, the celestial beings would not suspect anything amiss. In this phase, should the Fairy of 100 Flowers agree to the proposal and indeed allow the flowers to bloom, another celestial being of considerable standing would undoubtedly rise to denounce her. Potentially even that enigmatic Star-Lord, the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother, present to uphold the heavenly principles and decorum, would assuredly decree punishment upon the Fairy of 100 Flowers. Although this was the suggestion of the Fairy of Cloud Drunkenness, the ultimate blame would fall squarely on the Fairy of 100 Flowers. Should that occur, being cast down to the mortal realm to suffer the cycles of reincarnation would be a light punishment. Conversely, If the Fairy of 100 Flowers refused and directly denounced the blooming of flowers as contrary to heavenly principles, the third step of the banana spirit's machinations would unfold. The 12 flower fairies could similarly command the blooming of flowers, and when the Cold Food Festival arrived, the flowers would indeed bloom. The Cold Food Festival was a solemn occasion for ancestral worship among mortals. If flowers bloomed while others honored their ancestors, would it not be a slap in the face to humanity? Once this matter is presented before the celestial court, the Jade Emperor will undoubtedly pursue an inquiry. The first to be investigated will be the Flower Fairy, who oversees the 12 flower deities. According to the hierarchy, the Flower Fairy is the superior of the 12 flower deities, regardless of whether the command originated from her. The Jade Emperor and the celestial officials will remember one undeniable fact. The Flower Fairy, with righteous fervor, declare that the blooming of flowers contravenes the heavenly way during the banquet. Yet, flowers blossomed, coinciding with the day of the Cold Food Festival for mortals. Such a discrepancy between words and actions would surely invite severe punishment, possibly even leading to her execution on the celestial execution platform. No, it is undoubtedly a capital offense. Jiuxu recalled the incident involving the Flower Fairy presenting flower seeds. He had previously contemplated the folklore surrounding her, which hinted at her having been cast down to the mortal realm. It was evident that the lore referred to this very episode. Now, if Yunzhe, the fairy, successfully orchestrated her scheme, the Flower Fairy would be deprived of the 9-leaf purple cloud flower seeds, and that would indeed result in her demise. This scheme is exceedingly vile. Jiuxu felt once more that the Yunzhe fairy, who delights in making others drink foot-washing water, is truly malevolent. Yunzhue's machinations even accounted for the Flower Fairy's character. Having spent over half a year in her company, Jiuxu understood the Flower Fairy well. This celestial maiden, regarded as one of the 4 beauties of the heavenly court, appeared delicate but possessed a resolute spirit. She would never tolerate actions that defy the heavenly principles. Clearly, Yunzhe was also well aware of the Flower Fairy's disposition, as she anticipated that the Flower Fairy would vocally condemn her proposal as contrary to the heavenly way. Fortunately, my ethereal avatar has discerned all of this. Jiuxu silently rejoiced. Had he not had the foresight to attach his ethereal avatar to Zhou Tong, he would have been unable to uncover the underlying schemes, and the Flower Fairy would have been in true peril. Meanwhile, after receiving their orders, the 12 flower deities departed swiftly, leaving Zhou Tong and the banana spirit in the courtyard to deliberate further. Banana, have you discovered why the demonic aura you infused into Jiuxu's soul dissipated so unexpectedly 6 months ago? Zhou Tong inquired. No, the banana spirit shook her head. Over the past 6 months, I meticulously traced Jiuxu's route and even infiltrated the flower garden, yet I found no anomalies. No anomalies? Zhou Tong frowned. I can't shake the feeling that Jiuxu is somewhat peculiar. Since we exploited him to scheme against the Flower Fairy, he has swiftly transitioned from an ordinary celestial soldier to a notable figure within the 9th Patrol in just 6 months. Sister Yunzue has already stated that. Since the Heart Mirror has revealed no traces of our manipulation of him, this celestial soldier poses no threat to us. Our primary objective now is to deal with the Flower Fairy. The banana spirit dismissed the concern. Are you not afraid he might threaten your position as a commander? She suddenly laughed. And if I am? Zhou Tong's gaze darkened with envy, for he knew that he, a mere commander, had entered the Queen Mother's banquet, while even the 36 celestial generals were barred from attendance. Entering the banquet, the banana spirit lightly shook her head and replied, that was merely due to the 9-leaf purple cloud flower. Ultimately, he leveraged the Flower Fairy to gain entry. Besides, you are a low-grade golden immortal who has cultivated for a millennium. How could you fear a low-grade golden immortal who attained his status through the peach of immortality? Zhou Tong refrained from further discussion. He understood the logic behind the banana spirit's words. Yet his instincts warned him that Jiuxu was indeed a threat that must be eliminated. After departing from the secluded courtyard, Zhou Tong walked alone through the corridors of the Celestial Palace, coldly muttering to himself, "Humph, since you are all unwilling to assist me, I shall take matters into my own hands. I refuse to believe that I, a commander, cannot deal with a mere celestial soldier. You wish to confront me?" Suddenly, a cold, emotionless voice echoed behind Zhou Tong. Chapter 20. The grass moves, the snake remains unperturbed. You wish to confront me? The chilling, Emotionless tone sent shivers down Zhou Tong's spine, an overwhelming sense of danger flooding his senses. He unleashed his low-grade golden immortal power, a tremendous aura expanding outward as he prepared to lunge forward. However, before he could act, a sound akin to a blade piercing flesh resonated. Zhou Tong's recently unleashed power dissipated as if it were a rootless source. In shock and despair, he lowered his gaze to find a black blade protruding from his chest, glimmering ominously without a drop of blood, its sharpness unparalleled. With his low-grade golden immortal cultivation, his physical form had been effortlessly pierced. A chilling aura surged within him, an eerie force ravaging and tearing at his soul. What sort of treasure is this, capable of severing the soul? Zhou Tong muttered. In his final moments, he strained to turn and glimpse the figure behind him, only to see a strange silhouette. Who are you? With a swift motion, the long blade withdrew, and Zhou Tong stumbled forward, collapsing to the ground, his eyes dimmed with confusion and disbelief. At last, he contemplated a seemingly impossible conclusion. It was Jiuxu. Though the silhouette appeared unfamiliar, it had just echoed his question. You wish to confront me? Who goes there? Suddenly, a furious shout broke the tranquility of the celestial palace corridors. The sound of rushing footsteps followed as a nearby patrol of celestial soldiers, alerted by Zhou Tong's earlier display of power, raced towards the scene. Yet, in the next moment, they discovered that the shadow had transformed into a streak of golden light, vanishing without a trace. The golden light of the 36 laws of Tiangang. Someone exclaimed, "How dare anyone commit an act of violence on the Queen Mother's birthday?" This news swiftly reached the ears of the celestial beings at the banquet. The Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother were enraged, while Avalokiteshvara and the Star of the North, along with other great deities, wore solemn expressions. This rogue is truly audacious. The once lively banquet concluded under such a tense atmosphere. Investigate. The Jade Emperor uttered a single word with a cold demeanor before departing without further comment. What a vexing situation. My spirits had just lifted upon witnessing the 9-leaf purple cloud flower bloom, only for this calamity to strike. The attending celestial beings left with a sense of resignation, lamenting how, within just 6 months, the world-destroying Black Lotus had manifested. Lightning struck the heavenly palace, and violence erupted at the Queen Mother's banquet. How long has it been since the celestial court has been so tumultuous? The celestial beings understood that tomorrow's court session would be yet another arduous affair. Once the banquet dispersed, the Yaoqi Palace intensified its patrols. However, despite exhaustive searches by the celestial soldiers, they found no leads. The initial patrol that discovered the assailant reported that the perpetrator appeared utterly ordinary, lacking any distinctive features. Ultimately, the investigation would focus on Zhou Tong's personal connections. Given that Zhou Tong had been targeting Jiuxu for the past 6 months, inquiries were made regarding his activities. However, at the time of the incident, Jiuxu had been seated at the entrance of the banquet, providing him with an alibi, and the fatal blow had been dealt with precision, indicating that a low-grade golden immortal like Jiuxu lacked the strength to execute such an act. Thus, Jiuxu was clear to suspicion. The banquet of the Queen Mother has concluded, and the dispatch patrol heavenly soldiers have returned to their respective camps. In the dead of night, after being questioned by General Zhu and another celestial officer from the heavenly court, Jiuxu returned alone to his quarters. The resolution to kill was made with startling simplicity. In the celestial realms, a day equates to a year on Earth. The 12 flower fairies were tasked with making the flowers bloom tomorrow, and it was possible that the deed would be accomplished by dawn. Jiuxu found no effective means to thwart the 12 flower fairies. Thus, the only recourse was to eliminate Zhou Tong, setting off a chain of reactions. Zhou Tong had targeted him for quite some time, and Jiuxu had already shown mercy by allowing him to live for an additional 6 months. Of course, Jiuxu had contemplated directly eliminating the 12 flower fairies. Yet they had departed first. Once he dealt with Zhou Tong, the defenses of the Yaoqi Palace would tighten, making further action impossible. After all, his prowess had not yet reached a level that would enable him to cause chaos in the heavenly court. With Zhou Tong's demise, and considering the cunning and caution of the fairy Yunzue, the scheme should be brought to an end. She could not ascertain whether the murderer had gleaned any information about Zhou Tong's conspiratorial discussions with the banana spirit and others in the courtyard. Jiuxu. This seemed the simplest method to disrupt the plot. Otherwise, he would have to present the contents recorded by the shadowing divine technique, which would complicate matters. The most straightforward approach was to strike fear into the adversary, prompting them to conclude their machinations voluntarily. Having done all that he could, it remained to be seen how Fairy Yunzue would choose to act. Jiuxu shook his head and redirected his attention to the system repository. Today, he wondered how much strength he could gain from the Millennium Peach he had signed for at the banquet. He extracted the ancient peach, cradling it before consuming it. In no time, he had devoured the coveted fruit, admired by all heavenly beings. Boom! Immediately, a tremendous surge of celestial spiritual power erupted within him. If unleashed, it could potentially sweep across much of the heavenly court. Had his body not already undergone the initial transformations of the chaotic celestial scripture, he would have been unable to withstand such overwhelming force. Refinement. Jiuxu rapidly activated the chaotic celestial scripture, transmuting this celestial energy into his own magical power. During this process, both his physical form and soul underwent a rapid metamorphosis, and his cultivation soared. Meanwhile, within a palace in the northern domain of the heavenly court, a towering figure sat above, while Fairy Yunzue respectfully bowed her head below. Star-Lord, Zhou Tong is dead. The once delicate Fairy Yunzue now bore a grave expression, tinged with a hint of trepidation. I am aware. The robust man furrowed his brow. How much does Zhou Tong know of our plan? Previously, Zhou Tong had participated in the scheme against the Flower Fairy, but he was unaware of their true intentions. Regarding the recent discussions with the Banana Spirit and the Flower Fairies, Fairy Yunzue pondered before responding, according to the Banana Spirit. After Zhou Tong obscured the heavenly secrets with a celestial mirror, he merely stood guard outside and was oblivious to their discussions. Does this mean the murderer might be unaware of our current plot? The robust man inquired. I cannot be certain, Fairy Yunzue replied, shaking her head. However, I believe it is prudent to conclude this scheme immediately. Otherwise, we risk exposure. Time is of the essence. This is our final opportunity. The man's voice was low and serious. If we do not eliminate the Flower Fairy and secure the flower garden, all subsequent plans will be jeopardized. Thus, we must make a decisive move. By tomorrow morning, before the Imperial Assembly begins, the 12 Flower Fairies must ensure the flowers bloom. His eyes glimmered with determination. Fairy Yunzue's expression grew somber, her heart heavy with resignation. She understood what the Star-Lord was risking. It hinged on the murderer remaining oblivious to the conspiracies of the Banana Spirit and the Flower Fairies. The night passed, and Jiuxu concluded his cultivation. Feeling the turbulent flow of magical power within him, he was filled with ambition. I am truly formidable. Having initially mastered the 3 transformations, he had reached the level of a low-grade Tai Golden Immortal. This enhancement filled Jiuxu with elation. He had believed that merely achieving the pinnacle of Golden Immortal would be commendable, given that he had only attained a high-grade Golden Immortal just yesterday. To his astonishment, he had ascended directly to the Tai Golden Immortal level. Truly, the Millennium Peach was remarkable. With this strength, even if the monkey were to cause havoc in the heavenly court, he would have nothing to fear. When a monkey wreaked havoc, he was a Tai Golden Immortal. Now, Jiuxu stood at the same level. Though there may be minor differences in grade, he practiced the supreme chaotic technique, rendering him invincible among his peers and capable of fighting above his rank. That Erlang Shun, who practiced a simplified version of the 8-9 mystic arts, could pursue the monkey. Jiuxu believed that if he were to face the monkey, he would neither lose nor be defeated. Knock, knock, knock. Another knock resounded at Jiuxu's door. Brother Ji, wake up. The heavenly generals are selecting a new camp officer today. Jing Tian exclaimed excitedly outside. Zhou Tong's demise had triggered a series of repercussions, one of which was the vacancy in the position of camp officer for the Ren Shun camp, necessitating the appointment of a new officer to oversee it. At the training grounds of the Ren Shun camp of the 9th Patrol Team, when Jiuxu and Jing Tian arrived, most of the heavenly soldiers were already present. Many sets of eyes fell upon Jiuxu, filled with a medley of emotions, anticipation, envy, and jealousy. If a new camp officer was not directly assigned, it was likely that Jiuxu would ascend to the position. Firstly, in terms of cultivation, Jiuxu had consumed a 3,000-year peach, elevating his prowess to match that of the former camp officer, Zhou Tong, both being low-grade golden immortals. thus meeting the minimum requirements for the position. Secondly, regarding his background, it was well known that Jiuxu frequented the Yaoqi Palace. Regardless of which fairy he had befriended, he possessed connections. Lastly, in terms of interpersonal relationships, Jiuxu was known for his honesty and integrity, harboring no grudges against anyone except the former camp officer, and he got along well with his peers. In terms of cultivation, background, and relationships, he excelled in all respects. Soon, the mixed feelings of the heavenly soldiers shifted their focus elsewhere. The imposing General Jiu, commander of the 9th Patrol Team, approached the training grounds with his tiger-headed saber, flanked by his guards. Aside from one guard carrying a golden armor and spear, no new faces accompanied him. Upon witnessing this scene, the soldiers of the Run Shun camp understood. The new camp officer was indeed Jiuxu. However, the expression on General Zhu's face was far from pleasant. After all, Zhou Tong was his subordinate, and someone had dared to eliminate him on the day of the Queen Mother's banquet, which infuriated and embarrassed him. General Zhu took a deep breath, temporarily setting aside his displeasure. He stepped forward, surveying the faces of the heavenly soldiers in the Renshun camp, and barked, Jiuxu, step forward. Yes, Jiuxu took a step forward. From this day forth, you are the camp officer of the Renshun camp. Patrol diligently and safeguard the southern domain of the heavenly court. Do you understand? General Zhu said sternly, handing Jiuxu the golden armor and spear, which were exclusive to camp officers. I will remember my duties, Jiuxu declared, accepting the golden armor and spear. Good. Now I'll get to work. General Zhu nodded, uttering those few words before turning and departing the training grounds with his guards. Once the general had left, many of the heavenly soldiers who shared a good rapport with Jiuxu erupted in cheers. Captain G, no, Officer G. Congratulations, Officer G. Haha. I knew it was Brother G. We are also under Brother G's command. Jiuxu immediately changed his attire, transforming from a silver-armored celestial soldier into a golden-armored celestial soldier. Though he remained a celestial soldier, he had now ascended to a position of modest authority. Everyone, let us maintain a serious demeanor. Once clad in his new garb, Jiuxu swiftly adopted his new role. He understood well that becoming the camp officer came with both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that he could freely arrange his own patrol areas, albeit only within the southern domain of the heavenly court. The disadvantage was the increased responsibility. Should anything occur in the patrol area of the Run Shun camp, he would be the first to be held accountable by the heavenly court. Overall, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. He had weighed these considerations long ago. Otherwise, he would have declined the position earlier. Subsequently, Jiuxu, in his capacity as camp officer, began to reorganize the patrol assignments for the Ren Shun camp for the month. He entrusted the duty of patrolling the Lingxiao Palace to his own 9th team. This decision immediately garnered the respect of the celestial soldiers within the camp. Even those who had previously harbored discontent towards Jiuxu now accepted him. They had never witnessed anyone, including Zhou Tong, willingly take on such perilous tasks. Although the members of the 9th team were somewhat perplexed, having patrolled the Lingxiao Palace for 6 months without incident, they grew increasingly convinced of Jiuxu's capabilities. The Lingxiao Palace still held untapped potential. They would remain for a while longer, and if nothing of value arose, they would then consider transferring elsewhere. Jiuxu shared this sentiment. The death of the camp officer and the appointment of a new one did not disrupt the routine patrols of the Renshun camp. Jiuxu, accompanied by Jing Tian and the others from the 9th team, returned to the Lingxiao Palace. Today's court assembly proved to be as arduous as Jiuxu and the other celestial officials had anticipated. The chaos resulting from yesterday's incident at the Queen Mother's birthday banquet had left a negative impact, especially with numerous celestial beings and Buddhist bodhisattvas present, which was a source of great embarrassment for the heavenly court. However, it had only been a night since the incident, and the likelihood of apprehending the perpetrator was slim. What use do I have for you? What use do I have for you? The Jade Emperor bellowed in fury. For 6 months, I have tasked you with investigating the master of the world destruction Black Lotus, yet you have uncovered not a single clue, and now, you cannot even track down a covert assailant. The Jade Emperor showed no mercy, his anger resonating throughout the assembly. The celestial officials and generals remained tense, compelled to listen quietly while inwardly cursing, their ire directed towards the wretched assailant. Jiuxu, leading the patrol, listened from a corner outside the Lingxiao Palace. He felt he was aiding the celestial officials in enhancing their professional skills. Otherwise, if they continued in their complacent manner, they would surely falter when true chaos erupted. Once the Jade Emperor had finished his tirade, the assembly transitioned into a stage for addressing matters of importance, soon nearing its conclusion. Jiuxu pondered whether the fairy Yunzue had cancelled her scheme against the Fairy of Flowers. Otherwise, one would expect a celestial being to step forward and report on the situation in the mortal realm. Just as he contemplated this, a shift occurred within the Lingxiao Palace. Chapter 22. Inquiry in the Lingxiao Palace. Within the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor sat high upon his throne, flanked by celestial officials and generals. The assembly had reached the stage of addressing matters of importance, with the celestial officials and generals appearing liberated, preparing to leave the oppressive hall. At that moment, the Star Lord of Wuxiu suddenly stood, declaring, "Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to report." The celestial officials and generals, on the brink of departure, turned their attention towards him. "What is it?" The Jade Emperor, about to rise, settled back down. As the commander of the earthly soldiers, the Star Lord of Wuxiu was responsible for patrolling the mortal realm, so his announcement could not be trivial. "Your Majesty, I have recently led the earthly soldiers in combating the demonic cult, and today I stumbled upon a peculiar occurrence. Before today's assembly, coinciding with the annual cold food festival of the human realm, the 100 flowers unexpectedly bloomed, covering the 4 great continents in a vibrant display. This magnificent scene, however, carries a sense of strangeness. Thus, I have come to report," the Star Lord of Wuxiu stated solemnly. The Jade Emperor's expression shifted dramatically, and the celestial officials exchanged glances. They had all attended the Queen Mother's birthday banquet yesterday, and remembered the words of the Fairy of Flowers. Just a day had passed since the banquet, and now the flowers bloomed in unison, precisely during the humans' cold food festival. What was the intention of the Fairy of Flowers? The human realm was the foundation of the 3 realms. Should this cause a rift between the humans and the heavenly court, the repercussions would be dire. "Bring the Fairy of Flowers before me," the Jade Emperor commanded sternly. The guard stationed outside the palace received their orders and swiftly took to the skies. Meanwhile, Jiuxu's expression also darkened. This was not how matters were typically handled. Had the warning not been effective? Or were Fairy Yunzue and that Star Lord truly plotting? They were willing to risk exposure to continue their scheme, aiming to eliminate the Fairy of Flowers. It appeared that decisive action was necessary. Jiuxu's eyes gleamed with determination. He then led Jing Tian and the other patrolling celestial soldiers around to the back of the Lingxiao Palace. With a flourish of his hands, he invoked 2 divine spells, causing his original form to vanish and reappear elsewhere. With his cultivation as a Tai Golden Immortal, Jing Tian and the others were entirely unaware of his magical maneuvering. Once he completed this, he returned to lead his team back to the front of the Lingxiao Palace. At this moment, a contingent of golden-armored celestial soldiers was seen escorting the Fairy of Flowers towards the Lingxiao Palace. The Fairy of Flowers, adorned in colorful attire, displayed no signs of panic. She remained as composed as ever. Upon spotting Jiuxu on patrol, she calmly nodded before following the golden-armored soldiers into the palace. "Damn it, today's conspirators are truly intent on carrying this to the bitter end." Jiuxu felt the necessity of staging a grand uproar in the heavenly court. Setting aside the fact that the Fairy of Flowers had once saved his life, their relationship had grown increasingly intimate over the past 6 months. If one were to claim that Jiuxu felt no connection, it would be a blatant falsehood. He temporarily patrolled near the Lingxiao Palace, listening intently to the unfolding events within. Inside the Lingxiao Palace, the Fairy of Flowers stood at the foot of the throne, bowing respectfully to the Jade Emperor. "I, the Fairy of Flowers, greet your Majesty." "Fairy of Flowers, do you know your crimes?" the Jade Emperor inquired, his expression stern. The Fairy of Flowers remained composed, still unaware of the situation at hand. "Your Majesty, it is impossible. I have never issued such an order," she protested, shaking her head in confusion. "Do not attempt to argue. Within the 3 realms, who else but you can command the flowers?" The Jade Emperor's fury erupted. "Your Majesty, I recall that the peony Narcissus and Begonia, among the 12 flower fairies, possess the authority to command the flowers in unity," Tai Bai Jinxing interjected amidst the tense atmosphere. The Jade Emperor momentarily forgetting this detail, struck his forehead in realization, then ordered, "Bring the 12 flower fairies before me." As they awaited their arrival, silence enveloped the hall. The celestial officials and generals dared not utter a word. Due to the involvement of the human race in today's affairs, it is imperative that all parties treat the matter with utmost caution, whether viewed from a minor or a grand perspective. However, observing the composed demeanor of the 100 Flowers Fairy, the other immortals speculated that perhaps there were hidden circumstances, and they awaited the arrival of the 12 Flower Fairies to confront them and unveil the truth. Soon, the 12 Flower Fairies, including Peony, Narcissus, Begonia, and Azalea, were escorted to the Lingxiao Palace by a squadron of golden-armored heavenly soldiers. Upon entering, they fell to their knees in trepidation, starkly contrasting with the calmness of the 100 Flowers Fairy. "Today, do you have an edict from the 100 Flowers to command the blooming of all flowers?" The Jade Emperor inquired sternly. "Your Majesty, we indeed acted under the belief that Peony Fairy is the leader among the 12 Flower Fairies," one of them stammered. "How audacious! How brazen!" The Jade Emperor exclaimed in fury. "Your Majesty, spare us. This was not our intention. Your Majesty, it was a directive from the 100 Flowers Fairy that compelled us." The 12 Flower Fairies cried out in fear, kneeling there. In the hall, the expressions of the Jade Emperor, the celestial officials, and the 100 Flowers Fairy all changed. The situation had grown complex. "This is sheer nonsense," the 100 Flowers Fairy retorted sharply. "I have not seen you in recent days. How could I have instructed you to act?" One of the Flower Fairies whispered. "Sister 100 Flowers, do you not recall? 7 days ago, in the dead of night, you summoned us in secret within the 100 Flowers Garden, instructing us to command the blooming of all flowers on the day of the human race's cold food festival. You dare to slander me, you insignificant Flower Fairy." The 100 Flowers Fairy's anger flared. "I have not seen you in 7 days. That night, I was in the garden." She abruptly halted. Outside, Jiuxu's expression also shifted. On that day, he had engaged in delightful conversation with the 100 Flowers Fairy, losing track of time, and when he realized it was late, he could not return, choosing to stay the night in the 100 Flowers Garden. Little did he expect that someone would scheme against him and utilize this incident at such a critical moment. This unforeseen development had not crossed Jiuxu's mind. The previous day, during the Queen Mother's birthday banquet, his spiritual incarnation had discerned a conspiracy among the Banana Spirit and the 12 Flower Fairies. Yet there was no mention of a midnight meeting. It was undoubtedly a temporary directive given to the 12 Flower Fairies by Yunzue Fairy after Zhou Tong's demise, intending to use him, a heavenly soldier, to frame the 100 Flowers Fairy. Jiuxu grasped the ruthlessness of this plan, which served as a double insurance policy. If, during today's court assembly, the blame for the blooming of flowers on the Cold Food Festival did not fall upon the 100 Flowers Fairy, the matter of illicit relations with a heavenly soldier would equally incriminate her. Chapter 23, I Who Edao, will return while the heavenly court does not prohibit romantic entanglements between male and female immortals. It is strictly forbidden within the confines of the heavenly realm. Outside, in the mortal world, one may indulge in such frolics without consequence. However, within the heavenly palace, it is a decree of utmost severity to banish all forms of impropriety between the sexes. Jiuxu inwardly cursed. What a vile scheme. Even if I were to step forward and proclaim that I, Jiuxu, can attest that the 100 Flowers Fairy did not meet with the 12 Flower Fairies. As I was in the 100 Flowers Garden that night, and stayed the entire night, it would exonerate her from the suspicion of ordering the flowers to bloom. Yet, it would also implicate her in an affair. And, at that moment, even if I stood before the heavenly court and declared that I did nothing but converse with the 100 Flowers Fairy all night, who would believe me? One can only imagine the dire consequences should the 100 Flowers Fairy be branded with the charge of an illicit relationship. At the very least, she would be stripped of her authority over the flowers, reduced to an ordinary fairy. With the power and influence of Yunzue Fairy and the Celestial Lord behind her, dealing with an ordinary fairy would be child's play. At worst, she could be cast down to the mortal realm, enduring the suffering of reincarnation. As for him, despite having some connection to the Jade Pool, the lightest punishment would also be reincarnation, while the severest could lead to his execution on the celestial platform. At that point, he feared he would indeed incite a great uproar in the heavenly palace ahead of schedule. Knowing her character, Jiuxu shook his head gently. The kind-hearted Hundred Flowers fairy would undoubtedly wish to keep him out of this mess. Yet, do they possess a double insurance? Do I, Jiuxu, not have my own? Meanwhile, in the northern region of the heavenly court, a dark figure swiftly traversed the celestial mists. From all directions, squads of heavenly soldiers, armed and armored, closed in. Quick! Seize him! It is he, the murderer from Yaoqi Palace yesterday. The soldiers shouted, brandishing their spears and unleashing powerful magical attacks. Yet, none could impede the shadowy figure. Finally, a brawny man wielding a gigantic sword surged from the horizon. He was a celestial general of the Tai Golden Immortal level. Halt! He bellowed, swinging his sword, which unleashed a dazzling light akin to a galaxy, slicing through the clouds and striking the shadowy figure. The shadow was sent hurtling, crashing into a celestial mountain amidst the mist, causing the heavens to tremble. What a sturdy physique! The brawny man scoffed, raising his sword for another strike. The terrifying sword light forcing the fleeing shadow back to the celestial mountain. Meanwhile, the encircling heavenly soldiers numbered over 1,000, each wielding their spears, conjuring phantoms of long spears with their amassed magical energy. Heaven-binding formation. The soldiers shouted in unison. The magical phantoms intertwined in the air, forming a formidable array, descending upon the celestial mountain and the shadowy figure. The shadow was ensnared, with no escape in sight. A pack of cowardly soldiers, just knowing how to bully the weak. The shadow roared in fury. Today I, Hui Dao, will die rather than be captured by you curs. With that, the shadow exploded, obliterating the celestial mountain in an instant. The terrifying shockwave swept through, sending thousands of heavenly soldiers flying, even causing the brawny, celestial general to stagger. Hui Dao, a top-tier golden immortal who can self-destruct just like that. How ruthless, the brawny general mused. He soared over, collecting the remnants left behind by Hui Dao's explosion. A celestial weapon-long knife and a storage pouch. This murderer committed his crime during the Queen Mother's birthday banquet. Surely, the Emperor will inquire about this in the court assembly today. I shall present the murderer's belongings and earn great merit, the brawny general thought, inspecting the contents of a storage pouch. Such a mishmash of items, though all are middle-grade and lower-grade celestial weapons. What on earth are these? A kitchen knife, scissors, a hoe, a club, silver needles. Initially assuming Hui Dao was a man of valor, he now discovered this peculiar collection. The brawny general chuckled, but suddenly, a look of confusion crossed his face as he retrieved an object from the storage pouch. A mirror, its smooth surface reflecting shifting images. This is a most insidious scheme. The expression of the burly heavenly general changed as he discerned the content of those reflections. Within the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor and the celestial officials gazed intently at the Hundred Flowers fairy. Why do you not continue? What transpired that fateful night? The Jade Emperor inquired of the Hundred Flowers fairy. That night, I was cultivating in the garden and did not encounter anyone else, replied the Hundred Flowers fairy with a calm demeanor. At this moment, she comprehended that this was surely yet another plot orchestrated by the drunken fairy, Yunzue. However, this realization only gave rise to new doubts, despite having had some conflicts in a mortal realm prior to their ascension. Such discord could hardly justify Yunzue's repeated machinations against her. After the last plot 6 months ago, she had covertly sought an opportunity to reprimand Yunzue, only to find that the latter had escalated her efforts, now attempting to bring about her demise. This left the Hundred Flowers fairy with the impression that the underlying motives behind these successive plots were far more complex than they appeared. Yet, she could not fathom what it was about her that warranted such schemes. Nonetheless, she resolved that she could not involve Jiuxu any further. 6 months ago, she had already implicated him too deeply. With this thought in mind, the Hundred Flowers fairy added, "Your Majesty, since the 12 flower fairies and I each hold divergent accounts, perhaps we should consult the heart mirror directly to discern who among us is truly innocent." This suggestion prompted nods of agreement from the celestial officials. Who among them did not harbor a few secrets? The Hundred Flowers fairy was reluctant to divulge hers, and they would naturally refrain from pressing her. The crux of the matter remained. Who among the Hundred Flowers fairy and the 12 flower fairies was lying, and who commanded the blooming of the flowers? A mere examination through the heart mirror would reveal the truth. "Li Jing, fetch the heart mirror from your estate," commanded the Jade Emperor solemnly. Yes. Li Jing acknowledged with a respectful bow and turned to return to the Tiansha Palace. At that moment, however, the Star Lord of Martial Qi interjected, Your Majesty. I did not remove my heart mirror in my haste to attend court today. It could be utilized at this moment. As he spoke, he produced a mirror that emitted ripples, capable of influencing the mind, appearing quite mysterious indeed. Very well. Let us see whether the 100 Flowers Fairy is truly without guilt. The Jade Emperor's expression turned as cold as frost. Under the watchful gazes of the celestial beings, the 100 Flowers Fairy approached the heart mirror with an unperturbed demeanor. As she neared the heart mirror, the invisible ripples were about to envelop her, when suddenly, a voice from outside the hall called out, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, I have urgent news to report. The 100 Flowers Fairy halted her steps, and the examination was interrupted. The attention of the celestial officials was drawn away, and the Star Lord of Martial Qi subtly tapped the heart mirror, allowing the newcomer to enter. The Jade Emperor frowned. Soon, a robust heavenly general entered the Lingxiao Palace. Recognized by all as Lu, the heavenly general from the Tianshi patrol team, responsible for guarding the northern domain of the heavenly realm. Lu Tianjiang, what brings you here in such haste? The Jade Emperor inquired with a grave tone. Lu Tianjiang bowed respectfully and replied, Your Majesty, I have just apprehended the perpetrator of yesterday's banquet incident. Humph, bring the individual forth. I wish to see who possesses such audacity. The Jade Emperor's eyes sparkled with divine light. Your Majesty, this individual is named Hu Dao, but he is deceased. Deceased? Who allowed you to kill him? Did you not know to leave a living witness for interrogation? Your Majesty, he's self-destructed. I could not prevent it. The celestial officials exchanged glances, taken aback by such a reckless criminal, as it was rare to encounter someone so willing to forfeit their life. Achieving immortality is no small feat, generally. Those with a chance at survival would not willingly end their own lives. To claim he's self-destructed was indeed a rarity. Since the perpetrator is dead, you may take your leave. The Jade Emperor waved his hand dismissively, clearly displeased. Lu Tianjiang's eyelids twitched, realizing he would gain no credit for this. He then hurriedly added, Your Majesty, I have yet to convey the urgent matter I referenced. While sorting through the belongings of the perpetrator, I discovered a magic mirror, and the content recorded therein sent chills down my spine. I thought to myself, how could there exist such a malicious and ruthless individual? I felt the gravity of the situation warranted attention. Enough with the preamble. Present it. The Jade Emperor commanded sharply. Lu Tianjiang promptly retrieved a mirror, upon which images began to shift and transform. He raised his hand and infused it with a surge of magical energy, causing the reflections to materialize within the Grand Hall. The 36 techniques of the heavenly troupe, the reflection mirror, Tai Bai Jinxing exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, his surprise quickly faded as his gaze became fixated on the content within the reflections, his expression shifting dramatically. The images revealed the banana spirit and the 12 flower fairies engaged in conversation. Let me reiterate your mission. One day in heaven equals a year in the mortal realm. By tomorrow morning, on the Cold Food Festival, 1 year after descending to the mortal realm, you must ensure the flowers bloom. The banana spirit's words resonated clearly throughout the Lingxiao Palace, shattering the lies previously spoken by the 12 flower fairies. This blooming of flowers was not orchestrated by the 100 Flowers Fairy, but rather by the banana spirit. The expressions of the celestial officials changed, and when they turned their gazes back to the 12 flower fairies, their eyes were filled with cold disdain. The 100 Flowers Fairy regarded the 12 flower fairies with a similarly frigid gaze, while the 12 flower fairies appeared ashen, trembling with despair. It's a lie. No, that is false. One of the flower fairies cried out in panic, her mind unraveling. Seize the 12 flower fairies and execute them at once. The Jade Emperor's face darkened. What audacity, to dare slander the 100 Flowers Fairy before me. Do you truly believe I, the sovereign of the 3 realms, am easily deceived? Your Majesty, spare us. It was the banana spirit who compelled us. Your Majesty, we were coerced. Your Majesty, I am willing to descend and reincarnate. I only seek to preserve my life. The 12 flower fairies cried out in desperation, aware that a single stroke of the executioner's blade would shatter their souls, leaving them with no chance of rebirth. Yet, at that moment, no one would plead for their mercy. Sister Baiwa, I was wrong. Please, implore His Majesty to spare my life. One flower fairy knelt before the 100 flowers fairy, weeping. The 100 flowers fairy's expression remained impassive as she stepped aside. To govern the myriad flowers of the 3 realms is a privilege neither trivial nor grand, yet there are many who covet it, including the 12 flower fairies before her. She was kind-hearted, but that did not imply she was foolish. When others plotted against her life, she would not extend her goodwill. A squad of heavenly soldiers escorted the still desperate 12 flower fairies away from the Lingxiao Palace, heading towards the southern heaven gate's execution platform. Bring forth the banana spirit and confine her in the heavenly prison. Investigate thoroughly. A mere lowly golden immortal should not possess the audacity to scheme such a plot. Uncover her mastermind. The Jade Emperor commanded solemnly. Outside the hall, Jiuxu finally breathed a sigh of relief. As the banana spirit was cast into the celestial prison, the suspicions surrounding the 100 flowers fairy were finally dispelled. Despite some unforeseen events, he had fortunately employed a method of capturing images to document the conspiracy between the banana spirit and the 12 flower fairies. However, this mirror could not be presented through the hands of the 100 flowers fairy before the Jade Emperor and the other celestial beings. Otherwise, even if she were exonerated, the inability to explain the origin of the mirror would lead to an impression of her being cunning and insidious among the celestial assembly. Thus, Jiuxu conceived a plan to expose the incarnation of Yuanling voluntarily, sacrificing a strand of innate spirit and a drop of primal blood in exchange for this outcome was not a loss. To him, this sacrifice felt as inconsequential as losing a few strands of hair. He could simply consume an elixir to replenish himself, and the Yuanling incarnation could be reformed at any time. Moreover, he took the opportunity to tidy up the clutter in his system's repository. Jiuxu looked at the neat and refreshing system repository, feeling much more at ease. Over the past 6 months of signing in, although he had acquired many precious items, there were still numerous useless ones, such as kitchen knives, scissors, and mallets, which not only lacked substantial function, but also occupied space in the repository, causing him distress. If it were a treasure like the golden cicada scissors, he might consider keeping it. After the morning assembly, as the 100 flowers fairy stepped out of the Lingxiao Palace, she gazed at the rays of dawn illuminating the heavens and the floating clouds in the celestial realm. Her spirits lifted considerably. She then spotted a familiar silhouette in the corner outside the hall. Although clad in golden armor, the face remained recognizable. Their gazes met, seemingly understanding each other's sentiments. This fairy, one of the 4 beauties of heaven, instantly blossomed into a radiant smile, further enhancing the beauty of the celestial palace. Chapter 25. A midnight meeting. The cloud drunken fairy, once again plotting against the 100 flowers fairy, made Jiuxu realize that some of his previous actions had been overly indiscreet and reckless. Consequently, he resolved to visit the 100 flowers garden less frequently, reducing his visits from twice a week to once a month, or perhaps once a week, to avoid giving others any leverage against him. That night, after the patrol concluded, Jiuxu reformed a Yuanling incarnation within the barracks of the Renshin camp. This new incarnation, utilizing the divine ability of soaring earthly golden light, proceeded to the Yaoqi Palace, specifically to the Jade Garden. Of course, it was not to confront the cloud-drunken fairy, but rather to ascertain certain matters, particularly the identity of that Star Lord. With the plan disrupted, Jiuxu was skeptical that they would remain inactive. The soaring earthly golden light from the 36 techniques of Tiangang, while unsuitable for long-distance travel, was perfect for short-range teleportation. His Yuanling incarnation, like a specter, arrived at the Jade Garden. Unexpectedly, upon arrival, he discovered that the cloud-drunken fairy was indeed on the move. It was the middle of the night, and this delicate fairy had donned a black dress to conceal her whereabouts, seemingly preparing to meet someone. I guessed it accurately. Jiuxu's eyes brightened, and he swiftly employed the grand and small wish divine technique, transforming into a speck of dust that adhered to the cloud-drunken fairy's shoe. Soon after, the black-clad cloud-drunken fairy flew silently through the starry night sky. Before long, she arrived at a celestial palace in the northern domain of heaven, the residence of the martial Star Lord. Indeed, Jiuxu recognized the palace's name. During the morning assembly, it was a martial Star Lord who had reported on the blooming of flowers in the mortal realm, subsequently presenting his mirror of inquiry for the 100 flowers fairy and the 12 flower fairies to use. However, due to the sudden appearance of General Lu Tian, the inquiry was not conducted, and the truth was revealed. The Jade Emperor and the celestial officials within the Lingxiao Palace would likely harbor no suspicions regarding the martial Star Lord's actions. Yet, Jiuxu was already aware that the cloud-drunken fairy had another Star Lord backing her, leading him to suspect something was amiss. Now, witnessing the cloud-drunken fairy at the martial Star Lord's residence confirmed his previous conjecture. That mirror of inquiry likely harbored its own issues. Had the Hundred Flowers fairy truly been subjected to its questioning today, the outcome would certainly not have been favorable. A surge of murderous intent surged within Jiuxu. Fortunately, he had reacted in time, using his Yuanling incarnation to transmit the recorded content. Nevertheless, the martial Star Lord was ultimately a top-tier Tai Golden Immortal, thus requiring caution with his Yuanling incarnation. Jiuxu suppressed his murderous instincts, holding his breath to conceal his presence, rendering him unable to employ the image-capturing technique. Soon, the cloud-drunken fairy entered a side hall of the martial Star Lord's residence, where the imposing martial Star Lord sat above, exuding an air of authority. "Greetings, Star Lord." The cloud-drunken fairy knelt and bowed, a stark contrast to her usual casual greetings. "Rise." The martial Star Lord frowned, waving his hand, fully aware of her intention behind kneeling. "Please, Star Lord, save the banana spirit." The cloud-drunken fairy remained on the ground, not daring to rise. How to save her? His Majesty has already decreed a thorough investigation into her instigators. Anyone attempting to rescue her would essentially be admitting to being the mastermind. The martial Star Lord scoffed. "Star Lord, the banana spirit is like a sister to me. From the moment I embarked on the path of cultivation, she has been by my side. I cannot stand by and watch her perish." The cloud-drunken fairy's delicate face bore a look of sorrow. She was a master of strategy and fully comprehended the difficulty of rescuing the banana spirit, aware that the martial Star Lord was likely already plotting her elimination. Convincing him to save the banana spirit was nearly an impossible task. Yet, she could not abandon her. Though ruthless, she was not heartless. "Star Lord, are we not planning to utilize the forces of the demon sect? This is an opportune moment to rescue the banana spirit. As a member of the demon race, if she can infiltrate their territory in the mortal realm, she can survive. If the banana spirit remains in the celestial prison, I will eventually be exposed." The cloud-drunken fairy insisted. "Are you threatening me?" The martial Star Lord's gaze turned cold, and a terrifying aura enveloped the entire hall like a chilling frost. "Star Lord, please calm your anger." "I dare not." The cloud-drunken fairy quickly prostrated herself, trembling slightly. Such was the might of a top-tier Tai Golden Immortal. Even a mere display of power was daunting. Had she been a mere celestial immortal instead of a mid-tier Golden Immortal, she might have been reduced to dust on the spot. "Oof." The martial Star Lord snorted, retracting his menacing aura. "What you propose is indeed a feasible plan. Star Lord, shall we act immediately?" The cloud-drunken fairy pressed eagerly. "Patience. I still need to confirm the timing with that person." The martial Star Lord replied in a deep tone. The cloud-drunken fairy dared not say more. She was already content with this outcome. How infuriating that the rogue Hu Dao had appeared just when the Hundred Flowers fairy was about to be questioned in front of her mirror of inquiry, only to have General Lu Tian deliver the recorded content. The martial Star Lord suddenly seethed with anger. He shook his head, lamenting, "This scheme has allowed the Hundred Flowers fairy to escape yet again. Without acquiring the Hundred Flowers garden, all our subsequent efforts will be in vain. Alas, time waits for no one. It will be exceedingly difficult for us to have another opportunity to lay our plans." His tone was filled with reluctance. After the assembly concluded, the name of the rogue Hu Dao spread throughout the celestial realm. After all, it had been many years since such audacious immortals had appeared in heaven. "Star Lord, why not let that person strike while also dealing with the Hundred Flowers fairy? This way, we can achieve multiple objectives." The cloud-drunken fairy's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Oof. Do you think I haven't considered it?" The Lord of the Martial Star scoffed coldly. "However, with that person's identity and power, how could we possibly command him? Had it not been for the allure of the world destruction Black Lotus, how could he have joined forces with us?" After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Yet, what you propose is not devoid of merit. If we could leverage his strength to eliminate the Hundred Flowers fairy, we could redeem our prior setbacks." Hidden beneath the feet of the cloud-drunken fairy Jiuxu felt an urge to curse. Always speaking of that person, why not just name him directly? Regrettably, neither the Lord of the Martial Star nor the cloud-drunken fairy revealed the identity of that individual until the very end. However, as she was about to depart, the Lord of the Martial Star reminded her, that villain who Dao murdered Zhou Tong yesterday and has now suddenly appeared, disrupting our plans. It may seem coincidental, but I suspect something amiss. You are in the Yaoqi Palace. Investigate if there were any unusual occurrences at yesterday's birthday banquet. Understood, the cloud-drunken fairy nodded and, cloaked by the night, quietly left the Lord of the Martial Star's residence. The tranquil night sky provided her with excellent cover as she soared through the clouds, swiftly returning to the Yaoqi Palace. Upon reaching the Yulu Garden, she suddenly halted, her brow furrowing slightly as if a thought had crossed her mind. Wait. Chapter 26. Clouds of suspicion standing by the clear spring of the Yulu Garden. The cloud-drunken fairy's eyes sparkled with insight. Regarding the previous day's Queen Mother's birthday banquet, if there was anything unusual aside from Hu Yidao's rampage, it was that the heavenly soldier Jiuxu had attended the banquet under the guise of a patrolling celestial officer. This minor celestial, having consumed 3,000-year-old peaches, had fortuitously ascended to a low-grade golden immortal. Were it not for this, he would merely be a mid-grade celestial, an inconspicuous figure. Yet yesterday, seated among the high-ranking immortals of the three realms, he exhibited no trepidation, but rather an unsettling calm. Even I felt somewhat apprehensive and anxious, fearful of making a misstep. This individual is anything but ordinary. Though Hu Yidao and Jiuxu bore no connection, the latter, as a heavenly soldier, was certainly suspicious, the cloud-drunken fairy mused. She recalled that Zhou Tong had once cautioned her to keep an eye on Jiuxu. Yet at that time, her focus was solely on eliminating the 100 Flowers fairy, and she had dismissed this seemingly inconsequential soldier. Reflecting now, it was evident that this soldier had risen from the most humble origins in the heavenly court to become a somewhat influential officer in mere months. Such a rapid ascension could not solely be attributed to luck. There were undoubtedly deeper issues at play. The fact that Ba Jiao had once planted a trace of demonic energy in his soul, only for it to vanish inexplicably, already indicated that this individual was extraordinary. The cloud-drunken fairy realized she had been remiss, too consumed by her schemes to notice the simpler yet critical details. Just like this clear spring, she had only paid attention to the flowing water while neglecting the starlight that fell upon it each night. Suddenly, amidst the stillness of the night, a soft sigh echoed, as if whispered right beside her. Buzz! The cloud-drunken fairy felt a chill run down her spine, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloping her. Who goes there? She exclaimed, her mid-grade, golden, immortal aura erupting, causing the nearby spring to churn violently. Freeze! But in the next instant, she found herself immobilized, her aura dissipating as fear filled her eyes. A binding spell, one of the most common yet most domineering spells in the three realms. As long as one possessed absolute superiority in power, they could immobilize their target. This indicated that her enemy's strength far surpassed her own, at least at the Tai golden immortal level. A cool breeze swept by, and a shadowy figure appeared before the cloud-drunken fairy. Hu Yidao. Though she could not speak, incredulity gleamed in her eyes. The celestial officer Lu Tian had been quite loquacious, and, after the morning assembly, the appearance and fierce temperament of the villain Hu Yidao had quickly spread throughout the heavenly court. Thus, upon seeing this dark figure, the cloud-drunken fairy immediately thought of Hu Yidao. I had intended to let you live a while longer, but since you could deduce so much, you have sealed your own fate. Jiuxu sighed helplessly. The cloud-drunken fairy's eyes reflected a plea for mercy. You wish to live? Jiuxu chuckled softly, then raised his hand to cast a beam of celestial light, releasing her from the immobilization spell. Spare me, great immortal. Spare me. The cloud-drunken fairy pleaded repeatedly. Despite having attained immortality, none wished to meet their demise. I ask you, why do you and the Lord of the Martial Stars seek to claim the 100 Flowers Garden? Who is that person you spoke of today? Jiuxu interrogated. The cloud-drunken fairy's complexion shifted dramatically. At this moment, she could not deny the truth of the Lord of the Martial Stars' words. Hu Yidao was indeed a threat. Speak, and you shall live. Remain silent, and you shall die. Jiuxu's gaze hardened, casting Hui Dao as a fearsome figure. To speak is death, to remain silent is also death. The cloud-drunken fairy forced a smile. As she laughed, a strange expression crossed her face, a trace of crimson appearing at her lips, rapidly spreading across her visage. Poison. Jiuxu's expression changed. Yet by the time he sensed something amiss, it was already too late. The moment the cloud-drunken fairy's words fell, she fell silent. How ruthless! How lethal! This poison could instantly kill even a mid-grade golden immortal. Jiuxu shook his head, increasingly convinced that the underlying matters were far from simple. Initially, he believed the schemes of the cloud-drunken fairy and the Lord of the Martial Star were solely aimed at the destruction of the Hundred Flowers Fairy. However, he had not anticipated that their true aim was the Hundred Flowers Garden itself. What lay within the Hundred Flowers Garden that would compel the Lord of the Martial Star, a high-grade, Tai golden immortal, to orchestrate such elaborate schemes? Jiuxu could not comprehend. There was an unsettling feeling that the Lord of the Martial Star was being manipulated from behind the scenes. They spoke of utilizing the forces of the demonic sect to rescue Ba Jiao and mentioned invoking the World Destruction Black Lotus to summon that individual, leading to the conclusion that this person hailed from the demonic sect. Could it be that the demonic sect was the true puppeteer orchestrating everything from the shadows? Jiuxu's mind raced with thoughts. It was certain that the individual from the demonic sect possessed strength surpassing that of the Lord of the Martial Star. However, if they were indeed from the demonic sect, what was their motive for targeting the Hundred Flowers Garden? No. The Lord of the Martial Star was preparing to exploit the demonic sect to eliminate the Hundred Flowers Fairy. If the demonic sect were the true masterminds, then the notion of exploitation would be moot, eliminating that possibility. Furthermore, the demonic sect was currently weak. Apart from the reigning demon lord, their strength was minimal, and they lacked the power to support such ambitions. It was implausible that they could instill such fear in the cloud-drunken fairy, compelling her to take her own life rather than divulge any secrets. Who could it be? The Buddhist sect? The demon clan? Or perhaps some other powerful beings from the three realms? Jiuxu's brow furrowed, enveloped in a haze of suspicion. Who is the true puppet master? What do they seek in the Hundred Flowers Garden? Jiuxu's gaze suddenly shifted toward the edge of the clear spring, where the cloud-drunken fairy's lifeless body lay. Having cultivated the chaotic celestial scriptures, both his physical form and soul were exceptionally robust, and his spiritual perception was highly acute. Just moments ago, he had detected a barely perceptible fluctuation from the cloud-drunken fairy's corpse, one that even a Danlu golden immortal would struggle to notice. Attempting to shed your shell before me and reincarnate in the lower realms? Jiuxu snedit, raising his hand to cast a beam of celestial light upon the cloud-drunken fairy's body. In the next moment, a streak of colorful light burst forth from the forehead of the celestial maiden Yunzue, transforming into a 3-inch tall silhouette, which was none other than her soul. Could it be that the immortal truly intends to eradicate her completely? Yunzue's expression shifted, and she began to weep softly, her delicate demeanor evoking pity. Conceal your vile countenance. Jiuxu expressed his disdain. The diminutive soul of Yunzue was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly. You have yet to answer my earlier inquiries. Jiuxu stated, producing the soul-slaying blade. The color drained from Yunzue's face. In her current spectral state, she felt the palpable threat posed by the dark blade, as if a mere wisp of its chilling aura could sever her very essence. If I speak, will the immortal allow me to descend and be reborn? I, Hui Dao, have always conducted my dealings with integrity. What is the relation between the immortal and Jiuxu? Enough with the trivialities. Speak, or face annihilation. Suddenly, Yunzhe let out a bitter laugh. If I divulged the truth, even if rebirth were possible, my future would likely be worse than death. With their methods, will I still be myself? Before her words could fully escape her lips, her 3-inch soul dissipated into the wind. Damn it! Jiuxu felt a surge of frustration. Chapter 27. The thorn flower of the sky was filled with stars, the night enveloping the heavenly realm. Within the Jade-Pool Palace and the Jade-Dew Garden, Yunzue's lifeless body lay by the clear spring, devoid of vitality. A once delicate celestial maiden had now departed this world. Truly, one skilled in scheming. She had discerned the connection between Hui Dao and Jiuxu. Jiuxu shook his head. Praise aside, Even had he received answers to those two questions, he would have still executed Yunzue. She had sensed the issues surrounding him, and should the Wuching Star Lord learn of it, trouble would surely follow. Thus, Yunzue had to perish. Though Hui Dao was indeed honest in his dealings, honesty was meant for children and the elderly, not celestial beings. With her demise, the questions remained unresolved, complicating matters for Jiuxu. He had inquired about the motives behind the 100-flower garden and the identity of the individual involved. The latter question he had nearly deduced. The person in question hailed from the demon sect and was likely stronger than the Wuching Star Lord. The only contender who met such criteria appeared to be the current demon sovereign, whose cultivation was that of a great Luo golden immortal. Although uncertain of the specifics regarding rank, their power undoubtedly ranked among the greatest in the three realms. This conjecture made Jiuxu feel that the situation had escalated beyond his initial expectations. He had merely sought to develop his strength steadily, without becoming a mere pawn in a celestial upheaval. Now, with the emergence of a demon sovereign, he found himself yearning to encounter the monkey, for then he would be familiar with the subsequent narrative. What manner of demon sovereign was this, unacquainted with such tales? Not only was there the demon sovereign, but also the hidden hand behind the Wuching Star Lord. One whom Yunzue feared to the point of preferring obliteration rather than revealing a word. This puppeteer, orchestrating all events from the shadows, posed the greatest threat. Jiuxu Sayin Wali. Of course, none of this posed a threat to him. Rather, it endangered the 100-flower fairy. Were he a cold-hearted individual, he could easily remain indifferent, relying on his status as a Tai golden immortal to observe passively without consequence. However, his heart was warm, his blood alive, and the bond he shared with the 100-flower fairy had long since transcended the simplicity of his initial intrusion into the 100-flower garden, where he merely beheld a sea of white blossoms. This thorn flower had already pierced his heart. Reflecting upon this, Jiuxu recognized he had overlooked a crucial point. Yunzue and the Wuching Star Lord merely expressed a desire to enlist the aid of the demon sect to eliminate the 100-flower fairy. Yet their collaboration with the demon sect surely harbored ulterior motives. What precisely did they intend to achieve? Without this knowledge, he would find himself severely disadvantaged. Suddenly, a faint sound drifted from outside the Jiuxu garden. Jiuxu's form flickered and vanished into the darkness. Soon, a silver serpent slithered into the Jiuxu garden. Little by, Jiuxu was taken aback. He recognized this silver serpent all too well, for its owner was none other than the 100-flower fairy. He quickly surveyed his surroundings from height and soon spotted a graceful figure lurking on a secluded celestial isle not far from the Jiuxu garden. The form was unmistakable. It was indeed the 100-flower fairy. Indeed, she was a thorn flower, though her methods appeared somewhat crude. Jiuxu Juka Sopti. Shaking his head, inside the Jiuxu garden, the silver serpent, little by, moved with great stealth. Even a top-tier golden immortal would struggle to detect her presence. If Yunzue were still alive, she would not have sensed it either. Little by soon reached the edge of the clear spring, discovering what seemed to be the slumbering form of Yunzue. Hiss! Little by opened her mouth slightly, preparing to unleash a wisp of white mist upon Yunzue, but then halted, her little eyes widening in realization. As a serpent spirit, she possessed intelligence and immediately recognized that Yunzue had perished. Simultaneously, her acute instincts warned her of a terrible demon lurking in the darkness, poised to consume her at any moment. Hiss! Startled, the silver serpent quickly retracted the wisp of mist and hastily turned to flee, vanishing like a flash of white light from the Jiuxu garden. This little by remained as careless as ever. Jiuxu emerged from the shadows, raising his hand to cast a celestial light that erased the traces left by little by's recent passage. The existence of the silver serpent was a closely guarded secret of the 100-flower fairy, even unknown to her closest companions among the 7 fairies. Jiuxu had only stumbled upon it by chance, learning from the 100-flower fairy that little by was somehow connected to the 9-leaved purple cloud flower. Before her ascension, the 100-flower fairy had discovered the flower's seeds in a hidden realm while in the lower world, and at that time, Little By had been beside the seeds. The 100-flower fairy picked up the seeds and adopted Little By, later realizing that the serpent was a member of a unique bloodline among demonkind. Even now, as a low-tier golden immortal, she could not take on a human form. Yet despite her inability to transform, Little By possessed formidable strength. Had that wisp of mist been unleashed, even with Yunzei's mid-tier golden immortal prowess, she would have lost half her life. Thus, for all this time, Little Bai and the 9-leaved purple cloud flower seeds had served as the 100-flower fairy's 2 vital trump cards. The seeds had already been presented to the Queen Mother, leaving only Little Bai as her remaining safeguard. On that remote celestial isle not far from the Jade Dew Garden, the 100-flower fairy, clad in dark attire, exchanged urgent words with the silver serpent. Hiss! She's already dead? Hiss! We must flee quickly. Hiss! The 100-flower fairy and the silver serpent transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the night sky. Once they departed, Jiuxu's ethereal form materialized, and he raised his hand once more to cast a celestial light, erasing the traces left by the 100-flower fairy. Such carelessness could lead to no significant harm. Jiuxu shook his head. Soon after, he transformed into a streak of golden light and vanished from sight, employing the earth-soaring golden light technique from the 36 heavenly laws. However, rather than returning to the Renshin camp, he set his course towards the celestial prison. The cloud-drunken fairy and the banana spirit shared a sisterly bond. Now that the former had perished, it was likely that the latter held some knowledge regarding the schemes concerning the 100-flower garden. What was the next step in the collaboration between the Wuching Star Lord and the demonic sect? These two questions were what Jiuxu yearned to uncover most. As for the puppet master behind it all, he held no expectation that the banana spirit would possess such insights. A mere low-grade golden immortal would likely know little. Otherwise, the Wuching Star Lord would have surely opted to silence the banana spirit permanently instead of rescuing her. His visit to the celestial prison was merely a gamble, hoping to extract some information from the banana spirit. Given Jiuxu's current prowess, the celestial prison posed no obstacle to him. However, after only a brief sojourn, he exited with a look of disdain. Full of schemes, and yet they speak of sacrifice for righteousness. Upon hearing his inquiries, the banana spirit unexpectedly took poison and ended her own life, mirroring the fate of the cloud-drunken fairy. This time, Jiuxu did not allow her the chance to disperse her soul. He swiftly used the soul-cutting blade to sever her spirit. Chapter 28. The Jade Emperor. Is this ever going to end? In the 9th Patrol Team of the Tiangang Division at the Renshin camp, Jiuxu's primordial spirit returned to the barracks after a night of stealth. Although he did not obtain the answers he sought, the night was not without its gains, as he had confirmed several crucial details. Sitting cross-legged on a mat, Jiuxu reflected deeply. He established that the Star Lord was indeed the Wuching Star Lord, that the true objective was the 100-flower garden, that a far greater puppet master lurked behind, and that they intended to collaborate with the demonic sect for an unknown future scheme, all while eliminating the flower fairy. These were significant revelations. Furthermore, the deaths of the cloud-drunken fairy and the banana spirit would serve as a warning shot. If the Wuching Star Lord was not a fool, he would weigh the consequences of continuing his collaboration with the demonic sect. Jiuxu mused that while the decision to kill was impulsive, it might yield unexpected benefits. If the Wuching Star Lord were to continue his alliance with the demonic sect, leading to a direct confrontation with the demon sovereign against the flower fairy, it would be dire indeed. As a great Luo golden immortal, Jiuxu recognized his limitations. Perhaps with more time, he could face a great Luo golden immortal head-on. But he still had some distance to cover. The recent deaths of the cloud-drunken fairy and the banana spirit, barring unforeseen circumstances, would likely compel the Wuching Star Lord to halt or reconsider his plans. Thus, it provided him with an opportunity for further growth. He seemed to have overlooked a pressing issue. Had the Jade Emperor issued a decree to extract information from the banana spirit, Jiuxu anticipated that the morning assembly at the Lingxiao Hall would be quite lively. The next day, at the Lingxiao Hall, incompetence, utterly useless. What are you guards at the celestial prison doing? You couldn't keep watch over a single prisoner? She was incarcerated for less than a day, and now she's dead? How did she die? Suicide? A low-grade golden immortal would cling to any chance of survival. Why would she take her own life? Poisoned? Do your guards not know to search for contraband beforehand? The Jade Emperor, no longer seated upon his 9 heavens throne, paced restlessly. He stood at the hall's forefront, scolding the kneeling Wu Tian general below. Had it not been for the consideration of his image as the sovereign of the 3 realms, he might have resorted to outright curses. Your Majesty, I searched thoroughly. The poison was colorless and odorless, something I have neither seen nor heard of before. Wu Tian General protested, feeling increasingly aggrieved. And you dare to retort. The Jade Emperor's ire intensified. Wu Tian General felt further wronged. Having overseen the celestial prison for many years, he had encountered various offenders, from celestial beings to demons. He had encountered countless practitioners skilled in poisons and was well-versed in the myriad toxins of the three realms. Yet this time, he truly had not seen it, nor even had a glimpse of it. Outside the hall, Jiuxu stood in an inconspicuous corner, listening to it all and silently mourning for Wu Tian General. For indeed, the poison was problematic. He knew little of poisons, but the flower fairy was knowledgeable, well-versed in the properties of various flowers and herbs, and naturally familiar with the alchemical arts. Since potions and poisons share many similarities, Jiuxu had often engaged in scholarly exchanges with the flower fairy over the past 6 months, inadvertently acquiring knowledge of numerous poisons. After the cloud drunken fairy and the banana spirit had taken poison and perished, he had examined the remnants of poison on their bodies, discovering that it was peculiar and vastly different from the commonly known poisons of the three realms, dissipating at an astonishing speed. Within a breath, all traces vanished. No wonder Wu Tian General felt wronged. He had not even seen what kind of poison afflicted the banana spirit, let alone identify its origins. The guard of the celestial prison are undoubtedly flawed. Perhaps this serves as a wake-up call for them, Jiuxu pondered. 6 months prior, when he had been incarcerated in the celestial prison, the Wuqing Star Lord and the cloud-drunken fairy had secretly conspired with the Dark Ancestor to silence him, indicating that the guards were indeed compromised. At that moment, a squad of celestial soldiers rushed in from the distant horizon. Your Majesty, I have urgent news to report. The leading celestial general called out from outside the hall. Let him enter. The Jade Emperor suppressed his anger. The celestial general entered and reported, Your Majesty, the cloud-drunken fairy of the Yaoqi Palace has met with a mysterious demise. The estimated time of death was during the early hours of the previous night, seemingly from a lethal poison that was colorless and odorless. The next moment, the hall erupted with the Jade Emperor's furious roar. Poison? Another instance of poison? When will this end? Your Majesty, I mentioned that the poison was suspicious. See, the cloud-drunken fairy also. Wu Tian General hastily interjected. Silence. The Jade Emperor could no longer maintain the dignity befitting the ruler of the three realms. It was becoming unbearable. For over 6 months, the heavenly court had seen no peace. Within the Lingxiao Hall, it was ultimately the foremost celestial official, the Taibai Jinxing, who stood forth. Your Majesty, I recall that the banana spirit was the companion of the cloud-drunken fairy. Both fell victim to an unknown poison last night. This is undoubtedly suspicious. Could it be the work of the puppet master silencing them? Regardless of who it was, they must be brought to justice. The Jade Emperor's expression darkened, and he commanded coldly, Neza, I am here. This matter is entrusted to you, and the Tiangang division must undergo a thorough overhaul. I bear the blame. Humph. The Jade Emperor waved his sleeve and departed. The death of a mid-grade golden immortal and a low-grade golden immortal from poisoning would normally not provoke such fury. He would scarcely have blinked an eye. However, the recent series of events, the emergence of the world-destroying Black Lotus, the lightning strike on the Lingxiao Hall, the assassination during the Queen Mother's birthday banquet, and the poisoning of the Yaoqi maidens, had led the Jade Emperor to sense an unseen hand orchestrating it all. Just as Taibai Jinxing had said, the deaths of the two maidens were clearly acts of silencing. This realization left the Jade Emperor feeling deeply unsettled. He is the sovereign of the three realms, and the heavenly court serves as the pinnacle of authority within these realms. To conspire and scheme beneath his very gaze is nothing short of a provocation, intolerable in nature. After the court assembly concluded, Jiuxu led a contingent of celestial soldiers on patrol around the Lingxiao Hall, ultimately locating the remnants of the mysterious essence to complete his daily attendance. The reward for this attendance was a celestial-grade essence pill, capable of enhancing the souls of golden immortals. For Jiuxu, however, it bore little significance. Such elixirs are typically reserved for future opportunities to gift to the Fairy of 100 Flowers or to Jing Tian. It seems that the remnants of the mysterious essence in the Lingxiao Hall have been nearly exhausted by my attendance. It may soon be time to seek a different venue. Of course, the Lingxiao Hall frequently sees the comings and goings of celestial officials and divine generals, ensuring that the remnants will not be scarce. After some time, they will surely accumulate again, allowing for another attendance. Chapter 29. Awaiting developments, the leaf family of the Pisha Palace stands as a robust evergreen tree within the heavenly court in the three realms. The heavenly king Li Jing, a venerable elder of the heavenly court, wields formidable power, commanding all celestial troops and overseeing the four great kings, the 9 luminaries, and the 12 Yuanshun. His eldest son, Jin Jia, is a disciple of the Buddhist Bodhisattva Manjushri, often found by the side of the Tathagata. His second son, Mu Jia, is a disciple of the Bodhisattva Guanyin and is also a man of strength. The youngest son, Nija, has attained physical sanctification and is among the foremost experts among the celestial generals, closely following his father Li Jing and overseeing the Tian Gang division of celestial soldiers, akin to the chief guardian of the Jade Emperor. From this, it is clear that the Li family's web of connections is extensive, maintaining close ties with the Tao, Buddhism, and various other powers within the three realms. However, following the court assembly today, the atmosphere within the Pisha Palace was somewhat somber. Upon their return, Li Jing and his son Nija entered a concealed chamber to discuss matters that could obscure heavenly secrets. Father, I sense that the situation in the heavenly court, and indeed the three realms, has begun to grow peculiar, Nija remarked, his delicate features marred by a furrowed brow. It is not merely peculiar. We are on the brink of a tempest, Li Jing replied gravely. Is it that severe? Nija asked, surprised. Do you have any inkling as to which faction is orchestrating this? There are suspicions, yet nothing certain, Li Jing nodded. What course of action shall we take? We shall observe the unfolding events. The Emperor commands me to reorganize the Tian Gang division. Indeed, it requires thorough restructuring. Should the situation change, the Tian Gang division will be the last line of defense for the heavenly court. Remember, the reason the Li family stands resilient in the three realms is loyalty. The Emperor and the heavenly court are whom we must pledge our allegiance to and protect. I understand, Nija said, nodding solemnly. Though both father and son are great Luo golden immortals, with Nija having achieved physical sanctification, he recognizes that, in the presence of the true masters of the three realms, they still have much to learn. Yet, this does not serve as a justification for retreat. Loyalty is the foundation of the Li family. In the northern domain of the heavenly court, the residence of the Wuzu Star Lord, as the general overseeing the celestial troops of the earthly fiends, the Wuzu Star Lord, although yet to attain the rank of Great Luo, holds a significant position within the heavenly court. His status is closely linked to his illustrious background. The Demu Yuanjun has 9 sons, among them the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity and the Emperor of the Gnostic, with the remaining 7 being the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper. The Wuzu Star Lord is one of these 7 stars. It can be said that his family is no less formidable than the Leaf family of the Pisha Palace. Deeply rooted in the heavenly court, Demu Yuanjun himself is an immortal of great lineage, a disciple of a sage before the canonization. While the emperors of the Purple Tenuity and Gnostic are among the 4 sovereigns of the heavenly court, wielding considerable power. With such a prominent background, the Wuzu Star Lord naturally thrives within the heavenly court. The earthly fiends of vital military force are under his sole command. However, after today's court assembly, the usually spirited Wuzu Star Lord returned home feeling despondent, almost as if he were on the verge of spilling blood from frustration. Concurrently, he harbored a profound sense of crisis. Not long ago, I had a late-night conversation with the fairy of cloud drunkenness, and shortly after, she chose to end her own life with poison, just as the banana spirit in the heavenly prison did too. The Wuzu Star Lord sat alone in the vast, empty hall, his head bowed, pondering these events. The poison targets the physical form but spares the soul. It is our last resort. Should our plot be revealed, one must resort to poison and end their own life. Yet, what could have compelled the fairy of cloud drunkenness and the banana spirit to choose such a path? Could our late-night discourse have been overheard? Impossible. Whenever I conspire, I employ spiritual treasures to obscure heavenly secrets. Unless a sage personally deduces it, it should remain undetected. The Wuzu Star Lord dismissed his own conjectures, yet the sense of crisis within him only intensified. He recalled the recent machinations of Hu Dao, where the banana spirit and the 12-flower fairy scheme had been discerned by him, resulting in the failure of their blossoming plan. The deaths of the fairy of cloud drunkenness and the banana spirit bore striking similarities to Hu Dao's murder of Zhou Tong. Both were the result of post-conspiracy demise. Could there be other factions involved? Were those who forced the fairy of cloud drunkenness and the banana spirit to their ends aligned with Hui Dao? Part of the same faction? The Wuxiu Star Lord hung his head, his expression darkened, ultimately arriving at a decision born of resignation. No matter what, we cannot act recklessly again. Zhou Tong's death led to the failure of our scheme. If we proceed with the next phase. Time flowed, and a month swiftly passed. The tranquil heavenly court led Jiuxu to confirm that the deaths of the fairy of cloud drunkenness and the banana spirit had indeed shaken the Wuxiu Star Lord, causing the schemer to pause or abandon his plans with the demonic sect. Jiuxu harbored no intentions of making a proactive strike. With intelligence still unclear and a disparity in strength, maintaining the advantage of obscurity was the wisest choice. In the 9th patrol of the Tian Gang, the Run Shun camp, Jiuxu, as the camp officer, reassigned the patrol areas of the celestial soldiers. This time, he allocated his patrol team to the area of the Doshui Palace. This allocation met with little dissent among the celestial soldiers, apart from a few who were somewhat discontent. After all, Jiuxu was the camp officer, and he had taken the initiative to lead patrols in the perilous Lingxiao Hall for a month. A change of scenery was only reasonable. The Doshui Palace, the site where the Supreme Lord Laozi concocts elixirs, is situated in the southern domain of the Heavenly Court, with the 9th Patrol Division responsible for its security. For over half a year, I have yet to find an opportunity to explore it. Filled with anticipation, Jiuxu, accompanied by Jing Tian and a small group of celestial soldiers, soared toward the vicinity of the Doshui Palace. As one of the 3 purities, the Supreme Lord Laozi's true abode is in the Taching realm, far above the 33 heavens. A place where a mere camp officer, such as myself, has yet to earn the right to tread. The Doshui Palace, a site of alchemical endeavors, though it cannot compare to the Taching realm, is nonetheless a sage's residence, promising to harbor treasures of worth. Soon, Jiuxu and his team arrived near the Doshui Palace. Unlike the bustling and vibrant celestial palaces of the Heavenly Court, this palace exuded a sense of tranquility, albeit with a significantly higher temperature. At the entrance stood a youth in a green ox. The youth, not a mere child, appeared as a young man. As for the azure bull, it is no ordinary creature. It appears entirely dark blue and possesses a single horn. It is surely the auspicious beast known as the Ji, which the old lord often rides, also referred to as the horned azure bull. I am Jiuxu, and I have encountered 2 celestial beings. Approaching, I clasp my fists in greeting, acknowledging that even in the mortal realm, there exists a hierarchy akin to the 7 rank officials before the Prime Minister. The same principle applies in the Heavenly Court. The young acolytes before the sages are not to be underestimated. Consider the golden-horned and silver-horned kings, who were merely the 2 acolytes tending to the old Lord's furnace. Yet they caused considerable trouble for the journey to the West Team with some of the old Lord's treasures. Had it not been for their lack of wit, the monkey would have had to exert even greater effort to navigate that challenge. Chapter 30. The 6 Ding Divine Fire before the gates of the Doshui Palace. I bowed respectfully. The azure bull seemed to be in slumber, indifferent to my presence. The acolyte observed my golden armor and, with an expressionless demeanor, directly inquired, "Are you the newly appointed commander of the Run Shun camp from the 9th Patrol?" "Indeed, that is I replied with utmost respect, my demeanor befitting my current status. "Recently, the Heavenly Court has been unsettled, and the Doshui Palace is a crucial location. You are to diligently patrol the surrounding areas. Any misstep will result in the demise of your entire Ren Shun camp." The acolyte spoke with an air of indifference, yet his words were laden with menace. The intensity of his remarks led me to suspect he might be one of the golden or silver-horn beings. Subsequently, I refrained from further conversation, performed a salute, and led my team to patrol, primarily seeking the remnants of the mysterious. After a circuitous journey, I arrived at the southeastern corner of the Doshui Palace, where I spotted a branch of a red apricot tree extending over the palace wall, adorned with a cluster of ripe red apricots. Noticing the absence of onlookers, I approached and plucked the fruit, stowing away most of them in my spatial bag, intending to later present them to the 100 Flower Garden. Rarely can ordinary celestial beings partake of the old lord's red apricots. I distributed the remaining fruit among my subordinates, including Jing Tian. Their astonished expressions revealed their surprise at my audacity, They had previously patrolled this area and had long noticed the protruding branch, yet none dared to pick the fruit, fearing even the fallen ones. Unexpectedly, the new commander boldly harvested a hefty bunch, sour and sweet. I indulged in the fruit, and the ethereal energy within the apricots surged through me, enriching my cultivation. Jing Tian and the other 8 heavenly soldiers exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they too consumed the delectable offerings. Such treasures should not be left to rot here. It would be a waste. If the sage sees this, he will be displeased. We are alleviating the sage's burdens. Do you understand? I instructed my subordinates. Indeed, the commander speaks wisely. There is merit in his words. Brother Ji is truly sagacious. The heavenly soldiers praised, recognizing that sharing the fruit forged a bond of camaraderie. Satisfied with their approval, I resumed my patrol. However, after taking only a few steps, I suddenly halted. Current location meets the sign-in requirements. Would you like to sign in? I gazed at the pile of ancient, decayed red apricots at the base of the wall and blinked in surprise, realizing this was indeed a remnant of the mysterious. The Old Lord's alchemical site could not harbor decay. Let's clear this away, I commanded, gesturing for my team to begin the task. Old Lord, in exchange for my tidying up, grant me a boon. I silently wished. Sign in. Sign in successful. You have obtained the 6 Ding Divine Fire and the 9 Transformation Golden Elixir. Thunder roared, reverberating throughout the heavenly court, and the magnificent Do Shui Palace trembled violently, accompanied by a blinding flash of fire. This was no mere thunder. Something had exploded. This is disastrous. The furnace cultivated by our master has exploded, came the anxious voice of the acolyte. I watched the blinding flames erupting from within the palace and felt a pang of anxiety, neglecting to check my sign-in rewards as I hurriedly led Jing Tian and the others to extinguish the flames. Upon reaching the palace gates, we were met with red flames swirling like water, capable of incinerating anything in their path. Upon witnessing this scene, I abandoned any thoughts of extinguishing the fire, for it was a force far beyond what mere golden immortals could quell. Its might was formidable. The acolyte of golden immortal rank stood anxiously at the entrance, unable to enter, and repeatedly struck the azure bowl beside him. Old Ji, awaken quickly. This is a fragment of the 6 Ding Divine Fire left by our master. I cannot extinguish it. Please do not be idle. Finally, the azure bowl opened its eyes and spoke. It regarded the raging flames, its large eyes reflecting a grave concern. With a roar, it exhaled a torrent of water vapor that engulfed the red flames. The opposing forces of water and fire swirled together, and the remnants of the 6 Ding Divine Fire that had spilled from the furnace were eventually extinguished. At that moment, patrol teams from other regions swiftly arrived, led by Zhu Tianjiang of the 9th Patrol. Seeing the flames had been quelled, he exhaled a sigh of relief. We could not afford any further calamity. What transpired? Zhu Tianjiang approached me, eager for an explanation. I am not entirely certain. It seems there was an explosion in the furnace, I replied, my expression betraying my lingering trepidation. Ah, I see. The furnace of the Ta Ching Master is known for such explosions, as long as no demons are causing chaos, Zhu Tianjiang reassured me. The explosive sound had reverberated throughout the heavenly court, akin to an impending demonic assault. Although the commotion from the Do Shui Palace's explosion had been louder than usual, such occurrences were not uncommon, thus failing to incite significant upheaval. Naturally, no one had noticed Jiuxu, who was patrolling the Do Shui Palace area. The might of the 6 Ding Divine Fire is truly remarkable. I marveled at the crimson flames within my system's repository. 6 Ding Divine Fire, one of the 4 great heavenly fires, possessing boundless mysteries, capable of cleansing marrow and transforming essence, as well as incinerating heaven and boiling seas. Though the information provided was succinct, it could not conceal the immense power of this heavenly fire. From what I understood, the 6 Ding Divine Fire is a treasure possession of the Supreme Old Lord, concealed within the 8 trigrams furnace, and is even more potent than the true fire of Samadhi. In myth and legend, the Old Lord wielded this very flame to forge the golden cudgel, the 9-toothed rake, and the 3-pronged blade, among other magical artifacts. Furthermore, it was the same fire used to refine the monkey in the 8 trigrams furnace, rendering him as sturdy as steel. As he himself attested, what a marvelous treasure! I could not help but exclaim internally. My cultivation revolves around the chaotic Heavenly Scripture, granting me a robust physique and soul. Should I regularly utilize the six-ding divine fire to temper myself, my physical form would undoubtedly grow even more formidable. Moreover, this flame possesses the capacity to unleash destructive power, making it a deadly weapon in combat. As this fire is rooted once refined, it can be transformed and replenished at will using magical power, rendering it an inexhaustible resource, free of concerns regarding depletion. My eyes sparkled with excitement. Like the six-ding divine fire that poured out from the gossip furnace, it was a remnant left by the old lord upon his departure. And there's also a 9-turn golden pill. He turned his gaze to another item in the warehouse, a reward for signing in. 9-turn golden pill, one of the finest celestial pills in the 3 realms. Consuming it enhances both the physical body and the soul's cultivation. A celestial pill aimed at improving the physical form and the soul. Jiuxu felt a stir in his heart. He recalled the tale of the Monkey King wreaking havoc in heaven, who consumed several jars of incomplete 9-turn golden pills and thus achieved an indestructible body. If he were to consume a matured 9-turn golden pill, not only would his body become indomitable, but his soul would also be significantly enhanced. Nonetheless, Jiuxu understood that the legendary indestructible body in mythology was not truly invincible. It merely had not encountered a stronger attack. However, this pill could indeed assist me in rapidly advancing my cultivation of the chaotic heavenly canon. A smile spread across Jiuxu's face. Chapter 31. The alchemist flower fairy time flowed by, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. One deep night, in the dark barracks of the 9th Patrol Team's Shun camp, Jiuxu sat alone on a meditation mat. He exhaled softly, and immediately, 5 energies circulated within him, his body and soul shimmering with radiant light. Subsequently, colorful light flickered on his forehead, revealing the 3-flower seal. With the 3 flowers atop and the 5 energies within, he had attained the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal. Jiuxu suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze flashing with a terrifying brilliance in the darkness, as the 3 flowers and 5 energies concealed themselves once more. Half a year had elapsed, during which he had signed in at the Doshui Palace daily, most often receiving a 9-turn golden pill, along with other exquisite celestial pills like the 9-turn Great Restorative Pill and the 9-turn Soul Restoring Pill. The 9-turn Great Restorative Pill was used for quickly restoring magical power, while the 9-turn Soul Restoring Pill could revive mortals and was beneficial for healing among celestial beings. Jiuxu stored both types of pills in his warehouse for future use. As for the 9-turn golden pills, he had consumed them for his cultivation. Just moments ago, he had successfully broken through again, elevating his rank to the upper tier of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. The consumption for the chaotic heavenly canon was indeed substantial. He had ingested nearly 100 9-turn golden pills over the past half year, only achieving a 2-tier increase. If it were another ordinary celestial being, they might have advanced from a lower-tier celestial to a great Luo Golden Immortal. However, the power gained from such consumption far surpassed that of ordinary celestial beings. The chaotic heavenly canon rendered him invincible among peers, allowing him to battle beyond his rank. Now, even a great Luo Golden Immortal would not intimidate me. Jiuxu brimmed with confidence. During this half year, the heavenly court had remained exceptionally tranquil, with no unusual occurrences. Although he sensed a subtle undercurrent, he refrained from acting rashly, choosing instead to develop steadily. Besides frequent visits to the flower garden, he had not engaged in any extravagant activities. The flower fairy, a wise celestial maiden, sensed that their relationship had transcended the bounds of ordinary friendship. Yet, neither of them acknowledged this delicate bond. One reason was the celestial edicts forbidding relationships between celestial maidens and heavenly soldiers within this sacred realm. The other was the awareness that the heavenly court was currently unstable. Particularly for the flower fairy, the repeated machinations of the cloud drunken fairy, coupled with her sudden demise, led her to feel that at least one force, driven by unknown motives, was targeting her. In such circumstances, she could not involve Jiuxu. Thus, until now, they maintained an unconventional friendship. As for the several pill formulas from last time, Jiuxu wondered how the flower fairy had fared at her research. Considering the time, it had been 3 days since his last visit. As the saying goes, 3 days apart feels like 3 autumns. Today would be an opportune moment to visit the flower garden. Jiuxu, being decisive, acted on his thoughts. As the officer of the Renshun camp, he simply needed to write a leave request and sign it himself. He promptly delegated the patrol duties to Jing Tian and set off alone for the flower garden. Over the past 6 months, more accurately, during the last year, Jiuxu had, under various pretexts, gifted some celestial pills he had no use for to Jing Tian. After all, if it weren't for this fellow villager delivering a message to him at the flower garden, he might have been silenced in the heavenly prison. Jing Tian had made good use of those pills, rising from a lower-tier celestial to an upper-tier celestial, now capable of standing on his own. As for the origin of the celestial pills, Jing Tian had not given it much thought. Everyone knew Jiuxu was closely connected to the flower fairy, who was adept at alchemy. Thus, it was no surprise that Jiuxu could produce such an abundance of celestial pills. Jiuxu navigated the flower garden with ease and soon spotted the flower fairy tending to herbs in a patch of medicinal plants. Dressed in simple, elegant attire, she had tied her sleeves to avoid brushing against the delicate herbs. Upon noticing Jiuxu's arrival, the flower fairy remained seated, half squatting among the plants, and playfully tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear while smiling. "You're here." "Yes, I'm here," Jiuxu replied as he approached. "I happen to have some free time today and wanted to check on the 3 herbs we discussed last time. How have they been growing?" Their exchanges were typically devoid of overly sentimental declarations, characterized instead by a comfortable simplicity. The growth conditions for these 3 herbs were quite demanding. Even with the divine liquid from the goddess to nourish them, survival was a challenge. Thankfully, your grafting technique, combined with the apricot rootstock you sent me a while back, has finally allowed these 3 herbs to blossom. The flower fairy stood up to reveal 3 young herb seedlings grafted onto apricot wood, all poised to bloom. "You truly have a nurturing touch. Otherwise, even the best grafting technique and apricot rootstock would not sustain these 3 herbs," Jiuxu remarked with a smile. Recently, he discovered numerous pill formulas stored in the system warehouse and decided to share them with the flower fairy. What could attract a scholarly maiden? Naturally, it was knowledge and erudition. These formulas were rewards he had received from signing in at the heavenly court, many of which were long-lost methods for concocting celestial pills, such as the ancient break calamity pill, spirit transformation pill, and beneficial spirit pill. Jiuxu did not expect the flower fairy to be able to concoct these celestial pills. He merely intended them as a pretext for their regular exchanges. To his surprise, the flower fairy had unearthed numerous seeds for these elusive celestial pills from the Queen Mother's treasury. However, those seeds were ancient and had been stored in the Yaopan treasury for an unknown period, many of which could no longer germinate. The 3 herbs before him were the primary ingredients for the break calamity pill, which were originally quite difficult to keep alive. As a semi-professional in horticulture, Jiuxu recalled the apricot tree in the Doshui Palace, as apricot would serve as an excellent rootstock for grafting seedlings. He boldly broke off a few branches from the tree and brought them to the flower garden. Now, under the flower fairy's careful grafting and nurturing, these 3 herbs had indeed thrived. The break calamity pill can dispel misfortunes. Given your position in the heavenly soldiers' camp, you are bound to encounter some bloodshed. Once this pill is completed, you should take a few to ensure your safety, the flower fairy advised with a smile. "Thank you for your concern, fairy," Jiuxu responded with a grin. "By the way, I recall that your heavenly soldiers' camp has the authority to capture beings from the lower realms," the flower fairy continued. "If possible, could you procure some peony rootstock from the lower realms for me? I have some ideas for cultivating new varieties of peonies." The peony rootstock from the heavenly court is too vigorous and unsuitable for nurturing new floral varieties. The ones from the lower realms should suffice. "No problem. I will have Jing Tian fetch some, as he has recently taken leave to explore the mortal realm." "Jiuxu not that? Explore?" The flower fairy chuckled lightly. "You remain Jing Tian's superior, yet you are unaware of his true intentions for venturing into the mortal realm." Chapter 32. The Unexpected Arrival in the Flower Garden. Jiuxu and the flower fairy sat casually by the medicinal herb patch, engaged in light-hearted conversation. A celestial soldier frequently descending to the mortal realm, and you harbored no suspicions? The flower fairy laughed. "Could it be that this young man is hiding something from me, engaging in some clandestine activities?" Jiuxu furrowed his brow. "Nonsense, what clandestine activities?" The flower fairy jested, then inquired, "Are you familiar with the moon-shaking fairy?" I am, Jiuxu replied. I encountered her here last time. She is the celestial guardian of the divine tree in the northern domain of heaven. She is indeed the guardian of the divine tree. The flower fairy corrected. Last time, when you were imprisoned in the heavenly dungeons, Jing Tian came to inform me, but was intercepted by the patrolling soldiers of the western domain. It was the moon-shaking fairy who fortuitously passed by and brought him to me. In a way, she is half your savior. Jiuxu suddenly recalled the incident. After his release from the dungeon, he had shared drinks with Jing Tian, who had mentioned this encounter. Jing Tian had indeed met a female celestial with a good rapport with the flower fairy, which led him to the flower garden. However, due to the urgency of the situation, Jing Tian had forgotten to inquire her name, leaving Jiuxu in the dark. As time passed, he gradually forgot about it. Yet, now that he pieced it together, Jiuxu felt a twinge of doubt. Jing Tian, the guardian of the divine tree. Doesn't that resemble a tale from the legend of the sword and fairy? Has the director gone off script? It seems these two might have developed a connection. Connection? Do not speak nonsense. The flower fairy glared playfully, then continued. The moon-shaking fairy has also been frequently descending to the mortal realm. During one of her visits, she inadvertently let slip that she has become involved with one of your celestial soldiers. This matter must remain confidential and not be spread about. Rest assured, I understand. Jiuxu note that. Afterward, the two spent the better part of the day discussing the flora in the flower garden. By evening, Jiuxu took to the clouds, returning to the Runshun camp. Following the incident where the cloud-drunk fairy attempted to frame the flower fairy, he had been on alert. Since then, he had not spent the night in the flower garden. The next day, quite fortuitously, Jing Tian came to request leave from Jiuxu. Brother Ji, a descendant of a friend of mine, is performing a ritual for me, claiming their family has encountered a disaster. I must take leave to check on them. Your friend's descendants seem to be quite unfortunate, facing calamities daily, Jiuxu teased. Jing Tian was at a loss for words. All right, it's merely a rendezvous. Go forth with confidence. I support you. Jiuxu waved his hand grandly. Brother Ji, there is no need to conceal such matters from me. Just remember to prioritize your safety and avoid any serious mishaps, Jiuxu said earnestly, patting Jing Tian on the shoulder. Avoid any serious mishaps? Jing Tian was momentarily bewildered. Actually, there's a matter where I need your assistance in the mortal realm. Jiuxu added. Please, speak on, Jing Tian hurriedly replied. Help me procure some peony rootstocks. Jiuxu elaborated on the requirements in detail. Jing Tian took careful notes. All right, hurry along. Don't keep them waiting, Jiuxu urged, sending Jing Tian on his way. He still had a patrol today and could not afford a delay. Once Jing Tian took off eagerly, Jiuxu gazed at his retreating figure, feeling a wave of sentiment. Calculating the time, this lad had nearly taken 2 months of leave. In the celestial realm, a day equates to a year in the mortal realm. By now, he must have fathered numerous offspring. Today, Jiuxu's patrol area was the Qinyan Palace, the abode of the esteemed Tai Yizhen Run in the heavenly court. Renowned as a master of extraordinary powers, Tai Yizhen Run was a direct disciple of the primordial lord of the Tao, the leader of the Qingwei sect, and the mentor of Neza. However, this venerable figure often roamed the 3 realms, rarely seen in the Qinyan Palace. Thus the palace remained tranquil. Jiuxu had been patrolling here for over half a month, acquiring various supernatural abilities, including the 3-headed 8-arm technique, invisibility, and transformation, significantly enhancing his prowess. Soon, Jiuxu completed today's sign-in at a mysterious remnant within the Qinyan Palace. Sign-in successful. You have received Qingwei fire dates and Qingwei immortal wine. Fortune smiled upon him. He had gathered all 3. Jiuxu was instantly elated. Legend has it that Neza had once borrowed 3 fire dates and 3 cups of immortal wine from Tai Yizhen Run to attain the 3-headed 8-arm technique. Naturally, Jiuxu would require the same for his aspirations. The sign-in system did not disappoint him. After half a month in the Qinyan Palace, he finally acquired the 3 Qingwei fire dates and immortal wine. However, this moment of joy was short-lived, interrupted by an unforeseen event. As dusk approached, while leading his patrol to the northwest corner of the Qinyan Palace, Jiuxu spotted a celestial soldier from the Runshun camp hastily approaching on a cloud. Commander! Commander! A crisis has arisen. The soldier's expression was fraught with urgency. What has happened? Jiuxu, maintaining his composure as the camp commander inquired. Captain Jing Tian of Squad 9 has been captured by the Earth Fiend Division. The soldier reported anxiously. Jiuxu's brows knitted together. This was entirely unexpected. The Celestial Generals of the Heavenly Title and Earth Fiend Divisions patrol their respective realms, and their paths rarely cross. Why would the Earth Fiend Division apprehend Jing Tian? Which general from the Earth Fiend Division captured him? Where is Jing Tian now? Jiuxu questioned gravely. Panic would not resolve the situation. He needed to ascertain the facts to formulate a response. While I was on guard at the camp, I saw Jing Tian appear at the southern Heavenly Gate, where he was seized by General Fong of the Earth Fiend Division and taken toward the Heavenly Dungeons. Shortly thereafter, I observed that same general flying toward the Lingxiao Hall. The soldier explained. Jiuxu nodded. The Renshun camp was not far from the southern Heavenly Gate and the Heavenly Dungeons. So witnessing the entire sequence of events was indeed plausible. At this hour, although there was no assembly at the Lingxiao Hall, the Jade Emperor often rested in the adjacent Tongming Hall. Regardless of the charges the Earth Fiend Division levied against Jing Tian, General Fong was undoubtedly on his way to report to the Jade Emperor. For a general to employ such swift and decisive measures against a mere celestial soldier, it was clear he intended to eliminate Jing Tian. What could the accusations possibly be? Jiuxu pondered. A lowly celestial soldier. What could he have done to warrant such attention from a general? Jing Tian's connections within the heavenly realm were primarily rooted in the Renshin camp. Excluding potential conflicts, it seemed the only possibility was a woman. With this thought, Jiuxu instructed the soldier. You must immediately travel to the flower garden at the fastest pace and inform the flower fairy that the peony rootstocks she entrusted the moon-shaking fairy to seek have been located. To ensure the vitality of the rootstocks, it is imperative to retrieve them from the moon-shaking fairy at once. Additionally, relay the news of Jing Tian's capture by General Fong of the Earth Fiend Division. Should any soldiers from the Western Domain obstruct you, inform them that you are sent by Jiuxu. Understood. The guardian celestial soldier immediately soared towards the 100 Flowers Garden. Chapter 33. Loyal and Devoted Jiuxu. Jiuxu watched as the guardian celestial soldier swiftly departed. The arrangement he had just made was the only solution he could conceive. Over the past 6 months, he had frequently visited the 100 Flowers Garden and had established some connections within the Western region's celestial soldier camp while patrolling the Yaoqi Palace. As long as he reported his name, the celestial soldiers of the Western region should not impede the Guardian. It depended on whether the 100 Flowers Fairy could comprehend his intentions. Jiuxu was well aware of Jing Tian's temperament. This young man had always placed Jiuxu's words above all else. Although his descent to the mortal realm was primarily to meet the Moonshaker Fairy, he would certainly not neglect the search for the Peony Wood. Since Jing Tian had been captured at the southern Heavenly Gate, it was likely he had indeed found it. However, this alone would not absolve him of guilt. The cooperation of the 100 Flowers Fairy was paramount. Otherwise, all his arrangements would be in vain. Subsequently, Jiuxu entrusted the patrol duties to other celestial soldiers in his squad and hastened towards the Tongming Hall. To be precise, the Mi Luo Palace, one of the 36 palaces of heaven, was the residence of the Jade Emperor. The Mi Luo Palace consisted of the Lingxiao Hall, the Tongming Hall, and the Huangji Hall. The Lingxiao Hall was where the Jade Emperor convened with celestial officials and divine generals, serving as the imperial court. The Tongming Hall was the Jade Emperor's place of daily rest, while the Huangji Hall was where he managed state affairs. At this time, the Jade Emperor was usually in the Tongming Hall. Upon Jiuxu's arrival at the Tongming Hall, he saw the commander of the 9th Patrol, his superior, General Zhu, waiting outside the hall. I was just about to send someone to inform you, General Zhu said, approaching Jiuxu and whispering, "What is the matter with your subordinate Jing Tian? How dare he openly communicate with the Yaoqi Fairy?" "What do you mean, General?" Jiuxu feigned surprise. Jing Tian communicating with the Yaoqi Fairy? How could that be? Just look at his appearance. It's utterly absurd. Don't try to deceive me. General Zhu glared. I just heard from General Fong of the Earth Fiends that he reported to His Majesty, claiming there is irrefutable evidence. One of his celestial soldiers encountered Jing Tian and the Moonshaker Fairy while patrolling the mortal realm for remnants of the demonic cult, which is why he was waiting at the southern Heavenly Gate and captured him immediately. This cannot be. General, there must be some misunderstanding. Jiuxu shook his head, adamantly denying it. Oof. General Jiu recognized that Jiuxu was pretending to be oblivious but did not press further. After all, this matter did not implicate him or Jiuxu. At worst, they would face a reprimand from the Jade Emperor for lax supervision. However, the implications of Jing Tian's association with the Yaoqi fairy were far more serious. Jiuxu understood this all too well. He was a brave soul treading a dangerous path, fully aware of the stakes involved. The liaison between a celestial soldier and a fairy was neither trivial nor insignificant. Jiuxu recalled that during the Monkey King's journey to the west, there was an incident involving the Kuei Mu Wolf, who had clandestinely met with a fairy from the Heaven's Fragrant Hall and was subsequently punished by Laojun to tend the furnace. Although he was soon reinstated, the punishment was relatively light. After all, he was a celestial official in one of the 28 constellations, endowed with strength and connections. Jing Tian, on the other hand, was merely a lowly celestial soldier. If the accusation of impropriety were substantiated, he would not receive such leniency. The attitudes of the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother were crucial. Should they decide to take stern action, Jing Tian would surely face execution on the celestial execution platform. A minor punishment would likely result in a fall to the mortal realm, enduring the suffering of reincarnation. While lost in thought, the Jade Emperor's voice echoed within the hall. Having enjoyed the wonders of longevity, why still harbor mortal desires? Come, summon the Queen Mother from the Yaoqi Palace, and have her bring the Moon Shaker Fairy as well. A squad of golden-armored celestial soldiers stationed outside the hall immediately soared towards the Yaoqi Palace. The Jade Emperor's voice resonated again, and those two outside stopped muttering and come in. Jiuxu and General Jiu exchanged glances. General Jiu stepped forward into the Tongming Hall, while Jiuxu paused momentarily, lagging behind before entering. He had seen the Jade Emperor at the Queen Mother's birthday banquet, but had never been this close before. The ruler of the three realms sat at the table, dressed in ordinary attire rather than the ceremonial robes of court, yet his supreme majesty, capable of commanding the heavens, could not be concealed. Your Majesty, Jiuxu and General Jiu knelt on one knee, performing the military salute. I remember you, Jiuxu. The Jade Emperor's gaze fell upon him. I am terrified, Your Majesty, Jiuxu replied. Previously, someone privately advised me that you, a camp officer of the Celestial Soldiers, frequently loiter around the 100 Flowers Garden, implying a romantic involvement with the 100 Flowers Fairy. I was skeptical, but today, General Fong informs me that one of your celestial soldiers has indeed been found to be in clandestine communication with the Yaoqi Fairy in the mortal realm. I am beginning to believe this is what they call the higher-ups' influence trickling down. The Jade Emperor's eyes gleamed with authority. Your Majesty, I am wronged. Jiuxu feigned horror, wondering how he had become ensnared in this situation. Whether you are wronged or not is not for you to decide. First, speak of your subordinate's conduct. The Jade Emperor's expression remained impassive. Your Majesty, I am utterly loyal to the celestial realm, and my subordinate celestial soldiers are equally devoted. They would never violate heavenly laws. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with my superior, General Jiu, who can attest to my integrity, Jiuxu declared loudly. General Jiu, kneeling nearby, felt bewildered. He had come here hoping to secure a minor reprimand for lax oversight, not to become embroiled further. Unexpectedly, Jiuxu's statement had pulled him into the fray. Is Jiuxu without fault? As General Jiu was Jiuxu's superior, he knew all too well. This new camp officer of the Runshan camp frequently visited the 100 Flowers Garden. It was common knowledge. To claim there was nothing amiss would be preposterous. However, Jiuxu was above board, never hiding his visits. The gates of the 100 Flowers Garden were always open, leaving no grounds for accusation. How to respond? If he testified on Jiuxu's behalf now, he would also be implicated should things take a turn later. Yet, if he remained silent, there was no evidence to prove Jiuxu's wrongdoing. General Jiu pondered rapidly. General Jiu? The Jade Emperor's gaze shifted. Your Majesty, I can attest to Jiuxu's loyalty. General Jiu spoke solemnly, carefully phrasing his words to only affirm Jiuxu's character, deliberately omitting any mention of Jing Tian or the other soldiers of the Rinshan camp. As expected, his statement was scrutinized. The loyalty of the Ji camp officer was commendable, but the integrity of his soldiers remained questionable. A cold smile emerged from the Earth Fiend's General Fong, kneeling to the side. Jiuxu cast a glance towards him. This General Zhu possessed celestial eyes like stars and a countenance akin to jade, standing tall and strikingly handsome, clearly formidable. Jiuxu had heard of him before. He was the foremost celestial general of the Earth Fiends. Chapter 34. I am not at all feeble. Formidable? It all depended on who he encountered. Jiuxu asserted. General Fong, permit me to speak a word that may seem audacious. Do you possess any evidence that my soldiers are in clandestine communication with the Yaoqi fairy? My subordinate celestial soldiers, while pursuing remnants of the demonic cult in the mortal realm, happened upon Jing Tian and the Moonshaker fairy in a certain mountainous forest. This is a first-hand account, and the evidence is irrefutable. General Fong scoffed coldly. His gaze was frigid, yet it failed to intimidate Jiuxu. In the wilderness, an encounter of such nature? Jiuxu mused. This young man truly knows how to indulge in mischief. However, he spoke with righteous indignation. Commander Fong, the adage seeing is not necessarily believing, and hearing is not necessarily false begs the question. Are you so certain that those two were engaged in clandestine affairs within the woods? You, a mere junior officer, possess a silver tongue indeed. Commander Fong was suddenly enraged. I merely state the facts. Such deceitful rhetoric deserves execution. Resorting to violence at every turn. It appears you're the one who feels guilty. The Jade Emperor, who had been listening intently from above, furrowed his brow upon witnessing the sudden quarrel between Jiuxu and Commander Fong. Their argument came to a halt. Your Majesty, I implore you to immediately execute that celestial soldier, Jing Tian, lest he tarnish the sanctity of this heavenly court. Commander Fong bowed respectfully. The Jade Emperor raised his hand, preparing to speak, when Jiuxu interjected, Your Majesty, there are deeper implications at play here. If you were to execute him without due consideration, it would be an injustice to a loyal soldier of the heavenly realm. The Jade Emperor's hand fell, his gaze scrutinizing Jiuxu with a commanding presence. He recalled Jing Tian not merely due to whispers about Jiuxu and the Flower Fairy, but because Jiuxu had previously caught his attention during the Queen Mother's birthday banquet. After inquiring with the Queen Mother, he learned that the exquisite 9-leaf purple cloud flower, which blossomed that day, was serendipitously discovered by Jiuxu, while the Flower Fairy was merely responsible for its cultivation. To the Jade Emperor's mind, a celestial soldier who could fortuitously acquire such a rare and auspicious bloom must possess extraordinary fortune, thus leaving a lasting impression. Otherwise, how could a lowly celestial soldier, even if fortunate enough to consume a peach of immortality and ascend to a lowly golden immortal, rise to the rank of officer within 6 short months? Pray tell, were these hidden truths? Should your words prove false, I shall deal with you accordingly. The sins of Jing Tian shall be your sins. The Jade Emperor's gaze was penetrating, as though he could see through one's soul. Under such scrutiny, those with guilt would undoubtedly falter. Yet, Jiuxu remained remarkably composed, declaring, Your Majesty, Jing Tian's descent to the mortal realm was sanctioned by me. Oh, this revelation surprised the Jade Emperor, as did the nearby Zhu Tianjiang and Fong Tianjiang. Most would hastily distance themselves from such a situation, yet Jiuxu willingly implicated himself. Given that someone has advised you, Your Majesty should be aware of my close relationship with the Flower Fairy, Jiuxu continued. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor was even more astonished, and Zhu Tianjiang and Fong Tianjiang exchanged incredulous glances, having never witnessed such audacity. However, Jiuxu's forthright demeanor alleviated the Jade Emperor's suspicions. Previously doubtful of any romantic involvement between Jiuxu and the Flower Fairy, the Emperor now perceived Jiuxu's candidness as a testament to their innocence. And what does this have to do with the Flower Fairy? The Jade Emperor inquired. Your Majesty, allow me to elaborate. Jiuxu straightened his expression, then stated solemnly. The Flower Fairy has recently been researching new varieties of peonies and required some peony rootstocks. She entrusted the task to the Moon-Shaking Fairy to seek assistance in the mortal realm. However, due to recent disturbances caused by the demon sect, the Flower Fairy grew concerned for the Moon-Shaking Fairy's safety and thus requested me to send a celestial soldier to accompany her. This is the origin of the entire affair. How could Commander Fong mistakenly believe they were engaging in clandestine rendezvous? The two celestial generals kneeling nearby exchanged glances. Zhu Tianjiang nodded subtly, while Feng Tianjiang's countenance changed dramatically. For the nature of the situation had shifted entirely. "I do not comprehend," the Jade Emperor frowned. "Peony rootstocks, what are they? Why send the moon-shaking fairy to the mortal realm for them?" Jiuxu sensed he was about to become a biology lecturer again, uncertain of the Jade Emperor's grasp of such knowledge. Just then, a flurry of sounds echoed from outside the hall, heralding the arrival of an immortal riding upon clouds. "Your Majesty, let the flower fairy explain. Today marks a momentous occasion." The laughter of the Queen Mother resonated throughout the hall. Soon, the resplendent Queen Mother entered, followed by the flower fairy, the moon-shaking fairy, and the 7 fairies. "Let's grant a seat to the Queen Mother," the Jade Emperor rose, refraining from inquiring about the momentous occasion until the golden-armored celestial soldiers had prepared chairs. However, the Queen Mother did not sit, but instead stood at the foot of the hall, performing a formal bow, an act that surprised the Jade Emperor. For such deference from the Queen Mother was rare. "I have come to bring joyous tidings to your Majesty." The Queen Mother spoke with earnestness. "Had you not summoned me, I would remain unaware that a significant event of great benefit to the people has recently transpired in our heavenly realm. This is an unprecedented act of virtue since the dawn of creation." "What do you mean by this?" the Jade Emperor asked, astonished and curious. An event of such monumental virtue was undoubtedly of immense significance. The celestial generals kneeling below, Zhu Tianjiang and Feng Tianjiang, displayed varied expressions. Only Jiuxu appeared contemplative, having surmised the unfolding scenario. "Your Majesty, are you aware of the importance of food to humanity?" the Queen Mother countered. "I am indeed aware. We celestial beings partake in celestial essence and dew, free from such concerns, while the mortal realm, with its flesh and blood, requires sustenance. The saying people prioritize food above all encapsulates this truth." The Jade Emperor nodded in agreement. "Your Majesty's benevolence is commendable. The great virtue I speak of is indeed related to food." The Queen Mother took a deep breath, her excitement palpable. "When your Majesty summoned the golden-armored celestial soldiers to fetch me, I was initially incensed by the insinuation of illicit liaisons, believing that the moon-shaking fairy was truly involved with the celestial soldier. I personally visited the moon-shaking fairy, only to discover the flower fairy present as well. After a thorough inquiry, I realized this was a mere misunderstanding," the Queen Mother concluded with a smile. "A misunderstanding?" the Jade Emperor pressed. "Indeed, merely a misunderstanding," the Queen Mother confirmed, nodding. "It turned out that the moon-shaking fairy had descended to fulfill a request from the flower fairy to procure peony rootstocks. The celestial soldier present was merely accompanying her for protection, while the flower fairy's endeavor was the significant act of virtue I previously mentioned." With these words, the atmosphere within the hall shifted dramatically. Commander Feng's complexion paled, and he attempted to refute the claim, but a single glance from the Queen Mother silenced him. The Jade Emperor's eyes sparkled with insight as he regarded the flower fairy and the moon-shaking fairy nearby. Chapter 35. The flower fairy surpasses the matriarch of silkworms within the hall. All eyes turned to the flower fairy and the moon-shaking fairy. "Flower fairy, what exactly is your undertaking? And what are peony rootstocks?" the Jade Emperor inquired. "Your Majesty, allow me to simplify my explanation," the flower fairy replied with a smile. "Please, proceed," the Jade Emperor nodded. "I have recently been collaborating with Jiuxu on grafting techniques." The flower fairy glanced at Jiuxu, who smiled reassuringly, having confirmed that the celestial soldier had conveyed the matter accurately and that the flower fairy understood his intentions. "Thus all is well." The flower fairy continued to explain with an unchanged expression. "The so-called method of grafting is a wondrous technique that can enhance the yield of fruits and vegetables, as well as improve the quality of flowering plants. The peony rootstock is essential for this grafting process. The moon-shaking fairy, who is responsible for guarding the divine tree in the heavenly realm and is well-versed in the habits of flora, was thus invited by me to descend to the mortal realm for assistance." Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor glanced at Jiuxu. The flower fairy's words aligned with what Jiuxu had just stated. He also noted the timing of Jiuxu's arrival at the Hall of Clarity, eliminating the possibility of prior collusion between the two. Fruits and vegetables? Flowering plants? The Jade Emperor frowned slightly. These were not the staple foods of the human race, and scarcely constituted great merit. At this moment, He was no longer concerned with the matters of the moon-shaking fairy and Jing Tian. If there were truly great merits, what of clandestine affairs? Even if a multitude of offspring were to be born, he would not pry into it. I am researching not only the method of grafting, but also the hybridization technique for rice. The flower fairy said with a calm smile. Hybridisation technique? The Jade Emperor's curiosity was piqued. Jiuxu exchanged a glance with the flower fairy, realizing that this could escalate matters. The hybridization of rice was something he had previously mentioned during discussions with the flower fairy regarding biology. Upon hearing it, she had shown interest, and he elaborated on it in detail. Little did he expect that the flower fairy would bring forth the hybridization method at this moment. Dear lady, do not let this go awry, he thought, as their prior discussions on hybridization had remained theoretical and had yet to be practiced. At this point, not only did the Jade Emperor lose interest in the affairs of Jing Tian and the moon-shaking fairy, but also the others present were largely captivated by the hybridization technique mentioned by the flower fairy. Only Fong Tianjiang remained kneeling to the side, silently gritting his teeth in resentment, though he dared not reveal it. What is the hybridization technique? The Jade Emperor inquired with great interest. The flower fairy replied with composure. Your Majesty, in simple terms, the hybridization technique involves growing several varieties of rice together to cultivate superior strains, thereby increasing the yield of rice. And what is the efficacy of this method? The Jade Emperor pressed, his concern lying solely with the outcome. This time, I have also asked the moon-shaking fairy to assist in locating the rootstock, and she conducted some investigations in the southern Jiangsu province. The flower fairy replied with a smile. Currently, in the domains of the human race, the fertile lands near the vast lakes yield approximately 200 pounds of rice per mu. However, if we utilize the seeds cultivated through hybridization and improve certain agricultural practices, the yield could reach at least 1,000 pounds per mu. 1,000 pounds! The Jade Emperor could no longer remain seated, his eyes shining with intensity that discouraged direct gazes. The expressions on the faces of the generals present were equally astonished. While they may not have understood the intricacies of agriculture in the mortal realm, they were well aware of the current plight of the human race. Many commoners still subsisted on merely 2 meals a day, or even just one. In times of disaster, famine could sweep the land, leading to the grim reality of cannibalism. The earlier comparison made by the flower fairy underscored the immense potential of hybridization, promising to quintuple the yield of rice. Should this method be disseminated, the food crisis of the human race would be significantly alleviated. The human race is the foundation of the 3 realms, and food is the cornerstone for them. With stable supplies of food, the human race would thrive, and thus the stability of the 3 realms would follow suit. The Queen Mother and the 7 fairies, as well as the moon-shaking fairy, were not overly shocked, for they had already heard about this from the flower fairy prior to their arrival. On the other hand, Jiuxu felt a sense of relief, silently praising the flower fairy in his heart, as he had previously mentioned a yield of 2,000 pounds. Now that she only revealed half of it, there remained room for negotiation. Of course, even the mere prospect of a 5-fold increase in yield was enough to astonish the Jade Emperor and the others in the hall. Furthermore, the figures regarding the rice yield in southern Jiangsu province were based on information he had shared with the flower fairy. Jiuxu had previously inquired with Jing Tian, who had done his own research, confirming that the fertile lands of the mortal realm indeed yielded around 200 pounds of rice per mu. Thus, the flower fairy's assertions were not mere fabrications, but were well-founded. The Jade Emperor tempered the brilliance in his eyes, maintaining the dignity befitting the sovereign of the 3 realms, and asked, what level of cultivation is required to employ the methods of grafting and hybridization? Is it celestial immortal or golden immortal? Your Majesty, both techniques belong to the realm of crop cultivation skills and do not necessitate any celestial arts or powers. Ordinary mortals can execute them. The flower fairy replied with a smile. Ordinary mortals can? The Jade Emperor's eyes sparkled with renewed excitement, unable to suppress his joy. Splendid. He laughed heartily, disregarding his regal demeanor, and continued to praise. Flower fairy, you possess the grace reminiscent of the legendary human matriarch, Laojun. This compliment was both high praise and entirely fitting. Laojun was the consort of the ancient human emperor, Xianyuan Huangdi, and she pioneered sericulture, initiating the history of silkworm rearing among humans, thus greatly enhancing their clothing. Now, the methods of grafting and hybridization aim to improve food, The flower fairy's contributions surpassed those of Laojun. The Queen Mother smiled and nodded, thoroughly pleased with the flower fairy's performance. The 7 fairies exchanged glances, their faces revealing unmasked joy for the flower fairy. Yet, within the smile of the moon-shaking fairy lay hidden concern, while the developments had diverged from the initial focus. Shifting attention away from the private matters between her and Jing Tian, she still worried for Jing Tian, who remained imprisoned. The Jade Emperor sat at the table, a smile gracing his face. For this great merit, a reward shall be bestowed. He began to issue a decree. I command that the flower fairy. Before he could finish, the flower fairy quickly interjected, Your Majesty, these 2 methods were provided by Jiuxu. I do not dare claim the credit. Oh, Jiuxu, the Jade Emperor exclaimed, turning his gaze toward him in surprise. The flower fairy had indeed mentioned earlier that they had researched together. He had thought it mere banter, not realizing that the methods were entirely Jiuxu's contribution. Your Majesty, I merely suggested an idea. The true merit lies with the flower fairy, Jiuxu replied with a smile, glancing at the flower fairy. The flower fairy had intended to say more, but upon meeting Jiuxu's gaze, she chose to refrain from further argument. Having spent considerable time together, they shared an unspoken understanding, their thoughts conveyed through a mere glance. Chapter 36. The Radiance of Merit Within the Hall of Clarity. The Jade Emperor nodded slightly, a broad smile on his face. I am known for my fair rewards and penalties. There shall always be rewards for merit and penalties for faults. The human race is the foundation of the 3 realms, and these methods of grafting and hybridization will indeed ensure their granaries are filled, constituting a tremendous merit. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly, from the expanse of the 9 heavens, the sound of the Tao of heaven resonated, echoing within the ears of every celestial being in the heavenly court, as if it were reverberating deep within their souls. Furthermore, this sound of the Tao of heaven was not confined to the heavenly realm. It simultaneously resonated throughout the 3 realms. The Buddhist sect, the human race, the demon race, the demonic cult, and even the underworld, all cultivators with considerable accomplishments heard the sound of the Tao of heaven at that instant. Who among them had performed such a deed that even the Tao of heaven recognized as great merit? Many divine beings were astonished, swiftly deducing the profound mysteries behind this occurrence. At the moment the sound of the Tao of heaven erupted, streams of golden light of merit descended from the heavens, cascading into the Hall of Clarity. Half of it enveloped the flower fairy, while the other half descended upon Jiuxu. The Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother observed the scene with gentle smiles and slight nods, showing little astonishment. Their only surprise lay in the celestial decree that deemed Jiuxu and Bai Huaxianzi to have equally contributed to this affair. The Jade Emperor's earlier words, akin to a divine proclamation, resonated with the heavens. Although Jiuxu and Bai Huaxianzi had privately explored the methods of grafting and hybridization, they had not presented these ideas to the celestial realm, hence the extraordinary phenomenon before them would not have materialized. The radiance of virtue enveloped them. The 7 fairies, particularly the moon-swaying fairy, were filled with both astonishment and joy, celebrating the achievements of Jiuxu and Bai Huaxianzi. Meanwhile, the kneeling Zhu Tianjiang and Feng Tianjiang were utterly taken aback. Zhu Tianjiang of the 9th Patrol could not conceal his envy, while Feng Tianjiang from the earthly fiends was consumed by jealousy and resentment. The virtue radiance was a coveted blessing that could avert calamities. And, as celestial beings accustomed to conflict, they yearned for such merit. At that moment, as Jiuxu and Bai Huaxianzi merged into the golden light of virtue, an aura of profound Tao flowed around them, with golden light subtly shimmering, bestowing an ineffable sanctity. Ha! Since the heavens have bestowed their rewards, I shall not be stingy. The Jade Emperor laughed heartily, his final doubts dispelled. The words of Bai Huaxianzi had not been verified, yet the Jade Emperor, confident she would not deceive him, acknowledged the risk involved. Now, with the celestial bestowal of the golden light of virtue, it was evident that the heavens recognized the methods of grafting and hybridization as significant contributions. Thus, he decreed, Bai Huaxianzi and Jiuxu shall oversee the agricultural affairs of the 3 realms, each receiving 10 9-turn golden pills as reward. As the acknowledged sovereign of the 3 realms, the Jade Emperor's decree was absolute. From this moment forth, all agricultural activities would fall under the jurisdiction of Baihua, Xianzi, and Jiuxu. This decree stirred not only resentment in Fang Tianjiang, but also a tinge of envy in Zhu Tianjiang. The management of agricultural affairs was of little concern to them, yet the 9-turn golden pills were a different matter altogether. Every celestial being understood the immense worth of a 9-turn golden pill. One could significantly enhance their cultivation, let alone 10. While the celestial generals held a moderately elevated status in the heavenly hierarchy, acquiring even a single 9-turn golden pill was a challenge, typically requiring great merit. Now, the Jade Emperor had casually bestowed 10 upon Jiuxu and Baihua Xianzi, igniting jealousy in the hearts of many. Zhu Tianjiang, however, recognized the monumental contributions of the two and could not begrudge them. Fang Tianjiang, on the other hand, struggled to suppress his animosity. Jiuxu, gazing at the 10 newly acquired 9-turn golden pills in his possession, merely blinked. He had already consumed nearly 100. This exquisite elixir, coveted by many, seemed commonplace to him. Despite the unexpected reward, he remained focused on the matter at hand and respectfully addressed the Jade Emperor. Your Majesty, what about the heavenly soldier under my command? Oh, the Jade Emperor chuckled, raising his hand to pat his forehead, nearly forgetting that the day's agenda was to discuss this very issue. Upon hearing this, Fang Tianjiang could scarcely contain his burgeoning wrath. Finally, you remember, this is the crux of today's matter. We had strayed off topic. Jing Tian and the Moonswaying Fairy are free of any suspicion of collusion. Since they participated in this act of virtue, they shall each be granted a promotion. The Jade Emperor declared with a smile. Jiuxu hastily expressed his gratitude on behalf of Jing Tian. The Moonswaying Fairy also bowed in appreciation, casting a grateful glance at Jiuxu and Baihua Xianzi. This was a tremendous favor. Initially, upon learning of Jing Tian's capture, she had been plunged into despair, for as a fairy of the Jade Pool, her fate would likely be reincarnation. However, Jing Tian's situation had drastically improved. They were not only exonerated but also rewarded. An elevation in rank implied a substantial increase in their celestial salaries and cultivation resources. The term vacancy replacement meant that if a higher position became available, they could ascend to it. For instance, if Jing Tian, currently a captain of the Celestial Soldiers, found an opening in the Tiangang department, he could immediately assume command of that regiment. With matters to discuss, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother bid farewell to all but the 7 fairies, who remained by the Queen Mother's side, while others departed from the Hall of Clarity. Upon exiting the Mi Luo Palace, Zhu Tianjiang congratulated Jiuxu and Baihua Xianzi. Congratulations to both of you for accomplishing such a rare feat in the annals of creation. It truly inspires envy. It is the leadership of the celestial generals that has made this possible. Jiuxu replied with a respectful bow. Oh, do not say such things. We do not deserve it. Zhu Tianjiang quickly waved his hand, recalling how Jiuxu had dragged him into the fray. Fang Tianjiang scoffed coldly, summoning a cloud of auspiciousness and departing in a huff. Jiuxu paid little mind to the cold remark, yet Zhu Tianjiang's expression darkened. This Fang Tianjiang from the earthly fiends has always been at odds with our Tiangang. You should tread carefully in the future, he cautioned. Thank you for the warning. I shall heed it. Jiuxu replied earnestly. Zhu Tianjiang then took to the clouds and left, leaving Jiuxu, Baihua Xianzi, and the Moonswaying Fairy behind. Today, I have taken advantage of you, Jiuxu, Baihua Xianzi teased lightly. Fairy, you flatter me. The heavens deem our contributions equal, so there is no question of advantage, Jiuxu replied with a smile. Baihua Xianzi chose not to elaborate further. Their rapport did not necessitate any pretense. Moonswaying Fairy refrained from expressing gratitude. Had it not been for you, Jiuxu might not have survived until today. Jiuxu interjected, halting the Moonswaying Fairy's impending words. The Moonswaying Fairy, clad in a flowing white gown, chuckled. Do not worry about Jing Tian. I shall personally visit the heavenly prison shortly. Jiuxu nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the three exchanged no further pleasantries and departed separately, as it was inappropriate to linger outside the Hall of Clarity. Chapter 37. The Winds of Change. The heavenly prison consists of 9 levels, with increasing malevolent energy descending deeper. Jiuxu had visited the heavenly prison twice before. Once he was imprisoned and received the world-destroying Black Lotus, and a second time, he infiltrated the prison under the guise of his primordial spirit to slay the banana spirit. Now, he returned to familiar grounds. A prison guard led him downwards. And as they descended to the third level where Jing Tian was confined, Jiuxu sensed something unusual. He distinctly remembered that during both his prior visits, the prison had been eerily empty. In his first imprisonment, he was placed in cell number 4 on the 4th level, and throughout the 1st to 4th levels, only 3 cells housed prisoners. This was why he could boldly confront the formidable black demon ancestor with a world-destroying Black Lotus. Now, however, the once desolate prison was teeming with inmates. On just the 1st and 2nd levels, half of the cells were occupied, predominantly by malevolent figures from the demon sect, their fierce visages striking fear. How curious, Jiuxu inquired the prison guard. Where have all these prisoners come from? The guard of the heavenly prison, a mere upper-grade celestial being, did not dare to be negligent. He hastily informed, in the past 6 months, the D-Shot apartment has captured remnants of the demonic sect and some malevolent beast tribes from the lower realms. The D-Shot apartment is indeed formidable. Jiuxu remarked, payul a compliment. Forgive my candidness, but I too believe the D-Shot apartment has grown significantly stronger of late. The guard responded with a forced smile. In the past, I have never seen them bring back so many remnants of the demonic sect from the lower realms. Throughout the 9 levels of the heavenly prison, every floor is now housing these remnants, totaling perhaps over 10,000. Oh, Jiuxu raised an eyebrow. The guard, as if presenting a treasure, excitedly continued. As you know, in the past half year, over 180 years have passed in the lower realms. Under the leadership of the esteemed Wuxing, the D-Shot apartment has eradicated numerous branches of the demonic sect within less than 200 years, scattering the sect that once wreaked havoc across the 4 great continents, especially the Fong Tian general of the D-Shot apartment, who is extraordinarily valiant. A significant portion of these captured remnants is attributed to him. At this point, the guard sighed, unlike us heavenly soldiers of the Tian Gang department, who languish idly in the heavenly court. I yearn to join the D-Shot apartment in subduing those demonic fiends and earning merit for the heavenly court. You are indeed loyal. Such sentiments should be expressed before His Majesty. Jiuxu chuckled. That cannot be. That cannot be. You jest, Officer G, the guard replied, somewhat alarmed. Fear not. His Majesty favors steadfast individuals like you. Jiuxu reassured him, patting his shoulder. As they conversed, they continued downward, soon arriving at the 3rd level of the heavenly prison, where Jing Tian was confined in a solitary cell, with demonic criminals in adjacent cells. The lad remained remarkably composed, unfazed by the fearsome demonic inmates. Brother G, Jing Tian exclaimed joyfully upon recognizing his visitor. I knew you would rescue me. Have you been anxious? Jiuxu replied with a smile. Not at all. Not at all. Then will you stay a moment longer? No. Ultimately, the guard chuckled as he unlocked the cell, releasing Jing Tian. The 3 of them made their way out of the heavenly prison, with Jiuxu glancing back at the now transformed facility. At the entrance, he turned to the guiding guard and inquired, What is your name? I am Laojun, the stout guard replied with a respectful gesture. I shall remember you. Thank you. Officer, if any unforeseen circumstances arise in the heavenly prison, you may seek me out at the Renshin camp. Before Laojun could respond, Jiuxu led Jing Tian away. Along the way, upon hearing of the happenings in the Tongming Hall and realizing he had also received a reward, Jing Tian felt immensely grateful. Jiuxu, however, remained unaffected, for he was one who believed in repaying kindness. Jing Tian and the Yaoyu fairy had previously aided him, a matter he would not forget. Meanwhile, on another front, Fong Tian General departed the Tongming Hall. Filled with animosity, he did not return to the D-Shot apartments camp, but made his way directly to the residence of Wuxing, to the same side hall as before. Your subordinate pays respects to the general. Fong Tian General knelt on one knee. Why did you attempt to capture a heavenly soldier from the Tian Gang department? Wuxing inquired with a stoic expression. Fong Tian General hesitated momentarily, then gritted his teeth and confessed. The general should know that I harbor deep feelings for the Yaoyu fairy. Yet due to heavenly laws, I have kept this matter buried in my heart, daring not to reveal even a hint. Recently, I heard from my subordinates that they often saw that soldier, Jing Tian, meeting with the Yaoyu fairy in the lower realms. Enraged, I seized the opportunity to apprehend Jing Tian today, only to be thwarted by Jiuxu and the Baiwa Fairy, allowing them to gain celestial merit. As he spoke, Fang Tian General could no longer suppress the rage within him. His once handsome visage contorted into a grotesque mask of fury, filled with malice. Oof. Such sentiments for a mere woman. Once our grand plan succeed, what significance does a Yao Qi fairy hold? Wukixing Yun scoffed. As for celestial merit, many powerful beings have accrued merit during the sealing of the gods, yet it has not shielded them from calamity. They too have perished. Indeed, the general speaks true. Fang Tian General's eyes glinted with cold fire. I ask you, how are preparations in the heavenly prison progressing? Wuxing Jun questioned again. Fang Tian General solemnly replied, I have returned to deliver the last batch of demonic sect members to the heavenly prison. Everything is ready. Once the general and that person agree on a timing, we can commence our operation. Excellent. Wuxing Jun nodded. The death of Yin Zue Fairy has delayed us for over half a year, and over 200 years have passed in the lower realms. The farce staged by the demonic sect has lasted long enough. If we delay further, His Majesty may hold the D-Sha Department accountable for inefficiency. In the Renshun camp of the 9th Patrol, after sending Jing Tian away, Jiuxu remained alone in his quarters, seated on a mat in contemplation. His recent visit to the heavenly prison had unveiled unsettling truths. Half a year prior, his primordial spirit had eavesdropped on the conspiracy between Yin Zue Fairy and Wuxing Jun. He understood that their scheme revolved around the Baiwa Garden, intending to collaborate with the demonic sect for their next plan, with the intent to eliminate the Baiwa Fairy in the process. Jiuxu had kept these matters close to his heart, never once letting his guard down. Though he adopted a strategy of stillness, he remained vigilant of the Heavenly Court's movements. The connections he forged at the Western region's Heavenly Soldier Camp served to facilitate the gathering of intelligence. While Wuxing Jun and Yin Zue Fairy had not disclosed their next steps, it was undoubtedly linked to the demonic sect. Jiuxu pondered deeply. Others might overlook the sudden influx of demonic prisoners in the heavenly prison, much like the guard Yuzhong, who would only commend the valor of the D-Sha Department, expressing admiration. However, Jiuxu was different. He had long known of the collusion between Wuxing Jun and the demonic sect, thus could perceive the underlying issues. The heavenly prison, being the domain of the most potent Yin energy of the heavenly court, could not possibly contain over 10,000 demonic prisoners without instigating chaos. Jiuxu realized that Wuxing Jun had remained dormant for half a year and was finally poised to act again. Though he was unaware of the full extent of their intentions, he resolved that even the Danlu Golden Immortal would not intimidate him now. Chapter 38. Gathering momentum in the blink of an eye, another half-month had passed. Although Jiuxu remained the camp officer of Renshun, he and the Baiwa Fairy now jointly oversaw agricultural activities across the 3 realms. This provided him with a legitimate reason to visit the Baiwa Garden daily, free from apprehension. Of course, his frequent visits were primarily motivated by the need to guard against the demonic sect. Thus far, Jiuxu only suspected that the demonic sect might strike from the heavenly prison. Aware that Wuxing Jun intended to have the demonic sect eliminate the Baiwa Fairy as well, other plans remained entirely unknown to him. Consequently, he could only adopt a strategy of waiting in ambush. As for alerting the heavenly court, Jiuxu never even considered it, for that would be tantamount to seeking death. Firstly, he lacked substantial evidence to prove to the heavenly court that Wuxing Jun was involved in any wrongdoing. Initially, he had only gleaned information through his primordial spirit, overhearing the conspiracy between Wuxing Jun and Yin Zue Fairy, without any recordings or tangible evidence. This was because, half a year ago, he was merely a low-tier Tai Golden Immortal, lacking the strength to act discreetly in the presence of Wuxing Jun. Since there is no evidence, any accusations regarding the Lord of the Wutsu Star, given his esteemed position in the Celestial Court, will ultimately lead nowhere. At most, they will undermine the plans of the Lord of the Wutsu Star and the demonic sect. In fact, it is Jiuxu who may find himself in trouble later on. Setting aside the hidden machinations behind the Lord of the Wutsu Star, his influence in the heavenly realm is formidable enough to impose a comprehensive suppression without any blind spots. Although his current strength is considerable, he cannot allow his true form to recklessly confront the Lord of the Wutsu Star. Of course, it is not entirely unfeasible. However, His avatar possesses only 80% of his true strength, and a misstep could lead to dire consequences. The fact that the Lord of the Wutsu Star has managed to conceal his schemes for so long without detection indicates that he must possess some means to obscure heavenly secrets, along with other unknown methods of self-preservation. Once the grass is stirred, it will be much more difficult to take action later on. As evening fell, Jiuxu, escorted by the flower fairy, departed from the flower garden. After flying a distance, he turned back to glance at the composed Tsai fairy, who had remained remarkably calm throughout. Over the past half-month, he had subtly reminded the flower fairy to stay vigilant. Yet to his surprise, she exhibited even greater composure, diligently engrossed in her studies of grafting and hybridization techniques, striving to promote them to the lower realms as soon as possible. Unfortunately, time was too short. If only she possessed the strength of a sage, she could swiftly eliminate those plotting schemes. Jiuxu mused quietly, then waved goodbye to the flower fairy and ascended into the clouds. The 10 9-turn golden elixirs bestowed by the Jade Emperor had not led to a breakthrough in his strength. They merely elevated him to the peak of the upper-grade Tai Golden Immortal realm, just a step away from becoming a Great Luo Golden Immortal. In contrast, the flower fairy had utilized one of the 9-turn golden elixirs to rise from a middle-grade Golden Immortal to the upper-grade Golden Immortal. However, her physical and spiritual strength could not compare to Jiuxu's, who cultivated the Chaos Heavenly Scripture, necessitating a period of stabilization before further enhancement after her elevation. While other Tai Golden Immortals could elevate their rank with a single 9-turn golden elixir, Jiuxu, through his cultivation of the Chaos Heavenly Scripture, had only made a small advance after consuming 10. With a sigh, Jiuxu traversed the misty confines of the Celestial Palace. Along the way, he encountered several patrolling heavenly soldiers from the western region, who stopped to greet him as they had grown familiar with his frequent visits. Upon returning to the Runshun camp, Jiuxu summoned Jing Tian for a discussion. Although he had discreetly placed a spy, the guard Laojun, within the heavenly prison, necessary precautions were still essential. The prison was guarded by the 8th Patrol Team of the Tian Gang Division, which meant that his 9th Patrol Team could not intervene. Therefore, during the monthly reassignment of patrol duties, he had assigned Jing Tian's 9th Team to the area near the immortal slaying platform, the closest point to the heavenly prison, allowing for real-time monitoring of its activities. Brother G, there has been no unusual activity in the heavenly prison today, nor have any new prisoners from the demonic sect been admitted, Jing Tian reported. It has been half a month without any developments? Jiuxu furrowed his brow, then inquired. Has Laojun provided any feedback? I specifically sought him out today. The prisoners within the heavenly prison have been unusually quiet, which I find somewhat concerning. Jing Tian hesitated before adding, it seems they may be unable to contain themselves any longer. A spark of intensity ignited in Jiuxu's eyes. Jing Tian stood by, refraining from further inquiries. In his view, whatever tasks Brother Ji assigned, he would dutifully fulfill without needing to understand the reasons behind them. Keep a close watch in the coming days, Jiuxu instructed again. Understood. Jing Tian clasped his fists in salute before departing the barracks. High above in the 9 heavens, the stars twinkled against the backdrop of the night, enveloping the celestial court. Outside the South Heaven Gate, the vast celestial realm was adorned with floating islands, quietly immersed in the night sky. On one such secluded island, 2 figures, a tall one and a short, stout one, were concealed. Lord Demon, the time is drawing near, the shorter figure reminded. Indeed, the tall demon lord replied, gazing out at the magnificent celestial palace, his sculpted visage marked by a chilling demeanor, with blood-colored lightning flickering in his eyes. Blood Kue, remember your task. Eliminate the flower fairy, but do not destroy the flower garden. He stated impassively. Understood. The stout Blood Kue nodded, then questioned, why must we heed the Lord of the Wutsu Star? Wouldn't it be more assured for us to seek the annihilation Black Lotus together? The Lord of the Wutsu Star? The demon lord's expression turned disdainful. It is his puppeteer with whom I am negotiating. He is of no consequence. As for finding the annihilation Black Lotus, I alone am sufficient, the demon lord declared arrogantly. In the dead of night, Jiuxu awoke suddenly from his meditation. The annihilation Black Lotus? He was filled with trepidation as he checked his system repository, where the 12-grade Black Lotus lay quietly within. Yet, he had distinctly sensed a faint yet incredibly violent demonic aura. It was not the aura of the Annihilation Black Lotus, but rather that of other demonic sect powerhouses. I have already refined the Annihilation Black Lotus. As its master, I can sense any concealed demonic energy, no matter how well hidden. Thus, Jiuxu realized that the demonic sect was on the move. A shadow wielding a blade materialized in the room. It was his avatar. Moments later, the avatar vanished, heading towards the heavenly prison, while Jiuxu swiftly exited to summon the troops within the camp. However, before he could reach the training grounds, he witnessed a blood-soaked figure stumbling and collapsing at the camp entrance. Quickly informed Commander Ji that the situation in the heavenly prison has changed. It was Laojun, the guard he had previously placed in the heavenly prison. As soon as the words left his lips, Laojun breathed his last, forever remembering Jiuxu's casual remark until his dying breath. Chapter 39. No innocent souls. Under Hu Dao's command, Jiuxu's figure flickered, and in an instant, he arrived at the camp entrance. The patrolling heavenly soldiers at the entrance were thrown into disarray upon seeing the bloodied figure before them. What are you panicking for? Summon the heavenly soldiers immediately. Jiuxu barked sternly. The patrolling soldiers hurriedly dispersed to rouse their comrades. Jiuxu raised his hand to emit a beam of celestial light, stabilizing Laojun's dissipating soul, then retrieved a 9-turn resurrection pill and placed it in Laojun's mouth. This effort succeeded in stabilizing Laojun's spirit. Whether you awaken or not depends on your own fate, Jiuxu said with a solemn expression, ensuring Laojun was well cared for. He was a loyal man, deserving of respect. Moreover, considering that Laojun had remembered his casual words even in his final moments, Jiuxu could not allow this faithful soldier's soul to dissipate. Then Jiuxu looked skyward. The Renshin camp was near the South Heaven Gate, yet the sky above the South Heaven Gate was shrouded in darkness. The once starry expanse now vanished. Someone has performed a spell. Jiuxu, just a step away from the great Luo golden immortal realm, acutely sensed the disturbance. He produced the celestial patrol mirror and observed that the mirror's surface had turned lifeless. Indeed, it had severed the communication among the heavenly soldiers of various camps. The celestial patrol mirror could be used for tracking and was also a warning artifact for the heavenly soldiers' camps. In the event of any anomalies, it could swiftly gather forces. At this moment, the magical artifact had lost its original spirit. Brother Ji, the heavenly soldiers have gathered. Jing Tian rushed in, followed by 10 squads from the Renshin camp, totaling 100 patrolling heavenly soldiers. Jiuxu surveyed the assembly with a grave expression and declared, "There has been a disturbance in the heavenly prison that may threaten the celestial realm. As heavenly soldiers, we must fight for the heavens. I command, Squads 1 and 2 will notify the other heavenly camps of the 9th Patrol. Squads 3 and 4 will inform the southern region. Squads 5 and 6 will alert the northern region. Squads 7 and 8 will notify the eastern region. And Squads 9 and 10 will inform the western region." Following Jiuxu's orders, the squads sprang into action. The Renshin camp of the 9th Patrol was indeed the closest to the heavenly prison. But sending them alone to confront the tens of thousands of demons within would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. The most prudent course was to divide and inform the other heavenly camps. Subsequently, Jiuxu, accompanied by the 9th and 10th squads, hastened toward the western region of the heavens. As the commander of the Renshin camp, his presence with the 9th squad raised no suspicions among the other heavenly soldiers. Meanwhile, Jiuxu's ethereal form utilized divine powers to blend with the shadows, approaching the heavenly prison like a specter. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. A silver spear flashed through the night, aimed directly at Jiuxu. With a swift motion, he raised his blade to block, the soul-severing blade emanating an eerie chill, as if it could devour everything, cleaving the spear away. In the darkness, a figure clad in red armor, wielding a long spear, obstructed Jiuxu's path. "Hu Dao, Wu Tianjiang," they exclaimed in unison. The red-armored figure was indeed Wu Tianjiang from the 8th Patrol, tasked with guarding the heavenly prison. "Aren't you supposed to be dead? Your soldiers have perished, yet you linger outside the prison?" They questioned simultaneously. It turned out that Laojun was one of his men, confirming the suspicions of Xingjun regarding Hu Dao's true identity. Wu Tianzhong's expression grew cold, shedding his previous demeanor of honesty. Compare to me. You schemers are truly extraordinary. Jiuxu replied nonchalantly. Schemes? Huh. We act in accordance with the will of heaven, seeking justice. What do you know? Wu Tianzhong retorted with a chilling laugh. Prepare to die. He suddenly lunged, thrusting his spear with ferocious force, as if it could crush everything in its path. As a mid-tier Tai Golden Immortal, Wu Tianzhong was confident in his strike. Child's play, Jiuxu replied, his expression unchanged. Having extracted the necessary information from Wu Tianzhong, he deemed this man no longer worthy of survival. With a swift movement, Jiuxu's ethereal form, clad in black and wielding the darkened soul-severing blade, melded seamlessly with the shadows. The ghostly technique. Wu Tianzhong's face paled in realization as his spear lost its target. He scanned the surroundings warily, yet was met only with endless darkness. Kill. In the darkness, the black blade surged forth, slicing through Wu Tianzhong's throat, sending his head soaring into the air. A mid-tier Tai Golden Immortal stood no chance against a superior one, especially one skilled in assassination. As Wu Tianzhong's head ascended, his eyes were filled with disbelief and profound terror. It was unfathomable that, as a mid-tier Tai Golden Immortal, he could be so easily slain by Hu Yidao with a single strike. Just moments ago, he had heard tales of Lu Tianzhong from the 14th Patrol forcing Hu Yidao into self-detonation. How had it come to this? His fear deepened as he, a mid-tier Tai Golden Immortal with a powerful soul, realized that even as his body and spirit separated, he should not perish. Yet, he found that the black blade possessed an inexplicable power, emitting a chilling aura that began to sever his very soul. Spare me, please. Wu Tianzhong pleaded in terror. But his soul was swiftly dissipating, rendering his pleas futile. In an instant, he was utterly obliterated. Hu Yidao's subordinates harbor no grievances. You deserve death. Jiuxu's ethereal form continued toward the heavenly prison, casting not a glance back at Wu Tianzhong's lifeless body. He had long suspected issues within the prison, but had not anticipated the severity of the situation. The esteemed 8th Heavenly General was indeed in league with the Martial Star Lord. No wonder the first time he was imprisoned. The Martial Star Lord and the fairy Yunzue could easily broker a deal with the dark ancestor within the prison to silence him. Meanwhile, Jiuxu, accompanied by the 9th and 10th squads from the Renshen camp, soared through the night sky. They swiftly arrived at the western region of the heavens, where the 2 squads of 20 heavenly soldiers dispersed to various camps. Jiuxu, however, proceeded alone to the Yaoqi Palace's 100-flower garden. Yet before he could arrive, the heavens and earth suddenly shifted. Chapter 40. Chaos among the celestial court boom. In the distant night sky, a colossal demonic shadow, towering tens of thousands of feet, emerged, engulfed in crimson flames, hurtling toward the celestial court. Old Jade Emperor, the demon's sovereign approaches. A massive halberd, seemingly piercing through the galaxy, descended, accompanied by overwhelming black demonic energy and blood-red malevolence, crashing toward the majestic southern heavenly gate. Presumptuous! How dare you, demon sovereign? A mere demon sect dares to challenge our celestial court. Roars of fury echoed from various corners of the celestial realm. The great Luo Golden Immortals, typically carefree and seldom seen in the court, were now present. The few who remained summoned their treasured artifacts in unison, forming a barrage of formidable blades, spears, axes, and fists to meet the descending halberd. But suddenly, the situation took a drastic turn. Rumble! A cataclysmic roar reverberated throughout the celestial court. With this thunderous sound, the entire sacred palace trembled violently, as though it were on the brink of collapse. Simultaneously, a crimson mist surged upward, rapidly spreading in all directions, engulfing the celestial court within moments, transforming the dark night into a blood-red haze. This is the blood fiend Great Formation. The expressions of several great Luo Golden Immortals changed dramatically. Beneath the thick blood-red hue, the demon sovereign's figure swelled 100-fold, his aura intensifying, flames of malice surging. The enormous halberd swept through, directly sending the artifacts of the great Luo Golden Immortals flying. The blood fiend Great Formation required 10,000 demon sect heavenly immortals, 100 demon sect golden immortals, and one demon, sect Tai, Golden Immortal, all combined in a place of extreme aim to be established. This formation could amplify the strength of demonic cultivators while diminishing that of celestial cultivators, although its power could not match that of the great formation of 10,000 immortals. The demon sect had already established its formation, gaining the upper hand, sufficient to wreak havoc in the celestial court. The destruction of the celestial court begins today. I will capture the Jade Emperor alive, and from henceforth, our demon sect shall reign as the sovereign of the three realms. The old demon. I intend to seize 300 celestial maidens as my wives. Shadows of demons, cackling and roaring, surged toward the celestial realm. These were the thousands of demon cult prisoners confined within the heavenly dungeon. Empowered by the grand array of 10,000 demons' blood and evil, their figures loomed large, exuding a potent aura as demonic and malevolent energies intertwined and flowed around them. In an instant, chaos erupted in the celestial realm as demons danced wildly, an invasion by the demon cult. All camps assemble at once. Simultaneously, numerous celestial soldiers from various divisions had received notifications from the Runshin camp's celestial troops and were just finishing their assembly. Troops charged out of their barracks, armed and armored, engaging in fierce battles against the demon practitioners. Boom! In the blood-red night sky, powerful spells and divine abilities clashed and exploded, unleashing terrifying forces that swept across the celestial realm, causing the originally resplendent palaces to collapse in an instant. While some celestial beings excelled in cultivation, not all were adept in battle. Many celestial maidens and scholarly officials were in a state of panic, seeking refuge. Bold demon lord, today I shall claim your head and eradicate your cult. Neza bellowed, transforming into a colossal figure with 3 heads and 8 arms, wielding a fiery spear and stepping on wheels of wind and fire as he charged toward the demon lord. Neza, if I had seen you before, I would have fled far away. But today, under the grand array of 10,000 demons' blood and evil, your strength is suppressed while mine has multiplied 100-fold. Why should I fear you? The demon lord laughed arrogantly, his form now transformed into a being towering millions of feet high, enveloped in raging demonic flames, as if he could crush the entire celestial realm with a single hand. With a mighty crash, a square halberd seemed to cleave the heavens, descending with endless demonic energy. When the spear and halberd clashed, a deafening sound echoed, resonating throughout the celestial realm. Subsequently, the two, Neza and the demon lord, battled fiercely like titans, shaking the very heavens. In the Mi Luo Palace, atop the 9 heavens throne, the Jade Emperor sat impassively, his face devoid of expression, seemingly indifferent to the chaos and conflict outside. In contrast, the celestial officials below wore grave expressions, some even displaying fear and panic, anxious about the potential breach by the demon cult. As for the celestial generals, aside from the heavenly king Li Jing, who was stationed outside with his golden armored soldiers, the others had already ventured out to confront the demon cult. At last, has the tale revealed itself? The Jade Emperor suddenly moved, lifting his gaze toward the sky. The outbreak of battle had been so abrupt and swift that everything transpired in the blink of an eye. As the grand array of 10,000 demons' blood and evil coalesced, Jiuxu's ethereal avatar had just reached the entrance of the heavenly dungeon. His ghostly figure bewitched the demon cult's fiends. The multitude of demons surging forth from the dungeon completely ignored Jiuxu, their eyes filled with ferocity and madness as they charged toward every corner of the celestial realm. Jiuxu did not attempt to obstruct the demon practitioners. Instead, he remained calm and contemplative. Within this grand array, the momentum of these demon practitioners had surged at least tenfold. Meanwhile, all celestial practitioners were being suppressed, their magical powers flowing at a noticeably diminished speed and strength. However, his physical body and soul remained robust, largely unaffected. As he pondered, Jiuxu dashed into the depths of the dungeon, understanding that the key to resolving this chaos did not lie in slaying numerous demon practitioners, but in dismantling the grand array of 10,000 demons' blood and evil. The accumulation of malevolent energy, panic, chaos, and slaughter was interconnected. The more turmoil in the celestial realm, the stronger the array became. If this array was not dismantled, the strength of the demon practitioners within would only continue to grow. Once the array was broken, The thousands of demon cult fiends would be utterly insufficient to withstand the onslaught of celestial soldiers. To seek the destruction of the celestial realm? That would be akin to inviting my wrath. In Jiuxu's heart, the celestial realm was a sacred ground, and anyone who dared to disrupt it would be his enemy. Soon, he charged fiercely into the first level of the dungeon, discovering dozens of celestial soldiers lying dead on the ground. All the cells had been emptied. The demon cult prisoners and a handful of monsters had surged forth to wreak havoc upon the celestial realm. Continuing down to the second and third levels, he found them all vacant. Eventually, he reached the 9th level, the area saturated with the most malevolent energy. This level contained a single cell, typically reserved for imprisoning those formidable demons who could disrupt the 3 realms. As Jiuxu's ethereal avatar stealthily arrived at the 9th level, he beheld a chubby young boy seated in mid-air within the cell, surrounded by swirling, dense blood and evil energy, connected to the surrounding void by threads resembling silk. The dark, malevolent energy from the dungeon was continuously flowing into the boy's body. It was evident that this boy was a powerful demon cultist controlling the grand array of 10,000 demons' blood and evil. Chapter 41. The nemesis of the demon cult guardian, the celestial realm, was engulfed in chaos, with battles raging in many locations. Celestial soldiers formed ranks and formations to fend off the demon practitioners, despite the demon practitioners numbering merely in the thousands. The grand array of 10,000 demons' blood and evil had amplified their strength, allowing each to contend against 10, and some could even face 100. In the midst of the scattered combat, these thousands of demon practitioners truly rampaged through the celestial realm, growing increasingly ferocious. In the Yaoqi Palace, within the 100 Flowers Garden, the 100 Flowers Fairy and the Moon-Shaking Fairy each wielded a celestial sword, fixated on the garden entrance, poised to strike at any moment. Behind them, a few other Yaoqi maidens were hiding, for among the many maidens of Yaoqi, the 100 Flowers Fairy was one of the most powerful. When chaos erupted, the maidens residing near the 100 Flowers Garden immediately sought her out. Now, observing the blood-red night sky and hearing the sounds of battle outside, everyone felt tense. Though they were celestial beings, very few had truly experienced combat, perhaps not even one. Do not panic. The demon cult is weak. They are merely posturing, unable to stir any significant turmoil in the celestial realm. The celestial troops will swiftly suppress these demon fiends. The 100 Flowers Fairy spoke solemnly, being the most composed among them, with the Moon-Shaking Fairy second to her. Sister, why do I sense a dreadful stench of blood approaching us? The Moon-Shaking Fairy suddenly whispered. Indeed, the 100 Flowers Fairy replied gravely, having sensed it herself. Little White, it seems this time we must rely on you. She discreetly patted her sleeve. Whoosh! A flash of white light vanished from her sleeve. At this moment, she appeared calm, yet her heart raced with anxiety. Should she perish at the hands of the demon cult today, it would be a lamentable fate for the techniques of grafting and hybridization. And a twinge of bitterness surfaced as the image of a figure flickered in her mind. She was acutely aware that a certain force had been targeting her, and now, with such an opportune moment to strike, that force would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. At this very moment, a stout figure cloaked in demonic energy stealthily approached the vicinity of the 100 Flowers Garden beneath the blood-red night sky. It is precisely the ancient guardian of the demon sect, Blood Kuei, who arrived at the heavenly court alongside the demon lord. He gazed at the distant 100 Flower Garden, gently shaking his head, murmuring to himself, as the 7th protector of the demon sect, with a cultivation level of a low-grade Tai Golden Immortal, I am a formidable figure in the 4 continents of the lower realm, renowned for my ferocity. Yet today I am to engage in such clandestine assassination. A mere female immortal from the Jade Pool, should she perish in my hands, would be fortunate indeed. But why must I refrain from destroying the 100 Flower Garden? Blood Kuei pondered, for otherwise he would have obliterated it with a single strike, rather than stealthily approaching. Do you not know? A light, ethereal voice suddenly echoed in Blood Kuei's ears. Who? Blood Kuei's heart sank in terror as he scanned his surroundings, only to find himself enveloped in a blood-red darkness. Suddenly, a flash of cold light pierced through the darkness, instantly penetrating Blood Kuei's chest. Bewildered, Blood Kuei looked down to discover that the cold light was a silver spear. You sneak attack! He roared in fury, only to see at the other end of the spear a stoic golden-armored celestial soldier. "I shall devour you," he bellowed once more, unleashing his demonic energy, transforming into a towering shadow of 100 zhong and lunging forward. At that moment, an explosive force erupted from the spear, shattering Blood Kuei's body into 1,000,000 pieces, leaving only a swirling mist of blood, the remnant of Blood Kuei's soul. "I'm a low-grade Tai golden immortal, in the great array of 10,000 demons and blood fiends. Even a high-grade Tai golden immortal would," a thought flickered in his mind, swiftly followed by dread. Could the golden-armored celestial soldier before him be a great Luo golden immortal? The great Luo golden immortal as a celestial soldier? Buzz! In the next instant, the power surging from the spear gently trembled, obliterating the mist of blood into nothingness. Blood Kuei's soul was ultimately scattered, dead beyond resurrection. To dispatch a low-grade Tai golden immortal is indeed a hefty investment. Jiuxu's expression turned icy, and with a flicker, he vanished from sight. At that moment, a silver serpent appeared at the entrance of the 100-flower garden, catching a fleeting glimpse of the golden-armored figure as it disappeared. The little white snake's eyes flickered with confusion, as that figure felt somewhat familiar. Meanwhile, in the 9th level of the celestial prison, Jiuxu's primordial spirit was concealed in the shadows, observing a cell. He chuckled. Such a ghostly method of stealth. Who would have thought that the heavenly court harbored such entities? Suddenly, a youth opened his eyes, directing his gaze toward Jiuxu's hiding spot, a wicked grin spreading across his face. No longer concealing himself, Jiuxu stepped from the darkness, regarding the youth who sat cross-legged in the air of the cell. "The blade-wielding youth of the demon sect?" he inquired, raising an eyebrow. Although he had never seen him, he had heard tales of the demon sect's foremost protector, a youth resembling a Tai golden immortal, second only to the demon lord in power. "Indeed, that is I. Who are you?" The blade-wielding youth responded with feigned authority. "Hui Dao. That Hui Dao who caused chaos at the Queen Mother's birthday feast? Impossible. I thought you were dead. My name has even reached the demon sect?" Jiuxu was astonished. "You have thwarted a significant plot. How could it not reach the demon sect?" The blade-wielding youth sneered. "However, since you are still alive, you will inevitably pay with your life in the future." Jiuxu's heart stirred. It seemed he referred to the incident where Jiuxu had slain Zhou Tong and subsequently sent a projection into the realm, disrupting the scheme devised by the Star Lord of Martial Qi. The blade-wielding youth's words suggested that the mastermind behind it had taken note of Hui Dao due to this incident, but had assumed Hui Dao was dead, hence refrained from executing any plans. "Are you afraid?" The blade-wielding youth jeered. Jiuxu chuckled. "I believe it is you who fears. A figure known for his bloodlust. The foremost protector of the demon sect, able to converse with me for so long without striking, indicates that you are indeed the linchpin of this great array of 10,000 demons and blood fiends. You dare not act, for should you do so, the array will collapse." The blade-wielding youth's eyes gleamed with crimson light, as if he intended to devour Jiuxu whole, before breaking into a cold smirk, his tone brimming with confidence. "And so what? With the array support, unless you are a great Luo golden immortal, you cannot harm me in the slightest." "Oh." Jiuxu smiled, abruptly vanishing. Whoosh! The next moment he materialized within the cell, the soul-slaying blade slicing through the void, aiming directly at the blade-wielding youth. Chapter 42. The resurgence of the world-destroying Black Lotus, the soul-slaying blade, descended with a terrifying momentum. Boom! The blade struck a blood-red barrier, unleashing a dreadful shockwave. Were it not for the immense fortitude of the celestial prison, it might have been reduced to ruins. However, to Jiuxu's astonishment, the post-heaven spiritual treasure, the soul-slaying blade, combined with his strength as a low-grade Tai golden immortal, failed to breach the barrier. A flicker of surprise crossed the blade-wielding youth's face, evidently shaken by Jiuxu's power. Yet he still sneered, "Do not waste your effort. Though I do not know which faction you hail from, as long as you are not a great Luo golden immortal, you cannot harm me. There are only so many great Luo golden immortals in the 3 realms, and none bear the name Hui Dao." Upon hearing this, Jiuxu merely shook his head gently. That previous strike had confirmed one thing. His primordial spirit, possessing only 80% of his true self-strength, fell short of a great Luo golden immortal. Treasures beyond the celestial artifacts are classified into post-heaven spiritual treasures, post-heaven supreme treasures, pre-heaven spiritual treasures, and pre-heaven supreme treasures. While the soul-slaying blade is merely a post-heaven spiritual treasure, it is already an exceedingly valuable and powerful artifact in the three realms. For many great Luo golden immortals wield post-heaven spiritual treasures, such as the renowned golden dragon scissors and a monkey's great staff, both of this caliber. Of course, had it been his true self wielding the soul-slaying blade, he would certainly match a great Luo golden immortal, capable of shattering the blade-wielding youth's protective barrier of the array. Hui Dao, your strength is commendable, the blade-wielding youth remarked suddenly. Oh, Jiuxu regarded him. If you wish to avoid a senseless death in the future, consider joining my demon sect. The demon lord will ensure your safety. The blade-wielding youth surprisingly harbored thoughts of recruitment. Just you lot? Jiuxu shot him a sidelong glance. Do you dare to look down upon my demon sect? The blade-wielding youth's expression turned frigid, the atmosphere in the cell growing unbearably cold. It is not disdain. It is simply that you lack the qualifications for me to look down upon. Jiuxu ceased his banter, retrieving the world-destroying Black Lotus. What? The chubby blade-wielding youth's eyes widened in shock. The world-destroying Black Lotus. The demon lord. His voice trembled. Only a great Luo golden immortal can break it. Jiuxu waved his hand, and the world-destroying Black Lotus unleashed a torrent of surging black demonic energy, flooding the entire cell and forming a terrifying vortex. No, no, the blade-wielding youth panicked, even feeling a tinge of despair. For the demonic energy vortex seemed capable of devouring everything, and the protective barrier of the array around him cracked open instantly as the overwhelming blood, fiendish energy, and his own demonic energy, spiritual power, and soul were all consumed like flowing water. Spare me, demon lord, spare me. The blade-wielding youth began to plead for mercy. Before death, none are unafraid. Unmoved, Jiuxu's Black Lotus nearly instantaneously engulfed the blade-wielding youth's remaining half. You cannot kill me. Should you do so, you will be unable to break this array. The blade-wielding youth cried out in terror. Jiuxu bones. The blade child hastily declared, indeed, you could utilize the world-ending Black Lotus to vanquish me. However, the 10,000 demons blood fiend array has already fused with the endless malevolent energy in the heavenly prison. The heavenly prison and the celestial court are one and the same. Even if you possess the Black Lotus, can you truly destroy the heavenly prison? To strike at a single thread is to affect the entire tapestry. Attacking the heavenly prison equates to assaulting the entire celestial court. Even a top-tier great Luo golden immortal would struggle to obliterate the celestial court. Wouldn't they? Jiuxu's expression grew grave. This was indeed accurate. When the 10,000 demons blood fiend array had taken shape within the heavenly prison, the entire celestial court had trembled violently, affirming this truth. Only my survival can unravel the formation. Otherwise, you must destroy the heavenly prison to dismantle this array, and you lack the power to accomplish that. The blade child fixated on Jiuxu as if clutching a lifeline. I regret to inform you that I do not acquiesce to threats. Jiuxu waved his hand, unleashing a terrifying vortex of demonic energy from the Black Lotus, once more emitting an overwhelming gravitational pull. All malevolent auras were drawn within its consuming range. The blade child was momentarily dazed, incredulous as he exclaimed, with the 10,000 demons blood fiend array in play. The strength of my demonic sect as practitioners will only grow with each battle. Even if the celestial court does not perish, it will be as if it has been obliterated. At that time, chaos will undoubtedly engulf the three realms. Does the power behind you truly wish to witness the annihilation of the celestial court? Can you simply decree its destruction? Jiuxu Li then extended his left hand, conjuring a sphere of crimson flame from thin air. What do you think of this flame? Does it have the power to incinerate the heavenly prison? The six-ding divine fire of the touching sage. Who on earth are you? The blade child stammered in fear. Your grandfather, Hui Dao. Jiuxu hurled a ball of six-ding divine fire directly forth. This fire could cleanse marrow and transform essence, as well as incinerate heaven and boil the sea. Boom! All objects touched by the crimson flame instantly turned to ash. As for the 10,000 demons blood fiend array, now fused with the heavenly prison, it swiftly began to unravel. In a state of sheer terror and despair, the Blade Child was entirely consumed by the Black Lotus, both his corporeal form and soul obliterated. At the moment Jiuxu's primordial spirit manifested the Black Lotus, two colossal figures, akin to towering giants, continued their fierce battle high above the 9 heavens. Neza with 8 arms and the demon sovereign. Boom! A vast and imposing shadow of a Black Lotus platform suddenly materialized, descending with an awe-inspiring might from the blood-red firmament above. The world-ending Black Lotus? Neza and the demon sovereign gazed towards the heavens. Neza's eyes filled with apprehension. The demon sovereign, empowered by the 10,000 demons blood fiend array, had already proven difficult to contend with, and now an unknown powerhouse from the demonic sect appeared. The demon sovereign, however, was overjoyed, sensing the pure and formidable demonic aura emanating from the Black Lotus. Get away from me. He swung his Fong Tianhua halberd, sweeping it outward to force Neza back, then charged directly towards the world-ending Black Lotus in the sky. This was the goal he sought today. Not a chance. Neza roared in fury, transforming into a towering figure of immense height, unleashing a torrent of flames from his mouth, morphing into a massive crimson dragon that roared towards the demon sovereign. 3 mysteries true fire. The power of this flame was such that even if the demon sovereign's strength multiplied 100-fold, he would not dare to underestimate it, forcing him to halt and respond. Boom! 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 The battle erupted anew, shaking the heavens. Merely the shockwaves from their clash could reduce celestial beings to mere dust. If I acquire the world-ending Black Lotus, my demonic sect shall once again rise to the pinnacle of the 3 realms. Today, with the 10,000 demons blood fiend array in play, even you, Neza, a saintly figure in flesh, cannot hinder me. The demon sovereign's heart surged with fervor, a torrent of battle intent swelling within him as he repeatedly swung his halberd, colliding with Neza's fiery spear. Yet, in a mere 3 breaths, whoosh! Suddenly, the shadow of the Black Lotus platform descending from the 9 heavens vanished like a fleeting mirage. Chapter 43. The most exciting moments lie ahead. The world-ending Black Lotus had appeared for but 3 breaths before it disappeared. Damn it! The demon sovereign roared in fury, for he had lost his sense of that powerful and pure demonic energy. Yet it was not over. In the next moment, the blood-red sky began to rapidly recede, revealing countless stars that seemed within reach once more in the heavens above. The 10,000 demons blood fiend array had been shattered. As the blood fiend energy dissipated, the demon sovereign's colossal form began to shrink as if deflating, almost instantly reverting to its original height. The raging demonic flames diminished 100-fold. How is this possible? The demon sovereign was incredulous. The 10,000 demons blood fiend array had fused with the heavenly prison. Only a great Luo golden immortal could break through. Yet at this moment, the great Luo golden immortals within the celestial court were entangled by the powerful entities of their demonic sect, unable to spare any strength to break the array. Embrace your demise, demon sovereign. The 8-armed Neza remained towering at a height of 1,000,000 zhong. Besides wielding his fiery spear with 2 hands, he brandished formidable treasures in the other 6 hands, launching a ferocious assault upon the demon sovereign. The demon sovereign reacted swiftly, raising his Fong Tianhua halberd to defend, but his strength was far diminished compared to before. Clash! A tremendous sound rang out as he was sent flying, demonic flames erupting around him, his entire aura showing signs of collapse. Retreat! Withdraw! The demon sovereign's face turned ashen as he howled in rage and frustration. Whoosh! He activated his escape technique, transforming into a beam of bloodlight, fleeing rapidly beyond the celestial court. At this moment, with the dissolution of the 10,000 demons blood fiend array, the multitude of demonic practitioners who had previously been frenzied and fierce were now engulfed in terror. Without the array's support, they were no match for the heavenly soldiers. Kill! Those who dare to invade our celestial court shall leave none alive. Eradicate them completely. The martial Star Lord, leading the earthly fiend division's heavenly soldiers, appeared at the southern gate, having just returned from the lower realms. Coupled with the already furious heavenly soldiers of the heavenly gang division, the combined forces swiftly annihilated the multitude of demonic practitioners. This incursion by the demonic sect into the celestial court resembled a failed rehearsal, erupting suddenly and concluding just as abruptly, lasting merely the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. Yet, following this battle, the formerly splendid palaces and pavilions of the celestial court, as well as the enchanting vistas of the celestial mountains and floating islands, had suffered extensive damage, and it would require considerable time to restore them to their former glory. In the Jiuxu Palace, within the 100 Flowers Garden, although the demonic sect had retreated, the Jiuxu fairies who had sought refuge in the garden were still shaken. After some soothing words from the 100 Flowers Fairy and the Moonlit Fairy, the maidens finally returned to their respective abodes. The Moonlit Fairy did not linger long, continuing on to guard her divine tree. Ultimately, only the 100 Flowers Fairy remained in the garden. The Silver Serpent, Xiao Bai, reported the situation he had witnessed outside. You say a golden figure killed a formidable demon sect practitioner outside the garden? Hiss, you think that figure seems somewhat familiar? Hiss. A pensive expression emerged on the 100 Flowers Fairy's face. Just moments ago in the garden, she had distinctly sensed a terrifying bloodthirst approaching the 100 Flowers Garden. And that was no mere demon sect practitioner of golden immortal caliber. It was at least a Tai golden immortal. Who could have been? The 100 Flowers Fairy fell into silence. She holds a position in the celestial realm and has naturally come to know a considerable number of powerful Tai golden immortals. However, among these esteemed beings, very few possess the capability to effortlessly eliminate a Tai golden immortal, perhaps not even a single one. The only familiar figure to Xiao Bai, aside from the often visiting Jiuxu Fairy, is him. In the eyes of the Flower Fairy, a fleeting spark of insight ignited a seemingly impossible notion in her mind. Impossible, impossible. She shook her head repeatedly. Yet, the frenzied thought within her showed no signs of dissipating. Finally, she admonished Xiao Bai. Remember, this matter must not be disclosed. Hiss, hiss. In a Lingxiao treasure hall, the Jade Emperor, unusually calm, sat upon his throne in the ninth heaven, observing the bewildered celestial officials below, as well as the battle-hardened divine generals who had just emerged from a fierce confrontation, his expression remaining impassive. Your Majesty, the chaos instigated by over 10,000 fiends from the demonic sect has been quelled, with the exception of the Demon Lord, who remains at large, reported the towering King Li Jing, standing at the forefront. What are the casualties? Inquired the Jade Emperor. General Wu of the 8th Patrol Team in the southern region and General Zhang of the 12th Patrol Team in the northern region have perished. 83 camp officers and 720 patrol celestial soldiers have also fallen, and the celestial prison has been destroyed, making restoration impossible in the short term. Li Jing raplia solemnly. The fallen soldiers must be properly cared for, the Jade Emperor stated gravely. Yes, Li Jing responded with a respectful bow. At that moment, the martial star monarch, who had hurried back from the mortal realm, stepped forward. Your Majesty, those fiends from the demonic sect were captured by my earthly fiends under my command in the lower realm. I did not anticipate they would breach the celestial prison and cause chaos in the heavenly court. Your Majesty, I bear responsibility. The martial star monarch's demeanor was serious. Neza's gaze flickered, and he too offered a bow. Your Majesty, the earthly fiends imprisoned over 10,000 demonic offenders within the celestial prison, which is under the jurisdiction of the heavenly gangs. The chaos instigated by these demonic offenders is my fault. Please, Your Majesty, punish me. I too am guilty, Your Majesty. Please, impose your judgment. Suddenly, the martial star monarch and Neza began to contest this matter. Enough. The Jade Emperor's voice rang out, sharp and commanding, his gaze piercing as he focused on the two divine generals below. Whether guilty or innocent, I am well aware. Tai by jinxing, remain, the rest may withdraw. The celestial officials and divine generals, wary of overstepping, promptly exited the Lingxiao treasure hall, leaving only the head celestial official, Tai by jinxing. Subsequently, the Jade Emperor and Tai by jinxing proceeded to the adjoining Tongming Hall. The Jade Emperor donned a white robe and casually reclined on a soft couch. Tai Bai, what is your perspective? He inquired nonchalantly. Your Majesty, the demonic sect is left with only one demon lord desperately holding on. While the temptation of the world destruction Black Lotus is significant, it would not compel them to risk an assault on our heavenly court, Tai Bai jinxing replied, shaking his head. Indeed, the demonic sect is merely a fade. They willingly allow themselves to be utilized, The Jade Emperor sighed, already deducing much within his mind. He murmured, "It seems someone has violated the agreement of the sages and returned from the outside. They have bribed certain individuals within the heavenly court, gaining intimate knowledge of our circumstances. They are aware that the incarnation of the Taiji Saint is absent, and that only Li Jing and Neza, our great Luo golden immortals, remain in the court. They have also concealed the heavenly secrets, attempting to prevent the celestial soldiers from various camps from assembling in a timely manner. However, they did not anticipate the emergence of two variables." The Jade Emperor spoke slowly, as if in soliloquy, yet his words betrayed a profound understanding of the situation. In the Tongming Hall, Taibai Jingxing listened intently, fully aware of the two variables. First, prior to the demonic sect's insurrection, the 9th Patrol Team's Rinshun camp had swiftly dispersed and issued a timely warning, allowing celestial soldiers from various camps to assemble in advance. Second, the Heavenly Court concealed an unidentified Great Luo Golden Immortal, who had single-handedly destroyed the celestial prison and disrupted the 10,000 demons' blood fiend formation. These two variables had ultimately led to the defeat of the demonic sect, leaving only one demon lord to flee in panic. Though he understood these implications, Taibai Jingxing still praised, "Your Majesty, your wisdom is unparalleled. If wisdom were truly present, this chaos would not have arisen," the Jade Emperor countered, shaking his head. He continued with an expression of neutrality. "The insurrectionists from the demonic sect are precisely linked to both the heavenly gangs and the earthly fiends. You tell me, if I were to thoroughly investigate the demonic sect's disruption of the heavenly court, should the responsibility fall to the heavenly gangs or the earthly fiends?" Hearing the term investigation, the usually astute Taibai Jingxing also found himself in a quandary. The celestial soldiers of the heavenly gangs and the earthly fiends represent two of the most vital forces within the heavenly court. Moreover, the generals overseeing these divisions are formidable figures, both in strength and background. Neza, the general of the heavenly gangs, is among the most powerful celestial generals, and his background is well known. The Martial Star Monarch, though slightly less powerful, is a commander skilled in military affairs, with an equally significant background. The crucial issue is that rivalry and discord frequently arise between these two divisions. The demonic offenders who instigated chaos in the heavenly court happen to be connected to both. And Taibai Jingxing is acutely aware that entrusting the investigation to either side will inevitably incite factional strife, exacerbating the conflict between the two divisions. The recent altercation between Neza and the Martial Star Monarch in the Lingxiao Treasure Hall reflected this reality. Although the two generals appeared to be admitting guilt, they were implicitly accusing each other. Logically, if an investigation were to occur, the most prudent choice would be to dispatch a prominent celestial official, thus avoiding potential conflicts. This is precisely where Taibai Jingxing's concern lay, for although the Jade Emperor's earlier remarks did not explicitly indicate it, they had already delineated the scope of potential investigators, confining it to the heavenly gangs and the earthly fiends. Suddenly, an idea struck Taibai Jingxing. As the head celestial official, he was naturally well acquainted with all officials within the heavenly court. "Are you also troubled, Taibai Jingxing?" the Jade Emperor inquired after a prolonged silence. "Your Majesty, forgive my ignorance." Taibai Jingxing refrained from articulating his thoughts. "What do you think of the officer from the Ren Shun camp of the 9th Patrol Team?" the Jade Emperor casually remarked. "Jiuxu?" Taibai Jingxing feigned astonishment. "Indeed, that is the one," the Jade Emperor affirmed, nodding. Had it not been for the timely warning from the Ren Shun camp of the 9th Patrol Team, the Heavenly Court's casualties would have been magnified tenfold. "Jiuxu? Your Majesty, you truly are sagacious," Taibai Jingxing exclaimed, feigning enlightenment, and continued, "In terms of vigilance, this individual surpasses many celestial generals in the Heavenly Court. As for connections, he has no ties to either the heavenly gangs or the earthly fiends, but rather has some affiliation with the Yaoqi Palace. With the Yaoqi Palace backing him, should he lead the investigation, any obstructions he faces when probing the heavenly gangs or the earthly fiends would likely be minimal, potentially yielding significant findings." However, the Jade Emperor raised a hand to massage his forehead, appearing somewhat troubled. Yet, his rank is too low. He may not command sufficient respect. Suddenly appointing a camp officer to oversee this matter could lead to whispers among the celestial officials and divine generals, negatively impacting morale. "Your Majesty, do not fret. Tai Bai Jinxing quickly replied. Earlier, King Li mentioned that the generals of the 8th Patrol Team and the 12th Patrol Team have perished. I believe Jiuxu's timely warning merits a promotion to the position of General of the 8th Patrol Team, overseeing the Celestial Prison. This would also facilitate the investigation. Is he capable? Has Your Majesty forgotten? Last time, due to the grafting and hybridization techniques, you bestowed upon him 10 9-turn golden pills. Last month, I encountered him at the residence of General Jiu and discovered that he has already attained the status of a high-grade golden immortal, which precisely meets the minimum requirement for serving as a heavenly general. Moreover, it is likely that he has not exhausted his supply of the 9-turn golden pills. Given time, he will undoubtedly reach the level of a Tai golden immortal through the power of these elixirs. Tai Bai Jinxing conveyed his thoughts. Of course, he understood that the Jade Emperor had probably considered all these factors long ago. However, as a loyal minister, one must put on a good performance. Indeed, the Jade Emperor nodded slightly, but then shifted the conversation. However, I believe it would be more appropriate for him to take charge of the 9th Patrol Team, while General Jiu, who has been diligent, can be reassigned to the 8th Patrol Team. Your Majesty is most wise. Tai Bai Jinxing, though perplexed by this arrangement, quickly offered his praise. Go ahead with the arrangements, the Jade Emperor gestured, then casually added, also, have him investigate the identity of the great Luo Golden Immortal who acted in secret. I have an inkling that this individual is somehow connected to the master of the world-destroying Black Lotus. Perhaps they're the same person. I shall obey your command. Tai Bai Jinxing replied, bowing respectfully. After Tai Bai Jinxing departed, the Jade Emperor gazed into the vast skies above, as if he could see through the heavens. Since you choose to disregard the rules, do not blame me for taking unorthodox measures. A newcomer, blessed with both merit and fortune, I shall have him break the deadlock. I wonder if you can withstand it. He did not allow Jiuxu to serve as the 8th Heavenly General, intending instead to make Jiuxu a living piece on the chessboard. If he were merely tasked with guarding the heavenly prison, he would become a mere dead piece. While it might facilitate investigations now, later on, a piece limited to the prison would hold little value. Near the South Heavenly Gate, within the Grand Hall of the 9th Patrol Team, Tai Bai Jinxing stood above, while Jiuxu and General Jiu stood below. Congratulations to both of you, Tai Bai Jinxing smiled. General Jiu's expression was complex. Ordinarily, his reassignment to the 8th Patrol Team would be a cause for celebration, as guarding the heavenly prison is a more comfortable position, and he would receive a greater salary and more resources for cultivation. However, when compared to Jiuxu, this small joy dissipated entirely. What a rise in rank. In just a year, he had ascended from an ordinary patrol soldier to a team leader, then to a camp officer, and finally to a heavenly general. General Ji, congratulations. General Jiu maintained his composure and offered his felicitations. Jiuxu, have become a heavenly general? Jiuxu found this turn of events surreal. It was entirely unexpected, and he was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. Such a sudden promotion surely had its complexities. Chapter 45. Overthinking in the 9th Patrol Team's camp. Tai Bai Jinxing continued. General Jiu, you may go and organize the 8th Patrol Team. I need to discuss certain matters with General Ji. I take my leave, said the diligent General Jiu, exiting what was once his domain. Within the hall, only Jiuxu and Tai Bai Jinxing remained. General Ji, do you know why I wish to speak with you privately? Tai Bai Jinxing inquired. Please enlighten me, my lord. Jiuxu quickly assumed a respectful demeanor. The Emperor has promoted you to Heavenly General due to your meritorious warning. But you must realize that given your strength and status, this position is precarious, Tai Bai Jinxing explained. Jiuxu note that there are 2 critical tasks. If accomplished, you will gain significant merit and solidify your position. Tai Bai Jinxing extended 2 fingers. Firstly, it seems someone within the heavenly court is colluding with the demon sect, inciting chaos. Secondly, during this upheaval, an unidentified Great Luo Golden Immortal acted covertly to destroy the heavenly prison and disrupt the demon sect's blood fiend formation. Your mission is to uncover these individuals. This is the 9-section golden whip bestowed upon you by the Emperor. It will facilitate your movements throughout the heavenly court. As long as it pertains to investigations, none shall dare to obstruct you. After presenting a gleaming artifact, Tai Bai Jinxing handed it to Jiuxu, who received it respectfully and then tentatively asked, Is this a mandatory task? What do you think? Tai Bai Jinxing countered with a smile. I shall exert my utmost effort, Jiuxu declared. Once Tai Bai Jinxing departed, Jiuxu pondered inwardly. The first task posed no significant issues as he already knew the culprit. The real dilemma lay with the second task. Was this not asking him to investigate himself? In the northern domain of the Heavenly Court, within the residence of the Marshal, the atmosphere was tense and heavy, with both the Marshal and General Fong standing in solemn silence. After a long pause, Marshal finally exhaled deeply and said, "This scheme has encountered unforeseen variables, preventing us from achieving the desired outcome. Fortunately, we have managed to lay the groundwork for our plans. Rest assured, General, during the chaos, I personally led a team to bury those items at the predetermined locations, and all those in the know have been dealt with, ensuring that no one suspects anything," General Fong assured. "Yet we have ultimately missed a crucial element," Marshal sighed. "General, I sense something amiss." Fong hesitated suddenly. "Speak on," Marshal urged. General Fong continued. "Before the demon sect's chaos, we had concealed the heavenly secrets. Unless a sage personally deduced the situation, it would be impossible to detect anything. Yet, one of the patrol teams from the 9th Patrol warned us in advance, allowing the majority of the heavenly soldiers to prepare, thereby reducing the chaos caused by the demon sect below our expectations. Furthermore, there was a mysterious great Luo golden immortal capable of slaying the Blade Boy protected by formations and destroying the heavenly prison, as well as breaking the Blood Fiend formation. Their strength is truly formidable. Among all the great Luo golden immortals in the heavenly court, only Yang Jian and Neza could accomplish such feats. However, one is absent from the heavenly court, and the other is entangled with the demon lord. I genuinely cannot think of anyone else in the heavenly court possessing such power. Coupled with the advance warning from that patrol, I wonder if the incarnation of the Taiji sage has returned." General Fong took a deep breath, attempting to suppress his rising anxiety. Marshal shook his head. "Your ability to think this through shows I did not misjudge you, but your flaw is evident. You tend to overthink. If the sage's incarnation truly returned, would we still be sitting here in peace?" "Your words hold truth," General Fong realized, feeling a wave of relief. "You have overlooked one detail," Marshal continued. "The one who acted in secret was not only that mysterious great Luo golden immortal, but also the Blood Lord ancestor sent by the Demon Lord to the 100 Flowers Garden, who was also eliminated without a sound. With the Blood Fiend formation in place, to silently slay the Blood Lord ancestor indicates that the assailant, whether or not they're a great Luo golden immortal, is undoubtedly a formidable Tai golden immortal. Another mysterious powerhouse." General Fong was taken aback, then inquired, "General, could it be, as you previously speculated, that other forces are involved?" "This is precisely what I dread," Marshal confessed. General Fong, too, began to feel anxious. Overthinking is of no benefit. The Lord of the Wuziu Star gazed resolutely. Having reached this juncture with no path of retreat, we could only forge ahead. Moreover, the fact that this faction operates in the shadows suggests their strength may not be as formidable as it seems. Their interference, while somewhat disruptive to our plans, has inadvertently aided us. Commander Fong Tian nodded in agreement. Indeed, their strategy, anchored in the celestial prison to incite chaos within the demon sect, appeared flawless at first glance. Yet would undoubtedly leave traces behind. However, with Wu Tian's impending demise and the destruction of the celestial prison, all the guards who once watched over it have been scattered, thus dissipating potential threats that might have existed. "General, what shall our next course of action be?" Commander Fong Tian inquired. "The Flower Fairy remains alive, and without obtaining the Flower Garden, this scheme ultimately lacks a crucial element. The Flower Garden has consumed too much of our resources. Since we have made several unsuccessful attempts, it is time to let them take matters into their own hands." The Lord of the Wuziu Star declared solemnly. After a moment of contemplation, he continued earnestly, "We must proceed with our designated tasks. Time is of the essence, and we must swiftly consolidate the forces of the Tian Gang and Disha celestial troops. Understanding the Emperor's disposition, following my altercation with Neza today, he will surely dispatch someone to investigate the demon sect's turmoil. I shall devise a new plan to ensure the Emperor entrusts you with the investigation. At that point, your task will be to shift the blame entirely onto the Tian Gang." "I understand, sir," Commander Fong Tian replied with solemnity. The two then deliberated on further details before concluding their secret discussion. Yet, merely half a day later, Commander Fong Tian hastily returned to the residence of the Lord of the Wuxiu Star. "General, we face grave news." Commander Fong Tian relayed the information he had just received. "What? You must be mistaken." The Lord of the Wuxiu Star was momentarily unable to maintain his composure, rising in astonishment. "General, the news has likely spread throughout the various camps in the Heavenly Court. How could I possibly be mistaken? The Emperor has indeed promoted a mere camp officer directly to the rank of the 9th General of the Tian Gang, and has entrusted him with the investigation duties." Commander Fong Tian stated with a wry smile. Could such a coincidence truly occur? Just as we were contemplating this matter, the Emperor made a decision in advance. The Lord of the Wuxiu Star resumed his seat, frowning in deep thought. "General, there's an even greater coincidence. That camp officer is none other than Jiuxu, who had previously alerted each camp." Commander Fong Tian added, "This cannot be mere coincidence." The Lord of the Wuxiu Star shook his head with a serious expression as Jiuxu's name resonated in his mind. Suddenly, he raised his head sharply, his eyes filled with cold resolve. This individual undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives. Chapter 46. Reactions from all sides. The Lord of the Wuxiu Star had a recollection of Jiuxu. The first instance was when the Fairy of Drunken Clouds manipulated him to frame the Flower Fairy, a scheme that ultimately faltered, prompting the Fairy of Drunken Clouds to seek his demise within the celestial prison to prevent exposure. However, that plan also failed. Subsequently, the examination of the heart mirror revealed that this celestial soldier was unaware of having been used, and thus they did not perceive this seemingly insignificant celestial soldier as a threat. The second instance occurred on the day of the Queen Mother's birthday banquet, when the camp officer Zhou Tong was slain and Jiuxu emerged as the new officer. This name re-entered the consciousness of the Lord of the Wuxiu Star, though he initially paid little heed, considering a fortunate individual could not sway the grand scheme. The third instance transpired when the Tao of Heaven descended with merit and golden light, and once more, the name Jiuxu echoed. The fourth instance occurred amidst the chaos instigated by the demon sect, wherein Jiuxu instructed his subordinates to preemptively alert other celestial troops, thereby influencing their plans to a certain extent. The Lord of the Wuxiu Star had begun to harbor suspicions regarding this matter. Before he could act, he heard Jiuxu's name for the 5th time, and now this individual had ascended to the rank of the 9th General of the Tian Gang. Such extraordinary fortune! In a mere year, he had risen from the lowest ranks of the Heavenly Court to his current position, with each promotion coinciding with their own scheming. Upon grasping this pattern, the Lord of the Wuxiu Star felt the multitude of peculiar coincidences was far too conspicuous. "Investigate him," the Lord of the Wuxiu Star commanded sternly. Fixing his gaze upon Commander Fong Tian, "Uncover his origins, trace his movements since ascending to the Heavenly Court, and scrutinize his network of relationships within the 3 realms. Leave no stone unturned." "Yes, sir," Commander Fong Tian responded. Then he inquired, "General, what of the investigation? Since the Emperor has already made a decision, there is surely no room for negotiation." The Lord of the Wuxiu Star spoke in a low tone. "However, we must ensure the forces of the Tian Gang are firmly within our grasp." After a moment's reflection, he continued, "For now, you should secretly gather information regarding the 36 patrol teams within the Tian Gang, while simultaneously investigating Jiuxu. These 2 tasks can proceed concurrently." "I understand." Commander Fong Tian nodded. Within the Paisha Palace, Li Jing and Neza were engaged in a clandestine discussion within a dim chamber. "Father, what does the Emperor intend with this move?" Neza questioned, furrowing his brow. "To suddenly appoint an obscure camp officer as the 9th General of the Tian Gang and assign him such an important investigation seems rather arbitrary." "My son, you underestimate our Emperor," Li Jing replied with a smile, shaking his head. "Please enlighten me, Father," Neza requested. "Though Jiuxu may lack renown, he is no ordinary individual." Li Jing expounded. "He possesses merit, luck, and connections. The only deficiency lies in his strength. Otherwise, why would the Emperor elevate him to the rank of the 9th General of the Tian Gang?" Neza, upon hearing this, grew even more perplexed. "Father, I understand that Jiuxu received merit from the fusion and hybridization methods bestowed by the Tao of Heaven. But where does his luck and connection stem from?" Li Jing rose, pacing a few steps with a sigh. "In just 1 year, He ascended from a mere patrol, celestial soldier to a position of great power as the 9th general of the Tian gang. That in itself is remarkable luck. Moreover, do you know that the auspicious 9-leaf purple cloud flower was discovered by Jiuxu himself, with a flower fairy merely responsible for its cultivation? The Queen Mother adores flowers. Who do you think his connections are? Now makes sense, Neza realized. At that moment, he comprehended the Emperor's intentions. The celestial troops of the Tian gang and Di Sha have historically harbored conflicts, and open strife often ensues. At such a time, entrusting the investigation to either faction would be ill-advised. Thus, selecting someone with minimal ties to either the Tian gang or Di Sha to oversee the inquiry was indeed a sagacious choice. Li Jing turned back, earnestly advising, "This is a new face, surely. Everyone remains uncertain of his methods. Our task is to cooperate, regardless of his strength. Even if he were a celestial being, we must not be negligent. As long as our hearts are clear, we shall not fear his scrutiny." "I understand," Neza nodded. The 9th Patrol Team of the Tian gang, in addition to the Celestial General's camp, comprises another 60 camps, each named according to the combinations of heavenly stems and earthly branches. For instance, the Renshin camp, previously led by Jiuxu, is named accordingly. Naturally, this configuration applies not only to the 9th Patrol Team, but to the other 35 patrol teams within the Tian gang as well. Each Celestial General's camp consists of 60 teams based on the heavenly stems and earthly branches, with each camp officer being of golden immortal cultivation, leading 100 celestial soldiers of immortal cultivation. This means that each patrol team within the Tian gang boasts a celestial troop exceeding 6,000 in number. Jiuxu's rapid ascent to the rank of Celestial General, transitioning from commanding 100 celestial beings to overseeing over 6,000, naturally resulted in a significant increase in authority. Such a promotion astonished the various celestial officials and divine generals in the heavenly court, while simultaneously causing a considerable uproar within the ranks of the 9th Patrol Team. Apart from the Renshin camp, the commanders of the other camps, including those of the heavenly generals, felt a sense of discontent, particularly the commanders from the heavenly generals and Jiazi camps, all of whom were of the upper-grade golden immortal status, questioned why Jiuxu of the Renshin camp, also an upper-grade golden immortal, could ascend to the position of a heavenly general while they could not. In response to their grievances, Jiuxu refrained from engaging in idle talk. Instead, he produced a 9-sectioned golden whip, a divine gift from the Jade Emperor. Instantly, the dissenting voices fell silent for the 9-sectioned golden whip, akin to the revered sword of authority among mortals, granted him the power to act without fear of consequence. Having subdued his subordinates, Jiuxu took the opportunity to promote Jing Tian as the new commander of the Renshin camp, an action met with no opposition, though it did evoke considerable envy and jealousy from others. A fortnight prior, Jing Tian had received the Jade Emperor's favor and attained a promotion, filling a vacancy. Although Jing Tian remained an upper-grade celestial immortal, those 8 words conferred upon him the full authority to serve as a commander. After carefully sorting out the relationships among the camps, Jiuxu returned to his residence in the heavenly court. From this day forward, he would no longer reside in the barracks of the Renshin camp, but rather in the esteemed abode of the heavenly generals. Possessing a grand estate at the pinnacle of power in the 3 realms was undoubtedly a source of envy for countless celestial beings. Yet, Jiuxu understood that with elevated status came heightened scrutiny, necessitating a more cautious approach in all his endeavors. In the quiet of the night, Jiuxu sat upon a meditation mat, contemplating the 9-sectioned golden whip, a smile gracing his features. Regardless of the surrounding circumstances, the whip would undoubtedly facilitate his duties in the heavenly court. As he wielded the whip, a powerful wind surged forth, accompanied by distant rumblings of thunder. The whip's might was indeed formidable, complementing his spirit's soul-severing blade, thus finally equipping him with a worthy artifact. However, amidst his joy, a weight settled upon his heart. For the 9-sectioned golden whip was a postnatal spiritual treasure. In the heavenly court, such treasures were typically reserved for high-ranking celestial officials and commanders of significant divisions. His elevation to a heavenly general and the receipt of such a powerful artifact was highly irregular and bore considerable significance. Historically, treasures like the golden whip symbolized authority and righteousness, serving to punish the wicked. The notion of striking down tyrants and corrupt officials was not lost on him. He recalled the formidable treasures, the king whip and the god whip, wielded by renowned figures in the era of the investiture of the gods, such as Wenzhong and Jiangxia. As he scrutinized the 9-section golden whip, a frown crossed his brow, as he couldn't help but feel it resembled a mere stirring stick rather than an instrument of justice. He had no intention of challenging the Jade Emperor, unless he would act foolishly. Jiuxu began to grasp the implications of the Jade Emperor's intentions behind his promotion and the gift of the whip. It was to serve as a means for him to mediate the long-standing rivalry between the Tiangang and Disan divisions. The recent uprising instigated by over 10,000 demon cult criminals, apprehended by the Disan division and imprisoned in the heavenly jail, had brought both divisions under suspicion. Reflecting on these matters, Jiuxu realized he had gleaned insights into the conspiracy involving the Star Lord of Martial Arts and the Fairy Yinzue, revealing the true mastermind behind the turmoil. However, the other celestial beings remained unaware of these intricacies, including the Jade Emperor himself. Thus, the Jade Emperor appointed him directly as a fresh face, devoid of connections to either faction, to investigate the matter. This decision served two purposes: to avert conflict between the two factions and to ensure that the investigation did not fall into the hands of the guilty parties. While Jiuxu understood the rationale behind his promotion, the pressing question remained: how to gather evidence against the collusion between the Star Lord of Martial Arts and the demon cult. Confronting the Star Lord directly was ill-advised, as he would likely have taken precautions to conceal any incriminating evidence. The Star Lord's family was indeed a powerful dynasty within the heavenly court, with his mother being Dumu Yuanjun and his brothers holding significant titles, including the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity and the Emperor of the Pleiades. Without concrete evidence, any attempt to confront the Star Lord could lead to dire consequences. Even the Jade Emperor might be unable to protect him. After much contemplation, a spark of insight illuminated Jiuxu's mind. It was unnecessary to seek evidence that may not exist. Instead, he could deduce the Star Lord's motives behind these schemes. The collaboration between the Star Lord and the demon cult was undoubtedly aimed at undermining the Tiangang division, resulting in damage to the heavenly court's personnel and infrastructure. Within these losses, perhaps lay hidden clues. After a moment of reflection, Jiuxu realized that regardless of the Star Lord's intentions, one thing was certain: the Tiangang division was undoubtedly among his targets. He recalled the recent confrontation between Neza and the Star Lord within the Lingxiao Palace, where both seemed to be casting blame upon one another rather than seeking redemption. The timing of the Star Lord's accusations against the Tiangang division, immediately following the uprising, felt too orchestrated, as if premeditated. Adhering to the principle of bold speculation followed by cautious verification, Jiuxu resolved to visit these two generals the following day. At dawn the next day, Jiuxu arrived at the Pisha Palace. Neza was his superior, while Li Jing served as the Grand Marshal of the Heavenly Army, overseeing all celestial soldiers. As a new heavenly general, it was only fitting for him to pay a visit. This would mark Jiuxu's first close encounter with both Li Jing and Neza. Previously, he might have felt a surge of excitement, but after a year of celestial training, he remained remarkably composed. In a side hall designated for meetings within the Pisha Palace, Jiuxu respectfully knelt on one knee, offering his greetings to the Grand Marshal and the General. Li Jing and Neza exchanged glances, immediately comprehending that Jiuxu's visit was not for investigative purposes. "Rise," Li Jing said with a smile, before adding, "Jiuxu, the Emperor has elevated you to the position of Heavenly General of the Tiangang Division and entrusted you with the critical task of investigation. You must devote yourself wholeheartedly to fulfill the Emperor's expectations." "I understand," Jiuxu replied earnestly. "Now, you may converse. I shall inspect the other camps," Li Jing declared before taking his leave. Thus, within the hall, only Jiuxu and Neza remained. Neza, with his somewhat delicate appearance, appeared refined and composed, a stark contrast to his fierce demeanor during the battle against the Demon Lord. Suddenly, Neza removed his armor, exhaling a sigh of relief, and unceremoniously plopped himself onto the nearby table, seizing a celestial fruit to munch on. Witnessing this scene, Jiuxu felt this was the true Neza. The quiet youth from moments ago had likely been putting on an act out of deference to his father's presence. "Jiuxu, I am aware of you," Neza remarked suddenly. "Thank you for your concern, General." Jiuxu maintained his decorum. Do not feign formality in my presence. I know all the kind of person you are. After devouring one celestial fruit, Neza grabbed another, tossing one to Jiuxu, who caught it deftly. In this strictly regulated heavenly court, you are the first male immortal to stroll boldly to the Yaoqi Palace. Truly audacious, or rather brazen. Neza continued, General, I ventured to the Yaoqi Palace purely for official business. Jiuxu asserted with conviction. You are not being forthright, returned the celestial fruit. Neza demanded directly. Jiuxu took a bite from the fruit. Here you go. Ugh, repulsive. Neza quickly waved his hand. Having consumed my offering, you must earnestly discuss grafting and hybridization methods with me. He became serious. Are you interested in agricultural matters, General? Jiuxu inquired, astonished. My form is that of a lotus reincarnation. The intricate techniques you and the flower fairy have studied, recognized even by the heavenly Tao, could possibly enhance my embodiment as they improve crops and flora, Neza replied with a smile. Jiuxu found this imaginative perspective quite admirable. Chapter 48. Unconventional tactics. Though he found Neza's ideas somewhat implausible, Jiuxu did not hold back, sharing the theories and techniques of grafting and hybridization in detail. Deep down, he felt a flicker of anticipation. If Neza were to truly enhance his capabilities through this knowledge, it would be intriguing indeed. By the time the lesson concluded, evening had fallen. Neza graciously accompanied Jiuxu out of the Pisha Palace. At this hour, Jiuxu had no intention of visiting the Martial Star Lord. This was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. He had contemplated it before leaving that morning. Initially, he intended to pay his respects to both generals of the Tiangang and Disan divisions. However, upon reflection, given that he was destined to be adversaries with the Martial Star Lord, there was little reason to engage in superficial pleasantries. Such scenarios were exhausting to imagine. As for whether his actions would raise suspicions, Jiuxu sought precisely that effect. To uncover the true motives behind the Martial Star Lord's schemes, he would have to provoke action. Once action was taken, vulnerabilities would emerge. The Martial Star Lord's aggression towards the Tiangang division indicated it was among his targets. As an investigator, my clear inclination towards Neza of the Tiangang division would undoubtedly compel the Martial Star Lord to consider his next steps more carefully. Should he overthink and inadvertently reveal a flaw, that would simplify matters. Armed with this mindset, Jiuxu made no effort to conceal his whereabouts. He waved at Neza at the entrance of the Pisha Palace, seemingly eager for others to know of their association. After completing this, he leisurely soared towards the 9th patrol of the Tiangang. The heavenly court was vast yet intimate. Any stir would swiftly echo throughout. With the chaos of the demon cult recently quelled, tensions still simmered, especially among the celestial officials who had been rendered vulnerable. They yearned to ascertain who among the Tiangang and Disan divisions colluded with the demon cult, as the mere presence of thousands of demon cult criminals could hardly stir such turbulence. Upon learning of the Jade Emperor's rapid promotion of Jiuxu to the position of the 9th Heavenly General, along with assigning him the crucial task of investigation, many celestial officials and generals harbored private discontent. Yet, in the face of the Emperor's authority, none dared voice their grievances. Thus, all eyes turned towards Jiuxu, eager to witness the capabilities of this fortunate individual and how he would proceed. If Jiuxu could unveil the collusion with the demon cult, it would be a monumental achievement, ensuring his continued position as the 9th Heavenly General. Conversely, those celestial officials knew precisely where he stood. If he proved incapable, he would be better off returning to his previous station. Thus, on Jiuxu's first day as a general, his actions left the celestial officials puzzled. As the Heavenly General of the Tiangang Division, his visit to the Tiangang Division as First General, Neza, was expected. Yet, as an investigator, should he not maintain impartiality? Avoiding favoritism? Spending an entire day in the Pisha Palace. What was his intent? Did he mean to convey that Jiuxu found no issues with the Tiangang Division, but rather with the Disan Division? Such an approach to investigation seemed highly unorthodox. In the Tongming Palace, with everyone occupied repairing the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor lacked the inclination to convene a court meeting. He spent the day addressing state affairs in the Huangji Palace and returned to the Tongming Palace later to rest, accompanied by the Star of the White Emperor. What is Jiuxu up to? I tasked him with an investigation, yet he spent an entire day in the Pisha Palace, departing with an air of camaraderie. Is he signaling that the Tiangang division is without fault? The Jade Emperor reclined on the soft couch, gently massaging his forehead. Look here. Some officials have just submitted complaints stating that Jiuxu, in his role as investigator, has acted with partiality and should be immediately dismissed and punished. He tossed a thick stack of memorials onto the table. Your Majesty, I find his actions quite clever, Tai Bai Jinxing remarked with a smile. Oh, in what way is it clever? Your Majesty, consider that the Tiangang and Dishan divisions are the two most crucial military forces in the Heavenly Court, with intricate and entwined relationships. A hastily promoted general like him, possessing only modest skills, would face no significant hindrance in these divisions with the 9-section golden whip you bestowed upon him. However, to uncover anything substantial would be nearly impossible. The Jade Emperor listened with eyes closed, nodding lightly. Tai Bai Jinxing observed keenly, aware that the Jade Emperor had likely already contemplated these matters. Moreover, Jiuxu's unconventional approach would align with the Emperor's intentions. Otherwise, it would not be just him addressing the Emperor. Jiuxu would also be present, perhaps bound in chains. Is that all? The Jade Emperor opened his eyes, a spark of insight flashing within. Had he not considered that the true colluders with the demon cult might be within the Tiangang division? Had he not pondered the possibility of letting the real perpetrators slip away? Tai Bai Jinxing maintained his composure, smiling. Your Majesty, having met Jiuxu several times, I can assure you that with his astuteness, he would not engage in such folly. His favor towards General Neza of the Tiangang division will certainly arouse suspicion in the Dishan division. Should the Dishan division have any issues, his actions would serve as a warning, revealing any missteps. Conversely, if the Tiangang division were at fault, his proactive engagement might lead to complacency among their ranks, potentially yielding insights. Thus, I maintain that his visit to the Pisha Palace today was indeed clever. The Jade Emperor straightened, his voice low and grave. What if he truly intends to align himself with the Pisha Palace? Tai Bai Jinxing pondered for a moment and cautiously inquired. After this case concludes, shall we execute him directly? Have you, Tai Bai, also learned the art of execution? The Jade Emperor offered a cryptic smile. In the northern domain of heaven, within the residence of the Wuching Star Lord, the same secluded hall remained. General, I have followed your instructions and dispatched someone to monitor the whereabouts of Jiuxu. Fang Tianjiang respectfully saluted. He visited the Pisha Palace early this morning and did not depart until evening, with Neza escorting him to the entrance, both engaging in cheerful conversation. Upon relaying this information, Fang Tianjiang's face exhibited a clear sign of anxiety. Had Jiuxu lingered in the Pisha Palace all day for a particular reason? Wuching Star Lord furrowed his brow, acutely aware that Jiuxu posed a potential threat, leading him to contemplate further. Such blatant favoritism towards the Tiangang faction, was it an attempt to convey his distrust of the Dishan faction? After a prolonged contemplation, Wuching Star Lord's brow unfurled slightly as he gently shook his head. Interesting, very interesting. General, how shall we respond? Fang Tianjiang cautiously inquired. If I were to be belittled by a superior golden immortal, what would be my natural reaction? Wuching Star Lord retorted. To erupt in fury? Fang Tianjiang contemplated. Wuching Star Lord chuckled. Regardless of his intentions, I shall play my part to the fullest. Fang Tianjiang was momentarily taken aback, only to hear Wuching Star Lord suddenly roar. A nameless wretch dares to insult me. Boom! The power of a high-tai golden immortal erupted, reverberating throughout the heavenly court and resonating with the force of his furious shout. Chapter 49. Two-pronged preparation. Wuching Star Lord's roar resounded throughout the heavenly court, declaring to all, I, along with you, Jiuxu, this nameless wretch, are irreconcilable in the eyes of various celestial officials and divine generals. This fortunate Tiangang 9th general should have shown some restraint. The most prudent course of action would be to promptly visit the Wuching Star Lord, not necessarily to apologize, but at least to express some acknowledgement, ensuring fairness in the matter. After all, Wuching Star Lord is a significant power within the heavenly court, and as a mere unestablished superior golden immortal, how could Jiuxu expect to navigate the heavenly court after offending him? However, Jiuxu's subsequent actions left these celestial officials and divine generals utterly perplexed. On the second day following his appointment, he again visited the Pisha Palace. With laughter shared between him, and Neza echoing through the palace walls. Such behavior hardly resembled an investigation. Rather, it appeared as if he were a sycophant. Consequently, a plethora of impeachment memorials re-emerged before the Jade Emperor. Yet, the Jade Emperor remained unresponsive, opting for a cold treatment of the matter. In truth, Jiuxu maintained this pattern for the following fortnight. He spent half his time visiting the Pisha Palace, seemingly unconcerned about whether Neza grew weary of his presence. Of course, he did not seek to curry favor. Jiuxu's primary aim was to apply continuous pressure on Wuching Star Lord through this approach. The other half of his time was not spent investigating the case. Rather, he predominantly lingered in the 100-flower garden. Together with the Flower Fairy, he managed the agricultural activities of the three realms, focusing on how to cultivate superior seedlings and seeds through grafting and hybridization, a task of utmost urgency requiring practical application to promote these methods among the entire human populace, thus achieving true merit. One day, after a full day of discussing breeding techniques with the Flower Fairy, Jiuxu departed the 100-flower garden at dusk. As he prepared to leave, the Flower Fairy inquired with concern, "Have you made any progress on the investigative task assigned by His Majesty? It seems that dissatisfaction with you is not limited to those celestial officials. Even some female immortals from the Yaoqi Palace have been murmuring about your sycophancy." "Fear not. Everything is under control," Jiuxu replied with a smile. "Just be cautious," the Flower Fairy advised. Jiuxu nodded with a smile and waved farewell. Watching his departing figure, the Flower Fairy's gaze flickered. "Shout by. Do you think it be him?" "Hiss. After witnessing so much, you still haven't confirmed?" "Hiss. The golden armor? He is now a heavenly general and no longer wears the golden armor." Upon returning to his residence, Jiuxu summoned the newly appointed officer of the Renshin camp, Jing Tian. He shed the playful demeanor he had exhibited in the 100-flower garden and solemnly questioned Jing Tian. "Have you gathered the information?" Jing Tian earnestly replied, "As you entrusted, I have secretly investigated for over a decade in the lower realms. I have uncovered the identities of General Wu, who was responsible for guarding the heavenly prison when the demonic sect caused chaos, and the 30 guards under him. Interestingly, these guards shared a close relationship with General Wu. 2 were blood relatives, 3 were from the same hometown, and the remaining 25 were fellow disciples from the same sect, all belonging to a certain Xinyu sect, of which General Wu is one of the founding ancestors." "Xinyu sect?" Jiuxu furrowed his brow slightly. While many celestial sects established by great immortals exist in the 3 realms, such as the Qingwei sect founded by Tai Yizhenren, he had not heard of this Xinyu sect. However, General Wu, being a low Tai golden immortal, had the qualifications to establish a sect. Having held the position of the 8th Tiangang, general responsible for guarding the heavenly prison before his spirit was slain. "Brother, there's one more thing you absolutely would not expect," Jing Tian continued. "Oh, the Xinyu sect has 2 ancestors. One is the deceased General Wu, and the other is none other than the first general of the Disan faction, Fong Tianjiang. Now, that is intriguing." Jiuxu chuckled. He had been troubled about how to gather evidence, but that Wuching Star Lord was indeed a cunning old fox. Aside from the initial roar, he had remained silent. Fortunately, Jiuxu had prepared 2 courses of action. He had attracted much attention in the heavenly court by conducting an investigation outside the norm. Simultaneously, he had Jing Tian secretly investigate General Wu and the guards who had been on duty at the heavenly prison. In the eyes of the celestial officials, General Wu was deemed a hero who sacrificed himself to fend off the demonic sect's chaos. Yet, Jiuxu understood that this individual had long since allied himself with Wuching Star Lord and was one of those colluding with the demonic sect. A thorough investigation would yield precise results. However, it would undoubtedly be challenging to uncover anything within the heavenly court. Given that General Wu was the 8th Tiangang general, and there had always been tensions between the Tiangang and Disan factions, a Tiangang general who had defected to Wuching Star Lord of the Disan faction would naturally avoid appearing openly in the heavenly court. Thus, Jiuxu had dispatched Jing Tian to the lower realms for covert inquiries. In the heavens, a day equates to a year in the lower realms. While Jiuxu had spent half a month in the heavenly court, 15 years had already passed in the lower realms. As a superior celestial being, Jing Tian, despite any shortcomings, would certainly uncover something. Moreover, he was a clever young man who, over the span of 15 years, had thoroughly traced the origins and backgrounds of these individuals, uncovering vital clues. Reflecting on this, Jiuxu inquired further, and where is the Xianyu sect located? In the land of Xianzhou in the Eastern Victory Divine State, Jing Tian replied. However, 200 years ago in the lower realms, the Xianyu sect disbanded all its disciples, destroyed its mountain gate, and ceased to exist. Indeed, they would not be foolish enough to leave such evident evidence behind. Jiuxu was neither surprised nor disappointed. The Xuanyu sect has fallen, yet the trail remains unbroken. As long as we keep a close watch on the Fengtian General of the Earthshot Department, there may be new discoveries. What have you shown? Jiuxu inquired further. Rest assured, elder brother, I have concealed him within a mortal realm in the South Zhan continent. The Earthshot Department will never find him. Jing Tian replied with a smile. Keep a vigilant eye on him. Once he awakens, inform me immediately. Understood. After everything was arranged, Jiuxu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Zhong was a nail embedded in the heavenly prison before the chaos of the demon sect, tasked with monitoring the situation within. When he discovered abnormalities in the heavenly prison late one night, he risked his life to relay the news to the Renshin camp. It can be said that without Yu Zhong, the timely warning from the Renshin camp would have been impossible. The casualties in the heavenly court were not merely the loss of 2 generals, 83 camp officials, and 720 patrolling celestial soldiers. This number must be multiplied by 10 to be considered normal. In terms of merit, Yu Zhong is truly a celestial soldier who has rendered great service to the heavenly court. Naturally, Jiuxu could not bear to watch him die, so he used an exceptionally rare 9 rebirth soul pill to stabilize his spirit. However, Yu Zhong was already deceased at that time. While the 9 rebirth soul pill could resurrect a mortal instantly, its effects on a celestial being were far less pronounced. Hence, Yu Zhong remains in a deep slumber, akin to a living corpse. Jiuxu believes that Yu Zhong may hold an important clue, based on the circumstances of that day. He might know what transpired in the heavenly prison prior to the chaos instigated by the demon sect. Therefore, he secretly sent Yu Zhong to the lower realm, hoping that time would allow for a swift awakening. Chapter 50. The Great Luo Golden Immortal. Luring the serpent from its whole time passed swiftly. And 3 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. In the quiet chamber of the 9th Patrol Team's celestial residence, Jiuxu sat cross-legged on a mat. Suddenly, the air trembled slightly. From the void emerged 4 mysterious streams of multicolored light, swirling around Jiuxu. An indescribable and profound Tao rhythm arose. His 3 flowers atop began to shimmer with radiant light, while the 5 energies within his chest circulated rapidly. Simultaneously, the magical power within him transformed into various forms: green lotus, sun, moon, swords, axes, and more. Soon, all these manifestations converged before Jiuxu, forming a mystical golden mist. It was the Great Luo Tao fruit. Finally, Jiuxu opened his mouth, and the newly formed Great Luo Tao fruit was swallowed into his belly, causing his physical body and soul to undergo a rapid enhancement. After an unknown passage of time, Jiuxu abruptly opened his eyes, a flash of terrifying brilliance flickering and vanishing, as if the void itself had shattered. The 4th transformation of the Chaos Heavenly Canon marks the arrival of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. During the chaos of the demon sect, he had already reached the perfected realm of the Tai Golden Immortal, just a step away from ascending to Great Luo. Over these 3 months, under the guise of investigating the case, he wielded a 9-section golden whip and traversed the heavenly court. In this process, he naturally encountered many mysterious places, accumulating numerous treasures worthy of being called celestial wonders. For instance, there were rare 10,000-year celestial herbs and precious soul-forging elixirs like the Tian Yuan Dan. Utilizing these celestial herbs and elixirs, he finally succeeded in breaking through to the level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal today. Although I cultivate the Chaos Heavenly Canon at the low-grade Great Luo level, my strength rivals that of a high-grade Great Luo. Now, in the 3 realms, the only beings capable of threatening me are the quasi-saints and saints Jiuxu used. There are only a few saints in the 3 realms, and the number of quasi-saints is also limited. It can be said that as long as I do not act recklessly, I should have no major issues living until the end of time. One must not be complacent. The time to relax has not yet arrived. Jiuxu shook his head. The power of a celestial being encompasses more than just cultivation. It also includes magical treasures, divine abilities, and formations. For instance, a 10,000 demons blood fiend formation can amplify the strength of the demon lord 100-fold. Speaking of the demon lord, the Jade Emperor tasked me with investigating the chaos of the demon sect. Now, 3 months have passed. If I do not report soon, even with his good temper, he may not be able to wait any longer, Jiuxu thought to himself. This breakthrough in cultivation is a good omen. I shall resolve the case by tomorrow. If possible, he naturally hoped to prolong the investigation, allowing him to continue signing in at various locations in the Heavenly Court. However, in recent times, the Venus Star had sought him out 3 times. Clearly, the time that the Emperor could tolerate had reached its limit. The next day, news rapidly spread throughout the Heavenly Court that Jiuxu, who had only known to curry favor and had been idle for 3 months, had finally uncovered a critical lead. He had revived a celestial soldier named Laojun, a guard of the Heavenly Prison, who had informed the 9th Patrol Team's Rinshun camp of the abnormal conditions in the Heavenly Prison prior to the chaos of the demon sect. However, this individual remains in a deep slumber, and once he awakens, the events that transpired in the Heavenly Prison will be revealed. This news instantly captured the attention of the celestial beings in the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Prison had been destroyed, and the circumstances within before the chaos of the demon sect remained a mystery. No one knew what had occurred. Now that there was a witness, many enigmas could be unraveled, possibly leading directly to the identification of those colluding with the demon sect. The Fengtian General is the foremost general of the Earthshaw Department and possesses a residence within the Heavenly Court. At that moment, the Fengtian General paced anxiously in his courtyard, unable to conceal his distress. In truth, his impulsive nature had already been apparent when he recklessly captured Jing Tian during their clandestine meeting in the lower realm. Now, upon hearing that a guard of the Heavenly Prison was still alive, he grew increasingly agitated. Impossible! How could anyone have survived? The Fengtian General shook his head repeatedly. The 10,000 demons blood fiend formation set up by the demon sect's thousands of criminals in the Heavenly Prison was crucial to their chaos and must never be revealed. Moreover, to leave no evidence, even the 30 celestial soldiers guarding the Heavenly Prison were mostly from his Xuanyu sect. He and the Wu General had shown no mercy and had jointly slain those celestial soldiers within the Heavenly Prison. They had personally executed those soldiers, so it was impossible for anyone to have survived. Laojun. Suddenly, the Fengtian General recalled something. He remembered seeing a guard of the Heavenly Prison hurriedly fleeing from the premises after he and the Wu General exited. At that time, he had pressing matters to attend to and did not pursue him. But before leaving, he vaguely heard the Wu General calling out a name. Was it not Laojun? Did the Wu disciple fail to successfully kill that guard? The Fengtian General's expression darkened. The Wu General was dead, and he had no means of verifying this. What to do? The general happened to be away from the Heavenly Court these days. If he learned that there was still a living informant, what would he do? Silence him. I must silence him. That Jiuxu, the 9th Heavenly General, is merely a high-grade Golden Immortal, while I am a mid-grade Tai Golden Immortal. If I infiltrate the 9th Patrol Team under the cover of night, even if they are heavily guarded, I still have a significant chance to eliminate that guard. After a moment of hesitation, the Fengtian General gritted his teeth and made his decision. This matter concerns his very life and death. Laojun likely witnessed everything that transpired in the dungeon. Once he awakens, he will be in grave danger. Therefore, regardless of the risks, he must make a desperate attempt. Winning is the only chance for survival. As nightfall enveloped the world once more within the 9th Patrol Team and the Heavenly General Camp, Jing Tian expressed his concerns. Brother, this course of action is exceedingly perilous. That Fengtian Jiang is a mid-grade Tai Golden Immortal, while you are merely a high-grade Golden Immortal. If he seeks to silence you, you will be powerless to stop him. Am I truly that foolish? Jiuxu replied with a serene smile. Jing Tian chose not to argue further, as behind them stood a stout figure, Laojun, who had already awakened. In truth, Laojun had regained consciousness a month prior, though this referred to a month in the heavenly realm. A day in the heavens equates to a year on earth. Thus, Laojun had slumbered for a full 60 years in the mortal realm before awakening. However, Jiuxu had refrained from using this card, for the information Laojun possessed could only handle Fengtian Jiang, but would not yield any leverage against Wu Chu Xingjun. Consequently, he opted to wait an additional month, hoping to witness Wu Chuxing Jun make a move. Unfortunately, this cunning old fox proved to be exceedingly elusive. Throughout the 3 months since he began his investigation, he had revealed no vulnerabilities. It was hoped that this time, they could uncover the true motives behind Fang Tianzhang's machinations. Jiuxu gazed up at the starlit sky, executing a ploy to draw the serpent from its lair. Chapter 51. The return of poison. The night sky was tranquil, with stars suspended in the firmament, appearing within reach, creating an ethereal ambience. Following 3 months of restoration, the Heavenly Palace, which had suffered damage due to the chaos instigated by the demonic sect, had returned to its former glory. The magnificent palaces and towers emanated an aura of peace and sanctity in the night. The Tianshi 9th Patrol Team was situated 2 to 3 miles east of the southern Heavenly Gate. As a Heavenly General, Jiuxu's residence lay at the heart of this celestial military camp, with the remaining 60 celestial camps surrounding it. As night deepened, Jiuxu sat poised in the courtyard of his residence, with Jing Tian and Yu Zhong standing behind him, seemingly awaiting something. A gentle breeze swept through, causing Jiuxu's gaze to shift slightly. His keen senses informed him that someone had infiltrated the Heavenly General camp. Yet he made no move. Suddenly, the wind stilled. A figure clad in black appeared in the courtyard. Though the face was obscured, the eyes were filled with astonishment. "You dare to deceive me?" he bellowed. Upon seeing Yu Zhong, Fang Tianjiang instantly comprehended that this was a trap. Jiuxu had used Yu Zhong as bait to lure him in. However, this bait was not feigned. It was all too real, for Yu Zhong had long since awakened, contrary to the rumors of his continued slumber. This indicated that Jiuxu may have been aware of everything all along. At this moment, the sudden appearance of the cloaked figure caused both Jing Tian and Yu Zhong to change their expressions. Surprised? Unexpected? Jiuxu remained remarkably calm. Let the ambushing celestial soldiers reveal themselves, Fang Tianjiang declared with a hoarse voice, coldly. To ambush you, Fang Tianjiang, does not require the assistance of my 9th Patrol Team, Jiuxu replied nonchalantly. Fang Tianjiang's eyes widened in fury as he tore off his mask, revealing a face twisted with rage. He now fully realized that Yu Zhong had indeed witnessed the events that transpired within the dungeon. Otherwise, Jiuxu would not have been able to call his name so readily. 1 high-grade Golden Immortal, 1 high-grade Celestial Immortal, and 1 mid-grade Tai Golden Immortal. You 3 dare to set a trap for me? Fang Xian Jiang Zitit, prépare tout dit. With a sudden shout, murderous intent erupted. A flash of sword light sliced through the night, hurtling towards Jiuxu. The surrounding air trembled as if the blade could pierce through anything. As the blade approached, the ornamental trees in the courtyard were reduced to dust. It seemed Fang Tianjiang's strike was about to reach the trio. Despite their trepidation, Jing Tian and Yu Zhong bravely advanced, ready to fight to the death. General, if you do not intervene, you will owe me for the destruction of this residence. Jiuxu Muset Lai Di. Haha, Jiuxu. Your little act is far too simplistic. It hardly entertains, truly lacks excitement. With a booming laugh, a golden red silk ribbon emerged from the void, spiraling towards Fang Tianjiang to ensnare him. Magic treasure from the heavens, the mixed heavens silk. Neza. Fang Tianjiang was instantly alarmed, swinging his sword in defense while hastily retreating. However, the mixed heavens silk, imbued with a spirit and conjured by Neza himself, was beyond what a mid-grade Tai Golden Immortal could hope to evade. With a flourish, the red silk danced wildly. In an instant, the mixed heavens silk had bound Fang Tianjiang tightly. Neza, clad in armor and wielding a fiery spear, emerged from the grand hall, fully armed. I expected to catch a big fish and engage in a fierce battle, yet I find you to be utterly useless, Neza remarked, shaking his head at Fang Tianjiang, who lay on the ground. Kill me if you wish, but do not insult me. Fang Tianjiang glared defiantly. Insult you? Do you even merit such treatment? Neza chuckled, then turned to Jiuxu. Shall you interrogate him, or shall I? Before Jiuxu could respond, Neza continued, never mind. You are the investigator appointed by His Majesty, so you may proceed. With that, Neza stepped aside. Thank you, General. Jiuxu clasped his hands in gratitude and stepped forward, scrutinizing Fang Tianjiang. Speak, who sent you? What is your purpose in colluding with the demonic sect? You think I am obliged to answer you? I disdain to converse with you. Fong Tianjiang scoffed. If you have the ability, confront me in a true battle. How pretentious! Jiuxu's expression remained unchanged. If you speak, you may redeem yourself and have a chance at reincarnation. If not, when you face his majesty, the judgment will be nothing short of annihilation. We act in accordance with the will of heaven. All is for the justice of the celestial path. What does it matter if I face annihilation? Sooner or later, you will learn who truly embodies justice. Fong Tianjiang proclaimed with righteous fervor. What a waste of breath. Let me see how many holes I can pierce into you before you speak. Neza could no longer contain himself, brandishing his spear once more. Stop. You'll kill him with a single thrust. Jiuxu quickly intervened. He then stepped closer, crouching down to meet Fong Tianjiang's furious gaze. Bound tightly by the mixed heaven silk, seemingly unafraid of death. Life or death, the choice is yours, Jiuxu intoned solemnly. Life? Death? Fong Tianjiang suddenly wore a strange smile. In that instant, Jiuxu swiftly seized Fong Tianjiang by the throat and pried his mouth open. Nothing? Jiuxu's expression shifted at last. Having witnessed the examples of Yun Zui Xinzi and Ba Jiaojing, he had been vigilant against the possibility of Fong Tianjiang taking poison to end his life. However, he found no poison in Fong Tianjiang's mouth. He proceeded to search Fong Tianjiang's body, but discovered nothing. Do you think I would poison myself? Fong Tianjiang questioned, bewildered, as no one knew that Yun Zui Xinzi and Ba Jiaojing were allies, making it improbable for Jiuxu to be aware of his suicidal intentions. Surprised? Those brainwashed fools like to die for their convictions, don't they? Jiuxu scoffed. To die for a cause? That phrase is quite apt. Thank you. Fong Tian revealed a faint smile, no longer pondering the matter. General Neza, please check if there is any poison on him. Jiuxu ignored him and turned his gaze towards Neza. Neza stepped forward to inspect carefully, ultimately shaking his head, and inquired with a hint of confusion. Do you think he would choose to end his life by poison? Those with an unhinged mind may resort to any desperate act, Jiuxu replied. Ha! Don't waste your efforts. You think you can find poison on me? Fong Tian laughed heartily, his smile growing increasingly sinister, akin to a malevolent spirit feasting upon his very essence. Freeze! Neza's expression changed dramatically as he cast a spell to immobilize Fong Tian. However, it was futile. In the blink of an eye, Fong Tian had fallen silent, a mid-tier, tight, golden immortal, extinguished just like that. Chapter 52. An unexpected discovery. Even when Fong Tian was immobilized, his entire magical energy dissipated like water without a source, rendering him devoid of sound. His physical body and soul lay in silence. Witnessing this scene, the once confident Neza's countenance darkened. What sort of poison could kill even a mid-tier, tight, golden immortal in an instant? Was it? He recalled over a year ago when the banana spirit had orchestrated the 12 flower fairies to command the blooming of all flowers, framing the flower fairy. After the plot was exposed, the banana spirit was poisoned to death overnight, and her close ally, the drunken cloud fairy, met a similar fate. At that time, the Jade Emperor had been furious and commanded him to rectify the Tiangang division. These memories were still vivid. Could Fong Tian be the hidden instigator behind the banana spirit? Neza pondered, then shook his head. No, there must be someone behind Fong Tian. What a pity! Neza glanced at Jiuxu, lamenting. This man harbors a great secret. It is a shame he has perished. General, check if his soul still lingers, Jiuxu suggested. Soul? Neza examined Fong Tian's corpse. Both body and soul were silent, seemingly devoid of life. Yet being cautious, he raised his hand to unleash a beam of celestial light to inspect the body. Suddenly, a blood-colored stream of light burst forth from Fong Tian's forehead, transforming into a 3-inch figure, the essence of Fong Tian's soul. Haha, the soul still exists. Neza laughed heartily, gazing at the diminutive figure. Try to feign death before me? Speak. Who is your mastermind? Reveal it quickly. However, at that moment, Fong Tian's soul paid no heed to Neza, fixated instead on Jiuxu. Who would wish to perish when life remains, especially when one's soul is at stake? His earlier display of righteousness had merely been a fade for Neza and Jiuxu. Committing suicide by poison was his final escape. This poison targeted only the physical form, sparing the soul, and could even obscure the soul's aura to some extent. His initial intention was to utilize this last resort in hopes of seizing a glimmer of life. Yet he had not anticipated that Jiuxu would directly expose his retreat. "I could devour you whole." Fang Tian glared at Jiuxu with malice. "Come then." Jiuxu smiled. "You are but a 3-inch soul, standing there frozen, a paper tiger." Earlier, Fang Tian appeared to be devoid of both body and soul, as if he had completely disintegrated. Even Neza, a grand Luo golden immortal, could detect no anomaly. Yet Jiuxu, who cultivated the chaotic celestial scriptures, possessed exceptionally keen perception. Coupled with the precedents of the drunken cloud fairy and the banana spirit, he meticulously probed Fang Tian's corpse with his spiritual awareness. Discovering subtle fluctuations of the soul, hidden and elusive, he deliberately reminded Neza. "I'm asking you a question." Neza glared. "If you wish to avoid being scattered to the winds, speak quickly." "Ha. Fang Tian's soul chuckled grimly. "What difference does it make if I speak? Better to be scattered than to suffer a fate worse than death." Before he could finish, his soul vanished with the wind. Even Neza, despite being a grand Luo golden immortal, was taken aback by Fang Tian's resolute decision. What kind of formidable being could compel a mid-tier Tai golden immortal to prefer soul destruction over revealing their identity? Neza's heart raced with dread as he recalled his earlier confidential discussions with his father, Li Jing, who had informed him that the 3 realms were no longer in a state of tranquility, but rather on the brink of turmoil. Could this be an omen? Beside him, Jiuxu sighed inwardly, having anticipated this outcome. Yet he had not expected that Fang Tian, like the drunken cloud fairy and the banana spirit, would choose death over submission. This was a mid-tier Tai golden immortal. What kind of power did the mastermind possess? A quasi-saint? Or perhaps a saint? This matter must be reported to His Majesty at once. Neza declared solemnly. "General, I propose we search Fang Tian's residence to see if we can uncover any clues." Jiuxu suggested. Neza pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. In truth, both were aware that the chances of finding any leads connected to the mastermind within Fang Tian's abode were slim to none, nearly impossible. However, adhering to a meticulous approach, they could not overlook even the slightest opportunity. Jiuxu felt somewhat helpless, knowing that the figure behind Fang Tian was none other than the Martial Star Lord, yet lacking evidence to substantiate this claim. He could only propose a search of Fang Tian's residence. Were he to rashly inform Neza of the Martial Star Lord's potential wrongdoing, Neza would undoubtedly inquire about his source of information. With no source to present, Jiuxu would face questions regarding his basis for suspicion. After all, the Martial Star Lord was no ordinary celestial being. Unfounded conjectures would not harm the Martial Star Lord, but could instead invite calamity upon himself. Evidence was paramount. In this instance, when he sought Neza's assistance to set a trap for Fang Tian, the nature of the situation was different. With Yu Zhong as a witness, he could preemptively inform Neza of Fang Tian's collusion with the demonic cult, allowing Neza to take action against Fang Tian, thus averting personal involvement in the matter. Soon, Jiuxu and Neza, accompanied by the celestial soldiers of the 9th Patrol Division, arrived at Fang Tian's residence located in the northern domain of the Heavenly Court. With Neza leading the way and Jiuxu wielding a 9-section golden whip, the celestial guards within Fang Tian's residence dared not obstruct their path. Their search was thorough, yet as celestial beings, their pace was swift. Moments later, Jiuxu and Neza, along with the celestial soldiers, departed from Fang Tian's residence. The estate was immaculate, leaving no traces connected to the mastermind. Nevertheless, they did not return empty-handed. As they rode the clouds back, Jiuxu remained silent, while Neza wore a grim expression, brimming with murderous intent. For within Fang Tian's residence, they had unexpectedly discovered another item, a thick stack of handwritten documents detailing the myriad issues, both large and small, faced by the 36 patrol teams of the Tiangang Division. Along with various crimes, the malevolence contained within those writings was truly shocking. For instance, the 26th Celestial General of the Tiangang had, 3,000 years ago in the mortal realm, conspired with a great demon from the North Jiulu continent to transform a city of 1 million mortals into medicinal elixirs, effectively condemning those people to a fate where, even in death, they would not reincarnate in the afterlife, resulting in absolute annihilation. The 26 celestial generals of Tiangang, after consuming elixirs, experienced a significant enhancement in their cultivation, elevating from high-grade Golden Immortal to low-grade Tai Golden Immortal. As for the massacre and alchemy, thanks to the concealment by this celestial general, it remained undiscovered by the major factions of the three realms, ultimately being attributed to a plague. It is no wonder that the path of immortality, representing infinite beauty, harbors countless filth and malice. Jiuxu sighed inwardly. Chapter 53. An audience at the Lingxiao Palace with a whoosh. Jiuxu and Neza, accompanied by the heavenly soldiers of the Tiangang camp, traversed the night sky on clouds. Returning to the 9th patrol of Tiangang, the atmosphere was heavy and somewhat oppressive, filled with unspoken tension. Jiuxu glanced at Neza. The document had confirmed that the Tiangang department was indeed the target of the Martial Star Lordess schemes. The issues recorded in the document were undoubtedly collected in secret under the Martial Star Lordess orders. If the Martial Star Lord were to present this document before the Jade Emperor, based solely on the recorded issues and misdeeds, it would likely lead to the replacement of 1/3 of the 36 celestial generals of the Tiangang department. As the general in charge of the Tiangang department, Neza would not escape responsibility, facing potential demotion or even dismissal. As they neared the Tiangang 9th patrol camp, Jiuxu inquired, "General, what will you do?" Neza, aware of Jiuxu's intent, replied with a complex expression. Before his death, General Fang Tian remarked that one day we would come to know who embodies true justice. Initially, I dismissed his words, even mocking him internally. Yet, upon reflection, they seem worthy of contemplation. Acting in accordance with heaven, the Tao of justice? Neza shook his head. His Majesty previously commanded me to reform the Tiangang department, and my father also advised me. I indeed undertook some reforms, only to discover that the celestial generals beneath me are all masters of deception. Among the 36 celestial generals of Tiangang, 11 have committed violations of heavenly law, with 3 of them deserving eternal damnation. Jiuxu sighed. It was evident that Neza, who despised evil, was becoming increasingly furious. I know that presenting this document to His Majesty will undoubtedly bring me immense blame, yet I must proceed. Neza's gaze was resolute as he looked at Jiuxu. I will personally plead for punishment before His Majesty. Jiuxu nodded. It seemed that the heavenly court was about to be engulfed in a storm of bloodshed, albeit this time from within. However, he advised, "General, I have heard a saying in my homeland, not everything in this world can align with one's wishes. One must strive to be guiltless in heart. In this world, where there is good, there is also evil, and our duty is to promote virtue and punish vice." Neza listened intently, a contemplative expression gracing his face. Guiltless in heart, promote virtue and punish vice. Jiuxu, I am grateful. He clasped his hands in salute. The following day, at the Lingxiao Palace, this grand hall represented the supreme center of power in the 3 realms. It was Jiuxu's first time stepping into this place. He looked up to see the Jade Emperor seated upon a 9-fold throne, surrounded by a host of celestial officials and divine generals to his left and right. Jiuxu, pay my respects to your Majesty. Jiuxu maintained a composed demeanor, kneeling on one knee in a gesture of a martial official salute. Rise. The Jade Emperor's expression remained impassive. The celestial officials and divine generals turned their gaze towards Jiuxu, having firmly etched his name in memory over the past 3 months as the extraordinarily fortunate 9th celestial general of Tiangang. Those present understood one fundamental truth. This could no longer be deemed mere luck, but rather destiny. More than a year ago, he had been a lowly patrolling soldier in the heavenly court. Now, he wielded military authority as the 9th celestial general of Tiangang. No one questioned this ascent, as Jiuxu's rise and cultivation enhancement had clear evidence and rationale. Moreover, the heavenly court was not lacking in such meteoric rises. What truly impressed the celestial beings was that they initially believed Jiuxu's investigation lacked method, merely seeking favor. Yet, unexpectedly, he had solved the case, uncovering those colluding with the demonic sect. At that moment, they finally realized that Jiuxu's previous actions were likely a ruse, maintaining a fade while diligently investigating. Such a figure, despite being slightly lacking in cultivation, posed no significant issue for someone in the role of the ninth celestial general of Tiangang. Though the attention of many was upon him, Jiuxu remained steady and declared, "Your Majesty, I have uncovered the chaos instigated by the demonic sect. May I report in detail?" "Proceed." The Jade Emperor nodded slightly. "For the past 3 months, I have worked tirelessly, rising early and returning late, meticulously investigating throughout the Heavenly Court. In the end, Heaven has responded, not disappointing Your Majesty's trust, allowing me to discover vital clues. Jiuxu spoke calmly. The celestial officials and divine generals were left speechless, their previously favorable impression evaporating. "You tireless?" For more than half of those 3 months, he had either been laughing and chatting in the Bishigong with Neza or idling about the Heavenly Court with him. The remaining time was mostly spent in the 100 Flowers garden, behind closed doors, with no one knowing what he was doing. "Get to the point." The Jade Emperor's brow furrowed. "Your Majesty." Jiuxu remained unfazed, saluting as he continued. "I have determined that General Wu from the Tiangang Department and General Fong from the Disha Department have colluded with the demonic sect, instigating chaos. On the day in question, among the 30 heavenly soldiers guarding the heavenly prison, 5 had close ties with General Wu, while the remaining 25 belonged to a celestial faction named Xianyu sect, of which General Fong and General Wu were both esteemed ancestors." Upon hearing this, the celestial officials and divine generals nodded. It seemed that Jiuxu indeed possessed some capabilities, quietly uncovering so much information. Being from the same sect is still insufficient to prove their wrongdoing, the Jade Emperor inquired further. "There are witnesses as well," Jiuxu quickly added, recounting how Yu Zhong had sent a warning, timely alerting the heavenly soldiers. Of course, he omitted the detail of using the 9 turns soul recovery elixir to save him, merely stating that Yu Zhong was gravely injured and had fallen unconscious. This detail raised no suspicions, as he had dispersed the heavenly soldiers on duty, ensuring no one noticed his use of the elixir. Recently, Yu Zhong had awakened and recounted the events leading up to the demonic chaos, declaring that both General Fong from the Disha Department and General Wu from the Tiangang Department were colluding with the demonic sect. Jiuxu concluded, "Witnesses alone are insufficient." The Jade Emperor remarked, "Thus, I used Yu Zhong as bait to set a trap, and the General Fong willingly entered. You, a high-grade golden immortal. How could you set a trap for a mid-grade Tai golden immortal? How could you capture him?" "Your Majesty, I can vouch for this." Neza suddenly stepped forward. "General Ji asked for my assistance, and together we captured General Fong." The Jade Emperor nodded and inquired, "General Wu is dead. What of General Fong?" "His head has been presented as tribute." Jiuxu replied, "Why not take him alive?" "Your Majesty, he took poison and committed suicide, the toxin being colorless and odorless, making it nearly undetectable." "Oomph." The Jade Emperor suddenly snorted coldly. "Another poison." Boom! With that cold snort, the 9 heavens trembled. Not only the heavenly court, but the entire celestial realm felt the fury boiling within the Jade Emperor. Chapter 54. The Birth of the Monkey King, Another Poison? Within the Lingxiao Palace, the celestial officials and divine generals exchanged various expressions, whispering among themselves. Those who stood here were no fools. They immediately recognized that there was likely a greater hand manipulating events behind scenes. Once, when the enchanting fairy Yun and the banana spirit were poisoned, the Jade Emperor had ordered an investigation into the matter, but it ultimately led nowhere. This was due to the rarity of the poison and the lack of any traceable clues. Now, with the poison re-emerging, capable of even killing a mid-grade Tai golden immortal, the malevolence behind it sent chills down one's spine. What was even more concerning was that this malicious force dared to orchestrate schemes within the heavenly court, indicating that they were no ordinary individual. Perhaps they were even present within this grand hall at that very moment. Jiuxu reflected, having been eagerly awaiting a slip from the Lord of the Martial Star, yet after 3 months, the old fox remained inscrutable, revealing no signs of weakness. Moreover, those under his command were equally ruthless, taking poison without so much as a flicker of an eyelid. This demonstrated the true cruelty and composure of the Lord of the Martial Star and the shadowy figure behind him. With the death of General Fong Tian, Jiuxu pondered whether this old fox might finally show a crack in his facade. In terms of significance, Fang Tian was clearly more vital than Fei Yun. Undoubtedly a capable aide to the Lord of the Martial Star. At that moment, the Jade Emperor spoke solemnly. General Wu originally held the position of the 8th General of the Heavenly Tetragram, tasked with guarding the heavenly prison. He has perished, yet the heinous crimes he committed are unforgivable. All previous titles and honors shall be revoked. The celestial officials and divine generals nodded in agreement. General Wu had died amidst the chaos wrought by the demonic sect, previously mistaken for a hero, hence he had been granted honors that could benefit his bloodline for generations. Now that he had been found guilty, it was only right to strip him of those honors. Neza, the Jade Emperor called out, "Your servant is here." As the general in charge of the Heavenly Tetragram, it is clear that General Wu bears guilt, and you too share in the oversight. Thus, your salary for 100 years shall be confiscated. I accept my punishment, Jiuxu secretly murmured, given Neza's rank. A century's salary in the Heavenly Court was substantial enough to cultivate a superior Heavenly Immortal or a lower-grade Golden Immortal. Where is the Lord of the Martial Star? The Jade Emperor inquired with gravity. I recall he was the one who recommended Fang Tian for the role of the first general of the earthly fiends. The Lord of the Martial Star was absent from court today. Li Jing stepped forward, bowing, "Your Majesty." The Lord of the Martial Star requested leave 5 days ago to visit friends in the Eastern Victory Divine State. The Jade Emperor frowned slightly, commanding that he return to the Heavenly Court at once. Yes, immediately, a golden-armored celestial soldier flew towards the southern heavenly gate. In the realm above, a day equals a year below. At the speed of the golden-armored soldier, a round trip would take but a fleeting moment. Within the grand hall, the Jade Emperor and the celestial officials fell silent, awaiting the return of the Lord of the Martial Star. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Victory Divine State, in the country of Aolai, which bordered the sea and housed a renowned mountain called Flower Fruit Mountain, the ancestral peak of the 10 continents and the source of the 3 islands, a place of unparalleled mystery. Atop Flower Fruit Mountain, there lay a celestial stone with 9 apertures and 8 holes, seemingly harboring a hidden spirit. One day, a streak of colorful light descended from the void, plunging into the celestial stone. Boom! Instantly, the stone shattered, and a nimble figure leaped into the air. It was a stone monkey. The stone monkey emanated golden light, a dazzling beam shooting skyward. The brilliance shook the heavens and the earth. Within the celestial palace, a profound silence enveloped the space. The Jade Emperor and the celestial officials awaited the return of the Lord of the Martial Star. Jiuxu stood directly below, his expression unreadable as he contemplated his thoughts. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed, causing the entire heavenly court to tremble, followed by 2 beams of golden light shooting towards the Dufu. The Jade Emperor and the celestial officials were taken aback. The chaos caused by the demonic sect 3 months prior was still fresh in their minds. Now, with this new disturbance, could it be that the demon clan was preparing to assault the heavenly court? All present, skilled in their own right, began to calculate, but found nothing amiss. The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow, his finger poised to move, yet he hesitated. He turned to the celestial officials, inquiring, "Was the source of that sound from below?" Tai Bai Jinxing and Li Jing exchanged glances before responding in unison. "Your Majesty, we are unaware." Jiuxu feigned a reaction, but inwardly mused, could it be the monkey has emerged? This scene felt eerily familiar. Qianlian, Xuanfeng'er, the Jade Emperor commanded solemnly. Present, 2 divine generals stepped forward. "Quickly investigate the matter." "As you command." This moment confirmed Jiuxu's suspicions. The monkey had indeed come into being. The commotion earlier must have been what the text described. The emergence of the stone monkey, its gaze sending forth 2 beams of golden light straight towards the Dufu. The Dufu is the palace of the Lady of the Dufu, whose status is unique, situated outside the heavenly court. The monkey is audacious, confronting the Lady of the Dufu right from the start. Jiuxu marveled inwardly, yet more so, he felt a surge of excitement. The emergence of the monkey meant the subsequent narrative would be well known to him. Over the past year, he had been exceedingly cautious, fearing he might stumble into a perilous trap. But now, the tale of journey to the west was familiar to him, regardless of what schemes were afoot. Whether from a Lord of the Martial Star or his shadowy puppeteer, he could leverage his foresight to circumvent any pitfalls. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Jiuxu. The Lord of the Martial Star had visited the Eastern Victory Divine State, and at this very moment, the monkey was born, its gaze synchronously piercing into his mother's abode. This connection was hard to ignore. Could it be that the Lord of the Martial Star's elaborate schemes were somehow linked to the monkey? Jiuxu's thoughts raced, and the more he considered, the more plausible it seemed. Previously, he had been unaware of the monkey's emergence, thus failing to connect the dots between the Lord of the Martial Star and the journey to the west. However, now many elements seemed to align. For those familiar with Journey to the West, it was known that after the monkey had achieved mastery atop the mountain of the mind, it stirred trouble in the mortal realm, subsequently being summoned by the heavenly court to serve as a stable keeper, a position proposed by the Lord of the Martial Star to the Jade Emperor. Later, angered by this person at the royal horse station, the monkey left the heavenly court and proclaimed itself the great sage equal to heaven at Flower Fruit Mountain. Following that, a second summons led to the great uproar in the heavenly palace. This old fox has orchestrated so many plots, even colluding with the demonic sect. If he truly aimed for the monkey, it would indicate that he was also a key player in the Journey to the West scheme. No, a mid-grade Tai Golden Immortal, even with a powerful backing, lacks the stature to be a principal architect of the westward journey, at best a prominent pawn in the game. With this realization, Jiuxu was nearly certain that the force behind the Lord of the Martial Star was none other than the Buddhist sect of the Western Paradise. Damn it, Jiuxu thought in frustration. If there was one group he desperately wished to avoid at this stage of Journey to the West, it would certainly be that cadre of bald monks. Their saying of you and I are destined has led to countless tribulations. Chapter 55. All our actors. Jiuxu was self-aware enough to understand that with his current strength, he was not yet capable of contending against the entirety of the Buddhist sect, not to mention those two detached sages. Even figures like the Buddha would be more than a match for him. Fortunately, the monkey's emergence and its ensuing chaos in the heavenly palace would not occur for another 300 years in the mortal realm, roughly equivalent to a year in the heavenly court. With my sign-in system, by then my strength will surely have grown, perhaps rendering me immune to any schemes from the Buddhist sect. Jiuxu mused. Just then, Qianlian and Xuanfeng'er returned. Your Majesty, we are commanded to observe and have discovered that the source of the golden light emanates from the realm of the small nation of Aolai in the Eastern Victory Divine State. Off its coast lies a flower and fruit mountain, where a celestial stone atop the mountain has collapsed, giving birth to a stone monkey. It kneels in reverence to the four corners, emanating golden light, which then surged towards the heavenly palace, as noted by the keen-eyed. The sound of the celestial stone shattering resonated throughout the heavens, startling the celestial court, as the keen-eared remarked. It appears to be a matter from the mortal realm. The Jade Emperor nodded lightly, deeming the stone monkey to be a manifestation of the essence of heaven and earth, thus unworthy of concern. The celestial officials and divine generals within the Lingxiao Palace relaxed their expressions, not giving it much thought. What a grand spectacle! Jiuxu secretly marveled. This was indeed a legitimate first-hand witness. However, a sense of doubt lingered within him. Such an enormous commotion. Yet the Jade Emperor and the celestial beings seemed to brush it aside lightly, which felt rather illogical. Upon further reflection, Jiuxu began to understand. Those who stood within the Lingxiao Palace possessed at least a low-grade Tai Golden Immortal cultivation. A freshly born stone monkey, not even a celestial being, could merely be regarded as a naturally occurring demon. Its emergence was merely a tad more vigorous. In the eyes of these great immortals, the birth of the stone monkey, while intriguing, posed no apparent threat to the heavenly court. To be precise, the celestial officials viewed the stone monkey much like a dragon regarding an ant, insignificant and not worth concern. Rather than focus on a trivial stone monkey, it would be more prudent to direct attention towards the demon race and the demonic sect. Of course, this was merely Jiuxu's temporary conjecture. Whether they were indeed ignoring it remained to be seen. After a brief interval, the Star Lord of Martial Chu rushed into the Lingxiao Palace. Upon entering, he knelt on one knee, his face filled with shame as he proclaimed, "Your Majesty, I am guilty." Jiuxu, standing beside him, couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Truly, what an excellent performance. The other celestial beings in the hall were oblivious to the issues surrounding the Star Lord of Martial Chu, but he was well aware. He heard the Jade Emperor ask in a deep voice, "What sin do you bear?" At this question, Jiuxu silently glanced at the Jade Emperor. The inquiry bore depth. It was not merely asking what sins there were, but rather what sins you confessed to. The implication was that he was indeed guilty, and it was for him to articulate it. The Star Lord of Martial Chu was taken aback by the Jade Emperor's questioning style. Yet he quickly responded with a pained voice, "Your Majesty, I have been lax in my governance and misjudged individuals. I never anticipated that a nefarious villain would infiltrate the Earthly Fiends Department. I am guilty and unworthy to continue presiding over the Earthly Fiends Department. I beseech your Majesty to relieve me of my position." Upon hearing this, the celestial officials and divine generals on either side were taken aback. It was true that the Star Lord of Martial Chu had recommended Fong Tianjiang to become the first general of the Earthly Fiends Department. Although it was discovered that Fong Tianjiang had colluded with the demonic sect, there was no evidence implicating the Star Lord of Martial Chu in the matter. From an evidentiary standpoint, the Star Lord of Martial Chu could at most be accused of having misjudged individuals and oversight, not warranting his dismissal. However, given the close relationship between Fong Tianjiang and the Star Lord of Martial Chu, to assert that the Star Lord was without fault would likely raise suspicion in the hearts of many. Now, with the Star Lord of Martial Chu voluntarily resigning, it alleviated the doubts surrounding him. Many in the celestial court knew he was a person driven by a strong desire for power. Once power was grasped, he would not relinquish it easily, and would even seek ways to amass more. Thus, it appeared that the Star Lord of Martial Chu had little to worry about. Meanwhile, Jiuxu could only sneer inwardly. What a clever maneuver of retreating to advance. Furthermore, he had inadvertently thrust a dagger into Neza. The Star Lord of Martial Chu's subordinate had encountered trouble, and he voluntarily resigned. If the Jade Emperor approved, how could Neza escape? After all, General Wu was from the Heavenly Troop. Jiuxu glanced at Neza, noticing that Neza maintained a stern expression, showing no reaction. Indeed, even if he were not dismissed now, once Neza presented the documents, it was likely that his position as general of the Heavenly Troop would also be hard to secure. Jiuxu mused. At this moment, the Jade Emperor spoke, his voice cold. Fong Tianjiang has committed an egregious crime, and you bear grave responsibility as well. A chilling aura cascaded down from the throne, enveloping the Star Lord of Martial Chu. The Star Lord, kneeling on one knee, felt as if he had plunged into an abyss, his complexion paling. However, this position was granted to you by me. Do you think you can simply relinquish it? Who granted you the audacity? The terrifying chill, reminiscent of ancient glaciers, surged forth, coating the entire Lingxiao Palace in a thick layer of frost. Thud! The Star Lord of Martial Chu fell to both knees, panic-stricken. Who dared to claim the Jade Emperor was weak? Even Jiuxu felt a shiver, sensing that bone-chilling aura. It was known that he was currently a great Luo Golden Immortal, having cultivated the Chaos Heavenly Scripture, rendering his physical and spiritual form extremely resilient. If this chill could affect him, one could only imagine its terror. Your Majesty, the Star of Venus hastily interjected. Please calm your anger. Li Jing similarly urged. Your Majesty, please temper your wrath. The celestial officials and divine generals on either side shouted in unison. Your Majesty, please calm your fury. The Jade Emperor, seated upon the nine heavens throne, raised a hand to his forehead. With a whoosh, the chilling aura rapidly dissipated, vanishing in an instant. The Jade Emperor's expression finally softened as he slowly stated, "This mess is of your Earthly Fiends Department's making. Even if you wish to withdraw, you must address its issues." He paused. For now, I shall confiscate 1,000 years of your salary. Should the issues of the Earthly Fiends Department remain unresolved, further punishment will follow. I obey. The Star Lord of Martial Chu replied respectfully, feeling a sigh of relief within. He had won his gamble, for Fong Tianjiang's ties to him were too deep. Everyone knew Fong Tianjiang was his capable subordinate. Now that Fong Tianjiang was in trouble, anyone with sense would suspect him, and the Jade Emperor would certainly harbor doubts. This left him in a precarious position. Therefore, the Star Lord of Martial Chu had volunteered to resign. This move significantly alleviated suspicions, and furthermore, the Jade Emperor might not necessarily dismiss him, as the collusion with the demonic sect also implicated General Wu from the Heavenly Troop. If one were to be dismissed, Neza would not escape unscathed either. Would the choice be to keep him as the general of the Earthly Fiends Department or dismiss him alongside Neza? The Star Lord of Martial Chu had thrown this dilemma to the Jade Emperor, and all he needed to do was withstand the potential fury of the Jade Emperor. It was not merely ordinary emotional wrath, but rather a fury of the 9 heavens from another realm. As long as he could endure it, he would have passed this hurdle. The events of the day had unfolded too abruptly for the Star Lord of Martial Chu, who had not anticipated Feng Tianjiang being discovered. Had he not inquired about the situation from the golden-armored heavenly soldiers on his way back, he might have found himself in dire straits. Just as the Star Lord of Martial Chu pondered this, Neza suddenly approached the center of the hall, kneeling on one knee and solemnly declaring, "Your Majesty, I am guilty. I implore your Majesty to relieve me of my position as General of the Heavenly Troop." The Star Lord of Martial Chu was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 56. The Fury of the Heavenly Emperor within the Lingxiao Palace. Neza's sudden action caught everyone by surprise, except for Jiuxu, who had been prepared. The Jade Emperor and the celestial officials and divine generals were bewildered, unable to comprehend the reasoning behind it. The matter had already been revealed. What purpose did it serve to step forward now? This matter requires no further discussion. The Jade Emperor spoke solemnly. "Your Majesty, I do not refer to the chaos instigated by the demonic sect," Neza stated. The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow slightly. "I wish to reveal a matter that has never occurred since the establishment of the Heavenly Court, a filthy and heinous affair." As Neza spoke, he presented a thick document with both hands. This statement left the celestial officials in the hall astounded, and they were equally intrigued. What could be so grave that it warranted such a reaction? Nearby, the recently risen Wukong, Star Lord, moved his fingers involuntarily, recognizing the document. Previously, when he had seen it at the Feng Tian General's residence, it consisted of only a few thin sheets, but now it had transformed into a substantial stack. This was yet another surprise for Wukong Star Lord, catching him somewhat off guard. With a wave of his hand, the Jade Emperor summoned the document from Neza's grasp. He began to scrutinize it page by page. Inside the Lingxiao Palace, silence enveloped the space. Only the sound of pages turning could be heard. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense and peculiar. The celestial officials and divine generals exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Just moments ago, the Jade Emperor had erupted in fury over 2 celestial generals. Might he not now bring down the very roof of the Lingxiao Palace? Jiuxu silently pondered, having also perused the document, which detailed offenses far more egregious than those of the colluding Feng Tian and Wu Tian generals. After a prolonged silence, the Jade Emperor slowly raised his head and gently tapped his forehead with his hand. Strangely, there was no visible emotion on his face, as if he had merely reviewed an inconsequential memorial. He neither expressed rage nor emanated the chilling aura that could plunge one into despair. Yet, an invisible pressure, profound and soul-crushing, enveloped all the celestial officials and divine generals within the hall. Thud! A celestial official of low-tier, golden immortal rank could not withstand the pressure and fell to his knees. Then thud! Jiuxu also knelt. His visible cultivation was merely that of a superior golden immortal, the weakest in the Lingxiao Palace. If even a low-tier golden immortal knelt, how could he remain standing? Notably, due to consuming a drop of the primordial essence contained within a millennium-old Lingyun stalactite, he concealed his true cultivation, rendering him undetectable to others. Coupled with his current status as a great Luo golden immortal, few in the 3 realms could discern his actual power. To the celestial beings in the heavenly court, he appeared as a superior golden immortal. Thud thud. Following a series of sounds, all celestial officials and divine generals within the Lingxiao Palace knelt. This was not an act of subservience, but rather a crushing disparity in fate and cultivation, a clear indication that the weaker lacked the qualification to resist. The Jade Emperor's eyes glimmered with divine light, striking fear into the hearts of those present. He spoke slowly. "I recall that during my time under the guidance of the Tao Ancestor, he once proclaimed that all sentient beings possess desires, and these desires grow ever stronger. I, too, have experienced this, for I harbor desires. However, today you have deepened my understanding of this truth. What constitutes a celestial being? What is a demon? What is a devil? The Jade Emperor's tone suddenly escalated. Thunder rumbled across the 9 heavens, and lightning crackled, resonating throughout the 3 realms. At that moment, those wicked beings in the lower realms, those with guilty consciences upon hearing this thunder, felt their hearts quake with terror. Their lives extinguished as they were frightened to death by the sound. The wrath of the Heavenly Emperor struck fear into all living beings. Within the Lingxiao Palace, the celestial officials and divine generals felt this most acutely. Being closest to the Jade Emperor, they were the first to bear the brunt of this fury. Fortunately, aside from Jiuxu, who was a superior golden immortal, the others were at least low-tier Tai golden immortals and could withstand the might of this rage. Thus, only Jiuxu turned pale, while the others were merely shaken but remained unharmed. You, as celestial beings, engage in devilish acts. The Jade Emperor's tone was icy. One celestial general slaughtered millions of mortals to enhance his own cultivation. Another celestial general, driven by personal vendettas, brought devastation upon mountains and seas, reducing lives to misery. A third celestial general, consumed by selfish desires, forcibly seized a mortal kingdom, treating humanity as livestock. He spoke of 3 celestial generals from the Tiangang department, recorded in the document as the most grievous offenders. Furthermore, 8 additional celestial generals, 180 officers, and 2,312 celestial soldiers misused public resources, wielded celestial powers in the lower realms, and acted with impunity, truly believing themselves to be the arbiters of all. The Jade Emperor continued, and that invisible pressure intensified, causing weaker celestial officials and divine generals within the hall to struggle for breath. The heavenly Tao is impartial. Today's events must be met with severe punishment to deter future transgressions. The Jade Emperor's eyes glimmered with a cold light, a mysterious seal appearing faintly on his brow. As everyone knelt, none noticed the peculiarity on the Jade Emperor's face. Only the star of Venus, Tai Bai, quickly glanced up, a flicker of concern crossing his features. The Jade Emperor gazed toward the 9 heavens, his voice cold as he declared, "In accordance with the crimes, I hereby decree, the 6th Tiangang General, the 17th General, and the 26th General shall be executed on the immortal slaying platform, struck by 5 thunders, their souls scattered, never to reincarnate. The 3rd Tiangang General, the 5th General, and 32 other celestial generals shall have their celestial bones severed, doomed to eternal reincarnation, never to ascend. The 180 officers of the Tiangang department shall endure the punishment of 100 cycles of reincarnation, indistinguishable between man and beast. The 2,312 celestial soldiers of the Tiangang department shall face 10 cycles of reincarnation, also indistinguishable between man and beast." General Neza of the Tiangang department heard this and discreetly glanced at Nezan kneeling beside him. He found the punishments decreed by the Jade Emperor to be quite reasonable. Even harsher penalties would not have mattered. However, if Neza were also to receive a severe sentence, it would be a significant loss for him. This time, he had sought Neza's assistance to set a trap for Fong Tian, yet inadvertently ensnared Neza and the entire Tiangang department. Jiuxu silently cast a glance at Wukong Star Lord, realizing that today's outcome had allowed this old fox to gain an advantage without effort. Indeed, at this moment, Wukong Star Lord was secretly rejoicing. Though the document had been presented by Neza, the outcome aligned closely with his expectations. Thus, he could seize this opportunity to plot for control over the Tiangang department. The celestial officials and divine generals within the hall harbored various thoughts, each idea flitting through their minds in an instant. The Jade Emperor continued, General Neza of the Tiangang department, for failing to maintain strict oversight, will be punished with a century of guarding the southern heavenly gate and will forfeit 10,000 years of salary. Wukong Star Lord was taken aback. In the Lingxiao Palace, not only was Wukong Star Lord astonished, but Jiuxu and the other celestial officials and divine generals were equally surprised. The punishment was high yet fell lightly upon the scales of justice. Neza remained a general of the Tiangang department, and the punishment, merely guarding the Grand Gate for a century, was trivial for a great Luo golden immortal, aside from a slight loss of face. As for the 10,000 years of salary, the Li family of the Pisha Palace was not particularly concerned about such a sum. What was the Jade Emperor's intent? Jiuxu pondered, seeking to balance the Tiangang and the Disha departments, or was there some other scheme at play? Balancing could be plausible. In the realm of celestial soldiers and generals, only the Li family of the Pisha Palace could be comparable to Wukong Star Lord's lineage. What other plans might there be? Jiuxu pondered for a moment, but still could not ascertain the true intentions of the Jade Emperor. The celestial officials and divine generals exchanged glances towards Li Jing and Neza, clearly perceiving that the Emperor was attempting to maintain a delicate balance. At this moment, no one noticed that only the Venus star quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the Jade Emperor on his throne remained indifferent to the varied thoughts of the celestial officials and divine generals, restoring his expression to one of aloofness as he continued. You are all immortals. Do not forget the essence of being an immortal. You may disperse now. As his words echoed, the intangible pressure enveloping the assembly of immortals dissipated entirely. The celestial officials and divine generals, feeling as if they had been granted a great reprieve, hastily departed from the Lingxiao Palace, leaving only the Venus star behind. Jiuxu maintained his silence, following the other immortals out. Apart from Neza, no one was aware that this series of events had been instigated by Jiuxu himself. He had orchestrated a trap for the general of the heavenly host to uncover who conspired with the demon sect, leading to the resignation of the martial star lord in an effort to distance himself, which incited the anger of the Jade Emperor. It was he who suggested searching the residence of the general, which resulted in the discovery of a problematic document, igniting the true wrath of the Jade Emperor. This fury caused a significant upheaval within the heavenly garrison, resulting in the loss of 11 out of 36 heavenly generals, as well as 180 battalion officers and 2,312 heavenly soldiers. The internal purge inflicted greater losses than the chaos wrought by the demon sect. Upon exiting the Lingxiao Palace, the immortals lacked the inclination to gather in small groups and quickly dispersed. Jiuxu observed Neza ahead, and although he could only see his back, he sensed that the young general appeared somewhat dejected, lacking his usual spirited demeanor. To outsiders, it seemed that Neza had escaped a demotion and was fortunate. However, based on Jiuxu's understanding of Neza, he believed that if the Jade Emperor truly dealt a blow to Neza, it might have granted him a sense of relief. After all, those 11 heavenly generals had been under Neza's command for many years, and it was shocking to discover their hidden malevolence. It was possible that some among them had misused Neza's name to exert their authority and act tyrannically. Neza, possessing a nature that despises evil, would undoubtedly find such revelations troubling. It seemed that a significant period would pass before witnessing Neza's radiant smile again. Jiuxu shook his head, yet he still had matters to verify with Neza, so he disregarded Neza's current mood and hastened to catch up. General, Jiuxu called. Neza halted, forcing a strained smile. General, I have a question. Yes. Earlier, there was a tremendous commotion upon the emergence of the stone monkey, yet it seems His Majesty and everyone else scarcely acknowledged it. Why is that? Jiuxu inquired with a natural expression. The stone monkey? Neza appeared somewhat distracted, reflecting until he grasped what Jiuxu was referring to. Why do you concern yourself with this? He asked, puzzled. I merely find it odd that such a grand occurrence has been overlooked, Jiuxu replied, his expression unchanged. You are being overly curious. Neza shook his head. You are relatively new to this, and your understanding of this world is still somewhat superficial. It is merely a stone monkey formed from a celestial stone. Nothing particularly strange. Jiuxu raised an eyebrow. The comment sounded reminiscent of, you are still young. You do not understand. You will when you grow up. Neza continued. You must know that the 4 continents of the lower realm are remnants of the ancient primordial continent. In that vast world lie countless wonders, and it is not uncommon for naturally born spiritual entities to emerge. The saying wisdom can lead to harm applies here. Such beings often encounter numerous calamities, and very few achieve immortality. As he spoke, Neza's expression became somewhat complex, for in his past life, he was also a spiritual being born of a divine pearl, having faced many tribulations in this life as well. The significant commotion surrounding the emergence of this stone monkey indicated it was likely a rare spiritual entity. If it were to survive for 300 to 500 years, it would indeed be fortunate. Yet even if it were to embark on the path of cultivation, it would likely encounter many adversities. Neza sighed softly. So it is. Jiuxu feigned enlightenment, but inwardly he was astonished by Neza's insights. Indeed, as Neza surmised, the monkey would meet its demise at the age of 342, its soul drawn to the underworld. Subsequently, it was schemed against and became a protector in the journey to the west, enduring a series of tribulations before ultimately attaining Buddhahood. Moreover, through Nez's attitude towards the monkey, Jiuxu confirmed his previous conjecture that the current celestial beings of the heavenly court indeed did not regard a naturally born stone monkey as significant. But could this be the reality? Jiuxu's chaos celestial scripture had already undergone 4 transformations, granting him an extraordinarily robust physical form and soul, coupled with a spiritual awareness that surpassed that of an ordinary great Luo golden immortal. This acute intuition led him to feel that something still seemed amiss. Yet he could not discern precisely what it was. Calculating further yielded no results. Meanwhile, after the departure of the celestial officials and divine generals, the Jade Emperor and the Venus Star arrived at the Tongming Hall. The Jade Emperor removed his 9 heavens imperial crown and donned a moon-white robe. Instantly feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him, he reclined on a soft couch, gently massaging his forehead while sighing. These matters refuse to settle. Your Majesty, it is best to express your anger in moderation. Do not let true wrath take hold. Should something go awry, all previous efforts will be in vain. The Venus Star advised with concern. Someone has violated the sacred covenant and returned secretly. He is aware of this, which is why he continuously presents these matters before me. The Jade Emperor's eyes flickered with cold light. Did you uncover any leads during your secret investigations? Your Majesty, forgive me. I searched the 3 realms thoroughly, but found nothing. The Venus Star replied, Very well. I had little hope to begin with. The Jade Emperor's expression remained calm. Since they dare to conspire repeatedly, they must have planned everything meticulously and will not allow themselves to be captured. The Venus Star nodded gently. What are your thoughts on the matter of the stone monkey? The Jade Emperor suddenly inquired. Your Majesty suspects a connection between the stone monkey and them? The Venus Star was taken aback. Chapter 58. Confrontation with the Buddhist sect inside the Tongming Hall. The Venus Star was astonished by the Jade Emperor's question. The emergence of the stone monkey had caused a great commotion, yet he and the other celestial officials had failed to ascertain the source of the disturbance during their calculations, ultimately relying on the 1,000-mile eye and the wind listening ear to investigate. Reflecting on this, the Venus Star furrowed his brow and said, Your Majesty, the stone monkey appears to be a rare spiritual entity. When it emerged, the heavenly secrets were shrouded, and we could not discern its origin. For beings of this nature, achieving immortality is no easy feat, and attempting to orchestrate plans around it would be exceedingly difficult. It should hold little value. Recalculate, the Jade Emperor commanded, his eyes glimmering with insight. The Venus Star resumed his calculations, and ultimately stated, Your Majesty, the stone monkey has a lifespan of 342 years. Observing its life, it appears rather ordinary. This is precisely the crux of the matter. The Jade Emperor's eyes sparkled with intensity. When I was angered earlier, I also engaged in a bit of divination. The Venus Star's expression shifted slightly. No wonder he had noticed the Jade Emperor's unusual demeanor in the Lingxiao Palace. With the marks on his forehead flickering in and out of visibility, it was due to this reason. My initial calculations yielded results similar to yours, the Jade Emperor continued. But I have an inkling that something is amiss, which prompted me to delve deeper. And I discovered a divergence. The heavenly secrets surrounding the stone monkey became chaotic and unclear after it reached the age of 300. In the ensuing 42 years, what has changed? The great sage of the White Star was taken aback. Your Majesty, has someone tampered with the stone monkey's fate? Indeed, the Jade Emperor nodded. If I were to devote my full efforts to divining the matters of the 3 realms, few could conceal their intentions from me. Thus, I suspect a connection between the stone monkey and that transgressor. Perhaps it is he who has manipulated the threads of destiny. A stone monkey, born of the earth, is indeed perplexing, mused the great sage of the White Star. To cultivate such a being for significant use would be no small feat, demanding an immense resource investment. What, I wonder, is their ultimate aim? I share your bewilderment, the Jade Emperor replied, shaking his head gently. Your Majesty, shall I descend to the mortal realm and eliminate the stone monkey? Inquired the great sage of the White Star. Great sage, I've noticed a surge of bloodlust in you of late, the Jade Emperor remarked, casting a serious glance at him. Your Majesty jests, the great sage responded. Nonetheless, maintain that vigor and subdue those lowly rascals for me. The great sage's expression turned solemn. He understood the implications of the Jade Emperor's words. Although it was already discovered that the celestial General Fong Tian and General Wu Tian had colluded with the demon sect, there lingered an even greater mastermind behind these two generals. These were the lowly rascals. The great sage was acutely aware that the Jade Emperor had refrained from stripping Neza and the Martial Star Lord of their military titles, considering the potential unrest it could incite within the heavenly and earthly departments. For the present, stability remained paramount in the heavenly court. Your Majesty, how shall we deal with the stone monkey? Should we execute him? The great sage asked again. To slay him outright? The Jade Emperor chuckled lightly, yet his gaze was icy. That individual has orchestrated numerous schemes without leaving a trace. I have only just divined that the stone monkey's fate has been altered. How could I simply dispose of him? Send someone to monitor the stone monkey. If that individual has indeed laid plans upon him, I shall use this thread to confront him further. Your wisdom is unparalleled. The great sage of the White Star praised, then inquired, who shall we assign for this task? Jiuxu. The Jade Emperor's gaze was piercing. Have him secretly dispatch a team of celestial soldiers to the mortal realm, ensuring that none become aware. The great sage of the White Star wore a look of realization. In truth, he had already suspected this when he posed the question, but it was essential for the Jade Emperor to articulate the name. As a loyal minister, one must play their role to the fullest. Although tasked with 2 assignments, and having completed only one, it was evident to him that Jiuxu was capable of handling this matter without issue. Let be arranged thus, and you shall relay this to him, the Jade Emperor said, lightly tapping his forehead. You mentioning those 2 tasks reminds me. There is also an unidentified Danlu golden immortal concealed within the heavenly court. Has Jiuxu reported any leads? The great sage of the White Star furrowed his brow. He stated that in the past 3 months, he has scoured the heavenly court, finding no suspicious traces. Oh, and while he possesses the 9-section golden whip bestowed by Your Majesty, he lacks the qualification to enter the realms of Taiqing, Shanqing, and Yuqing. Thus he is yet to probe the caverns of the 3 sages. Do you believe that the mysterious Danlu golden immortal would be hidden within the sages' caverns? The Jade Emperor inquired. Your Majesty, I have investigated the destruction of the heavenly prison and can confirm it was caused by an exceedingly powerful celestial fire. The great sage of the White Star explained. Among the 4 celestial fires that currently exist in the 3 realms, only the one held by the ancient Buddha of Light in the West is accounted for. The remaining 3 are in the possession of our 3 sages. Given the circumstances of the demon sect's upheaval, it is likely that one of these sages' celestial fires obliterated the heavenly prison, disrupting the great array of blood and demons. The Jade Emperor pondered deeply. The enigmatic Danlu golden immortal concealed within the heavenly court remained an unknown, a potential threat that must be thoroughly investigated. In that case, permit Jiuxu to enter the 3 pure realms, but be sure to remind him that even in the absence of the sages, he must remain cautious and respectful in his inquiries. I shall obey. The great sage of the White Star replied with a bow. In the northern domain of heaven, the residence of the Martial Star Lord remained as desolate as ever, though the Martial Star Lord wielded command over a contingent of celestial soldiers. Few deities willingly engaged with him, for he exuded an air of arrogance and superiority. Only those deemed worthy garnered his attention, and to those beneath him, he often turned a blind eye. Yet, despite this demeanor, none dared to underestimate the Martial Star Lord. His formidable background and capabilities afforded him an air of entitlement. Thus, his abode grew increasingly isolated, with scarcely a servant or guard in sight, leaving few to witness the daily activities within. On this particular day, after returning from the Lingxiao Palace, the Martial Star Lord sat alone in his inner chamber, head bowed and devoid of expression. The atmosphere within was more oppressive than usual, weighing heavily on the spirit. After a long silence, he finally lifted his head, exhaling deeply, and sighed. The sages say that with gain comes loss. How true it is. He had been weighing the balance of his gains and losses. The Lord of the Martial Star never anticipated that his mere descent to the mortal realm for some arrangements would result in such a monumental blunder in the heavenly court. With the demise of General Fong Tian, he found himself devoid of capable subordinates. Fortunately, he had nearly completed the tasks assigned to him, although he did not manage to seize control of the Tiangang department. The loss of 11 celestial generals had considerably weakened its overall strength. The newly appointed generals from the lower realms generally lacked the requisite prowess, rendering the Tiangang department far less formidable than before. Even if it was not under his control, it would not significantly impact future schemes. All necessary seeds of discord had been sown within the heavenly court, save for the 100 Flowers Garden. The Lord of the Martial Star's gaze flickered before he shook his head. He had no one left to utilize and decided it was best to let them resolve their own matters. Then there was Jiuxu, whose brow furrowed. Due to the unexpected exposure of General Fong Tian, the Lord of the Martial Star had become increasingly aware of Jiuxu's significance. 3 months prior, the Jade Emperor had appointed Jiuxu as the 9th Celestial General of the Tiangang and tasked him with investigating the disturbances caused by the demon sect. Upon receiving this news, the Lord of the Martial Star had already dispatched General Fong Tian to gather information about the Tiangang department while simultaneously probing into Jiuxu's background. To his astonishment, before any substantial findings could be uncovered by General Fong Tian, Jiuxu had already managed to unearth the general's secrets. With Fong Tian's death, further investigations were now impossible. This individual seemed rather peculiar, best left to them to handle, mused the Lord of the Martial Star as he shook his head once more. Within the Tiangang 9th Patrol Division, Jiuxu meticulously examined a document that chronicled his past life experiences, from birth and maturation to embarking upon the path of immortality, achieving enlightenment, and eventually becoming a patrolling celestial soldier in the heavenly court. The document detailed his interactions and deeds during his tenure as a celestial soldier. The final segment highlighted how Fairy Yunzue had manipulated him against Fairy Baiwa, catalyzing his rapid ascension within the heavenly court. This last portion had been distinctly marked. It revealed nothing amiss concerning Jiuxu. Indeed, it could not. For aside from Jiuxu himself, no one would suspect that he had transformed into a different person upon leaving the 100 Flowers Garden. To his surprise, General Fong Tian, known for his impulsive nature, possessed a remarkable ability for data collection, rivaling that of the Imperial Guard. Jiuxu raised his hand to conjure a flame, incinerating the document entirely. This particular account of his life had been uncovered at Fong Tian's residence, alongside the documentation concerning the 11 compromised celestial generals. Since there were no discrepancies within his own document, Jiuxu had obtained it from Neza. Collecting information on the 11 dubious celestial generals made sense, as the Lord of the Martial Star had aimed for the Tiangang department. However, the meticulous gathering of his own information indicated that Jiuxu had been marked. The Lord of the Martial Star had become aware of his potential issues. Nevertheless, Jiuxu was not concerned. Firstly, just as he lacked evidence to implicate the Lord of the Martial Star, the latter possessed no proof to accuse him. Secondly, Jiuxu's current strength made him unafraid of the Lord of the Martial Star's schemes. The Lord's life remained necessary. As a harbinger of the Buddhist sect, through him, Jiuxu might discern the nuances of their strategies. The emergence of the monkey had indeed linked the Lord of the Martial Star to the Buddhist sect in his mind. He understood that the Buddhist sect aimed to incite chaos in the heavenly court through the monkey, thereby elevating the name of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, and subsequently positioning the monkey as the foremost combatant of the journey to the West team. The purpose was evident. It served as a marketing strategy. The monkey, by causing turmoil in the heavenly court, would become a celebrated figure across the realms. This illustrious star would then assume the role of the journey to the West primary enforcer, directly escorting the teachings of Buddhism eastward. In this manner, the Buddhist sect could proclaim to the world, "Look, even the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, must personally escort our teachings eastward. Our Buddhist doctrine surpasses the heavenly court's might. You myriad beings, what are you waiting for? Hurry and convert." Thus, Buddhism would flourish. This was Jiuxu's understanding of the Buddhist sect strategy regarding the journey to the West. Having unraveled much of this, he still found himself perplexed by numerous unanswered questions. To find clarity, he needed to seek answers from the Lord of the Martial Star, which meant that this harbinger of Buddhism could not be allowed to perish. Firstly, the Lord of the Martial Star had repeatedly orchestrated schemes to seize the 100 Flowers Garden. What could possibly possess such value that warranted such effort from him, or indeed the Buddhist sect? Secondly, the collaboration between the Lord of the Martial Star and the demon sect had caused certain disruptions within the heavenly court, but such losses were negligible in the grand scheme of things. Thus, what was the purpose behind this thunderous yet insipid stratagem? Lastly, the monkey had already emerged. drawing near to the chaos in the heavenly court. The question remained, how could a mere Tai golden immortal possess the leverage to wreak havoc amidst the gathering of celestial beings, single-handedly vanquishing 100,000 heavenly soldiers? Even Jiuxu, now a great Luo golden immortal, would hesitate to claim he could single-handedly confront such a multitude. How could the Buddhist sect ensure the monkey would create chaos in the heavenly court without being swiftly eliminated? Chapter 60. Prioritizing stability in his previous life. Jiuxu had encountered numerous interpretations of the journey to the West, with the predominant viewpoint asserting the rise of Buddhism through the heavenly mandate. The Buddhist sect seized this opportunity to initiate the journey to the West, facilitating the passage of their teachings eastward. The sages of the Taoist sect, burdened by karmic debts to the West, were compelled to collaborate with the Buddhist sect in this theatrical performance. For instance, the initial act involved a joint spectacle during the turmoil in heaven, where they played the role of the monkey. Before arriving in the heavenly court, Jiuxu had found the notion of the heavenly mandate favoring Buddhism plausible. Yet now, he realized he had been misled by the errant conjectures of mortals. The idea of the heavenly mandate favoring Buddhism was sheer nonsense. The heavenly mandate is devoid of sentiment and cannot favor any faction. Presently, as a celestial being within the heavenly court, wielding authority as a Tiangang general, Jiuxu possessed a vantage point that afforded him broader insights. From the plethora of information he had encountered, it was evident that among the three realms, the mortal realm held significant importance, and the human race was vital. It could be asserted that humanity constituted the very foundation of the three realms, recognized by the heavenly mandate, with many emperors emerging in ancient times. Despite its current decline, the potential of the human race was unmistakable. This was evident merely from the increasing number of human cultivators ascending to the heavenly court and attaining celestial status. Clearly, whichever sect, Taoist or Buddhist, gained the support of humanity would prosper. Thus, how could the Taoist sect permit the Buddhist sect to traverse eastward, sharing in the fortune of humanity? That would be akin to digging their own grave. Only a fool would undertake such an endeavor. Furthermore, through the Jade Emperor's attitude towards humanity, Jiuxu discerned that the sovereign of the three realms would never yield to the Buddhist sect. Ever since he and Fairy Baiwa had proposed the methods of grafting and hybridization, the Jade Emperor had shown keen interest in the matter, frequently urging them to refine these techniques and promote them among the human race. This demonstrated the Jade Emperor's profound concern for humanity. Moreover, he had now discreetly tasked Jiuxu with monitoring the monkey. It is evident that the Jade Emperor and the Buddhist sect are not allies. The Jade Emperor would never stoop to act as a mere performer. As the sovereign of the three realms, the notion that the Buddhist sect would seek to undermine my celestial palace is, at best, a courtesy. To expect me to play along in their farce? What absurdity from these shaven heads! Nevertheless, Jiuxu understands that these are merely his conjectures. How exactly did the Buddhist sect orchestrate the Monkey King's successful rebellion against heaven without incurring the wrath of the celestial court? Furthermore, how did they ensure the successful execution of the journey to the West plan? The answers remain elusive and require further exploration. Strengthening oneself is of paramount importance. With nearly a year remaining before the monkeys tumbled in heaven, Jiuxu intends to utilize this time to elevate his power by 1 or 2 tiers. When the time comes, whatever machinations the Buddhist sect may devise, he shall meet them with composure. His gaze is resolute. The Jade Emperor has permitted him entry into the 3 Pure Lands, presenting an opportunity for him to augment his strength. The esteemed 3 Pure Saints, Yuan Shi Tianzun, Tong Tian Jiuxu, and Taishang Laojun, are renowned figures, and signing in at their abodes will undoubtedly yield valuable rewards. Of course, he has not forgotten the additional task assigned by the Jade Emperor, to monitor the stone monkey. Who should he send? Jiuxu has already identified a suitable candidate, Yu Zhong, a former guard of the heavenly prison. Yu Zhong has since been reassigned to the 9th Patrol Team of Tiangang, becoming one of Jiuxu's trusted subordinates, alongside Jing Tian, whom he is also nurturing. Yu Zhong is a paragon of loyalty, and entrusting him with this task ensures no missteps. Moreover, having previously served as a prison guard, his connections within the heavenly court are uncomplicated. Dispatching him discreetly will not attract undue attention. Additionally, Yu Zhong is a mid-tier celestial being, while the monkey, prior to his apprenticeship at Mount Fonsuan, was merely a wild monkey king with negligible power, incapable of detecting Yu Zhong's clandestine surveillance. As for whether or not to intervene directly with the monkey's affairs, Jiuxu has no such intentions at present. While he harbors discontent towards the Buddhist sect's manipulations, his foremost concern remains his own safety. As a mere golden immortal, he is not yet qualified to engage in such matters. Should the Buddhist sect set their sights on him, he would be at a loss for survival. Thus, he chooses to observe from the sidelines, prioritizing stability. Whether he will involve himself in the future depends on the extent to which he can enhance his strength in the coming year. After assigning the task to Yu Zhong, he entered the Three Pure Lands under the pretext of investigating the mysterious Great Golden Immortal. On the first day, in the Taiching realm, he signed in at the abode of Taishang Laojun, the 8th Scenery Palace, and received the reward. Sign-in successful. You have obtained the Qi transformation of 3 elements. On the second day, in the Shanqing realm, he signed in at the abode of Tongtian Jiaozhu, the Bio Palace, and received the reward. Sign-in successful. You have obtained the 7 killing technique. On the third day, in the Yuqing realm, he signed in at the abode of Yuan Shi Tianzun, the Jiuxu Palace, and received the reward. Sign-in successful. You have obtained the Taiji talisman. The 3 Pure Lands are vast, filled with enigmatic remnants, many of which allow for repeated sign-ins. In the days that followed, Jiuxu continued to cycle through the 3 Pure Lands, repeating the previous process. Given that these are the abodes of saints, there are seldom visitors, and with the saints absent, he need not worry about arousing suspicion. Moreover, he is on an official investigation. Even if discovered wandering the 3 Pure Lands, he can easily deflect inquiries with his investigation pretext. In this manner, Jiuxu acquired numerous treasures, including 2 of the 4 heavenly fires, the ancient fire of all spirits and the purple fire of destruction. He also procured precious elixirs, such as the 9 Lives Nirvana Pill and the Enlightenment Pill, alongside various rare treasures of heaven and earth. Additionally, Jiuxu did not neglect his other responsibilities. Together with the Flower Fairy, he oversees agricultural activities across the 3 realms. As per the Jade Emperor's directives, they must hasten the promotion of grafting and hybridization techniques to the mortal realm. As the adage goes, there is often a gap between theory and practice. While Jiuxu is well-versed in the theoretical knowledge of these breeding methods, the practical application requires collaborative research with the Flower Fairy. In the 3rd month of his investigation in the 3 Pure Lands, the 2 finally mastered the grafting and hybridization techniques, ready for formal dissemination. The implementation process is straightforward. The 4 great continents of the mortal realm, Dongxing Shenzhou, Xinyo Hezhou, Nanjian Buzhou, and Beiju Luzhou, are the battlegrounds for their efforts. Among these, Dongxing Shenzhou is directly governed by the Heavenly Court, and the populace is generally mild-mannered, making promotion effortless. Nanjian Buzhou is the primary territory of humanity, and while the Heavenly Court must communicate with the locals before promoting grafting and hybridization techniques, it poses no significant challenges. The remaining Xinyo Hezhou belongs to the Buddhist sect, which, true to form, would demand compliance before allowing teachings to be shared. One must first shave their head. Finally, Beiju Luzhou is a chaotic region, rife with demons and monsters, rendering it an unviable venue for promotion. Thus, Jiuxu and the Flower Fairy focus their efforts primarily on Dongxing Shenzhou and Nanjian Buzhou. In the celestial realm, a day equates to a year in the mortal realm, and in the blink of an eye, 10 months have passed. One morning, within the Tiangang 9th Patrol Team's headquarters, Jiuxu sat cross-legged in the tranquility of his chamber. Although his expression was impassive, both his physical form and soul were undergoing a rapid transformation and elevation. After a time, his body trembled lightly, radiating a brilliant aura, while a golden mist flickered at his brow, emanating an intangible ripple. With a hum, cracks began to appear in the dim space of the chamber, resembling a shattered mirror. Though silent, such a phenomenon would undoubtedly astonish any onlooker. The heavenly realm space is remarkably stable, and even the fluctuations of his body and soul could provoke such fissures. Were he to unleash his full power, it could spell cataclysmic destruction. Soon after, the oscillations of Jiuxu's body and soul subsided, and the dim chamber returned to normalcy. With a whoosh, Jiuxu opened his eyes, brilliance emanating from them as though thunder echoed within. He had finally ascended to the upper grade. Upper grade, Golden Immortal. Reflecting on the passage of time, he realized he had spent a full 10 months signing in at the 3 Pure Lands. By the 4th month, he had leveraged the treasures acquired through sign-ins to elevate his cultivation to mid-grade Golden Immortal. After an additional 6 months of continuous accumulation, he had successfully reached the final stage of the 4th transformation of the chaotic celestial scripture, attaining the status of upper-grade Golden Immortal. Indeed, the resources consumed by the chaotic celestial scripture are substantial. Jiuxu shook his head in reflection. The myriad elixirs and rare treasures expended on his journey from lower grade to upper grade Golden Immortal could have nurtured dozens, if not hundreds, of Golden Immortals. Of course, it is only due to his sign-in system and the ability to repeatedly sign in at various locations that he could afford such extravagant cultivation. For instance, since acquiring the 9 transformations golden pill at the Great Palace, he has been consistently replenished with this elixir, 1 standard pill daily. While the remnants of the mystical essence at the Great Palace have been largely exhausted, he has replenished them at the 8th Scenery Palace, which, being the abode of Taishang Laojun, certainly harbors ample remnants of the 9 transformations golden pill. A single 9 transformations golden pill is capable of elevating the cultivation of a celestial being or a golden immortal by at least 1 tier. Jiuxu estimated that, to date, he has consumed nearly 600 of these pills. Moreover, all are finished products. Even if Laojun were to toil day and night, it would likely take countless years to refine such an abundance of 9 transformation golden pills. Of course, this is merely the 9 transformation golden pills. It does not account for the other extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth he has consumed. If that were included, even the saints might find it troubling. The immense consumption is evidently beneficial. Jiuxu feels no regret. Resources are external, but transforming them into one's own strength is paramount. The Chaos Heavenly Scriptures, which cultivate both body and soul, represent the foremost cultivation method in chaos, rendering one invincible among peers and enabling one to battle beyond their level. Approaching the 4th transformation with near perfection, I can defend myself against quasi-saints, even if I cannot prevail. Furthermore, I possess the innate spiritual treasure, the Annihilation Black Lotus, along with numerous divine abilities. Should I encounter a quasi-saint, perhaps I could engage in a contest. At this moment, the battle intent within Jiuxu stirs restlessly, as if yearning to erupt. He feels that in this vast and enigmatic world of celestial beings, he has finally earned the right to speak through strength. Do not be careless, do not be careless. Jiuxu takes a deep breath, suppressing the restless urges within. The phrase, beneath the saints, all are but ants, is not to be taken lightly. During the Function era, even quasi-saints dared not claim they could survive. Choosing the wrong side meant certain death. In this era, although saints remain hidden, one must still exercise caution. Subsequently, after carefully contemplating his new realm, he notices the sky outside brightening and feels a sudden impulse. Today, Baiwa will return from the lower realms. It is the perfect opportunity to pay her a visit. Currently, Baiwa Fairy is primarily engaged in promoting grafting and hybrid breeding techniques in the lower realms, while Jiuxu seldom descends, mostly offering professional advice. To him, it feels as if he is still in a novice village. The outside world is far too perilous, and it is best to level up to the maximum before venturing out. In the Yaoqi Palace, within the Baiwa Garden, Jiuxu has yet to enter when he is greeted by the sounds of laughter and play. Oh, other guests? He harbors no reservations and strides in. Ever since he and Baiwa Fairy began overseeing agricultural affairs across the 3 realms, their meetings have become entirely forthright, and no one dares to gossip indiscriminately anymore. I am here on official business. Do you dare question me? Upon entering the Baiwa Garden, he sees Baiwa Fairy, the 7 fairies, and the moon-shaking fairy engaged in lively banter. As they spot Jiuxu, they promptly cease their frolic and tidy their appearances. General Tian, I have seen you, the 7 fairies, and the moon-shaking fairy bow in greeting. Jiuxu is no longer the minor celestial soldier he once was. He is now the formidable general of the 9th heaven, wielding military authority, and his status within the heavenly court far surpasses that of the 7 fairies and the moon-shaking fairy. Thus, they can no longer speak freely in his presence as they once did. There is no need for such formalities, ladies. I merely came to observe. Please continue. Jiuxu my sopti. General, ordinarily we would not dare to interrupt your official duties, the fairy Yuan laughs. Jiuxu and Baiwa Fairy's relationship is unknown to others, but she is fully aware. However, today, we are here on the Queen's instruction to discuss matters, so we cannot relinquish Baiwa's sister to you. Indeed. General, perhaps we may visit another day. The young fairy Yuqiao and other sisters giggle. Baiwa Fairy, pulling the moon-shaking fairy aside, stands quietly with a smile, eager to see how Jiuxu will respond. Jiuxu, however, maintains a smile. It has been half a month since he saw Baiwa Fairy, and he cannot simply leave. It is of no matter. You may discuss your affairs. I shall check on the medicinal garden, he states, heading toward the depths of the Baiwa garden. Baiwa Fairy remains silent, having long understood Jiuxu's character. Yet the others are taken aback, as the seven fairies and the moon-shaking fairy exchange glances, unprepared for his boldness. Nevertheless, the matters the Queen has instructed them to discuss are not secretive and do not require discretion. Let us continue. Baiwa Fairy refocuses their attention. Then let us reconfirm the banquet's itinerary. Fairy Yuan nods, her expression serious as she addresses Baiwa Fairy. 3 days hence, the sovereign will host the Western Buddha at Yaoqi. The Queen has indicated that they are coming specifically for you, so you may need to be present for the reception. While the formalities are minimal, they must not be neglected. The Buddhist sect is coming? Jiuxu's expression shifts at this revelation. Chapter 62. Gifts of treasures and pills within the Baiwa garden. The fairies gather once more to discuss, though their voices are noticeably subdued in Jiuxu's presence, lacking the previous levity. From afar, in the medicinal garden, Jiuxu effortlessly overhears their conversation. The Buddhist sect is coming to the heavenly court, and they are openly stating it is for Baiwa Fairy. Jiuxu falls into contemplation. The Lord of the Wutu Star has plotted multiple schemes to seize control of Baiwa garden, indicating the significance he places on it. As the vanguard of the Buddhist sect, it is audacious for them to visit the heavenly court, blatantly revealing their intentions concerning Baiwa Fairy. This seems rather reckless, does it not? A glimmer of cold light flashes in Jiuxu's eyes. Or perhaps they seek something else. He furrows his brow in thought. After a few hours, the seven fairies and the moon-shaking fairy take their leave from the Baiwa garden. The fragrant blossoms and the gently flowing celestial pond leave only Baiwa Fairy and Jiuxu behind. Suppressing his curiosity, Jiuxu inquires, "How has the progress been in the southern Jianbu continent?" It is indeed as you said. The southern Jianbu continent is rife with conflict and dynasties frequently change. To genuinely promote the breeding techniques, there requires considerable patience. Baiwa Fairy sighs lightly. It is evident that the promotion has not gone smoothly. Jiuxu not, having preliminarily confirmed that this celestial realm is not the same as Earth, though it bears many similarities, such as the human kingdoms of the southern Jianbu continent, which closely resemble ancient China. Calculating the time, in just over 700 years, the Tang dynasty will rise. After the Fengshan period, the multitude of deities no longer intervened in the transitions of human kingdoms, and the turmoil in the southern Jianbu continent has brought certain challenges to the promotion of the breeding techniques. For instance, 3 months ago, which was a century in the lower realm, the Central Plains dynasty first attained unification, that is, the Qin. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Baiwa Fairy was finally able to initiate the promotion of the breeding techniques within the Central Plains dynasty of the southern Jianbu continent. However, the sudden demise of the Qin has plunged the southern Jianbu continent back into chaos, leaving the populace amidst the flames of war, with no opportunity to cultivate the land. All previous efforts have gone to waste. Do not rush. Once the turmoil in the southern Jianbu continent subsides, the breeding techniques will inevitably be disseminated. Jiuxu reassures her. Indeed, Baiwa Fairy nods. Thankfully, the breeding techniques have been fully implemented in the eastern Shenzhou, marking a significant advancement. That being said, Jiuxu could not help but let out a soft sigh within his heart as he pondered the matters concerning the southern Jianbu continent. If the dynastic changes there were indeed akin to those in Earth's Huaxia, then the period spanning 4 to 5 centuries, from the late Eastern Han to the establishment of the Tang dynasty, could be regarded as the darkest chapter in the history of the human race's Central Plains. The 3 kingdoms, 2 Jins, and the northern and southern dynasties were plagued by incessant warfare, during which the 5 barbarians wreaked havoc. treating the Central Plains populace as mere lambs for slaughter. Perhaps it was this protracted turmoil that rendered the common folk of humanity utterly miserable, thereby granting the Buddhist sect an opportunity to propagate their teachings across the seas. Or perhaps a glint of cold light flickered in Jiuxu's eyes. Considering the collusion between the Wuqing Star Lord and the demonic sect, it appeared that the Buddhist sect was somewhat unscrupulous in their endeavors. Thus, the underlying reasons for the prolonged strife in the southern Jianbu continent became rather chilling upon further reflection. Jiuxu, what kind of expression is that? Who has offended you? The flower fairy suddenly inquired. Who would dare to offend me? Jiuxu feigned a laugh, concealing his suspicions. Stop with the nonsense. The flower fairy chided lightly. Jiuxu shook his head, pretending to be envious. I have heard that you have received the esteemed title of the flower goddess in the lower realms, and your offerings must be quite generous. I invited you to descend and promote it together, yet you refused. The flower fairy sighed, wishing Jiuxu could accompany her instead of sending a legion of heavenly soldiers to protect her. With my temperament, I lack the patience for such matters. You are more capable, Jiuxu chuckled. By the way, this is a protective talisman bestowed upon me by His Majesty after my last investigation. You should take it for safety in the lower realms, as I have no use for it in the heavenly court. As he spoke, he produced a circular talisman, its surface enveloped in a layer of crystalline blue jade, exuding an aesthetic quality akin to a work of art rather than a mere magical artifact. Thank you, the flower fairy said, not declining, and her smile grew even more radiant. Their relationship had long surpassed any pretense of false politeness. After presenting the talisman, Jiuxu felt a sense of relief. Previously, he had successfully uncovered the conspirators within the heavenly court, and while the Jade Emperor had indeed rewarded him, this talisman was not among the gifts. This talisman possessed great significance, as it was the Taiji talisman he had acquired upon his first signing at the Jiuxu Palace. It was a highly defensive magical artifact, once owned by the primordial heavenly venerable, who had bestowed it upon his disciple, the virtuous man Puxian. The virtuous man had shone brilliantly during the Fengshen War thanks to this treasure. Thus, this artifact could not be openly used. To conceal the true nature of the Taiji talisman, Jiuxu had wrapped it in the Wujihanyu he acquired from the Bio Palace. The boundless could contain the Taiji. Unless confronted by a sage, the true form of this talisman would remain undetected. As for why he was gifting it to the flower fairy, the reason was simple. He still harbored uncertainty about the intentions behind the Buddhist sect's visit. Should they employ any underhanded tactics? Even if the flower fairy lacked combat prowess, the presence of the Taiji talisman would be sufficient for her self-defense. Here, this is for you. After carefully storing the Taiji talisman, the flower fairy produced an item and offered it to Jiuxu. It was a pill adorned with mysterious patterns. Is this the Breaking Calamity pill? Have you managed to refine it? Jiuxu asked, surprised. The Breaking Calamity pill was a recipe he had first acquired while patrolling the Lingxiao Palace. Initially, to have a topic of conversation with the flower fairy, he had given her this ancient recipe alongside several other long-lost recipes from the three realms. Jiuxu had never expected the flower fairy to successfully concoct a pill based on these ancient formulas, as many of the required herbs had long since vanished from the three realms. However, the flower fairy had unexpectedly discovered seeds of some ancient herbs, particularly the three main ingredients for the Breaking Calamity pill within the treasury of the Queen Mother. Subsequently, she had successfully cultivated these seeds in her medicinal garden, using a branch of the apricot tree he had casually taken from the Doshui Palace for assistance. Yet, she had encountered difficulties during the refining process. After a prolonged period of trial and error, Jiuxu had assumed it was a lost cause, only to be astonished when the flower fairy had managed to refine it after 6 months. I happened upon an ancient immortal cave in the lower realms, where I found a unique formation. I attempted to refine the pill there, and to my surprise, I succeeded. The flower fairy beamed. The Breaking Calamity pill can dispel 100 calamities. Now that you are a heavenly general, the malevolent energy surrounding you is heavier than ever. Using this pill might spare you from some tribulations in the future, she added with a serious expression. Jiuxu nodded, promptly consuming the pill to absorb its essence. Upon careful reflection, he felt no significant changes in his physical body or soul. However, It seemed as though something subtle and elusive began to circulate within him. Chapter 63. A brazen-probed Jiuxu chose not to linger overnight in the Flower Fairy-esque garden. He returned to the 9th Patrol Team of Tiangang by dusk. Upon his return, he first guided Jing Tian in practice before attending to his own training. Despite having a signing system, he did not allow himself to become complacent, understanding that many divine abilities and celestial techniques require diligent practice to master fully. For instance, the Qi transformation into 3 elements and the 7 kills technique, both acquired from signing in the Sanqing realm, were combat skills that would lose their efficacy without regular practice. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Jiuxu planned to continue his daily signing in the Sanqing realm, but the golden-armored heavenly soldiers from the Moreau Palace arrived with an edict from the Jade Emperor, summoning him. Didn't he, the Tai-Bai Star, bring inquiries about the investigation just recently? Why is the Jade Emperor in such a hurry? Jiuxu mused internally, though he did not hesitate to follow the golden-armored heavenly soldiers to the Tongming Hall of the Moreau Palace. Inside the hall, the Jade Emperor, clad in a moon-white robe, sat at a table, meticulously reviewing memorials. Even upon Jiuxu's entrance, he did not lift his gaze. Meanwhile, Tai-Bai Xingjuan stood nearby, observing with an air of detached calm, seemingly lost in thought. Recognizing the situation, Jiuxu wisely remained silent until a considerable amount of time had elapsed. Once the Jade Emperor finished reading the memorials, Jiuxu respectfully saluted, saying, "Your humble servant pays his respects to your majesty." "Rise," the Jade Emperor replied indifferently. Jiuxu, have you uncovered any traces of that mysterious Luo golden immortal? Your majesty, forgive me. Over the past 10 months, I have diligently searched most of the Sanqing realm, but have found nothing, Jiuxu replied, feigning a look of shame. I grant you an additional 2 months. If you still cannot uncover any clues, the Jade Emperor's expression turned cold. Your servant will exert his utmost efforts, Jiuxu exclaimed, appearing alarmed. Yet internally, he whispered to himself, 2 months? Calculating the time, it has only been a little over a month since the uproar in the Heavenly Palace. If it comes to that, perhaps I can have Hui Dao make another appearance then. The Jade Emperor had tasked him with investigating the mysterious Luo golden immortal who had covertly acted during the chaos instigated by the demonic sect, which essentially meant he was tasked with investigating himself, an endeavor lacking any difficulty. Jiuxu could easily summon his Yuanling avatar to stage a performance and complete this investigative task. However, upon doing so, he would have no excuse to sign in the Sanqing realm, so naturally, he intended to delay as much as possible. It was evident that the Jade Emperor's patience was reaching its limit. Since there was no way to delay further, he might as well seek an opportunity for Hui Dao to make an appearance. As Jiuxu pondered, the Jade Emperor once again inquired, "Has there been any unusual activity from the Stone Monkey recently? Your Majesty, I have dispatched heavenly soldiers to monitor the Stone Monkey day and night. Now, after 300 years, we have not observed any irregular behavior from him," Jiuxu replied. "We must keep a vigilant watch. Should anything arise, report it immediately," the Jade Emperor stated with a stoic expression. "I shall obey," Jiuxu quickly affirmed. "Additionally, there is another matter," the Jade Emperor said, lightly tapping his forehead, seemingly discomfort. "Tai-Bai, you may explain." Tai-Bai Xing, who had been silently observing, seemed to awaken from his reverie. He turned to Jiuxu with a warm smile and said, "General Ji, His Majesty has summoned you for a splendid occasion. Please enlighten me, esteemed immortal." Jiuxu responded with poise. "In a few days, the Western Buddhist elders will visit, and His Majesty has appointed you to handle the welcoming duties," Tai-Bai Xing informed him. "Me?" Jiuxu expressed surprise, glancing at the Jade Emperor, who had closed his eyes and appeared disinterested in the conversation. "Esteemed immortal, I am merely a celestial general. Such a significant task is beyond my capabilities, and I fear I might falter." Jiuxu sought to decline. He was reluctant to entangle himself with the Buddhist sect at this early stage. "General Ji, you underestimate your own abilities. His Majesty recognizes your competence," Tai-Bai Xing said with a smile. "Furthermore, the monks of the Western Buddhist sect are benevolent and virtuous beings. If you perform well, you may catch their eye, which could elevate your celestial path in the future." Jiuxu's heart raced, This was an overt test. Your Majesty, I, Jiuxu, am wholly loyal to you and the heavenly court, harboring no ulterior motives. He proclaimed, feigning alarm. Why such volume? When did I suggest you had ulterior motives? The Jade Emperor opened his eyes slightly, brow furrowed. He then closed his eyes once more. Tai Bai Jinxing continued cheerfully. General Ji, you worry unnecessarily. The purpose of the Buddhist visit is to seek teachings. The breeding techniques you developed alongside the flower fairy have shown promising results in the mortal realm, and the Buddhist sect wishes to promote these methods in the West. Thus, His Majesty decided you would be the one to manage the welcoming. Realizing this, Jiuxu promptly declared, Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall not fail in my mission. Yet, the Jade Emperor did not open his eyes again. This situation allowed Jiuxu to breathe a sigh of relief. His earlier concerns were indeed a test. Of course, he had no fear of such tests. Why would he abandon his celestial status to become a monk? Unless he had been struck senseless by the Monkey King's staff. However, what astonished Jiuxu even more was that the Buddhist sect's visit was solely for the breeding techniques. No wonder the seven fairies had mentioned that the Buddhists were interested in the flower fairy. Yet this seemed rather excessive. Upon further reflection, it appeared reasonable. The heavenly court had garnered significant support from the mortal realm through the breeding techniques, and the Buddhist sect would undoubtedly be envious. They could not resort to clandestine means. Buddhism was about transparency. Thus, it made sense for the Buddha to personally lead a delegation to the heavenly court to seek teachings. After all, it would be absurd for the heavenly court to refuse a request from the leader of a major sect. Having contemplated this, Jiuxu felt a nagging sense that the Buddhist sect's actions were somewhat amiss. However, he could not pinpoint the exact issue at that moment. Tai Bai Jinxing then elaborated on the details of the welcoming duties, advising Jiuxu to arrange everything meticulously to avoid any mishaps. After listening, Jiuxu succinctly summarized the entire process. It must be grand and showcase the majesty of the heavenly court. With the new task in hand, he did not linger, bowing to the seemingly napping Jade Emperor before exiting the Hall of Clarity. Once Jiuxu departed, the Jade Emperor slowly opened his eyes, his gaze seemingly capable of piercing through space to see Jiuxu's retreating figure. He murmured, Can he manage? Tai Bai Jinxing did not respond immediately, for he discerned that the Jade Emperor's inquiry was not merely about capability, but rather about reliability. This suspicion was not unwarranted. Since the establishment of Buddhism, various means of attraction, both subtle and overt, had been employed, leaving many on guard. One need only recall the Fengshan War, where numerous disciples of the Jie sect were lured to Buddhism, while many from the Chan sect voluntarily joined their ranks. Jiuxu was no longer the mere celestial soldier he once was. Should Buddhism harbor intentions of recruitment, could he withstand such a lure? Chapter 64, A Military Welcome. Greetings to you, Tathagata. Although the ancient era of human emperors had long passed, humanity remained the foundation of the three realms. Whoever gained the support of humanity would prosper. The breeding techniques, which could alleviate the food shortages of humanity, now exhibited their significance. With the promotion of these techniques, the heavenly court garnered increasing favor in the mortal realm, strengthening its ties with humanity, an evolution noted by the celestial beings of the heavenly court, including the Jade Emperor and Tai Bai Jinxing. Jiuxu, as one of the originators of these breeding techniques, although merely a celestial general now, had seen a significant shift in his status within the heavenly court. Tai Bai Jinxing understood that such talent would undoubtedly attract the interest of Buddhism. Thus, at the Jade Emperor's behest, he had subtly tested Jiuxu's loyalty. Furthermore, the Jade Emperor's appointment of Jiuxu to welcome the Buddhist delegation served as a deeper examination. Should Buddhism indeed harbor intentions of recruitment, it would be intriguing to see how Jiuxu would respond. Of course, this could also be viewed as a trial. If he succeeded, Jiuxu would undoubtedly ascend in the heavenly court. Though Tai Bai Jinxing comprehended these intricacies, he dared not offer guarantees for Jiuxu's performance in front of the Jade Emperor. Do you not see the clarity? The Jade Emperor inquired, noticing the prolonged silence. Your Majesty, I believe if the flower fairy is capable, then Jiuxu can certainly manage, Tai Bai Jinxing asserted. And do you think the flower fairy is capable? The Jade Emperor retorted. Your Majesty, I am filled with shame, Tai Bai Jinxing admitted. The Jade Emperor scoffed lightly, allowing him a reprieve before continuing. You make a valid point. The Flower Fairy has contributed to the dissemination of teachings in the mortal realm. So send a set of purple cloud celestial garments to the flower garden. I shall obey. Tai Bai Jin Xing replied dutifully. What indeed was the nature of the relationship between the Flower Fairy and Jiuxu? The celestial beings of the heavenly court were not foolish. Given their close companionship over the past 2 years, it was hard to believe there was nothing amiss. However, as they had never acted out of line within the heavenly court and were merely promoting the breeding techniques as per orders, no one could raise any objections to their constant association. Thus, everyone chose to turn a blind eye. The Jade Emperor was well aware of this, which is why he decided to reward the Flower Fairy. In truth, while the Flower Fairy had merits in spreading teachings, they did not warrant the bestowal of a set of purple cloud celestial garments. These garments were not ordinary treasures. They were innate spiritual artifacts, akin in prestige to the purple ribbon celestial garments, with only one existing in the entire heavenly court. The distinction lay in their intended wearers, one for male immortals and the other for females. This treasure could protect both body and soul, providing exceptional defense even against the might of a great Luo golden immortal. During the Fengshan era, the 12 immortals of the Chan sect, such as Guang Chengzi and Qi Jingzi, had withstood numerous powerful spells and techniques thanks to the protection of their purple ribbon celestial garments. Jiuxu, if you are wise, you should discern the Jade Emperor's intentions. Tai Bai Jin Xing mused inwardly. Jiuxu truly realized that on the eve of the arrival of the Buddhist delegation, he once again visited the Hundred Flowers Garden. Upon entering, he was greeted by the enchanting Hundred Flowers Fairy, adorned in resplendent purple cloud robes, her smile radiant enough to make the blossoms within the garden seem pale in comparison. At that moment, Jiuxu felt that the heavenly court's 4 beauties could be disbanded, for the other 3 fairies were simply unworthy. With the purple cloud robes and the Tai Chi talisman in his possession, even if the Buddhist sect were to employ tricks, they would surely require the intervention of a sage to act. However, Jiuxu pondered, is the Jade Emperor truly so anxious about me? Does he fear I might be swayed by the Buddhist faith? He noted that the Jade Emperor's intention was to ease his concerns through the generous reward bestowed upon the Hundred Flowers Fairy. Not lingering long in the Hundred Flowers Garden, he returned to the 9th Patrol Team of the Heavenly Gangs to prepare for the following day's events. Welcoming the Buddhist delegation was neither a trivial matter nor overly grand. It warranted a serious approach. As for the reception, flowers, fairies, and songs, Jiuxu shook his head. It was best to maintain decorum in dealing with the Buddhist sect. On that day, outside the southern heavenly gate, the view extended across the horizon, with clouds drifting lazily and celestial peaks rising amidst the mist. 2 columns of silver-armored heavenly soldiers, each comprising 10,000, stood in formation upon the billowing clouds, spaced 100 meters apart, forming an impressive avenue stretching 1,000,000 meters into the void. Clad in crimson heavenly armor, Jiuxu stood at the forefront of this grand procession, awaiting the arrival of the Buddhist elders and their monks. There were no flowers, no fairies, no songs or dances, only 20,000 armed heavenly soldiers. As the 9th Heavenly General, Jiuxu commanded merely 6,000 soldiers, with the remainder borrowed from Neza. He had received orders to welcome the guests, and naturally, Neza would not refuse the request for troops. This display should suffice to convey both majesty and authority. Jiuxu mused as he gazed towards the sky. Suddenly, Jiuxu's keen senses detected a shift in the distant void. Soon, golden lotuses began to manifest in the far-off heavens. A group, subtly enveloped in golden light, walked upon the golden lotuses, with the majestic figure of the Tathagata Buddha leading the way. Each of his steps seemed to transcend time and space, bringing along the bodhisattvas, arhats, and other monks, who swiftly approached Jiuxu. On behalf of the Heavenly Court and the 9th Heavenly General Jiuxu, I humbly welcome the esteemed Buddha. Jiuxu proclaimed with a respectful bow. Oh, you're Jiuxu? The gaze of the Tathagata Buddha fell upon him like the gentle warmth of winter sunlight, instilling a sense of familiarity with just a glance. Indeed, that is I, Jiuxu replied, lowering his eyes, avoiding direct contact with the Buddha's gaze, appearing humble. Yet internally he muttered to himself, I knew this wouldn't bode well. The The Buddha's earlier words had pointedly indicated, "Young man, I am aware of you. This grand display shows your thoughtfulness," the Buddha remarked with a smile. "Grateful for your trust, I shall serve diligently," Jiuxu responded, indicating that this arrangement was the Jade Emperor's doing and not his own merit, thus not requiring thanks. "The old monk has come to seek guidance from the great celestial sovereign. Such hospitality is unnecessary," the Buddha replied with an unchanging smile. "Then please lead the way," Jiuxu said as he turned to guide the Buddhist delegation, who followed closely behind. Except for a few words exchanged by the Buddha, the other bodhisattvas and monks remained silent, though some gazes reflected astonishment at the sight of the 20,000 silver-armored soldiers forming the vast avenue, stretching 1,000,000 meters. It seemed to have no end. To them, such a reception was indeed a rarity. Previous visits by the Buddhist sect to the heavenly court typically involved only 2 or 3 celestial officials or generals to greet them, not a display of military formation. Nevertheless, the spectacle was undeniably impressive. Chapter 65. Revelry and deceit for mortals in this world, traversing thousands of miles would consume a considerable amount of time. Yet, for these celestial beings, it posed no challenge. Even the common act of riding clouds required but a brief moment. Jiuxu led the way, and upon arriving at the heavenly court, he did not escort the Buddhists to the Moreau Palace, but headed straight for the Yaoqi Palace, where the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother had prepared a banquet. At that moment, the sacred Yaoqi was enveloped in ethereal mists, with celestial birds dancing upon the floating islands. Palatial structures bloomed with vibrant flowers, resonating with heavenly melodies. The Yaoqi fairies, clad in colorful garments, bustled about with flower baskets among the pavilions. As Jiuxu led the Western Buddhist elders, bodhisattvas, and arhats to the edge of the Yaoqi, the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother approached to greet them. "We pay our respects to the great celestial sovereign," the Buddha said, raising a hand in greeting. "Your Majesty, we bow before you." The bodhisattvas and arhats followed suit with respectful bows. "No need for formalities," the Jade Emperor replied with a smile. "The banquet is ready. Esteemed Buddha and honored guests, please take your seats." The Queen Mother echoed his sentiments with a warm smile. Subsequently, they walked side by side into the grand hall at the center of the Yaoqi. The banquet for the Western Buddhist elders was, of course, of the highest standards. Only those celestial officials and generals who regularly attended the meetings in the Lingxiao Palace were permitted to join, while the lesser heavenly generals and officials were excluded. However, as previously arranged, both Jiuxu and the 100 Flowers Fairy were to be seated, and their places at the banquet were quite high. By fortunate coincidence, Jiuxu found himself seated behind Neza and the Wuching Star Lord. "Greetings to both generals," he said with a smile, thinking to himself that he had managed a semblance of politeness. The Wuching Star Lord replied with a curt nod. Jiuxu did not take offense. It was already a rare gesture for the aloof Star Lord to acknowledge him. He then diverted his attention to Neza, who had regained his beaming smile after 10 months of reorganization within the heavenly gangs. The celestial banquet was open, with the Jade Emperor, Buddha, Queen Mother Guanyin, and other dignitaries conversing at the top table. Meanwhile, the various celestial beings from the heavenly court mingled with the Buddhist monks below, sharing lively discussions. The saying that Buddhism and Taoism are of one family held some truth. They were old acquaintances, and upon meeting, conversations flowed readily. Observing the lively atmosphere filled with laughter, Jiuxu, though engaged in light-hearted banter with Neza, maintained a calm demeanor. He was acutely aware that this jovial assembly of smiling monks might very well harbor ulterior motives. The notion of revelry with hidden daggers aptly encapsulated the situation. The celestial beings of the heavenly court could not anticipate that this group of monks, who spoke of Buddha-esque compassion, would soon unleash chaos upon the heavenly court, leaving the celestial beings in disarray and disgrace. As Jiuxu contemplated these thoughts, his expression remained inscrutable. Throughout the banquet, the heavenly court's song and dance troupe was not idle. Beautiful fairies, some holding pipa, others clutching long zither, danced gracefully to the celestial music, enchanting all who beheld them. If it were not for the underlying intrigue, it would indeed have been a blissful existence akin to that of the immortals. Jiuxu savored the celestial nectar and fruits, donning a smile that suggested he had succumbed to the enchanting dance, even ignoring the occasional glances cast his way by the 100 Flowers Fairy. At this banquet in the celestial realm, The flower fairy held the lowest official position and cultivation level among the assembled deities, yet her seat was notably high, positioned right beside Jiuxu. However, from the beginning of the feast until now, they had hardly exchanged a word, although it was well known that they shared a close bond. Jiuxu was not foolish enough to display excessive intimacy with the flower fairy in a public setting. What were their true intentions? In reality, Jiuxu had been quietly observing all that transpired at the banquet. His keen intuition suggested that the visit from the Buddhist sect was far from a mere quest for doctrine. While the methods of cultivation were indeed significant, the Buddhists might harbor ulterior motives. But what could those motives be? Jiuxu pondered as he continued to observe. As the banquet progressed, the Jade Emperor and the Tathagata finally broached the main topic of discussion. Esteemed guests, may I have your attention? The Jade Emperor's jovial voice resonated in the ears of all present. The eyes of the celestial beings and Buddhist monks alike turned towards the throne. Jiuxu, flower fairy. The Jade Emperor's gaze fell upon the two present. They both stood in unison. Are you willing to transmit the methods of cultivation to the West Neo-Hajo? The Jade Emperor inquired. As per your Majesty's command. They replied in unison once more. They had already discussed this matter in the flower garden the previous day. Thus, no further communication was necessary. They knew how to respond. To simply agree would be unwise. Should the Jade Emperor become suspicious and suspect their closeness to the Buddhist sect, it could lead to complications. Therefore, deflecting the question back to him was the most prudent course of action. Indeed, the Jade Emperor nodded in satisfaction and then addressed the Tathagata. Both of them have consented. You may send a capable individual to earnestly solicit their teachings. The Tathagata beamed. Dashiji, Ananda, please remain behind and seek the teachings from these two cultivators. We obey the Buddha's decree. The Bodhisattva Dashiji and the Venerable Ananda stepped forward and bowed. We have met the two virtuous ones. They then saluted Jiuxu and the flower fairy. The two merely returned the bow and did not engage in further conversation. The singing and dancing continued, and shortly thereafter, the banquet concluded amidst laughter and merriment. The Jade Emperor took the Tathagata to the Moreau Palace, while the Queen Mother escorted Guanyin to the depths of the Yaoqi. The other celestial beings and Buddhist monks dispersed in small groups, seeking to hold their own gatherings. Meanwhile, Jiuxu and the flower fairy, accompanied by the Bodhisattva Dashiji and the Venerable Ananda, prepared to leave the banquet. Jiuxu had already discreetly observed these two Buddhist practitioners. The Venerable Ananda, slightly plump with a glint of cunning in his eyes, was a disciple of the Tathagata and well known for his extensive knowledge, often referred to as the foremost listener. It was no surprise that the Tathagata had requested him to remain for teachings. But what was the purpose of the Bodhisattva Dashiji's presence? Moreover, Jiuxu noted the unmistakable reverence in Ananda's gaze towards Dashiji, which heightened his wariness. I have heard that the two virtuous ones have established the methods of cultivation in the flower garden. Might we request teachings from you there? The Bodhisattva Dashiji, he clasped his hands together, a smile gracing his face. He was tall and a great Luo golden immortal. If he were a divine general, he would undoubtedly instill a sense of awe and intimidation. Yet, his warm smile made him quite approachable. This request, naturally, warranted no refusal. Jiuxu and the flower fairy exchanged glances and agreed. Let us see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Jiuxu smiled, though internally, he scoffed. Chapter 66. Why not eliminate Jiuxu in the tranquil abode of the martial Star Lord in the northern domain of the celestial realm? A visitor finally arrived. It was a ragged ascetic, his gaunt face etched with compassion. I have met with Venerable Kasayapa. The martial Star Lord respectfully bowed. You and I have been friends for many years. There is no need for such formalities, Venerable Kasayapa replied with a slight smile. The martial Star Lord did not dare to be negligent and invited Venerable Kasayapa to take a seat of honor. The term foremost ascetic, referring to the one who smiles upon picking flowers, aptly described this great adept of Buddhism, the Tathagata's primary disciple, Venerable Kasayapa. Venerable, this side hall has concealed the heavenly secrets. We may speak freely, the martial Star Lord remarked. You should be aware of the purpose of the Buddha's visit. Yes? Venerable Kasayapa inquired softly. One is to seek teachings, and the other is concerning the flower garden. The martial Star Lord replied, hesitating as he continued. Yet I still do not understand. Jiuxu is clearly a problem, and he is but a minor figure. Why not simply eliminate him? Not at all, not at all. Venerable Kasyapa shook his head. Please, enlighten me, Venerable. The martial Star Lord spoke earnestly. The Buddhist path and the Tao are one. Their roots lie within the human race. Venerable Kasyapa explained slowly. If Buddhism wishes to flourish and utilize its teachings to rescue this world rife with suffering, it must garner the support of humanity. Otherwise, all is but illusion. You must understand, while humanity harbors great potential, they're also exceedingly fragile beings. Satisfying their hunger is an instinct. The methods of cultivation can resolve humanity's food issues, which is indeed a great power. Great power? The martial Star Lord pondered, as he prided himself on strategy, yet lacked understanding of earthly agriculture. Grafting and hybridizing are methods of cultivation that any common person can accomplish. How can it be deemed great power? What constitutes great power? Venerable Kasyapa smiled, transforming the decayed into the miraculous, the ordinary into the extraordinary. That is great power. The methods of cultivation can elevate crops with low yields into bountiful harvests, and that is great power. The martial Star Lord frowned in contemplation. We celestial beings can merely wave our hands to transform desolate deserts into fertile fields. With a single spell, we can bring rain and dew, also ensuring ample harvests for humanity. In the 4 great continents below, vast territories abound. Do you expect all celestial beings to descend daily to cast spells for humanity? Venerable Kasyapa chuckled softly. Ah, yes, teaching a man to fish is far superior to giving him a fish. Even if these celestial beings are willing to toil for humanity daily, there will inevitably come a day when their patience runs thin. Now, the methods of cultivation enable humanity to resolve their own food issues, which is indeed a boundless merit. Upon realizing this, the martial Star Lord finally comprehended why the Heavenly Order had bestowed merits upon Jiuxu and the Flower Fairy. But if the methods of cultivation were already established, did that not render Jiuxu obsolete? The martial Star Lord still harbored doubts. It seems you have yet to grasp the intricacies here. Venerable Kasyapa shook his head. Jiuxu and the Flower Fairy created the methods of cultivation and disseminated them among humanity. They bear this heavenly merit and, by extension, have acquired the fortune of humanity. Thus, prior to coming here, the Buddha had already instructed that we must find a way to draw them into Buddhism. The martial Star Lord understood at last. He had heard that the Flower Fairy, due to her teachings in the mortal realm, had already been revered by many as the flower goddess, which indeed signified fortune. In this light, it appeared that the celestial realm had indeed benefited from these 2 progenitors of cultivation. If these 2 were to enter Buddhism, it would be akin to directly transferring that fortune. Are there still any confusions? Venerable Kasyapa inquired with a smile. I am now enlightened, the martial Star Lord replied, unusually smiling back. Very well, let us discuss the 3rd purpose of the Buddha's journey. Venerable Kasyapa continued. The 3rd purpose? The martial Star Lord exclaimed in surprise. Then quickly urged, please, Venerable, elucidate. As the moment approaches, the humble monk has come here today to discuss the actions of the stone monkey with you. This step is crucial, and you must not make any mistakes. The Venerable Kasyapa's expression is solemn. Understood. The Lord of the martial Star nods gravely. Subsequently, the 2 engaged in a clandestine conversation within this hidden chamber that conceals the secrets of the heavens. The 100 Flowers Garden is not far from the Yao Pool. When Jiuxu first traversed here and inadvertently stumbled into the 100 Flowers Garden, he overheard the fairy Yuan mention that the celestial pond of the 100 Flowers Garden is the closest downstream celestial pool to the Yao Pool. Although its efficacy is but a fraction of that of the Yao Pool, it remains a sacred site for the immortals. Under the nurturing waters of the celestial spirit pool, the 100 Flowers Garden flourishes with fragrant blossoms and melodious birds, presenting a vibrant scene. However, since Jiuxu's arrival, the 100 Flowers Garden has gradually undergone transformation. Once predominantly flower beds, now the entire garden has been restructured around the 100 Flowers celestial pool, divided into flower beds, nurseries, and medicinal plots by the fairy of 100 Flowers. The areas of the nursery and medicinal plots are not smaller than the flower beds. At this moment, beside the nursery, Jiuxu and the fairy of 100 Flowers sit on one side, while the bodhisattva of great strength and venerable Ananda sit on the opposite side. As the teachings unfold, the theoretical knowledge is presented first, followed by practical applications. Jiuxu is neither a saint nor one to cling to trifles. The methods of hybridization indeed bear great benefits for humanity. The Buddhist sect holds sway in the Western Bull Heaven, making it impossible for the celestial court to actively propagate their teachings there. With the Buddhists now seeking their guidance, there is naturally no reason to decline. Ultimately, some portion of the fortune will undoubtedly accrue to both of them. At present, the Fairy of 100 Flowers leads the discourse, with Jiuxu supplementing her insights. In terms of expertise, he may only possess a superficial understanding, yet his elevated perspective allows him to provide timely additions should there be any gaps in the fairy's teachings. Meanwhile, the Bodhisattva of great strength and Venerable Ananda listen intently, occasionally posing questions. The process of imparting teachings reveals no signs of anomaly. Nonetheless, Jiuxu remains vigilant, seated directly opposite the Bodhisattva, keenly observing his every movement. When it comes to reputation and power, the visiting Buddhist delegation is led by the Tathagata, followed by Guanyin. In contrast, the Bodhisattva of great strength, despite being a high-ranking Danlu Golden Immortal, possesses a considerably lesser renown. Even in folk mythology, this Bodhisattva, who bears a resemblance to Guanyin, lacks significant recognition, and among the myriad temples of the mortal realm, few dedicate worship solely to the Bodhisattva of great strength. Having spent over 2 years as an immortal in the celestial court, Jiuxu has discreetly familiarized himself with the personnel and relationships within the Buddhist sect, thus holding some understanding of the Bodhisattva of great strength. The monks of the Buddhist order frequently chant Amitabha, with Guanyin and the Bodhisattva of great strength being disciples of Amitabha. This illustrates the esteemed status of the Bodhisattva within the Buddhist hierarchy. The Tathagata must have retained the Bodhisattva of great strength for a reason. Jiuxu comprehends this internally, yet his countenance reveals nothing. Suddenly, his spiritual awareness detects a subtle fluctuation of magical energy. Chapter 67. Casting spells and forming alliances adjacent to the nursery in the 100 Flowers Garden. Jiuxu of the Celestial Court, the Fairy of 100 Flowers, the Bodhisattva of great strength, and Venerable Ananda sit opposite one another. In terms of cultivation on the surface, the Bodhisattva of great strength stands the strongest, being a top-tier Danlu Golden Immortal. Venerable Ananda follows as a mid-tier Danlu Golden Immortal, while Jiuxu ranks third as a low-tier Tai Golden Immortal. The Fairy of 100 Flowers is the weakest, classified as a top-tier Golden Immortal. Initially, the two were rewarded with 10 9-rebirth golden pills, each by the Jade Emperor for their contributions to breeding techniques, granting them the potential to elevate a celestial or golden immortal's cultivation by 1 grade. Although the Fairy of 100 Flowers initially possessed a far superior cultivation level, her disinterest in rigorous training, coupled with her commitments to imparting teachings in the mortal realm, has stymied her progress. Despite possessing 9 rebirth golden pills, her cultivation remains at the top-tier golden immortal level. Conversely, Jiuxu, as the 9th celestial general of the heavenly troop, cannot afford to appear too weak. Recently, he elevated his external cultivation to a low-tier Tai Golden Immortal. In reality, he is nearing the completion of Danlu. Furthermore, having cultivated the chaotic celestial scripture, he undoubtedly surpasses the others in strength among the 4 present. As a subtle magical fluctuation manifests, the Fairy of 100 Flowers, with her top-tier golden immortal cultivation, remains oblivious, while Jiuxu perceives it with clarity. It emanates from the Bodhisattva of great strength. Jiuxu remains silent, refraining from drawing attention to himself. At this moment, he cannot reveal himself, for that would equate to disclosing to the celestial court and the Buddhist sect, I, Jiuxu, am a Danlu Golden Immortal. After maintaining such a facade for so long, to suddenly expose himself would likely earn him the label of a fool. Hybrid breeding, though seemingly simpler than grafting, is far more intricate in practice. The Fairy of 100 Flowers continues her dutiful instruction, while the Bodhisattva of great strength and Venerable Ananda listen attentively, occasionally nodding, showing no signs of irregularity. Yet, at this moment, tendrils of magical energy coalesce behind the Bodhisattva of great strength, manifesting as an ethereal form that has employed invisibility magic. This ethereal form then transforms into a butterfly, fluttering towards the distant flower beds. The Fairy of Hundred Flowers remains completely unaware, while Jiuxu regards the scene with a cold smile. Utilizing the divine ability of the 36 techniques of the heavenly troop, he observes the unfolding events with perfect clarity. Indeed, they are quite unrestrained. With a thought, Jiuxu's spiritual essence silently vanishes, simultaneously casting a transformation spell to become a bee, following closely behind. He harbors no concerns about being detected by the Bodhisattva's ethereal form, for typical ethereal forms in paper or hair avatars possess only a fraction of their creator's strength. In contrast, his spiritual essence, derived from the signing in at the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, is a true division of his being, composed of a drop of his innate blood and a wisp of his primordial soul, embodying 80% of his power. Moreover, Jiuxu is confident that, even as a spiritual essence, his cultivation surpasses that of the Bodhisattva of great strength. Before long, the bee follows the butterfly, arriving at the flower bed. The butterfly flits around the blossoms, seemingly without a specific target. Suddenly, it alights upon a begonia flower, fluttering its wings to release a cloud of gray dust. Strangely, the dust does not settle upon the flower, but instead descends directly into the soil below. Upon contact with the earth, the gray dust dissolves like water, merging seamlessly into the soil. Having completed this, the butterfly then flies towards the 100 Flowers celestial pool. The spiritual essence, transformed into a bee, hovers over the soil but detects no anomalies. This soil appears indistinguishable from the surrounding earth. Subsequently, the bee follows the butterfly to the edge of the 100 Flowers celestial pool. In the next moment, the butterfly quietly transforms into a water snake, gliding through the grass and into the pool. The bee morphs into a frog, trailing behind. This time, the water snake, manifested by the Bodhisattva's ethereal form, does not circle in search of anything. Upon entering the celestial pool, it opens its mouth and expels a murky substance. The black liquid dissolves upon contact with the water, rapidly dissipating into the formlessness, merging with the waters of the entire celestial pool. Gray and black, Jiuxu ponders with unease. In the realm of Buddhism, the manifestations of power are often resplendent and dazzling, yet the phenomena unleashed by the Bodhisattva of great strength were decidedly peculiar. Following this, the Bodhisattva refrained from further actions and withdrew his spiritual form. However, Jiuxu did not retract his ethereal incarnation. Instead, he transformed into a frog and diligently explored the celestial pool, even catching sight of the slumbering silver serpent, Xiaobai, nestled within the stone cavern at the pool's depths. Ultimately, he emerged with nothing of significance, as the black liquid seemed to have never existed at all. The waters of the pool remained unchanged. Yet this very stillness only deepened his sense of suspicion and vigilance. Indeed, Jiuxu had contemplated employing a counterspell to frighten away the Bodhisattva during his incantation. However, he ultimately dismissed this notion for two reasons. Firstly, such an act would merely expose his own presence. Even if the Bodhisattva were unaware of his ethereal incarnation's mischief, the only others present in the 100 Flowers garden were the two from the Buddhist order, leaving him and Fairy Baiwa as the sole witnesses. Should he attract the attention of the Tathagata, no matter how deeply he concealed himself, it was likely that his true identity would be revealed. Secondly, he genuinely wished to discern the stratagems being woven by the Buddhist sect. The Bodhisattva, unrestrained in his actions before Jiuxu, presented an excellent opportunity. Should Jiuxu inadvertently alarm the Bodhisattva and send him fleeing, he would be unable to assure himself of detecting any future machinations from the Buddhist order. The subtle interplay of Jiuxu and the Bodhisattva's clandestine spellcasting lasted but a fleeting moment, whereas the transmission of teachings within the 100 Flowers garden extended over 3 full days. Upon completion, the intricacies of the two techniques were indeed remarkable, eliciting a sigh of admiration from the venerable Ananda. I, the humble monk, express my gratitude on behalf of the Buddha and all sentient beings of the Western paradise to both of you virtuous individuals. The Bodhisattva of great strength joined his palms in reverence, bowing deeply to Jiuxu and Fairy Baiwa. The Bodhisattva speaks too highly, they replied with poised humility. I have a thought, though I am uncertain whether it is appropriate to voice it. The Bodhisattva suddenly remarked with a smile. Speak candidly, Bodhisattva. Jiuxu responded with unshakable composure, though he internally wished he had advised against it. One is of the lower grade Tai, while the other is of the upper grade Golden Immortal. The Bodhisattva continued, his smile unwavering. I recognize that both of you possess great merit. Should you choose to practice the methods of our Buddhist order, your efforts will surely yield extraordinary results, facilitating your attainment of the Grand Tao. The monks of our Buddhist order hold deep admiration for the contributions you both have made to the welfare of sentient beings. The Buddha has declared that you are destined to connect with our teachings, and there is a place for both of you at the foot of the Buddha on Ling Mountain. The Venerable Ananda interjected. Jiuxu and Fairy Baiwa exchanged knowing glances, as they had contemplated this very scenario and prepared their response the previous day. Is it true that one cannot have a partner in the pursuit of Buddhism? Jiuxu asked directly. The Bodhisattva and the Venerable Ananda were momentarily at a loss for words, taken aback by such an unexpected inquiry. Had Jiuxu offered a different response, even a direct refusal, they had prepared to present further persuasive arguments. Yet this reply was beyond their anticipations. Are celestial beings not typically aloof and detached? Why then do they contemplate companionship? Jiuxu, Fairy Baiwa, turned to glare at him, her eyes betraying a blend of embarrassment and annoyance. They had not agreed upon this answer during their discussion the previous day. It seemed impossible. Jiuxu maintained a calm demeanor and chuckled lightly. Bodhisattva, Venerable One, I beg your pardon. Although my heart yearns for Ling Mountain, I am constrained by my own attachments and cannot pursue this path of Buddhism. The Bodhisattva and the Venerable Ananda, both products of the esteemed Ling Mountain Academy, quickly regained their composure. Fear not. Should you both have leisure, you are welcome to visit Ling Mountain, where I will ensure you receive a warm reception, the Bodhisattva declared, his palms together. Our Buddhist order eagerly awaits your arrival, Ananda added with a smile. They then departed the 100 Flowers Garden under Jiuxu's guidance, en route to meet the Buddha. Along the way, the two followed Jiuxu, exchanging glances filled with confidence, certain that their recent spell casting had gone unnoticed by any celestial being in the heavenly court. Chapter 68, a sign-in that reveals all the Buddhist delegation, under the guidance of the Tathagata, commenced its journey back to the Western Paradise. Jiuxu was tasked with their reception and farewell, which he dutifully managed. However, he did not escort them all the way west. Instead, he manifested an ethereal pathway, bidding them farewell from a distance of 1,000 miles. The Buddhist order did not mention their earlier recruitment of him again before their departure. Yet Jiuxu was acutely aware that since they had acknowledged their fateful connection, they would not easily relinquish their interest. At present, however, this was not his primary concern. He promptly returned to the 100 Flowers Garden. Fairy Baiwa, though puzzled by his sudden return, refrained from probing further, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Clearly, Jiuxu's earlier response in front of the two Buddhist practitioners had struck a chord within her heart. Do you think my appearance is more appealing with hair or without? Jiuxu inquired playfully. Bah, what nonsense! Fairy Baiwa chided lightly before swiftly redirecting the conversation to seek Jiuxu's insights on promoting the two methods of cultivation in the mortal realm. Historically, she had been the one imparting teachings in the lower realms, yet Jiuxu had often provided valuable suggestions on the matter. As they strolled through the expansive 100 Flowers Garden, engaged in light-hearted banter, Jiuxu seized the opportunity to investigate the location where the Bodhisattva had cast his spell. This was the true purpose of his return to the garden. Before long, they arrived at the begonia tree within the flower bed. Jiuxu knelt to scoop up a handful of soil, examining it closely before bringing it to his nose, detecting only the earthy scent. He was not concerned about any danger the soil might pose. If even the Bodhisattva's spiritual form could traverse it, it posed no threat to him. A master of the Great Tao. However, Jiuxu furrowed his brow. Despite his personal investigation, he could discern no anomalies. Are you planning to eat the soil? Fairy Baiwa bent down, watching curiously. Jiuxu was momentarily rendered speechless, then chuckled. I fear this soil lacks freshness. I shall later procure some from the floating cloud mountain outside the southern heavenly gate for you. Very well, Fairy Baiwa replied with a smile, not pressing for further explanation. To her, Jiuxu was a specialist in matters of the garden, and his words undoubtedly held merit. Yet, Jiuxu's subsequent actions left her astounded. He waved his hand and extracted a substantial portion of the soil, delving deep until he reached the underlying bluestone. He dusted off his hands. While he could not immediately identify anything peculiar or hazardous about the gray dust, it was prudent to excavate it entirely. Subsequently, they continued their leisurely stroll through the garden, arriving at the edge of the celestial pool. Current location meets sign-in requirements. Would you like to sign in? Before Jiuxu could bend down, the notification sound of the sign-in system echoed in his mind. They had spent 3 days transmitting teachings, and the opportunity to sign in had long since reset. So he had not yet signed in today. Naturally, this was not the source of his astonishment. What truly intrigued him was that upon his initial arrival in this world, it was at the 100 Flowers pool where he had activated the sign-in system. His first sign-in had granted him a drop of primordial essence from the millennial Laojun stalactite. In that instance had depleted the residual mysteries of the 100 Flowers pool, rendering any subsequent sign-ins impossible. Indeed, over the past 2 years, Jiuxu has visited the 100 Flower garden countless times, even soaking in the 100 Flower fairy pool several times. However, since then, the system has not reminded him that he could check in here. But now, the system has emitted a prompt. Is it because Daji has poured that black liquid into the pool? Jiuxu speculated, then silently recited the check-in command. Check-in successful. You have obtained the diagram of the 10,000 calamities dispersion spirit array. This place's mysterious remnants have been exhausted, unable to perform a second check-in. To his astonishment, it was an array diagram. Jiuxu hurriedly examined his system inventory. Diagram of the 10,000 calamities dispersion spirit array, origin from the outer realm. It is one of the rarest and most malevolent arrays of chaos. Array diagram. Constructed using countless calamity-infused spirits as the foundation. The specific arrangement method is as follows. Effect. When the array is dormant, even saints remain unaware. Once activated, all beings below the saint level will have their cultivation diminished by 3 ranks. Calamity spirits, misfortune, decay, poverty, hunger, illness, madness, bloodlust, foolishness, demonic possession, spiritual corruption. There was a wealth of information, but Jiuxu quickly absorbed it. While he chatted with the 100 Flower fairy, he was deep in thought. In that fleeting moment, many of his previous perplexities found answers. Why did the Buddhist sect's general, the Martial Star Lord, repeatedly plot to seize control of the 100 Flower garden? Why did he even require the Buddha to personally lead a visit, allowing the supreme Daji Bodhisattva to cast spells in secret within the garden? Why did the Martial Star Lord conspire with the demonic sect to create unrest in the heavenly court? Why was it that the monkey, a mere tight golden immortal, could wreak havoc amidst the gathered immortals of the heavenly court? It turned out that all these answers lay within the 10,000 calamities dispersion spirit array. First, concerning the 100 Flower garden. The 10,000 calamities dispersion spirit array has a crucial foundational element, namely the core calamity spirit of misfortune. This misfortune spirit serves a connecting role throughout the array, requiring passage through every part of it. The Yao pool, being the source of the heavenly court's water vein, is naturally the optimal location to bury the misfortune spirit. However, given the presence of a Yao pool and the Queen Mother, no one dares to act recklessly there. Thus, the 100 Flower garden becomes the second best choice, or rather, the best choice. The 100 Flower garden is the nearest downstream celestial pool to the Yao pool, where the waters of the Yao pool flow into the 100 Flower fairy pool, subsequently disseminating throughout the heavenly court. Jiuxu had memorized the 10,000 calamities dispersion spirit array and understood the key to it all. The black liquid secretly cast by Daji Bodhisattva was indeed the misfortune spirit. The gray dust represented the decay spirit, serving a supplementary role that did not require placement in the fairy pool. In other words, the decay spirit was not as profound as the misfortune spirit, which explained why he had not received a check-in reminder while in the flower garden earlier. Next, regarding the demonic sex chaos, the decay spirit, along with countless other calamity spirits such as poverty, hunger, illness, madness, bloodlust, foolishness, demonic possession, and spiritual corruption, was at play. The Martial Star Lord's collusion with the demonic sect to disrupt the heavenly court had not caused significant damage. However, upon reflection, it became evident that he was seizing this opportunity to bury these calamity spirits throughout the heavenly court. Finally, this leads to why the monkey could successfully create chaos in the heavenly palace. As a naturally gifted being born of the chaotic celestial stone, the monkey was already an extraordinary cultivator, certainly stronger than his peers. With the influence of the 10,000 calamities dispersion spirit array diminishing the cultivation of all immortals below the saint level by 3 ranks. The monkey wielding a large staff could indeed stir up a tempest in the heavenly court. All the while, he chants Amitabha, yet his methods are truly insidious. Jiuxu shook his head internally. Chapter 69. Monkey, are you ready? In a 100-flower garden, within the 100-flower fairy pool, Jiuxu sat side by side with the 100-flower fairy, engaged in light conversation. Though his countenance bore a radiant smile, his mind was consumed with contemplation. Since he had discerned everything through the 10,000 calamities dispersion spirit array, how should he break the array? More specifically, how to unravel the Buddhist scheme? This time, Jiuxu could not forewarn the heavenly court, as he could not elucidate the source of his intelligence. The array had already been laid, and once the myriad calamity spirits had been buried, they would dissolve into the formless. Before the array activated, it would not affect the surrounding immortals, or else it would have been discovered long ago. This was also why he had refrained from advising the 100-flower fairy against bathing. The calamity spirits would only reveal their potency once the array was activated. As described in the diagram, when the array is dormant, even saints cannot perceive it. Thus, should he alert the heavenly court, he would merely expose himself. One can easily imagine the queries that would arise at that moment. If even saints cannot detect the array, how did you come to know of it? Offer an explanation, Jiuxu. What? You possess a check-in system? Snap. Without the saints intervening, the Jade Emperor would directly sever his head. Jiuxu understood that to break the stalemate, he needed to seek alternative methods. Of course, had he been a heartless person, he could have entirely disregarded the situation and remained a mere observer. After all, even if his cultivation were diminished by 3 ranks, he still remained a supreme Tai golden immortal, utterly unfazed by the monkey. However, witnessing the 100-flower fairy smiling as she recounted amusing tales of imparting teachings from the lower realms, Jiuxu felt compelled to take action. The 100-flower garden is the core foundation of the 10,000 calamities dispersion spirit array, and the 100-flower fairy, as its mistress, would likely face punishment from the heavenly court after the chaos in the heavenly palace, even if there were no evidence to prove her involvement. As evening approached, Jiuxu departed from the 100-flower garden, escorted by the 100-flower fairy. He rode a cloud towards the camp of the 9th Patrol Unit of Tiangang. As he gazed upon the flourishing landscape, he continued to ponder how to dismantle the Buddhist scheme. Moreover, Jiuxu vaguely sensed that the Buddhist sect's layout seemed to harbor ulterior motives. If merely to incite chaos in the heavenly palace and subsequently activate the journey to the West plan, then laying the 10,000 calamities dispersion spirit array seemed excessively convoluted, bearing a significant cost. The calamity spirits are not commonplace items. They are akin to rare treasures of heaven and earth. For instance, the formation of the misfortune spirit requires the accumulation of substantial misfortune, with quantitative change leading to qualitative transformation to condense into a sentient body. Just how much is a substantial amount? Jiuxu, possessing the diagram of the 10,000 calamities dispersion spirit array, understood this well. Even if one were to gather misfortune from 1 billion unfortunate beings, it would be challenging to amass enough. Moreover, this is merely one type of calamity spirit. Others like decay spirits and poverty spirits are innumerable and must be collected one by one. Of course, poverty is relatively easy to gather. How many years would it take to amass such a multitude of calamity spirits? 1,000 years? 10,000 years? Jiuxu could not ascertain the answer, but it would certainly take a long time. Even if a day in the heavens equals a year on earth, one would still need to gather them one by one. It is evident that arranging the 10,000 calamities dispersion spirit array is an immense undertaking. Thus, aside from inciting chaos in the heavenly palace, what other objectives could the Buddhist sect possibly have? Jiuxu pondered endlessly. Unable to discern the answers, he ceased his futile pursuit. For now, he must first consider how to resolve the crisis. Resolving the crisis relies on dismantling the array. According to the diagram of the 10,000 calamities dispersion spirit array, there are typically 2 methods to break the array. The first method: use opposing forces to dispel the exceedingly malevolent 10,000 calamities dispersion spirit array. What forces can counter such profound malevolence? The scripture mentions the Buddhist sect. The powers cultivated by the Taoist sect can indeed expel evil, but they are insufficient to forcibly disperse the intricate formations formed by the aggregation of calamities. So, would it be possible to seek assistance from the celestial realm to break the formation? Certainly. Should this method be employed, Jiuxu could predict the ensuing plot development. The celestial beings would find their powers diminished, while the Monkey King, for reasons unknown, would retain his peak combat prowess. He would overturn Laozi's furnace, burst forth from the Duoshui Palace, and wreak havoc in the heavenly court, seemingly unstoppable. The Jade Emperor, left with no alternative, would have to invite the Buddha for assistance. The Buddha could then say, "Great celestial sovereign, I am willing to intervene, but under one condition. The Buddhist sect wishes to establish a journey to the West Team to propagate the Dharma to the southern land, and I would require your cooperation in setting up various trials for this team." What could the Jade Emperor do but endure this silent humiliation? Thus unfolds the narrative of Journey to the West, a tale with which Jiuxu is intimately familiar. However, upon reviewing the intricate details, it appears that a crucial element is still missing. The mere threat posed by a single monkey causing turmoil in the heavenly realm does not seem sufficient to compel the Jade Emperor to seek help from the Buddhist sect. Jiuxu speculated that perhaps this unknown critical factor is the true catalyst for the Jade Emperor's decision. It could even be argued that this key factor is the ulterior motive behind the Buddhist sect's arrangement of the calamity-dispersing formation. Returning to the matter at hand, the first method of breaking the formation likely corresponds to the conventional narrative of Journey to the West. In such a scenario, Jiuxu could simply be an observer, unconcerned with the tactics employed by the Buddhist sect, merely experiencing the chaos of the heavenly court and admiring the monkey's valiant exploits. But could he truly remain an outsider? Jiuxu shook his head. This situation has inevitably entangled him with the Flower Fairy. From the moment the Jade Emperor instructed him to keep an eye on the monkey, he became a participant in the game. Thus, he was left with only the second method. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Jiuxu's eyes. The second approach would be to forcibly destroy the foundation of the formation, thereby obliterating the entire array. Yet the calamity-dispersing formation is a grand array, far more formidable than the blood-soaked demonic formation during the chaos wrought by the demonic sect. Should he attempt to break the formation forcibly, the commotion would be immense. Jiuxu understood that he could not act recklessly. He sought stability. He shook his head, resolving not to engage in any actions that might expose him unless absolutely necessary. With no other recourse available, fortunately, he still had an option to choose from. Contemplating this, Jiuxu recognized that he must make a decision. He gazed deeply at the resplendent celestial realm, surveying the surroundings filled with magnificent palaces and pavilions, clouds drifting with the wind, and the golden hues of dusk illuminating the horizon, where stars faintly appeared in the night sky. This celestial domain, after all, must endure a trial of blood and fire. Finally, Jiuxu looked eastward, his gaze descending, as if he could penetrate the void and see the carefree Monkey King frolicking on Flower Fruit Mountain. The monkey had spent 300 joyful years in the lower realm, free from worries, unbound by the demands or coercions of any powerful beings. Yet in the future, the monkey would undoubtedly find it impossible to reclaim this blissful time. Monkey, are you prepared? Ultimately, Jiuxu resolved to take this step. Chapter 70, I, the Monkey King, Seek Immortality. Jiuxu was acutely aware that, regardless of the multiple objectives behind the Buddhist sect's arrangement of the calamity-dispersing formation, one of them was undoubtedly to incite the Monkey King's chaos in the heavenly court. To the Buddhist sect, the monkey serves as a weapon, first piercing through the majesty of the celestial realm, thereby elevating the monkey to a renowned figure across the three realms. Subsequently, the monkey would be tasked with escorting the Dharma eastward, showcasing the Buddhist sect's authority, thus fulfilling their grand design for resurgence. Throughout the entire Journey to the West initiative, the monkey's role is undeniably paramount. Apologies, but from this day forth, a different strategy shall be employed. Jiuxu's gaze turned sharp. How to dismantle the Buddhist sect's scheme hinges upon the monkey. If the Buddhist sect intends to invest considerable effort into the monkey, Then from this day forward, he too shall stake his claim. This group of bald heads scheming behind the scenes to create chaos in the heavenly court? From this day forth, he would teach the monkey an alternative approach. However, Jiuxu also grasped an essential truth. When engaging in a contest with a Buddhist sect, he must exercise utmost caution. The Buddhist sect may openly clash with the Taoist sect. Regardless of the victor, they can still sit down together for tea afterward. But he cannot. Even if he could contend with a quasi-saint now, he lacks the power to confront the entirety of the Buddhist sect. Above him loom two saints. Should he falter, it is likely there would be no refuge for him in the three realms. Of course, that is the worst-case scenario. As a seer, only a fool would willingly walk to their demise. Now it is time to act. A day in heaven equates to a year on earth. Jiuxu knew he had little time left to strategize around the monkey. Fortunately, Laojun was vigilantly monitoring the monkey's every move, fully aware of his current circumstances, far surpassing those who merely calculated with their fingers. At the moment Jiuxu made his decision in the western Bull Demon Province on Mount Lingtai, within the Xiaoyu Sanxing Cave, an elder clad in a white Taoist robe was in quiet meditation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, inspired to calculate, but gleaned nothing. What has transpired? He furrowed his brow. Perhaps it pertains to matters beyond the realm. He shook his head again. Then, he gazed toward the distant sea, toward the eastern victory divine continent, calculating the days, realizing that the stone monkey was about to embark on his journey. The last time I conspired with my senior brother, we ultimately fell short. This time, having calculated the heavenly mysteries, I have discovered new opportunities, and I shall surely succeed. In the heavenly court, within the Hall of Clarity, the Jade Emperor supported his head with one hand, reclining on a soft couch. He inquired of the nearby Tai-bai Jinxing. Did Jiuxu promptly return to the Hundred Flowers Garden after sending off the Buddhist sect? He only emerged by evening, replied Tai-bai Jinxing. He is indeed a lovesick soul. The Jade Emperor shook his head, yet acknowledged his adherence to propriety. Tai-bai Jinxing remained silent, understanding the Jade Emperor's sentiment. Evidently, Jiuxu's performance in receiving the Buddhist sect had served as a test, which he had passed. Without delving into whether Jiuxu and the Flower Fairy received any overtures from the Buddhist sect during their transmission of teachings to the Great Compassionate One and Arhat Ananda, the sight of the 2,000 heavenly soldiers arrayed in a vast celestial highway clearly indicated Jiuxu's stance. After all, they welcomed the Buddha from the west with military formations. How could he be someone aligned with the Spirit Mountain? Unless Jiuxu's heart is twisted and convoluted, filled with many twists and turns. If that were the case, Tai-bai Jinxing believed Jiuxu would not live long. He was neither a great Luo nor a quasi-saint, nor did he possess any backing, yet dared to engage in schemes before the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor mused. I still feel something is amiss about the Buddhist sect's visit. I worry they have ulterior motives. I have inquired extensively and conferred with Li Tianwang. Tai-bai Jinxing hesitated. But during the Buddhist sect's 3 days in the heavenly court, there have been no unusual actions. Perhaps I am overthinking it. The Jade Emperor nodded thoughtfully and remarked, regardless of their intentions, the stone monkey is likely the key player in this matter, and we must keep a close watch on him. It has been 300 years since the descent to the mortal realm, and the future of the stone monkey is beyond even my calculations. Go and inform Jiuxu to present a daily report regarding the stone monkey, to be delivered directly to the Hall of Illumination. As you command, replied the respectful Tai-bai Jinxing with a bow. In the mortal realm, in the eastern victory divine continent, within the proud kingdom of Owlai, lies the Flower Fruit Mountain. The stone monkey has existed for 300 years, and through his innate talents, he ascended to the throne as the Monkey King at an early age. As the leader of his kind, the Monkey King deemed himself a competent ruler. He discovered the Water Curtain Cave, a paradise for his monkey kin, providing them shelter from the harsh elements of wind, rain, sun, and frost. On this day, the monkeys organized a grand feast within the Water Curtain Cave to celebrate the Monkey King's 300th birthday. The atmosphere was vibrant and lively, as the monkeys, endowed with intelligence, indulged in fruits gathered from the mountains and savored the homemade monkey wine, reveling in joy. The Monkey King reclined on his throne, surveying the jubilant scene with a contented expression. "My king, look how delighted they are," exclaimed a large monkey, stumbling towards the Monkey King with a wine jug in hand. "This is all thanks to you for providing us with this heavenly abode." Another monkey chimed in, "Here, we are free from the constraints of heaven and earth, truly at ease." Hearing their words, the Monkey King's smile broadened, and he swayed back and forth on his throne, scratching his head. However, a sudden commotion arose among the smaller monkeys, who began to panic and cry out. The Monkey King's smile faded as he leaped to the source of the disturbance, only to find an old monkey lying still on the ground, clutching a half-eaten peach. "My king, he has passed away," the large monkey lamented after examining the body. The Monkey King's expression turned solemn, and sorrow engulfed him, overshadowing the joy of his birthday celebration. Over the past 300 years, countless monkeys had perished before him, and he had been powerless to prevent it. He could not control life and death. He could only witness the inevitable. Now, on the day of his own birthday, another monkey had fallen before him. Though the old monkey had succumbed to age and exhaustion, the impact on the Monkey King was profound, as it served as a stark reminder of his own mortality. With this realization, the suppressed emotions that had built up within the Monkey King over the years erupted. "Why should we not attain the wonders of immortality, having enjoyed this paradise?" he exclaimed, his frustration evident. "Immortality? My king, we do not wish to die." The monkeys echoed. "We desire to live forever." The collective sentiment stirred the monkeys, their cries resonating in the cave. The large monkey added, "My king, since you have discovered this heavenly abode, surely you have the fortune to seek the ancient cave's immortality secrets. Why not venture to the ancient cave Immortal Mountain to seek a master and learn the art of longevity?" Ancient cave, Immortal Mountain? The art of longevity? The Monkey King pondered in silence. Over the past 3 centuries, he had contemplated such matters, yet finding an immortal had proven elusive. Flowerfruit Mountain was surrounded by the sea, and for the sake of immortality, he was unafraid of confronting the tumultuous waves. However, he needed a clear objective, a path to follow, for he could not perish pointlessly in the vast ocean. Chapter 71. Dreams Carried by the Wind. The Monkey King's 300th birthday banquet concluded under a somber atmosphere. The intoxicated monkeys scattered in disarray, falling into deep slumber. The Monkey King lay askew on his throne, his gaze fixed on the vines above. The spark of life in his eyes replaced by a profound depth. He was not drunk. Rather, he felt unusually alert. After expressing his desire for immortality, it was as if a spark had ignited within him, and the yearning to venture forth in search of immortality grew stronger than ever. A sudden cool breeze swept across the Monkey King's face, and he unexpectedly succumbed to drowsiness. Enveloped in mist, with the gentle sound of streams nearby, he found himself standing outside a bamboo grove, perplexed. "Wasn't I in the water curtain cave?" he mused, observing the unfamiliar scenery, which seemed uncharacteristic of Flowerfruit Mountain. "Where am I? Am I dreaming?" As he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, he ventured deeper into the bamboo grove. Soon, he encountered a closed door to a bamboo house, with a window slightly ajar. He leaped over and attempted to peer inside. "Who awakens from the great dream? I know myself in this life." A resonant voice emerged from within. The Monkey King halted, intrigued by the profoundness of the words. What does it mean to awaken from the great dream? His eyes sparkled with curiosity. Such profound discourse suggested that he had encountered a celestial being. "I have slept long enough in the grass hut. Daylight has come." The voice from the bamboo house ceased abruptly. "What is this daylight?" The Monkey King wondered, still eager to glimpse the interior, but hesitant to disturb the elder sage. "Elder sage, elder sage," he called out, his face reflecting urgency, though he struggled to articulate his thoughts. "Since you are here, come forth," the voice beckoned again, and the tightly shut door swung open. With excitement, the Monkey King bounded inside, only to find a middle-aged Taoist stretching and rising from his bed. "Elder sage, I am your disciple. I pay my respects," he stammered, unsure whether to bow with both hands or one. "I am the great dream Taoist," the elder said, his gaze penetrating as if he could see into the depths of the soul. "Today, I traversed the 3 realms in a dream, and upon hearing your desire for the art of longevity, I was moved and came to meet you within your dream." The Monkey King was astonished. The elder sage was indeed a powerful figure, aware of his earlier outcry in the water curtain cave. "Elder sage, I sincerely seek the art of longevity. I beseech you to teach me," the Monkey King implored eagerly. "I wish to escape the suffering of birth, aging, illness and death, as do my kin. His urgency was palpable. To die is to awaken to great understanding, while to live is to remain in a great dream. Life and death are but illusions. The great dream, Taoist sighed. The Monkey King scratched his head, struggling to comprehend. Elder Sage, I am a simple being. I do not engage in cryptic speech. Please, speak plainly. The great dream Taoist shook his head gently and inquired, let me ask you this. If you were to attain immortality, but your fate, your freedom, and your future were all predetermined, how would you choose? The Monkey King, taken aback, became agitated, scratching his ears and pondering. How to choose? Immortality? Freedom? Suddenly, he raised his head, determination shining in his eyes. Then I shall forego immortality. What if I could fight back? What if I could reclaim my fate? Fight back. Teach me, Elder Sage, he exclaimed, fervently seeking guidance. Do you wish to know your future? The Monkey King hesitated, contemplating the weight of such knowledge. He did not doubt the great dream Taoist abilities, for their meeting in a dream surely indicated his celestial nature. Yet, if he were to glimpse his future, it would lead him down the path of resistance. He is unafraid of resistance. For the sake of immortality, what does it matter if he pierces the heavens? Yet, at this moment, he harbors suspicion, questioning the intentions of the great dream immortal. Though he is the king of wild monkeys, he is not a fool. The monkeys on the mountain, when they have desires, often present mountain peaches to the female monkeys. It is inconceivable that a celestial being, such as the great dream immortal, would seek him without any ulterior motive. The disciple is willing. The Monkey King ultimately resolved to observe before making a decision. The great dream immortal nodded and began narrating the tale of journey to the west. The Monkey King listened intently, at times scratching his head, at times deep in thought. Initially, upon hearing that he attained immortality on Mount Lingtai, his face lit up with joy. When he learned of his exploits in the Dragon Palace, his disturbances in the underworld, and his upheaval in heaven, he could not contain his excitement, leaping up with a wide grin. Such miraculous powers awaited him. It was as if he could traverse heaven and earth without limitation. However, soon after, the Monkey King fell silent, followed by a surge of anger. He was suppressed under the 5 Fingers Mountain by the Buddha for 500 years. Then, constrained by the tightening spell, accompanying a monk named Tang Sung to the west to seek scriptures, all while battling demons. Yet he often found himself outmatched by these fiends, forced to seek assistance, which was utterly humiliating. The more he listened, the angrier he became. Wearing the tightening spell, being led like a horse, and still unable to subdue those vile creatures. Ultimately, he could no longer hold back. Old immortal, how could I be so powerful in the future, capable of traversing heaven and earth, yet be unable to subdue those demons? Because they have backing. Backing? For instance, the green bull demon, who is actually the steed of a celestial sage. You cannot offend him, hence you must seek help. A sage? A being so powerful that with a mere finger, they could crush you, even if you eventually attain Buddhahood. The Monkey King gasped in shock. Then, a thought crossed his mind, and he asked suspiciously, Old immortal, with sages in the heavenly court, how could I ever cause a ruckus in heaven? Because it is all preordained. The myriad deities of the heavenly court gather, and even if the sage is absent, how could a mere golden immortal dare to act recklessly? The great dream immortal's expression remained calm. Preordained? Who orchestrated my fate? Who is manipulating everything from behind the scenes? The Monkey King's eyes glinted ominously. At this moment, although he still regarded the great dream immortal with caution, he felt a simmering rage at the future he had just heard. Clearly, the grand feats of storming the Dragon Palace, causing chaos in the underworld, and wreaking havoc in heaven were all orchestrated by someone. Who placed the tightening spell upon you? For whom will you labor in the future? The Buddhist sect. The Monkey King uttered these 2 words, fully comprehending that his future was arranged by the Buddhist sect. Why would the Buddhist sect treat me this way? I have no grievances with them. The Monkey King roared. Would you like to know the story behind this? The great dream immortal inquired. Please inform me, old immortal. The Monkey King, no longer scratching his head, became serious. Chapter 72. Honesty and transparency. Old immortal, I have had no grievances with the Buddhist sect recently, nor any past enmity. Why do they conspire against me? The Monkey King pressed. Upon hearing this, the great dream immortal felt a sense of stability, or rather, Jiuxu felt secure. The great dream immortal was a manifestation of his primordial spirit. To lay plans on the monkey's behalf is to engage in a game with the Buddhist sect, and thus he could not directly intervene. Furthermore, whether in his true form or as a primordial spirit, he could not engage with the monkey directly. Fortunately, he had signed to gain the power of entering dreams at will, making it effortless to deploy this ability on an unascended monkey. Additionally, the monkey was not initially so defiant. At this moment, driven by the desire for immortality, he remained humble and relatively easy to communicate with. Once the monkey returned from studying on Mount Lingtai, with a rapid increase in strength, he would begin to swell with pride, releasing that inherent defiance, even daring to challenge the Jade Emperor's throne. By that time, altering the monkey's disposition would prove exceedingly difficult unless one were to use force as the Buddha did. Given the monkey's potential character transformation, Jiuxu could not ascertain how much his revelation about the Buddhist sect schemes would influence the monkey. Nevertheless, if he could leave an impression in the monkey's mind, making him aware that the Buddhist sect's golden exterior concealed a dark core, it would be deemed a success. Thereafter, Jiuxu, under the guise of the Great Dream Immortal, narrated how the Buddhist sect had orchestrated the journey to the west around the monkey. From the beginning at Mount Lingtai to the upheaval in heaven, and then to the quest for scriptures. He meticulously disclosed what the Buddhist sect had done throughout this entire process. Naturally, many details were already known to Jiuxu, such as the identity of Patriarch Bodhi and the significance of the myriad calamities dispersion formation during the chaos in heaven. Other details were his own deductions. For instance, during the incursions into the Dragon Palace and the underworld, although they were not as formidable as the Heavenly Court, subduing a Tai Golden Immortal would typically not pose much difficulty. The monkey's ability to emerge unscathed from these two locations likely also involved the Buddhist sect's plotting. Throughout Jiuxu's narration, the monkey listened attentively, no longer scratching his head, as if he intended to memorize every detail. He did not inform the monkey that there was no need for deliberate memorization. The contents of their dream meeting would be vividly etched in his mind. Finally, Jiuxu imparted additional matters to the monkey, candidly revealing his intentions. Interacting with the monkey necessitated sincerity. Only then could trust be cultivated, and this was his bottom line. He was not like those bald-headed monks of the Buddhist sect. He was not there to dictate the monkey's fate. What Jiuxu aimed to achieve was to use the monkey's strength to unravel the Buddhist sect schemes, while also enabling the monkey to break free from his predetermined destiny. In other words, he and the monkey were collaborators rather than a relationship of a player and a pawn. Of course, the success of all that transpired today hinged upon one condition: the absence of unforeseen events. Jiuxu had long understood one truth. In the grand narrative of the journey to the west, he himself was an anomaly. His every action held the potential for a butterfly effect, triggering other unforeseen circumstances. Thus, it was not sufficient to merely narrate the journey to the west to the monkey today to ensure everything would go smoothly. He too needed to remain vigilant to the evolving situation while striving to enhance his own cultivation. Water Curtain Cave. The Monkey King awoke from his dream, gazing at the slumbering monkeys below, and sighed with a sense of loss. It was merely a dream, yet, recalling the future events spoken of by the Great Dream Immortal, a flame of anger still flickered within the Monkey King's heart. Regardless of whether this dream was real or not, anyone who dared to orchestrate his fate in the future, even if it were the heavens themselves, he would dare to pierce a great hole through. The Monkey King's eyes gleamed with ferocity. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. There, before the throne in the Water Curtain Cave, lay a small object. Is that not the compass the old immortal spoke of? The Monkey King was taken aback. Upon seeing this object, he instantly confirmed that the dream was indeed real. The final dialogue from the dream vividly resurfaced in the Monkey King's mind. Old immortal, old immortal. You speak of me drifting on a wooden raft from east to west for a decade, seeking the elusive Mount Fongsuan amidst the vast and boundless sea. How did I discern my direction amidst the surging waves? How did I survive in such an expanse? According to the teachings of the Buddhist order, you must journey to Mount Fongsuan to seek enlightenment. They will ensure your survival throughout these 10 years. Are you certain, venerable sage? What if I lose my way and meet my demise in the ocean? A sage? Behold this compass. It will aid you in navigating the vast sea. Gulme, I shall teach you how to use it. As the Monkey King recalled these dialogues, A fierce light ignited in his eyes. The dream was indeed a reality. His future had been orchestrated. At this moment, the Monkey King held a 90% belief in the words of the great dreamer. The remaining 10% stemmed from an inherent caution. He still harbored a degree of wariness towards the great dreamer. His confidence was bolstered by the sage's candid revelation of their purpose in the dream and the reason for revealing his future and assisting him in altering his fate. Another scene from the dream vividly emerged in the Monkey King's mind. "Venerable sage, I still have doubts," he proclaimed. "If you possess such great powers, why do you not teach me the art of immortality? Should I acquire eternal life from you, I would not need to ascend to Mount Fengsuan, thus altering my destiny and breaking the Buddhist order's constraints. I do not impart the art of immortality because I, too, am no match for the Buddhist sect." The sage replied, "So, you intend to utilize me to confront the Buddhist order?" The sage affirmed, "Indeed, to be precise, it is to utilize you to unravel the Buddhist order schemes. As for confronting the order, you still have much to learn. Then, if you're using my abilities for your own purposes, can there be further guidance?" The sage retorted, "You, monkey, if my endeavors bear fruit, you shall defy destiny. Do you dare to impose conditions upon me? Then I shall not venture into the sea. Very well. I shall grant you one more piece of advice, given your sincerity. Remember, 9 is the ultimate number. It is aligned with the mandate of heaven. In the future, seek an immortal associated with the number 9. He may lend you a helping hand. However, avoid forging connections deliberately and do not disclose the words exchanged today." This forthright exchange instilled a sense of certainty within him, and he believed 90% in the great dreamer's words. To know the future and to employ my aid against the Buddhist order? What is the true origin of this venerable sage? The Monkey King pondered deeply before shaking his head. Given his current status and strength, he could not probe further. The one certainty he possessed was that, despite the great dreamer's claims of inferiority to the Buddhist sect, he was undoubtedly one of the rare individuals endowed with formidable powers. Yet, that final 10% of caution left the Monkey King in a state of hesitation. The great dreamer had narrated the tale of the journey to the West and had imparted crucial instructions. Was it truly to leverage his strength against the Buddhist order? Or was there an ulterior motive? Gazing at the compass in his hand, the Monkey King made a resolute decision. Lacking strength and immortality, further contemplation was futile. He would resist and strive for eternal life, regardless of the arduous path ahead. Chapter 73. The stone monkey has disappeared as night enveloped the heavenly realm. The 9th Patrol Team of the Celestial Guards convened in the quiet chamber of the Celestial General's residence. Jiuxu sat cross-legged on a mat, motionless, until he slowly opened his eyes, a divine light flickering in the darkness. A day in heaven equates to a year on earth. The essence of the primordial spirit transformed into the great dreamer, experiencing events in the mortal realm as mere fleeting moments. In contemplating the question posed by the monkey regarding the teaching of immortality, Jiuxu shook his head. Setting that aside, cultivating the monkey would require immense resources. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that if the monkey trained under him, it would transform into an entirely different narrative, one he was unfamiliar with. Allowing the monkey to follow the trajectory outlined by the Buddhist order, utilizing their resources to ascend, only to eventually turn against them, was a scenario he could manage. However, teaching the monkey the art of immortality would veer far beyond the intended path, rendering the outcome unpredictable. In a fit of rage, the Buddhist sect's monks would undoubtedly seek out the instigator of the disruption. Jiuxu, while considering himself cautious, did not fear discovery. The problem lay in the existence of the myriad calamities dispersing spirit formation, which might lead the Buddhist order to dispatch another formidable demon to replace the monkey in the journey to the West plan. Such a situation would spiral completely out of control. His primary objective was to dismantle the Buddhist order's schemes, disrupt the heavenly formation, and simultaneously assist the monkey in defying destiny. With clarity of purpose, he had accomplished what needed to be done. Whether or not the monkey chose to venture into the sea was entirely up to him. Jiuxu was acutely aware that had it not been for the dream encounter, the monkey would undoubtedly have set sail. Yet, his presence introduced an element of uncertainty. The monkey was currently amenable to communication, but was not easily deceived. Even with their forthright exchange, he could not ascertain the monkey's level of belief. Should the monkey make a decision, news would likely follow soon. Jiuxu contemplated this as he exited the quiet chamber to await developments in the courtyard. After a brief interval, he heard someone requesting an audience. They have arrived. Jiuxu's gaze flitskeret. Upon the entrant's arrival, it was indeed Yu Zhong, who had been monitoring the monkey in the mortal realm. I pay my respects to the celestial general. Yu Zhong bowed respectfully. I commanded you to keep watch over the stone monkey. Why have you returned at this time? Jiuxu feignet afron. Under normal circumstances, Jing Tian would descend to the mortal realm every few days to confer with Yu Zhong about developments before returning. However, Yu Zhong had remained at Huagua Mountain without returning to the heavenly realm. Thus, his unexpected return raised suspicions that warranted questioning. Forgive me, Celestial General. The stout Yu Zhong hastily apologized. My subordinate has been diligently monitoring the stone monkey without any lapse. However, just recently, the stone monkey set sail on a wooden raft. Then why did you not follow? Jiuxu inquired. I did follow, but only for a brief moment. Suddenly, a dense fog enveloped the sea, and the stone monkey vanished without a trace. Preposterous. You, a mid-tier celestial, could not keep track of an unascended demon monkey? Jiuxu's Engir flared. I assure you, I speak no falsehood. Yu Zhong, despite his fear of Jiuxu's wrath, stubbornly raised his voice. I scoured the surrounding waters for 100 miles and even delved into the depths of the sea, yet found no sign of the stone monkey. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Jiuxu furrowed his brow, feigning contemplation. The courtyard fell silent, and Yu Zhong dared not utter another word. Waiting anxiously nearby, Jiuxu, however, was deep in thought. The stone monkey had truly set sail, yet upon doing so, he had completely disappeared, corroborating his earlier suspicions. Indeed, even without his interference, the stone monkey would likely traverse the sea for a decade without issue, as the Buddhist order would ensure the monkey's safe arrival at Mount Fongsuan to seek the teachings of Patriarch Bodhi. Thus, for the next 20 years, the monkey's fate was beyond his control. He could only hope that no unforeseen events would arise. Jiuxu mused quietly. Should the monkey learn of his future, what chaos might ensue at Mount Fongsuan? Such uncontrollable matters are futile to ponder. Jiuxu temporarily buried these thoughts deep within his heart and raised his gaze towards Yu Zhong. The loyal man who had diligently guarded the lower realm for 300 years, now appearing somewhat anxious. In Jiuxu's perspective, Yu Zhong had been of immense assistance. After all, the monkey in Journey to the West might possess a temperament distinct from that of the monkeys in this world. Yu Zhong's watchful eye enabled him to observe the monkey's every move, thereby allowing him to analyze its character and habits. This knowledge would prove invaluable during interactions with the monkey, ensuring a more targeted approach. Details are paramount. With the mission now concluded, Jiuxu was determined to reward Yu Zhong handsomely. He appointed Yu Zhong as a patrol team leader in the Heavenly Army and, under the pretext of Tai-Bai Jinxing, bestowed upon him a 9-turn golden pill. These two rewards filled Yu Zhong with gratitude, for they were gifts he had never dared to dream of. Even if he were to serve another 1,000 years as a warden in the heavenly prison, he could never attain the rank of a team leader or receive the 9-turn golden pill. Now, after merely 300 years of diligent service, he received such honors. Yu Zhong felt a profound sense of fortune for having followed the right person. Your subordinate thanks you for your great kindness, Heavenly General. Yu Zhong bowed respectfully. Remember, this mission is classified. Forget it as soon as you step out that door, Jiuxu said with a serious expression. Rest assured, Your Excellency, I shall remember it well. Yu Zhong replied. No, I have already forgotten. After Yu Zhong departed, Jiuxu looked up at the myriad stars in the heavens, gently rubbing his brow. During the day, the Jade Emperor had sent Tai-Bai Jinxing with orders for him to submit a memorial each day, indicating that the Emperor was aware of the impending changes concerning the monkey, though he remained uncertain about the nature of those changes. Now that the monkey was gone, how would the Jade Emperor react? The following day, in the Tongming Hall, the Jade Emperor sat not languidly upon a soft couch, but upright at a table, carefully perusing a memorial. Tai-Bai Jinxing stood expressionless beside him. After a while, the Jade Emperor lifted his head, his expression grave. Jiuxu reports that the stone monkey has gone missing. Tai-Bai Jinxing was somewhat taken aback, having just instructed Jiuxu to submit daily reports on the stone monkey situation. Indeed, quite coincidental, quite strange, the Jade Emperor mused. lightly tapping his forehead. Jiuxu's memorial stated that the stone monkey had ventured out to sea, ultimately vanishing within a thick mist, beyond even the reach of his mid-grade celestial subordinate. Your Majesty, does this imply that the stone monkey is indeed connected to the one who violated the sage's agreement? Tai-Bai Jinxing inquired. It is highly likely, the Jade Emperor nodded. What course of action shall we take next? Tai-Bai Jinxing asked. The future of the stone monkey's fate is now in disarray. I cannot predict it and can only observe the unfolding events. The Jade Emperor replied, his gaze sharp. They have expended great effort on this stone monkey. It is inevitable that there will be repercussions. When the time comes, should he move, there will certainly be flaws to exploit. Your Majesty is indeed wise. Chapter 74. The actor monkey takes the stage aside from altering the monkey's fate. Jiuxu did not allow himself any respite. Continuing to visit the Three Pure Ones realm daily under the guise of investigating a case to enhance his own strength. He understood that such opportunities were dwindling. The Jade Emperor had already set a deadline for him before the arrival of the Buddhist emissary, giving him 2 final months to uncover the identity of the great Luo Golden Immortal who had meddled during the demonic sect's uprising, an investigation Jiuxu was confident he could unravel. As long as Hui Dao made an appearance, the task would be accomplished. However, after this, it was likely he would not have another chance to sign in at the Three Pure Ones realm. Thus, he resolved to delay as long as possible. 10 days swiftly passed, and the heavenly realm remained peaceful, with no significant events occurring across the 3 realms. However, in the lower realm of Xinyo, a seemingly trivial incident unfolded that would ultimately alter the balance of the 3 realms. One day in the heavens equated to a year on Earth, and a decade had elapsed in the lower realm. The Monkey King, having endured countless trials, finally arrived at Lingtai, Fengsun Mountain, standing at the end of the mountain path. He gazed at the ancient Taoist temple with fervent excitement, though his expression was a blend of genuine and feigned emotion. The genuine aspect stemmed from his heartfelt yearning to learn the art of immortality, while the feigned aspect was influenced by the great dream realizer. The old immortal does not deceive me. Above the tumultuous sea, where monstrous waves roared and countless lurked beneath the surface, he had navigated 10 years without losing his life. Arriving at this celestial abode, Lingtai, Fengsun Mountain, the Crescent Moon, and 3 Stars Cave, the Monkey King composed himself, allowing his excitement to manifest more fully before bounding to the temple door and knocking. After knocking, however, he did not wait at the door, but hid in a nearby corner. With a creak, the temple door opened. A delicate celestial lad emerged, glancing about but finding nothing. Where's the person? The master said that someone would come today, seeking to learn the way, but where are they? The Monkey King, hidden in the corner, listened intently, his heart filled with astonishment and increased faith in the dream realizer. For indeed, the dream realizer had foretold in a dream that upon knocking, a celestial lad would emerge, confirming that the esteemed Bodhi Patriarch was aware of his arrival. And it was just as foretold. He raised his hand to scratch his face, his eyes twinkling with delight as he leaped from the corner. Celestial lad, celestial lad. The Monkey King pretended to bow to the lad. Oh, it turns out to be a wild monkey, the celestial lad chuckled. The Monkey King's heart sank momentarily. The old immortal had shown him great courtesy during their conversation, with no hint of condescension. Yet here was a celestial lad treating him as a mere forest beast. How could he, as the Monkey King of Flower and Fruit Mountain, be considered an ordinary wild creature? Nonetheless, recalling the dream realizer's words, he maintained his smile, scratching his ears and saying, I am not a wild monkey. I am a stone monkey, the stone monkey. Oh, the celestial lad nodded. You are the one the master mentioned, come to seek the way? Precisely, precisely. The Monkey King replied with a grin. Very well. Then follow me to pay your respects to the master. Splendid. The Monkey King followed the celestial lad deeper into the temple. There, he beheld a series of ascending steps leading to a grand hall, radiating an invisible aura that inspired reverence, almost compelling him to prostrate himself immediately. With a countenance of curiosity and surprise, the Monkey King secretly scoffed. Just as the dream realizer had predicted, upon coming to pay his respects, the Bodhi Patriarch would deliver a stern warning to intimidate him. Had he not been forewarned by the dream realizer, he might have indeed been overwhelmed by this intangible pressure. The celestial lad guided the Monkey King into the hall. where an elder clad in white robes sat cross-legged above, eyes closed in meditation. "Master, it has arrived," the celestial lad announced as he stepped forward to bow. Meanwhile, the Monkey King bounced about below, scratching his ears and glancing around, filled with curiosity. At the same time, he observed discreetly. He noticed that the disciples seated on either side of the hall, though attempting to conceal their disdain, could not completely mask their scornful gazes. Had this been in the past, he might not have perceived such nuances. However, after 10 years of conscious cultivation, he was no longer the naive, wild Monkey King. Certainly, these thoughts linger in the heart, yet the Monkey King displayed no signs of distress upon his countenance. He remained curious and seemingly oblivious to the disdain from his disciples, instead choosing to approach them. One disciple, unable to restrain himself, gave him a push, only to lose his balance and nearly tumble down the steps. Quick as a flash, the Monkey King seized him and pulled him back, flashing a smile that radiated innocence. Even without achieving immortality, he was a naturally gifted being, having served as the Monkey King for 300 years and possessed considerable strength. How could an ordinary human cultivator dare to bully him? At that moment, the venerable patriarch Bodhi finally opened his eyes and waved his hand dismissively. An invisible force swept the Monkey King from the hall, causing the doors to slam shut with a resounding thud. Alarmed yet internally composed, the Monkey King scrambled to his feet, pounding on the door and calling out, "Master, master, I have come to learn the way." His voice was earnest and sincere. With a creak, the doors opened once more. The Monkey King silently praised the Dream Master, for everything was unfolding as the ancient sage had foretold. He leaped down the steps, but the patriarch had closed his eyes again. Filled with urgency, the Monkey King bit his lip and knelt, proclaiming, "Master, I am devoted to the way. I beseech you to accept me as your disciple." He bowed repeatedly, losing count of how many times he did so, fervently repeating his plea. At last, the patriarch opened his eyes again and coldly inquired, "Who dares approach? What is your purpose here?" The Monkey King cursed inwardly, feeling his previous entreaties had been in vain. "Master, I have come to learn the way," he reiterated respectfully. "What is your origin?" The patriarch pressed. "I hail from the Water Curtain Cave in Flower Fruit Mountain." The Monkey King responded quickly, internally bracing for the impending wrath. Indeed, the patriarch's expression turned icy as he barked, "Nonsense! Expel him at once. A fool spouting such drivel cannot cultivate the way." "Out! Out! Out!" the disciples shouted in unison. With each command, a force propelled the Monkey King backward. Though unperturbed within, he desperately cried, "Master, I sincerely seek the way. Every word I speak is the truth." When he reached the entrance once more, the cacophony of commands finally ceased. At that moment, an absurd thought crept into the Monkey King's mind. Was it possible that this entire scenario was orchestrated by the ancient sage? The unfolding events mirrored precisely what the sage had foretold. Chapter 75, An Unexpected Turn of Events in the Heavenly Court. The 9th Patrol Team of the Celestial Troop, Jiuxu, calculated the time, knowing that the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, should have formally become a disciple of the Patriarch Bodhi. However, in the subsequent 7 years in the mortal realm, Sun Wukong would not acquire much knowledge until the final 3 years, when he would learn the great immortal techniques, the 72 transformations, and the somersault cloud. In just 3 short years, he would ascend to the rank of Tai Golden Immortal. Such a pace of cultivation nearly rivaled his own. Of course, Jiuxu understood that Sun Wukong was born of the Chaos Immortal Stone, endowed with extraordinary talents, which is why he had been chosen by the Buddhist sect. Coupled with the rigorous training from the sect, his rapid progress was hardly surprising. Yet, he worried about unforeseen complications. He gazed toward the west, his sole concern. As long as the monkey adhered to the script, all would go smoothly. However, should he learn the immortal techniques and allow his confidence to swell, he might veer off script, becoming a wild horse beyond control. Jiuxu was acutely aware that his actions were somewhat a gamble. Therefore, to ensure the ultimate success of his plan, he had made preparations within the heavenly court. The Buddhist sect was not easily dealt with, and he could not place all his hopes on Sun Wukong. From a moment the Monkey King became a disciple to the impending chaos in heaven, just over a month had passed. Such a brief span could see the situation shift at any moment, and he could not afford to relax. At Lingtai, Fong Mountain, within the Crescent Moon 3 Stars Cave, the Monkey King, Having tucked away the earlier absurd thought, pondered how grand the abilities of the Dream Master would be if he could indeed manipulate such events. Why would he have required the monkey's assistance against the Buddhist sect? Nevertheless, the Monkey King remained astonished, for the ensuing events unfolded just as the Dream Master had once described. After inquiring about his origins, the Patriarch granted him the name Sun Wukong. Thus, the name of the great sage equal to heaven would be his to bear. The Monkey King contemplated. It was the name he desired most, resounding and majestic. Simultaneously, he recognized that even if he successfully became a disciple, the subsequent 7 years would yield little in terms of immortal techniques. According to the Dream Master, this was the Patriarch's way of tempering his character. What, then, should he do during these 7 years? Remain obediently and decorously on the mountain? The Monkey King quickly resolved to explore, discovering a vast scripture repository within the Crescent Moon 3 Stars Cave, filled with ancient texts and manuscripts of all kinds. The ancient sage had shown him glimpses of the future and instructed him to follow the path laid out by the Buddhist sect. It had not forbidden him from acquiring knowledge along the way. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded at Fengsuan Mountain. By the 4 streams, one could often spot a monkey clad in a Taoist robe, engrossed in studying an ancient tome. This was not a fleeting sight. For the ensuing years, Sun Wukong devoted himself to relentless reading, as if he had been parched for countless years and had suddenly discovered a source of water, voraciously absorbing the knowledge of this world. Such dedication astonished the Patriarch Bodhi, who had not expected that the stone monkey, having spent 3 centuries as a wild king, would exhibit none of the unruliness typical of forest beasts, but rather an insatiable thirst for knowledge. This, however, was fortuitous for him and the Buddhist sect, as a diligent stone monkey would naturally be easier to cultivate. Before long, the 7 years in the mortal realm had elapsed. One day, within the hall of the 3 Stars Cave, the Patriarch Bodhi suddenly summoned his many disciples to expound upon the teachings. Each word and phrase possessed profound mysteries, captivating the audience. All the disciples listened attentively when, suddenly, Sun Wukong began to fidget, his hands flailing in excitement. The Patriarch, noticing this, furrowed his brow and said, "Wukong, why do you behave so wildly in class, disregarding my teachings?" "Forgive me, Master. I was overwhelmed with joy upon hearing the profound truths." Sun Wukong replied, "Oh, you comprehend the subtleties of the teachings?" The Patriarch inquired, "Indeed, Master. I have been diligently reciting the scriptures daily and have long since shed my initial ignorance." Sun Wukong affirmed. The Patriarch nodded, calculating the time, and remarked, "You have been here for 7 years. Since you can grasp the essence of the Tao, you may commence your cultivation. Pray tell, what techniques do you wish to learn under my tutelage?" "I wish to learn the art of longevity, so that I may withstand calamities and live in harmony with the heavens," Sun Wukong replied without hesitation. Subsequently, the venerable Bodhi ancestor imparted various methods of cultivation, such as seeking immortality, divination, chanting scriptures, and meditative contemplation, all of which Sun Wukong categorically rejected. Enraged, the Bodhi ancestor struck the monkey thrice with his disciplinary rod before departing with his hands behind his back. The disciples of the 3-Star Cave surrounded Sun Wukong, voicing their grievances, lamenting how the Master's hard-earned teachings have been disrupted by this wild monkey. However, Sun Wukong paid them no heed. He gazed at the receding figure of the Bodhi ancestor, feeling as if everything was within his grasp. Were they attempting to communicate in secret? Little did they know, he had already unraveled a mystery. In the dead of night, Sun Wukong stealthily entered the Bodhi ancestor's quiet chamber through the back door and found it ajar. The Bodhi ancestor reclining and asleep within. Everything was as the old sage had foretold. Today marked the commencement of my mastery over the art of immortality. He quietly entered the chamber, kneeling and waiting in silence. After a considerable time, the Bodhi ancestor leisurely awoke and, upon seeing Sun Wukong, furrowed his brow and said, "You little monkey, why are you here at this late hour instead of resting out front?" Sun Wukong scratched his head, recounting the Bodhi ancestor's secret phrase. The Bodhi ancestor smiled and nodded slightly, clearly pleased with Sun Wukong's understanding. "Since you wish to learn the art of immortality, I possess 36 transformations and 72 variations. Which do you wish to study?" Sun Wukong scratched his face, contemplating the choice before him, and then respectfully bowed, saying, "Master, I have spent 7 years perusing the scriptures in the sutra repository and consider myself somewhat clever. Thus I desire to learn both. In the end, Sun Wukong acquired all the transformations of the heavenly and earthly spirits. To the Bodhi ancestor, it was evident that the stone monkey would only grow stronger, making future plans all the more feasible. Meanwhile, in the vast depths of the ocean within the East Sea Dragon Palace, the old Dragon King of the East was indulging in fine wine and delicacies, enjoying the dance of the clam spirits. Despite the bustling atmosphere within the palace, the old Dragon King felt a twinge of worry. Time was drawing near. He had inevitably stepped into the fray. So be it, if I must suffer shame. It is a small price to pay to restore the ancient glory of my clan. In the netherworld, the realm of reincarnation, the 10 kings of hell were also engaged in discussions, their sentiments starkly contrasting with those of the East Sea Dragon King. These 10 kings, who preside over the reincarnation of the 3 realms, expressed a sense of excitement and anticipation in their words. It is finally about to begin. Time flowed gently, and Sun Wukong eventually graduated from the sacred mountain of Lingtai. He was expelled from his master's tutelage for flaunting his skills in front of others and was instructed never to speak the name of Bodhi ancestor again. With his head bowed, he left the 3-star cave, yet his heart soared as he soared through the skies on his cloud towards Flower Fruit Mountain. A lowly golden immortal. After Sun Wukong departed, the Bodhi ancestor sat cross-legged in the great hall, pondering the stone monkey's final cultivation. He felt an unsettling sense of dissonance, but could not pinpoint the cause. At the same time, he felt a pang of regret. If only he had spent 10,000 years nurturing a lowly golden immortal, the consumption of various rare treasures and cultivation resources would be considered normal. Yet now, to have such a drain in just 3 years was disheartening, even for the Bodhi ancestor. The current 3 realms were not as they had been in ancient times. After several great wars, the celestial essence and resources had begun to dwindle. Thus, the difficulty of cultivation had naturally increased. A lowly golden immortal would be a more significant threat, but that would surely bring trouble to the netherworld and the East Sea Dragon Palace, the Bodhi ancestor mused. The spiritual entities born from the Chaos Stone possessed extraordinary talent, and during these 3 years, the stone monkey was eager to learn, frequently seeking guidance on powerful celestial techniques, which the Bodhi ancestor seldom refused. Therefore, in the eyes of the Bodhi ancestor, although the stone monkey was merely a lowly golden immortal now, he could contend with even high-ranking golden immortals. The netherworld and the East Sea Dragon Palace were not akin to the heavenly court, and such a stone monkey causing havoc within would surely make them suffer. However, having perused so many scriptures in the sutra repository, he should be able to temper his rebellious spirit, the Bodhi ancestor contemplated. When the Buddhist sect commenced its grand design, selecting the stone monkey as a pivotal figure, it was not solely due to his origin from the Chaos Stone, which promised immense strength once cultivated. There was also the allure of his innate rebelliousness. Without such audacity, the ensuing chaos would not unfold. However, the Bodhi ancestor was not concerned that the stone monkey would lose his defiance. After all, one's nature is hard to change. No matter how many books he read, he would still remain an unruly wild monkey. As the tale goes, it took Sun Wukong 10 years to traverse the sea to arrive at the sacred mountain. Yet upon his return, he soared back to Flower Fruit Mountain in an instant on his cloud. He beheld his blessed land, now occupied by a demon king, with his monkey kin living in dire straits. Though Sun Wukong had foreseen this day, he was still filled with rage. The lowly golden immortal, the monkey king, with no magical artifacts at hand, barehandedly defeated the demon king, reducing him to tears. Ultimately, the mighty bull demon king arrived with 5 brothers to apologize, transforming conflict into camaraderie, and they became sworn brothers, part of the 7 great demon kings. Later, the demon kings feasted at Water Curtain Cave, and as the revelry reached its peak, Sun Wukong lamented his lack of suitable magical weapons. An elder monkey approached with a suggestion that the East Sea Dragon Palace was replete with treasures, and he could seek a fitting weapon there. The Bull Demon King and the other sworn brothers concurred, asserting that the Dragon King indeed possessed fine treasures. Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with determination as he cast a fleeting glance at the elder monkey before heading straight for the East Sea Dragon Palace. Soon, tumultuous waves surged across the East Sea, as if the world were coming to an end. The raging waters threatened to inundate the heavens. In the span of a mere incense stick, a streak of light erupted from the sea, vanishing from sight. In the depths of the East Sea Dragon Palace, the old Dragon King, with broken arms and legs, gazed at the ruins of his palace, tears unshed. Didn't they claim to be weak? My palace, my treasures, my clam spirits. Beside him, the West Sea Dragon King, South Sea Dragon King, and North Sea Dragon King, all battered and bruised, approached clad in their battle armor, exchanging glances of disbelief. Although their losses were minor, merely injuries, they sensed something was amiss. This matter must not be spread, the East Sea Dragon King declared through gritted teeth. The other 3 Sea Dragon Kings exchanged glances of agreement. They had suffered blows. Could the 10 kings of hell escape unscathed? At this juncture, Sun Wukong had begun to break free from his restraints. According to the script, after the East Sea Dragon King presented him with the Rui Jingu Bang, and the other 3 Sea Dragon Kings offered him the purple gold crown, golden armor, and cloud-soaring boots, he would cease his rampage. Yet today, he acted on impulse, swinging the Rui Jingu Bang with abandon, reducing the East Sea Dragon Palace to rubble. He recognized that the East Sea Dragon King and the West Sea Dragon King were both golden immortals, while the remaining South Sea and North Sea Dragon Kings were high-ranking Tai golden immortals. In the envisioned future described by the dreaming sage, he was merely a Tai golden immortal. How could he hope to emerge unscathed from the East Sea Dragon Palace, while also returning with treasures? In the present day, Sun Wukong is no longer the Na'vi wild monkey king he once was. He has thoroughly perused the ancient texts housed within the 3 Stars Cave, emerging as a figure of profound knowledge. With his discerning eye, even without the foresight of the great dream realizer, he can perceive the underlying issues within the East Sea Dragon Palace, recognizing the presence of Buddhist influences. Thus, there is no room for sentimentality. He strikes decisively. Nonetheless, he remains mindful of the great dream realizer's admonition to refrain from taking lives. As he put it, should one engage in indiscriminate slaughter, it would not be an act of resistance, but rather a path to self-destruction. With his newfound wisdom, Sun Wukong appreciates the gravity of such words and resolves to avoid self-sabotage. However, events unfold in a manner not entirely scripted. Sun Wukong, alongside his sworn brothers, such as the Bull Demon King, spends his days exploring mountains and rivers, forging bonds within the demon community, and gradually establishing a formidable reputation. In this era of waning demon power, had it not been for the support of a quasi-saint, they would have likely been entirely subsumed by the Taoist and Buddhist factions. As a formidable Danlu golden immortal with a vibrant nature, coupled with his elevated intellect and emotional intelligence, Sun Wukong easily formed brotherly ties with many in the demon realm. In a mere 20 years, the name of Demon King Sun Wukong spread throughout the entire demon populace, particularly in the demon-rich region of North Jiuxu Prefecture. Soon, Sun Wukong reached the age of 342. At his birthday banquet, he intentionally indulged to the point of inebriation, allowing the emissary of the underworld to seize his soul and drag it to the netherworld. Consequently, chaos erupted in the underworld. A tempest of blood and wailing spirits ensued, leaving the 10 Yama kings in a state of despair as they beheld the devastation within the ghostly realm. The most powerful of them, King Yama, found his cultivation forcibly diminished from a low-grade Luo to a high-grade Tai. Fortunately, Sun Wukong understood that the underworld is the realm of reincarnation for all spirits. It could be tumultuous but not annihilated. Otherwise, the formidable beings concealed within the underworld would not allow him to exit unscathed. Chapter 77. Another preparation in the heavenly court within the 100 Flowers Garden. Jiuxu hivet asai. What troubles you? Inquired the flower fairy, who had been tending to the nursery, raising her head in concern. It was rare for her to hear Jiuxu sigh. In fact, this was the first time. A minor mishap, he replied. Is it serious? Not particularly. Just a small incident. Jiuxu raised a hand to smooth his brow, attempting to erase the creases of worry. How vexing. In truth, over 20 days prior, which equates to over 20 years in the lower realm, his primordial spirit had once again taken refuge near Flower Fruit Mountain. With Sun Wukong returning from his studies and undoubtedly growing in power, he could no longer send Laojun to monitor him, and instead opted to observe from a distance through his primordial spirit. However, unforeseen developments continued to unfold before his eyes. Sun Wukong had ascended to the status of a low-grade, Danlu golden immortal, although he had anticipated the monkey's unruly nature. This revelation still startled Jiuxu, leading him to inadvertently snap several plants, drawing a reprimand from the Flower Fairy. Then, when Sun Wukong stormed the Dragon Palace, his primordial spirit stealthily followed him to the depths of the sea, witnessing the entire spectacle. Following that, Sun Wukong spent over 20 years forging alliances with various powerful demons, solidifying his name as the Demon King throughout the demon realm. Was he intending to rally the entire demon community for a rebellion? This situation left Jiuxu perplexed. Yet he refrained from closely tailing his primordial spirit, as Sun Wukong often accompanied the Bull Demon King, a formidable adversary. The risk of discovery loomed should his spirit remain too close. Ultimately, chaos ensued in the underworld. Cautiously, Jiuxu's primordial spirit did not follow. But later inquiries revealed the 10 Yama kings had suffered greatly, with the strongest among them, King Yama, experiencing a significant decline in his cultivation. Fortunately, he was reassured by the knowledge that no lives were taken. This was the only aspect that allowed Jiuxu to breathe a sigh of relief, indicating that while Sun Wukong had unleashed his exuberance, he was still adhering to the overarching narrative of the journey to the west, not spiraling completely out of control. Thus, the forthcoming assembly in the Lingxiao Hall promised to be lively, Jiuxu mused. The East Sea Dragon King and King Yama would likely come forth to lodge complaints. As the Flower Fairy approached the medicinal garden, she observed that it had been reduced to barren soil, devoid of any growth. Jiuxu focused his thoughts and approached her. Previously, you instructed me to expand the area of the medicinal garden for cultivating the herbs required for the breaking barrier pill. However, the primary ingredients for the breaking barrier pill require exceedingly specific conditions for growth. Over a month has passed, and there are no signs of germination. Given the concentration of celestial energy in the 100 Flowers garden, it seems it will be many years before they mature, the Flower Fairy explained. Many years is not promising news for me, Jiuxu remarked. The formula for the breaking barrier pill, obtained during his registration at the Lingxiao Hall, was an ancient remedy long thought lost. The Lingxiao Hall, being the pinnacle of authority in the 3 realms, offered rewards of unparalleled quality. The herbs for crafting the breaking barrier pill had long been extinct in the 3 realms, and it was only through the Flower Fairy's discovery of the seeds in the Queen Mother's treasury that the possibility of concocting this pill arose. Yet, the growing conditions were exceedingly rigorous. The Flower Fairy had attempted various methods without success, ultimately relying on Jiuxu, who grafted 3 seeds using branches from a special apricot tree from the Jiuxu Palace. Naturally, this apricot tree possessed unique properties, abundant in celestial energy, enabling the seeds to thrive. In contrast, the celestial energy of the 100 Flowers garden was notably inferior, meaning even if the herbs germinated, their growth rate would lag significantly. With a gentle shake of his head, Jiuxu reflected, the breaking barrier pill can dispel myriad calamities. Though the terminology may differ, it all pertains to disaster and defilement. This is my contingency plan, intended to counter the myriad calamities dispersion formation, rather than to break it. Of course, this is merely a hypothesis, and I cannot ascertain whether the breaking barrier pill can indeed withstand the endless misfortunes brought forth by the formation. Yet, even if there exists but a mere 10% chance, it is worth the endeavor. Jiuxu, is the production of so many breaking barrier pills of great importance to you? The Flower Fairy inquired, noticing his prolonged silence. I command over 6,000 heavenly soldiers, and they frequently encounter numerous bloodthirsty entities in the heavenly barracks. I was considering having them all consume a breaking barrier pill. Jiuxu replied with a smile. Then I can seek several jars of spiritual liquid from the Queen Mother to water them day and night, hoping it might accelerate their growth, suggested the Flower Fairy. Spiritual liquid? That would be beneficial, Jiuxu nodded, deciding to cultivate some of the herbs initially to see how many breaking barrier pills could be produced. Very well. The Flower Fairy did not press further. This was a testament to the trust shared between them. Jiuxu's directives would be followed without question. The following day, within the Lingxiao Hall, the Jade Emperor sat upon his celestial throne, expressionless as he listened to the reports from the immortal officials and divine generals. The heavenly court did not convene daily. 2 or 3 times a month sufficed, and typically, there were no significant matters to address, merely procedural. Thus, under normal circumstances, the Jade Emperor remained stoic, his emotions unperturbed. Your Majesty, I have a matter to report. A divine general stepped forward. Proceed. I am tasked with overseeing the various demon tribes of the northern Jiuxu continent. Recently, I have discovered the sudden emergence of a demon king named Sun Wukong. This demon has gained considerable notoriety, yet his origins remain shrouded in mystery. It is known only that he possesses the prowess of a great Luo expert. I propose that we increase our personnel to conduct a thorough investigation. An unknown great Luo expert? The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow, glancing at the other celestial officials and divine generals present. The great Luo golden immortals of the three realms are few in number, and the sudden appearance of one with an unclear background is indeed noteworthy. Only the Star Lord of Mars showed a flicker of interest. From which clan does he hail? The Jade Emperor inquired once more. The divine general pondered briefly before responding. This demon's emergence is too abrupt. I can only ascertain that he is not from the Pung, Lion, Peacock, or Ox clans. However, he seems to have a close association with the Bull Demon King. Is he then a rogue Demon King? The Jade Emperor asked. I share your sentiment. This Sun Wukong appears to be a rogue demon of no significant background, having perhaps stumbled upon an opportunity to attain the Great Luo status. The general replied. The Jade Emperor nodded lightly. The four great continents of the lower realm are remnants of the ancient primordial land, indeed harboring many opportunities. Li Jing, at your service. Dispatch some skilled agents to the northern Jiuxu continent to assist in the investigation. As you command. Just as this discourse concluded, a report from the golden armored heavenly soldiers outside the palace interrupted. Your Majesty, the Dragon King of the East Sea and King Yama of the underworld have come to seek an audience. The Jade Emperor's gaze shifted. What brings them here? Let them enter, he replied indifferently. Before they arrived, their voices echoed within the hall. Your Majesty, you must take a stand for the old dragon. Your Majesty, the underworld is in dire straits. The lamentations were tinged with desperation. Chapter 78. The kind-hearted demon monkey, the dragon tribe possesses absolute authority in the seas and typically faces few insurmountable challenges. The underworld, governed jointly by the Taoist and Buddhist sects, with the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva overseeing it, seldom encounters trouble. As a result, the four sea dragon kings and the 10 Yama kings of the underworld, while under the jurisdiction of the heavenly court, rarely report to it. Now, even before the East Sea Dragon King and King Yama enter the hall, they began their cries of despair, sounding almost like a plea for help. This bewildered the Jade Emperor and the celestial officials and generals present. Soon, two figures, appearing utterly disheveled, emerged before the assembled deities. Upon recognizing them, the celestial officials exchanged glances, astonished by the severity of their condition. The East Sea Dragon King's legs appeared injured, clearly having been broken and not yet fully healed. Meanwhile, the once mighty King Yama's cultivation had plummeted to that of a high-grade Tai golden immortal. My lords, what has transpired? The Jade Emperor inquired, astonished. Your Majesty, the old dragon's home, his dragon palace, has been ravaged by a demon monkey, and treasures have been stolen. You must take a stand for the old dragon, implored the East Sea Dragon King. Your Majesty, the underworld is also suffering. That demon monkey wreak havoc in the underworld, tampering with the book of life and death, disrupting the heavenly order, and even causing my cultivation to regress. King Yama added, I beseech your Majesty to dispatch forces to capture the demon monkey. Their words were steeped in anger, helplessness, and sorrow. The Jade Emperor and the celestial officials exchanged glances as if they grasped the situation yet remained puzzled. Please, take your time to explain. Dragon King, you may begin, the Jade Emperor urged. Your Majesty, 20 years ago, that demon King Sun Wukong, the East Sea Dragon King began, his face flushed with rage. Wait, the Jade Emperor interjected, raising a hand. The Dragon King's prepared narrative faltered, leaving him momentarily stunned. At that moment, not only the Jade Emperor, but also the celestial officials were taken aback. Just moments earlier, they had heard of a demon king named Sun Wukong emerging from the northern Jiuxu continent. Now, they were hearing of him from the East Sea Dragon King. Sun Wukong? The Jade Emperor questioned, frowning. Reporting to your Majesty, he is a neighbor of the old dragon. The East Sea Dragon King quickly adjusted his demeanor. The Jade Emperor exchanged silent glances with the Star of Venus. A demon monkey? A neighbor of the East Sea Dragon King? It seems that Flower Fruit Mountain is quite close to the East Sea Dragon Palace, though the Heavenly Court had been tranquil of late. Both the Jade Emperor and the Star of Venus remained vigilant, anticipating the appearance of the stone monkey. And now it had arrived. Indeed, the East Sea Dragon King continued. Over 300 years ago, a celestial stone shattered on the shores of the East Sea, giving birth to a stone monkey. In recent years, he has somehow acquired an opportunity to attain the Great Luo status. He proclaims himself as Sun Wukong and has forcibly taken treasures from my dragon palace, including the treasured calming sea rod. Upon hearing this, the celestial officials and generals within the hall changed their expressions dramatically. Such audacity from that stone monkey? The calming sea rod, a treasure used by King Yu of ancient times to measure the depths of the sea, and he dares to seize it? This demon must be punished. 300 years ago, the stone monkey born from the celestial stone? That sounds somewhat familiar. A few celestial officials cautiously glanced at the Jade Emperor, recalling that he had previously mentioned, "Do not concern yourselves with him." Moreover, the East Sea Dragon King continued, his expression growing even more tragic. Not only did Sun Wukong steal the calming sea rod, but he also demanded armor and weapons. In a bid to prevent further conflict, I sought the assistance of the other 3 Sea Dragon Kings, offering up a purple gold crown, golden armor, and cloud-walking boots. However, this demon, merciless and treacherous, turned against us after receiving the treasures, directly dismantling my East Sea Dragon Palace. Your Majesty, you must take a stand for the old dragon. The East Sea Dragon King bowed deeply in reverence. Yet, the Jade Emperor remained unmoved. Why report this matter to me now, 20 years after it occurred? Your Majesty, the old dragon was gravely injured and unable to move. Only recently has he recovered somewhat and hurried to the Heavenly Court, fortuitously encountering King Yama, who is similarly afflicted by the demon monkey. The East Sea Dragon King explained with urgency. The Jade Emperor nodded slightly and turned to King Yama. And you, Yama, what has transpired in the underworld due to Sun Wukong? King Yama promptly recounted the chaos caused by Sun Wukong in the underworld and presented the tampered book of life and death. The Jade Emperor perused the document for a moment before suddenly inquiring, were the casualties in the East Sea Dragon Palace and the underworld? The East Sea Dragon King and King Yama exchanged glances before responding. That demon monkey caused significant disruption. Aside from injuring us, no other lives were lost. Although the demon monkey has not engaged in mass slaughter, he is exceedingly vicious. We implore your Majesty to dispatch troops and generals to capture the demon monkey. Please, your Majesty, apprehend the demon monkey. They both cried out fervently, immediately prostrating themselves. The Jade Emperor surveyed the two of them, then scanned the hall, before solemnly declaring, which of the divine generals is willing to descend and subdue the demon monkey? The divine generals hesitated. They had all witnessed the dire condition of the East Sea Dragon King and King Yama. Who among them would dare to confront the demon monkey? The risk of failing to subdue him and suffering losses of their own was daunting. At this moment, Neza would have been the ideal choice. Yet he was currently stationed at the South Heavenly Gate. As the divine generals deliberated, Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, I am willing to lead troops to the lower realm." The Jade Emperor glanced at the Star of Venus. Hold on. The Star of Venus immediately understood. Stepping forward to say, "Your Majesty, I believe it is best to avoid conflict." The Jade Emperor frowned slightly. "Your Majesty, that stone monkey is a rare spirit born of heaven and earth. Tai Bai Jinxing, having attained immortality through his cultivation, observed that his recent mischief had not cost any lives. This indicates a benevolent heart, akin to that of ordinary mortals. Why not issue a decree from the heavens, summoning the stone monkey to the celestial realm, bestowing upon him a title, thereby imposing some restraint? If he accepts the heavenly mandate, it would bring universal joy, sparing the need for military mobilization, while also showcasing the celestial court's method of embracing immortals. Should he refuse, capturing him can be executed at a later time." Tai Bai Jinxing's proposition elicited nods of agreement from the celestial officials and divine generals within the Grand Hall. It was indeed a prudent suggestion. To confront a formidable Danlu demon king could result in considerable casualties among the immortals. Only the Dragon King of the East Sea and King Yinlu exchanged glances, their expressions inscrutable, then turned to Tai Bai Jinxing with a demeanor that suggested suppressed indignation. The East Sea Dragon King's nostrils flared in anger. Your benevolence is commendable. Our home has been destroyed, our treasures lost. Our cultivation has been diminished. Who knows when we shall recover? Is this truly benevolence? Yet, the Jade Emperor nodded in agreement. Very well. Take some heavenly soldiers to the mortal realm and summon him. Tai Bai Jinxing understood that the Jade Emperor subtly implied he should bring Jiuxu along. In the heavenly court, Jiuxu was the one most familiar with the stone monkey, having previously assigned people to monitor him. In the Lingxiao Palace, the Wuching Star Lord had remained largely silent and composed. Upon witnessing Tai Bai Jinxing's suggestion and the Jade Emperor's approval, he felt a profound sense of emotion. To the other celestial officials and divine generals, the Jade Emperor's decision to summon the demon was without issue. Although the demon race was currently weak, they remained a force not to be underestimated across the three realms. The Taoist and Buddhist sects frequently sought to recruit powerful demon kings to bolster their ranks. Wuching Star Lord, aware of the Buddhist sect schemes, held a differing opinion on the matter. He recalled that during a previous visit from the Buddhist sect, the venerable Kasayapa had informed him that after the stone monkey's rampage in the Dragon Palace and the underworld, it was highly likely the Jade Emperor would opt for summoning him. Indeed, everything unfolded as Kasayapa had foretold. The Emperor must have recognized the stone monkey's potential threat. Given the Emperor's character, he would certainly contemplate preserving the stone monkey's life, perhaps even drawing him closer to uncover the issues surrounding him, rather than resorting to outright capture and extermination. What a meticulous strategy! Wuching Star Lord marveled at the intricate planning that anticipated the thoughts of both the Emperor and Tai Bai Jinxing. Silently, he watched as Tai Bai Jinxing departed the hall, while the East Sea Dragon King and King Yinlu left in a huff. It was about to commence. Wuching Star Lord mused, as the next phase of his own actions awaited. In the Tianshang 9th Patrol Team, Tai Bai Jinxing clarified his intentions. I am to summon the Demon King, Sun Wukong. Jiuxu's words, divided into 3 segments, expressed considerable astonishment. Your Excellency, are you certain? I am but a lowly Tai Golden Immortal, tasked with summoning a Danlu Golden Immortal. I have heard tales of the demon race's ferocity. What if he were to strike me down with a single blow? Before Jiuxu could finish, Tai Bai Jinxing interjected, You and I shall go to Huawu Mountain together. Tai Bai Jinxing shook his head in resignation. Jiuxu feigned ease. Exhaling deeply, you have been monitoring the stone monkey. Among the heavenly beings, you understand him best. Let us descend to the mortal realms swiftly. At your command, Jiuxu saluted, internally thinking, at last, we shall meet officially. Although the dream of the great dreamer had already encountered the monkey in dreams, meeting him in person felt entirely different. Upon exiting the southern heavenly gate, they summoned a cloud and flew towards the eastern victory divine continent. Is this finally the experience of leaving the novice village? Jiuxu reflected, surveying the vast expanse of earth and sky. In a brief moment, they beheld the boundless ocean and the majestic Huawu Mountain rising by its shores. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong awaited quietly in the water curtain cave, anticipating the arrival of Tai Bai Jinxing, the celestial messenger dispatched by the Jade Emperor to summon him. According to the great dreamer, Tai Bai Jinxing was among the few immortals who treated him sincerely, and he resolved to extend a warm welcome. Sun Wukong considered this, as he had nearly fully embraced the words of the great dreamer. The stronger he became, the more he appreciated the formidable nature of this ancient immortal, even as he whimsically deviated from some established paths. Events continued to align with the narrative of the journey to the west as foretold by the great dreamer. Before long, a young monkey reported from outside the cave. Great King, an old man and a young man have arrived, claiming to be heavenly messengers sent by the Jade Emperor to invite you. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. 2 immortals? Then he recalled that the great dreamer hadn't specified how many celestial beings would come to summon him. He smiled and said, Please invite them in. At the same time, he stepped outside to greet them. Having read many books, he understood the etiquette involved. Outside the water curtain cave, a white-haired elder and a tall young man soon arrived, welcomed by the gathered monkeys. As a low-tier Danlu, Sun Wukong's keen eyes discerned immediately that the elder was far more powerful than he, undoubtedly a master among the Danlu, while the youth appeared average. Merely a low-tier Tai. I am Tai Bai Jinxing, celestial official of the heavenly court. This is Jiuxu, the Tianshang 9th Heavenly General. Today, We come bearing the Jade Emperor's decree, inviting you to ascend to the celestial realm and receive your title, Tai Jinxing announced. Excellent news. Thank you, esteemed messengers, for your arrival. Sun Wukong laughed heartily and instructed the nearby young monkeys. Hurry, prepare a banquet. I wish to honor these two esteemed messengers properly. As he spoke, a glint of sharp intelligence flickered in his eyes, particularly directed at Jiuxu. The ninth heavenly general, Jiuxu, 2 nines? Tai Jinxing remained oblivious to the unusual glances exchanged between Sun Wukong and Jiuxu. He initially cast a glance at Jiuxu, recalling their earlier discussion on the journey. Jiuxu had suggested using the term invite rather than summon. Indeed, this approach had garnered Sun Wukong's favor, leading him to organize a banquet, contrary to the rumored ferocity. Then, Tai Jinxing continued, Great King, we bear the Emperor's command and cannot linger long. I implore you to ascend to the heavenly realm with us. Very well. I was just contemplating a visit to the heavens, Sun Wukong replied. Jiuxu observed the familiar scene from the sidelines. Acutely aware of the exchanged glances between Sun Wukong and Tai Jinxing. However, he remained silent, firstly because it was not his place to speak, and secondly, he was still in awe, for upon arriving outside the water curtain cave, the sign-in system had notified him that this location could be signed in. Sign-in successful. You have received the primordial Earth Spirit Pearl. The Earth Spirit Pearl? Had it changed again? No, it now bore the word primordial. Could it be a primordial spiritual treasure? Jiuxu pondered internally, yet he did not divert his attention to examine this reward information, as Tai Jinxing declined the banquet invitation. Sun Wukong wasted no words and followed suit, soaring back to the heavenly realm. During their flight, Jiuxu noticed Sun Wukong fidgeting and scratching his head while conversing with Tai Jinxing, casting furtive glances in his direction multiple times. This seemingly normal action elicited a silent chuckle from Jiuxu. It appears that the fearless Monkey King, Sun Wukong, has nearly completely placed his trust in the Great Dream Sage. Initially, he utilized the identity of the Great Dream Sage to inform Sun Wukong that he could seek out celestial beings related to the number 9 for potential assistance. Albeit without intentionally forging friendships, it is evident that Sun Wukong has taken this advice to heart, refraining from approaching him for conversation, as doing so would seem somewhat contrived, given that his superficial cultivation is merely at the lower tier of Tai, while Sun Wukong is a Grand Luo Golden Immortal. Understanding this, Jiuxu also chose not to engage Sun Wukong, opting for silence. Meanwhile, he discreetly examined the rewards from the recent sign-in. In the system's repository, he found the world-destroying Black Lotus occupying the first position and a yellowish orb in second place, ranking ahead of the 3 Great Heavenly Fires he had previously obtained from signing in at the 3 Pure Ones realm. Among all the treasures acquired through sign-ins, its position as second is quite remarkable. Jiuxu was genuinely delighted. Chapter 80. Continuing the performance. Let us see who has issues the vast expanse of heaven and earth knows no bounds. 3 clouds sped swiftly towards the celestial realm, with Sun Wukong and the Star of White Jade in the lead, while Jiuxu trailed behind. Upon witnessing the ranking of the primordial Earth Spirit Pearl in the system's storage, Jiuxu covertly glanced at the Star of White Jade, feeling that this celestial figure is indeed his lucky star, as every time he seeks assistance, it brings him fortune. The first occasion was when the Star of White Jade delivered the decree of the Jade Emperor, appointing him as the 9th Heavenly Patrol Officer to investigate the disturbances caused by the demonic sect, granting him the authority to roam the Heavenly Court and sign in at various locations. The second instance was when the Star of White Jade again brought the Jade Emperor's edict, permitting him entry into the 3 Pure Ones realm, bestowing upon him a significant opportunity. With the treasures acquired from signing in at the 3 Pure Ones realm, he ascended to the upper tier of Grand Luo in less than a year. Without such fortune, he could not have cultivated to this level so swiftly. The third time was this occasion, where he joined in the pacification efforts, ultimately signing in at Flowerfruit Mountain and acquiring his second primordial spirit treasure. Jiuxu redirected his gaze, refocusing on the sign-in rewards. Primordial Earth Spirit Pearl, a primordial treasure formed from the essence of the earth at the dawn of creation. With this treasure, one can command all earth-related entities, After reading the description, he confirmed that this was not the Earth Spirit Pearl from the Celestial Sword. Moreover, while the information regarding the primordial Earth Spirit Pearl was succinct, Jiuxu understood that this treasure was extraordinary and defied the heavens. To command all Earth-related entities meant that as long as he wielded this treasure while standing on the ground, he could alter mountains and rivers with a mere wave of his hand. This was fundamentally different from moving mountains and draining seas, which required external force to forcibly alter landscapes. By using the primordial Earth Spirit Pearl, one could fundamentally transform the configuration of the Earth. Flower Fruit Mountain is indeed remarkable to yield such a treasure. Jiuxu mused. It is no wonder that Sun Wukong could not have come into being otherwise. Furthermore, from another perspective, Dongxing Shenzhou is divided into 3 islands and 10 continents, and Flower Fruit Mountain serves as the ancestral vein of these regions. Such a rich heritage and origin must be profound. With the primordial Earth Spirit Pearl, there must also be other primordial spirit pearls representing the 5 elements, such as the primordial Gold Spirit Pearl and the primordial Wood Spirit Pearl. This thought flickered through Jiuxu's mind, reflecting on Jing Tian's existence. Jiuxu speculated whether the goddess Nuwa from the Celestial Sword crafted the 5 spirit pearls based on the primordial 5 spirit pearls. With the strength of the 3 of them, traversing heaven and earth was but a moment's work. Just as Jiuxu was deep in thought, they arrived at the heavenly court. At this moment, Jiuxu did not have the qualifications to ascend the hall, and he directly returned to the 9th Patrol Team. The Star of White Jade, meanwhile, took Sun Wukong to the Lingxiao Hall. Before leaving, Sun Wukong cast a silent glance at Jiuxu's back. At this moment, the assembly in the Lingxiao Hall had not yet dispersed, as they awaited the arrival of the Monkey King, Sun Wukong. Shortly thereafter, the Star of White Jade led in a striking Monkey King adorned with a purple golden crown, golden armor, and cloud-stepping shoes into the Lingxiao Hall. This appearance was quite different from what the Jade Emperor and the celestial officials had envisioned. They had anticipated a fearsome demon king, but were taken aback by his valor. "Your Majesty, I have brought Sun Wukong," the Star of White Jade announced with a bow. The Jade Emperor nodded lightly, his gaze falling upon Sun Wukong. "I have seen the Jade Emperor." Sun Wukong imitated the bow, but did so rather awkwardly, resembling an uncultured wild monkey. This comical display elicited laughter from the celestial officials. "Sun Wukong, you have caused disturbances in the underworld and destroyed the Dragon Palace of the East Sea." The Jade Emperor spoke slowly. "Recognizing the difficulties you've faced in becoming an immortal, I have summoned you to the heavenly court to serve as an official and atone for your misdeeds. Are you willing?" "Thank you, Your Majesty. I am willing." Sun Wukong clasped his hands together and scratched his face, his expression brimming with excitement. He had become quite adept at handling such situations, with gestures and expressions that betrayed no hint of uncertainty. The Jade Emperor turned his attention to the assembled celestial officials, inquiring, where should Sun Wukong serve? The celestial officials exchanged glances, a sense of difficulty enveloping them. Who would dare to take such a powerful Grand Luo expert, who had just wreaked havoc in the East Sea and disturbed the underworld, under their command? Finally, the Star Lord of Martial Stars stepped forward, offering a suggestion. "Your Majesty, currently, there are no vacancies in the various palaces and halls of the Heavenly Court. I recall that the Horse Monitoring Bureau still has a position for a chief manager." The Star of White Jade's expression shifted slightly, and he rushed over to whisper, "Are you suggesting he manage horses?" The Star Lord of Martial Stars, however, seemed unconcerned and stated plainly, "For a newly arrived Demon King in the Heavenly Court, this position is already quite significant." The Star of White Jade opened his mouth to say something, but at that moment, Sun Wukong scratched his face and leaped forward, asking, "Oh, is this position not significant?" "It's quite grand." "Indeed it is," the Star Lord of Martial Stars replied. "Ha!" Sun Wukong chuckled, causing the Star Lord of Martial Stars to feel uneasy, as if his intentions had been discerned. In the next moment, Sun Wukong leaped back to the center of the hall, exuberantly proclaiming to the Jade Emperor, "That's splendid. That's splendid. I'll take this position." The Jade Emperor and the Star of White Jade exchanged glances, both nodding slightly. "Then let Sun Wukong serve as the chief manager of horse monitoring," the Jade Emperor decreed. Sun Wukong clasped his hands in gratitude, his face radiating joy, while internally he marveled at the situation. Following this official appointment, He harbored not a shred of doubt or wariness towards the great dream sage. He pondered in secret about the true origins of this venerable immortal, who seemed to possess an uncanny ability to foresee events occurring within the heavenly court with impeccable accuracy. This was indeed the heavenly court, a gathering of countless celestial beings. Sun Wukong, being an educated demon king, viewed matters from a perspective distinctly different from that of truly savage demon kings. Though he had never been to the heavenly court, his years of understanding while in the lower realms had granted him insight into its formidable nature. The great dream sage's foresight was astonishingly precise, marking him as one of the rare, extraordinary beings across the three realms. With these realizations, Sun Wukong felt increasingly confident about the events to come. Knowing the script, I have now secured an invincible position. The official appointment in the Lingxiao Hall concluded. The Jade Emperor instructed the Star Lord of Wood Virtue to escort Sun Wukong to the Horse Monitoring Bureau, and the assembly was dispersed. Subsequently, he and the Star of White Jade made their way to the Hall of Clarity. Inside the Hall of Clarity, the Jade Emperor first changed into a moon-white robe before lightly rubbing his forehead, inquiring, "Star of White Jade, have you discerned anything?" At this moment, those who take the initiative to step forward may indeed harbor ulterior motives, Tai Bai Jinxing remarked. Could it be that Li Jing also has issues? Cough, Your Majesty. I merely spoke without thinking, he added. Then let's keep a watchful eye on them. Since they are attempting to exploit Sun Wukong, I shall place Sun Wukong before them and observe who will be swayed. Your wisdom is unparalleled, Your Majesty. Chapter 81. The Monkey's Dread for 3 consecutive days. Sun Wukong remained remarkably composed, leaving the celestial beings in the heavenly court perplexed. Could it be that this so-called demon king is a mere impostor, truly causing no trouble? In the Lingxiao Palace, the dismal appearances of the Dragon King of the East Sea and King Yanluo, although not widely disseminated among the celestial officials after the court was dismissed, were nonetheless known to the majority of the heavenly beings. Thus, in their eyes, this demon King Sun Wukong was a figure of ruthless bloodlust. Yet, Sun Wukong had remained utterly inactive for 3 days, diligently overseeing the celestial steeds, which left many bewildered. Could such a ferocious demon king truly be so compliant? In the northern region of the heavenly court, within the mansion of the Star Lord of Martial Rhythm, he sat in the main hall, his brow furrowed as he perused a document detailing the various matters Sun Wukong had engaged in over the past few days, all meticulously recorded. After a considerable time, an inexplicable glimmer of insight flickered in his eyes. The effects of these discussions had yet to fully manifest. He decided to allow Sun Wukong to revel in his newfound status for a while longer. When the opportunity arose, not only would the discourse need to ferment, but the Star Lord of Martial Rhythm also remembered the last counsel given by Elder Cassiopeia. Upon Sun Wukong's ascension, he must refrain from acting impulsively, for given the disposition of the Jade Emperor, it was certain that he would dispatch someone to monitor any celestial beings who had interacted with Sun Wukong. On that day in the Lingxiao Palace, it was indeed he who had suggested Sun Wukong take the position of the stable master, thus establishing a connection. Jiuxu had also been tracking Sun Wukong's movements in recent days. After all, Sun Wukong had begun to exhibit unruly behavior in the mortal realm. Should he continue such transgressions in the heavenly court, it would be quite troublesome even before the grand upheaval in heaven commenced. Soon, on the 4th day of Sun Wukong's ascension to the celestial realm, Jiuxu, under the pretext of investigating a case, took a stroll through the 3 Pure Lands before heading to the 100 Flowers Garden. Recently, the Flower Fairy had been utilizing the spiritual liquid and nectar to cultivate herbs for the breakthrough elixir. At Jiuxu's request, she had prepared to cultivate a selection of herbs in advance for alchemical refinement. Jiuxu visited the 100 Flowers Garden almost daily, not only to inspect the herbs, but also to observe the people. Upon arriving, he spotted the Flower Fairy tending to the herbs with the spiritual liquid and nectar from a distance. He approached and assisted in watering them. The spiritual liquid and nectar from the goddess contains far more celestial energy than what we have here in the 100 Flowers Garden. Judging by the growth of these herbs, they should be ready for harvest in a few days, the Flower Fairy remarked with a smile. Then, you should prepare some breakthrough elixirs when the time comes. Jiuxu replied with a smile. Although he wore a cheerful expression, a faint sigh escaped his heart. The dozens of herbs before him would yield only a handful of breakthrough elixirs, far from sufficient. However, he could not display this sentiment in front of the flower fairy, lest he squander her efforts. The spiritual liquid and nectar were treasures of the Jiuxu, capable of assisting celestial beings in refining their essence. It was a rare boon for ordinary celestial beings to obtain even a mere 10 drops. The flower fairy had recently sought 3 jars from the Queen Mother, and although the Queen Mother said nothing, repeatedly requesting such quantities could become problematic. After all, the Queen Mother was not an ordinary celestial being, and the more she indulged the flower fairy, the more likely she might harbor other thoughts. As they continued to water the herbs and engage in conversation, the day swiftly passed. Approaching dusk, the flower fairy glanced at the sky and suddenly said, "By the way, after you left yesterday, the Jade Ring and her sisters came to see me, saying there were some matters they found inconvenient to handle and requested your assistance. They should be arriving shortly if you leave later today." The 7 fairies? Jiuxu nodded, not probing further into the details. He presumed it was not a difficult matter. Otherwise, the flower fairy would have taken the initiative to address it. Before long, footsteps echoed from outside the garden, and the 7 fairies entered the 100 Flowers garden, laughing. "Greetings, General Ji." The eldest fairy, Yuhuan, and her 6 sisters bowed in respect. "No need for such formalities." Jiuxu replied with a smile, then directly said, "I heard from the flower fairy that you have some matters requiring my assistance." His phrasing alleviated the tension among the 7 fairies, for Jiuxu's status was now beyond the ordinary. Though they were close attendants of the Queen Mother, their cultivation and standing paled in comparison to his. They feared rejection should they directly ask for his help. At that moment, Yuhuan noticed the flower fairy nearby and nodded her head. Only then did she feel completely at ease, bowing and saying, "It is like this. Each year, we sisters travel to the Yun-En mountain range in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent to gather spiritual fruits for the Queen Mother. The mountain range is vast and intricate, with spiritual fruits scattered throughout, making the gathering process quite time-consuming. In previous years, we utilized celestial steeds to save considerable time, but this year, upon reaching this point, Jiuxu understood the implication. Today, the personnel overseeing the celestial steeds had changed. In previous years, the stable master was always a golden immortal, allowing the 7 fairies to borrow celestial steeds without hesitation. Now that Sun Wukong had taken on the role of stable master, the situation had become complicated. After all, he was one who focused solely on the peaches, disregarding the fairies. "General Ji, I have heard that the new stable master is a fearsome demon king." The lively little fairy, Jiuxu, exclaimed, her eyes wide. Did he not swallow 10,000 clam spirits and consume 10,000 little ghosts? Jiuxu was taken aback. 10,000 clam spirits? Is that what they call ferocity? That is sheer madness. Who is spreading such rumors? This is a deliberate attempt to incite hostility against Sun Wukong among the celestial beings. Without a doubt, it is that old fox, the Star Lord of martial rhythm. Yuxiao, Yuhuan lightly reprimanded. Yuxiao stuck out her tongue and stepped back, yet she had voiced the sister's concerns. "Do not worry," Jiuxu chuckled. "You are concerned that Sun Wukong may be difficult to approach and may refuse to lend you celestial steeds? Forgive us, General Ji," Yuhuan replied. "That stable master is indeed a great Luo golden immortal. We are not familiar with him, and, as we are not celestial officials, we lack the authority to borrow celestial steeds. If we were to approach him directly, it may prove challenging to secure their loan. Hence, we trouble you to assist us in borrowing a few celestial steeds." Jiuxu understood their predicament. In the heavenly court, the celestial steeds were rather limited, with only about 1,000 available in the entire stable office. Typically, only the highest-ranking celestial beings were eligible to ride them. Even the 7 fairies, as close attendants of the Queen Mother, did not have such privileges. Hence, they could only request to borrow them rather than commandeer them. Noticing Jiuxu's silence, the 7 fairies exchanged glances, feeling somewhat uneasy. The flower fairy, with a smile, chimed in a few days ago. "It was you and Lord Tai Bai who brought the stable master to the heavenly court. Yuhuan and the others believe that the stable master would certainly grant you some favor. Do not worry. Leave it to me," Jiuxu replied with resolute confidence. "Then we thank you, General Ji." Yuhuan and her sisters bowed once more. Jiuxu waved his hand with a smile. He comprehended the concerns of the 7 fairies and recognized the viciousness of the rumors. The celestial officials above held only a slight trepidation towards Sun Wukong, but they did not take him seriously. However, these rumors instilled fear among the ordinary celestial beings below, causing them to shudder at the mention of the Monkey King. Chapter 82. The non-existent River of Heaven in the eastern domain of the Heavenly Court. Within the Horse Management Bureau, the newly appointed horse supervisor, Sun Wukong, managed the celestial steeds with remarkable efficiency. This astonished the supervising officials, including the bureau chief and other minor officials such as clerks and strongmen. Despite being a mighty demon king with the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, he appeared oblivious to many matters, yet he was not easily deceived. While he often jested, he was decidedly serious when it came to his duties. One day, a small celestial strongman hurriedly entered the Horse Management Bureau. My lord, he exclaimed upon entering the main hall. Speak your mind. I am listening, Sun Wukong replied, scratching his ear as he rose from the table. My lord, you instructed me to keep an eye on the marshal of the heavenly army, and today he has returned, the strongman reported. Oh, Sun Wukong scratched his face, his eyes darting mischievously. Then let us go to the River of Heaven to release the horses today. The River of Heaven? The strongman's expression changed instantly, filled with alarm. My lord, you must not. That river is under the command of Marshal Tianpeng. We cannot afford to offend him. Cease your prattling. I have not asked you to go, Sun Wukong said, and with a flick of his form, he vanished. In mere moments, the sound of galloping celestial steeds filled the air as over 1,000 magnificent heavenly horses thundered out from the Horse Management Bureau, charging towards the River of Heaven. Sun Wukong rode at the forefront, his laughter echoing above the bureau. Oh no, this is disastrous. The strongman turned pale, collapsing to the ground. Though he had acted on Sun Wukong's command to gather news about the marshal, should anything go awry, he would not escape punishment. The hard-earned status of an immortal seemed destined to vanish. What should I do? He fretted. Is Marshal Tianpeng someone to be trifled with? Leading the Celestial Water Army. The marshal was formidable and held a prestigious position. Even if Sun Wukong, a great Luo golden immortal, clashed with him, he would likely only lose his title. Whereas this humble celestial strongman faced grave danger. As the strongman wallowed in despair, a gentle voice reached his ears. Is Supervisor Sun present? The strongman noticed a figure clad in crimson armor entering the main hall. A celestial general? He thought, suddenly alert, and he scrambled to his feet, bowing respectfully. I greet the esteemed general. I am Jiuxu, the 9th Heavenly General. I seek Supervisor Sunday. Where is he? Jiuxu inquired with a light smile, although he sensed that the strongman appeared shaken. General? The strongman recalled who he was. He knew that this was a rising star in the heavenly court over the past 2 years, although he still fell short compared to the celestial officials of Lingxiao Palace. He was undeniably a great immortal in the eyes of the lesser celestial beings. It is said that General and Lord Taibai were responsible for bringing Supervisor Sun down to the mortal realm, the strongman thought. Forgive me, General, but our supervisor has gone to release the horses at the River of Heaven. Release the horses at the River of Heaven? Jiuxu's expression shifted to one of confusion. He recalled a scene from the television adaptation of Journey to the West, where there was mention of the River of Heaven, though it was absent from the original text. Therefore, when he transformed into Dreaming Jinren to meet Sun Wukong in his dreams, he did not mention this scene. General, you must save me, the strongman pleaded, recounting how Sun Wukong had sent him to gather news about Marshal Tianpeng. Realization dawned on Jiuxu. The Monkey King was up to his mischievous antics again. Having listened to Journey to the West, Sun Wukong was aware that Marshal Tianpeng had been banished to the mortal realm and had become his brother, Zhu Beiji. Another member of their party, the curtain-lifting general, had already been demoted 2 years prior. Thus, among the celestial beings, Sun Wukong was most familiar with Marshal Tianpeng. His current venture to the River of Heaven was likely an attempt to meet with the marshal. What would transpire next? Jiuxu could not be certain, as such events were not depicted in the original text. In the television series, Marshal Tianpeng was subdued by Sun Wukong, but upon reflection, that seemed absurd. How could the marshal, who commanded the Celestial Water Army, be easily dealt with? Jiuxu, having spent over 2 years in the heavenly court, was well aware of Marshal Tianpeng's formidable background. Once, when Tianpeng was a mere mortal, he encountered a great immortal, consumed a celestial pill, and ascended to the status of a great Luo. Upon entering the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor appointed him as the marshal, placing him in charge of the celestial water army, second only to the Grand Marshal Li Jing. Moreover, Tianpeng was bestowed with the nine-toothed rake, a treasure of immense power, surpassing even Sun Wukong's golden staff. Such a meteoric rise could only hint at a significant backing. Who, then, was the ally of Marshal Tianpeng? The nine-toothed rake was crafted through the collaboration of Taishang Laojun and other celestial immortals specifically for Tianpeng. Jiuxu could confidently assert that Marshal Tianpeng was undoubtedly an unnamed disciple of Laojun. This connection allowed Zhu Beiji to thrive within the journey to the West team, sharing in its fortune and benefits. General Ji, you must help me, the strongman implored again, clutching at straws. However, Jiuxu paid him no mind and turned to leave. He was not a fool and would not make empty promises to the celestial strongman. If Sun Wukong, in a fit of whimsy, truly clashed with Marshal Tianpeng and stirred up trouble, the celestial strongman who had assisted in gathering intelligence would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. In the eyes of the heavenly beings, Jiuxu was merely a Tai golden immortal. In such a scenario, would he dare to boast about rescuing the celestial strongman? Others would surely deem him arrogant and presumptuous. Of course, Jiuxu suspected that Sun Wukong merely sought to amuse himself and tease Marshal Tianpeng, rather than instigate conflict. Thus, the celestial strongman would likely emerge unscathed. Therefore, ignoring the matter was the wisest course of action. As Jiuxu pondered this, he hastened towards the River of Heaven, soon arriving at the expansive heavenly waters at the eastern edge of the heavenly court. A magnificent river stretched across the boundless celestial realm, its width immeasurable and its waves grand. With a thunderous sound, over 1,000 celestial steeds galloped through the River of Heaven, sending splashes of water soaring. Sun Wukong rode a white celestial horse at the lead, laughing joyfully, unrestrained. Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder echoed, and the River of Heaven surged with towering waves. A figure clad in silver-gray armor, wielding a nine-toothed rake, surged forth from the opposite bank, demanding, "Who dares disturb the order of the River of Heaven?" Chapter 83. I am Marshal Tianpeng. The River of Heaven was vast, and Jiuxu scoured its banks until he finally spotted Sun Wukong amidst the herd of celestial steeds. He initially intended to call Sun Wukong back, but when a figure flew across from the other side of the heavenly river, Jiuxu decisively halted at the riverbank. Merely observing from a distance, his gaze fixed upon that figure. Previously, during his patrols of the Lingxiao Palace, he had glimpsed Marshal Tianpeng several times. Contrary to expectations, Marshal Tianpeng was not as corpulent as imagined. Rather, he possessed a dignified presence, a straight nose, and a chiseled face, appearing as a quintessential handsome man. At this moment, the striking figure clad in silver-gray battle armor stood atop a towering wave, wielding a nine-toothed rake, directing it towards the galloping Sun Wukong. "Who are you to wreak havoc in the heavenly river?" Marshal Tianpeng commanded from his elevated position. Clearly, he had discerned that this galloping monkey was not of ordinary strength. Though he was of lower-tier Danlu, he emanated an aura of intimidation, which is why he refrained from attacking immediately. "Huh!" Sun Wukong whistled, and as if obeying a command, over 1,000 celestial steeds came to a halt. He then scrutinized Marshal Tianpeng, laughing. "I am the newly appointed Baima, one of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office. And you are? Baima Wen?" Marshal Tianpeng expressed confusion, pondering for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Ah, Baima Wen. Listen well. I am Marshal Tianpeng, commander of the Heavenly River's naval forces," he proclaimed with pride. "This is the domain of the Heavenly River. You shall not act recklessly. Quickly remove your steed from the river." "Oh," Sun Wukong arched an eyebrow. "What if I refuse to leave?" "Huh," Marshal Tianpeng sneered coldly. "Then prepare to experience the might of my rake." Although uncertain about this Baima Wen's capabilities, he acted without hesitation. After all, standing by the riverbank was a red-armored celestial general, and with spectators present, he could not afford to lose face. Boom! The nine-toothed rake, accompanied by a fierce gale, surged forth like a tidal wave towards Sun Wukong. "Haha, come at me." Sun Wukong laughed heartily, tossing his purple gold crown aside. He then stepped forth, standing firm in the void, while his golden staff expanded, growing thicker and longer, thrusting upward with great force. With a single strike, infused with boundless might, He shattered the towering waves, and the nine-toothed rake descended upon him, colliding in an instant. Neither utilized any celestial techniques. This was purely a clash of strength. Initially, there was no sound, merely an invisible shock wave radiating from the point of impact. The next moment, the heavens seemed to tremble as the void of the celestial realm cracked open with terrifying fissures, releasing waves of ominous energy. Below, the heavenly river erupted, torrents of water surging through the cosmos, transforming the once grand river surface into a vast abyssal whirlpool, as if capable of swallowing everything. Had the celestial steeds not retreated promptly upon sensing the danger, they would have surely been obliterated in that instant. This was a battle at the level of the Luo Golden Immortals. Even a mere contest of strength could unleash residual waves potent enough to severely injure an ordinary Tai Golden Immortal. Thus, Jiuxu remained at the riverbank, quietly observing. With his own superior to Luo cultivation, he clearly understood the exchange taking place. It was often said that Zhu Beiji from Journey to the West was not weak, merely unwilling to exert himself. Witnessing the battle between Marshal Tianpeng and Sun Wukong firsthand indeed substantiated this claim. In this straightforward contest of strength, the two were evenly matched. Of course, Marshal Tianpeng was a mid-tier to Luo, wielding the innate treasure, the nine-toothed rake, while Sun Wukong was merely a lower tier to Luo, with his golden staff being a lesser innate treasure. Thus, in this regard, Sun Wukong's innate strength and potential were superior. Jiuxu grasped this insight, and naturally, Marshal Tianpeng, as a participant in the battle, understood it as well. After their encounter, Marshal Tianpeng hovered in the void, regarding Sun Wukong with a serious expression. "Who exactly are you? I have never seen you in the heavenly court before." "Who am I? I am the Monkey King Sun Wukong of the Water Curtain Cave in Flower Fruit Mountain," Sun Wukong declared, hands on his hips. "Sun Wukong?" Marshal Tianpeng nodded, still somewhat proud. "You possess considerable strength, little brother. I shall remember you." "Heh." Sun Wukong suddenly sneered. "Little brother? How presumptuous." With that, he swung his staff again, preparing for another strike. Wait, little brother, let us settle this amicably. Why resort to weapons?" Marshal Tianpeng abruptly changed his tone, waving his hands. Having witnessed the monkey's prowess, he realized that if they continued to fight, a clear victor would not emerge anytime soon. Given the commotion they had just caused, it was likely that numerous celestial beings had already taken notice. If more heavenly beings arrived to see a dignified commander of the heavenly river unable to defeat a mere Bima one, it would be quite embarrassing. "Little brother?" Sun Wukong showed no signs of relenting, ready to enlarge his golden staff once more. Brother Sun. Marshal Tianpeng, being astute, quickly understood Sun Wukong's intentions. Sun Wukong then ceased his actions, now fully convinced of everything that the great dream real man had said. He certainly would not genuinely attack. According to the original course of events, Marshal Tianpeng would descend and mistakenly become a pig, ultimately becoming his second disciple. From this perspective, they were not destined to be enemies. At the riverbank, Jiuxu observed, what a lack of dignity. He had seen through it all. The ability to yield and adapt was indeed reminiscent of Zhu Beiji's character. Suddenly, he noticed Marshal Tianpeng flying towards him. "Who are you? What brings you here?" Marshal Tianpeng inquired sternly, his gaze scrutinizing. "I am Jiuxu, the 9th Celestial General of the Tian Gang, here to seek out Lord Sun," Jiuxu replied, offering a salute while casting his gaze back at Sun Wukong. "What just transpired, if you dare?" Marshal Tianpeng's expression darkened. "What of it?" Sun Wukong interrupted. "He came looking for me. What do you threaten?" "Rest assured, Marshal, I did not witness what happened earlier," Jiuxu smiled. "Very understanding," Marshal Tianpeng remarked, patting Jiuxu on the shoulder. Jiuxu grinned, thinking to himself, "I shall remember this. Monkey, would you care to join me for a drink in my residence?" Marshal Tianpeng turned to Sun Wukong again. "Have you no memory?" Sun Wukong glared, exclaiming, "Call me Monkey Brother. I find that title quite agreeable," Jiuxu interjected. "Did you hear that, Tianpeng?" Sun Wukong continued. "How old are you anyway?" Marshal Tianpeng scoffed. "And shall we spar once more?" Let us go. Sun Wukong urged. "I refuse." Marshal Tianpeng insisted adamantly. The two bantered as they flew towards the opposite bank of the heavenly river. "Hey, you come along too." They simultaneously called to Jiuxu. This left Jiuxu somewhat puzzled. Sun Wukong's invitation stemmed from the encouragement of the great dream real man, which was not surprising. But what was Marshal Tianping's intention? He had no prior connection with this commander of the water forces. Chapter 84. Teach you to flirt with Chang'e? The commotion from the clash between Sun Wukong and Marshal Tianping indeed attracted numerous high-level celestial beings. Whoosh! Figures swiftly approached. Who was engaged in battle? The recent commotion undoubtedly signified a battle of celestial proportions. Where are the others? A few swift immortals arrived first, but found nothing amiss. Only the river's surface returning to its original state. This skirmish was short-lived and rapid, leaving no witnesses to the identities of the combatants. However, some well-informed individuals managed to glean information. After all, the number of great Luo golden immortals stationed in the heavenly court is quite limited, and an inquiry would surely yield results. In the northern domain of the heavenly court, within the residence of the Lord of the Wuching Star, Sun Wukong, Marshal Tianping, and Jiuxu pondered gravely. Given his status in the heavenly court, it was easy for him to uncover the entire situation. The fact that these three had become entangled was noteworthy. Sun Wukong was a pivotal figure, while Jiuxu posed a conundrum. As he considered this, the Lord of the Wuching Star shook his head with a chuckle. Fortunately, he was also part of the unfolding drama. Previously, the revered Kasayapa had expressed his concerns about the manner in which he was drawn into the fray. Now that he had voluntarily entered, the subsequent matters would be simpler to navigate. In the eastern domain of the heavenly court, at the residence of Marshal Tianping, a table laden with delectable dishes from across the three realms was set, with empty plates piled high like small mountains. Tianping and Sun Wukong sat at opposite ends of the table, their eyes locked in a contest of consumption. Their voracity was beyond description, as morsels vanished from their plates to their bellies in the blink of an eye. One could hardly believe they had not yet been reincarnated as pigs, given their insatiable appetites. Jiuxu, seated below them, shook his head in secret. He too was partaking in the feast, but his pace was markedly slower, characterized by a certain decorum. After half a day, both Sun Wukong and Tianping, satisfied, patted their bellies and shared a hearty laugh. "Ha, what a delight! Monkey, you are quite remarkable, both in battle and at the table. I have decided to keep you as a friend." Sun Wukong refrained from correcting Tianping's appellation, recognizing it as merely an alternate future. Moreover, he could not afford to appear overly deliberate, lest it arouse suspicion. Following their jovial exchange, their gazes inevitably turned to Jiuxu, who had remained silent. "You, Sun Wukong smiled, addressing Tianping. "You go first." Jiuxu wondered when he had become such a sought-after individual. Tianping did not decline, but leaned closer to Jiuxu. "Tianjiang, I have heard of you." "Ah, not this again." Jiuxu maintained his composure, offering a respectful gesture. "If the marshal has something to say, please do not hesitate." He was curious as to why Tianping had invited him to join. "I envy you," Tianping suddenly sighed. "You jest, Marshal." "I am but a mere celestial general. What could possibly warrant your envy?" Jiuxu quickly shook his head. "Envy?" Sun Wukong's interest was piqued as he leaned closer. "Monkey, do you know that there exists a decree in the heavenly court forbidding male immortals from associating too closely with female immortals?" Tianping stated. Sun Wukong remained silent, his eyes darting around as he grasped the implication. In the tales recounted by the great dreamer, Marshal Tianping had been cast down to the mortal realm for his flirtations with a female immortal. Indeed, Tianping pointed an accusing finger at Jiuxu, indignantly exclaiming, "This fellow disregards the heavenly laws, wandering in the flower garden to meet with one of the four beauties of the heavenly court without consequence." "Oh!" Sun Wukong regarded Jiuxu with surprise, sensing that this Ji was no ordinary character. "Marshal, such words cannot be spoken lightly. I was merely following the emperor's command to study the methods of cultivation in the flower garden." Jiuxu promptly retorted. "Nonsense!" Tianping shouted, spittle flying. "Tell me, who in the heavenly court is unaware of your affairs? Do you think a mere ninth celestial general could leave such an impression on me?" Jiuxu wiped his face, exclaiming, "I remember you now." Tianping sighed deeply once more. To accomplish such feats in this strictly regulated heavenly court is indeed a skill. "I truly admire you. Brother Ji, teach me, please." He grasped Jiuxu's hand earnestly. "You flatter me, Marshal." You are the Grand Marshal of the Heavenly River's Water Army and a great Luo Golden Immortal. What could I, the humble celestial general, possibly teach you? Jiuxu firmly declined. Teach me, so I might Wuchang? Have you lost your mind? Jiuxu's brother Tianpeng lamented. Can you truly bear to watch a lovesick person weep silently every night? Jiuxu, another actor I see. All this talk of love and romance. How quaint. Sun Wukong scoffed. You, a hairy monkey, understand nothing of feelings. Tianpeng retorted angrily. Are you looking for a fight? Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff, ready for confrontation. Come in. I fear you not. Tianpeng produced his nine-toothed rake. Gentlemen, let us discuss this amicably. Jiuxu interjected, retreating slightly. After a brief standoff, they refrained from engaging in battle and returned to their seats beside Jiuxu. Do you truly not wish to teach me? Tianpeng asked wistfully. I know nothing of love. Jiuxu replied, his gaze deepening. However, I do understand that in matters of the heart, sincerity is paramount, yet also utterly futile. I leave this for the marshal to ponder. Tianpeng fell silent, as if struck by a revelation. After a long pause, he raised his head excitedly, grasping Jiuxu's hand. Brother Ji, you possess great wisdom. I understand now. Jiuxu was momentarily bewildered. What have I said? That last remark was merely a casual observation. Nearby, Sun Wukong shook his head repeatedly, for despite his extensive reading, he remained utterly perplexed by matters of the heart. Subsequently, Tianpeng ceased his pursuit of Jiuxu and retreated to contemplate seriously on his own. Jiuxu turned to Sun Wukong. Lord Sun, I would like to borrow a few celestial steeds. Might it be possible for you to assist me? Boro states. Sun Wukong thought it a trivial matter and waved his hand dismissively. A trifling request. He was relieved to find an opportunity to befriend Jiuxu. Then shall we proceed to the Imperial Steed Office? Jiuxu inquired. Certainly, Sun Wukong nodded. The two bid farewell to Tianpeng, who remained absorbed in contemplation of Jiuxu's words, not attempting to retain them. However, he cast a peculiar glance at Sun Wukong's retreating figure. The stable keeper? Tianpeng shook his head, lost in thought, his expression shifting between joy and melancholy, as if caught in a tumult of emotions. Chapter 85. An indispensable element after borrowing celestial steeds from the Imperial Steed Office, Jiuxu did not linger, but departed promptly. Although he had a fondness for the characters of the monkey and the pig in the journey to the west from his past life, the current circumstances dictated that he must maintain a certain distance from Sun Wukong and Tianpeng, at least on the surface. Both were crucial members of the future expedition to the west and key figures in the Buddhist plan. Jiuxu understood that when he eventually enlisted Sun Wukong's aid to dismantle the myriad calamities and break the Buddhist scheme, the Buddhist followers would undoubtedly seek to unearth the meddler behind the disruption. Should he engage too frequently with Sun Wukong and Tianpeng simultaneously, it would certainly arouse the suspicions of the Buddhist order. At present, the Buddhists were still keen on courting him as the progenitor of the cultivation methods, and thus, they would refrain from making any moves against him. However, once they discovered that he was the one who had thwarted their plans, the repercussions would be dire. Without delving into whether the Western saints will unleash their wrath, even the fury of the Tathagata Buddha is enough to instill fear. At that moment, if the Tathagata were to declare, Jiuxu, since you have no affinity with my Buddhist sect, then descend to the 18 layers of hell, Jiuxu would meet his end. To avert such a fate, he had long begun contemplating the aftermath of the situation, with the most crucial aspect being to position himself as an outsider, even if only superficially. Currently, the enemies are clear while he remains shrouded in obscurity. As long as he does not reveal himself, all remains manageable. After sending the heavenly steed to the 7 fairies, Jiuxu returned to his estate, choosing not to venture elsewhere. With the tumult in the heavenly palace drawing ever closer, he had done all he could, and remaining still was now the optimal choice. Jiuxu had not forgotten the purpose behind all his actions. He was not merely opposed to the deeds of the Buddhist sect, engaging in a game of strategy against them, arriving in this seemingly idyllic yet treacherous world of celestial beings. He bore no delusions of a common man's responsibility for the rise and fall of nations. Such thoughts could lead to his own demise before any societal upheaval could occur. Jiuxu's decision to contend with the Buddhist sect was rooted in two primary reasons. First, the intricate web of the 10,000 calamities dispersing spirit array implicated the Flower Fairy, an affair he could not ignore. Second, the Jade Emperor had tasked him with monitoring the Monkey King, rendering him a half-involved participant in the scheme, where he discerned an opportunity for resolution. Of course, he was also irked by that group of bald heads. Furthermore, Jiuxu remained acutely aware that engaging in a contest against the Buddhist sect demanded utmost caution. Thus, upon returning, he contemplated the matters concerning the Heavenly Marshal. As a future member of the Journey to the West team, the Heavenly Marshal undoubtedly bore the intricacies of the Buddhist sect's schemes. Since he had resolved to disrupt the Buddhist plans, he needed to consider every move they might make to ensure ultimate success. Should the Buddhist sect indeed have laid plans involving the Heavenly Marshal that could hinder his objectives, he could not simply stand by idly. According to the unfolding narrative, the Heavenly Marshal would be banished to the mortal realm for drunkenly flirting with Chang'e, inadvertently reincarnating as a piglet. This storyline, familiar to those who are not foolish, reveals that such antics as flirting with a fairy could hardly bring down a powerful water army commander. Later, when Kuei Malong and the fairy from the Fragrant Hall had their secret liaison, he was merely punished to guard the furnace for a time. Given the Heavenly Marshal's significant background, it seemed implausible that he would be stripped of his celestial rank merely for an unsuccessful flirtation with Chang'e. Moreover, after today's encounter, Jiuxu could ascertain that the Heavenly Marshal was a man of deep affection. A lovesick individual would only contemplate protecting or harming their beloved, engaging in extreme actions, and would never stoop to the mundane antics of flirtation. Thus, there must be hidden implications, perhaps a facet of the Buddhist sect's design. Subsequent events also hinted at traces of the Buddhist schemes. When the Heavenly Marshal attempted to flirt with Chang'e, he drew the attention of the inspecting spirit officials, subsequently resisting capture and causing chaos, which included toppling the bullfighting palace and consuming the Queen Mother's divine Lingji. It was the culmination of these three incidents that incited the Jade Emperor's wrath, resulting in the Heavenly Marshal's banishment. Reflecting on this, Jiuxu's eyes glimmered with insight. The bullfighting palace? Was it that the residence of the Lord of the Martial Star, Laojun? When Sun Wukong emerged, two beams of golden light shot directly towards the bullfighting palace. It seemed implausible that these two brothers, despite their rapport, would both aim towards Laojun. Such coincidence naturally bred suspicion. Additionally, the Heavenly Marshal's final act of consuming the Queen Mother's divine Lingji was no trivial matter, for she was no ordinary figure in the celestial hierarchy, and the Heavenly Marshal could not be ignorant of her formidable power. Jiuxu had observed the confrontation between the Heavenly Marshal and Sun Wukong by the River of Heaven. He noted that the Heavenly Marshal was a man of great prudence. Uncertain of Sun Wukong's true abilities, he refrained from immediate confrontation, choosing to step back after gauging Wukong's strength. Such a character would hardly risk offending the Queen Mother. Furthermore, even if he toppled the bullfighting palace and consumed the Queen Mother's divine Lingji with a Heavenly Marshal stature, it seemed improbable that he would be banished to the mortal realm, only to be reborn as a piglet. Jiuxu shook his head. As for the notion that the Taoist sect's inability to thwart the journey to the West led to the Heavenly Marshal's insertion into the team as a disruptor to share in the benefits, while it held some merit, it still felt lacking in some regard. Upon further contemplation, another possibility emerged. The Buddhist sect, aware of the Heavenly Marshal's intentions to disrupt and share in the spoils, may have turned this to their advantage. In the underworld, the Buddhist sect's power ultimately eclipsed others. Their methods could easily orchestrate minor disturbances during the Heavenly Marshal's reincarnation. Once reborn as a pig, he would succumb to despair, finding himself cornered, only for the Buddhist sect to emerge as saviors, integrating him into the Journey to the West team. As a disciple of a Taoist sage and the commander of the Heavenly Army, his formidable presence would indeed lend credibility to the Buddhist mission. No, that is not right. The Buddhist sect must have targeted the Heavenly Marshal long before. They were likely drawn to his identity, eager to embellish their journey to the West narrative. After thorough reflection, Jiuxu realized he had overlooked a crucial detail. He recalled that prior to the Heavenly Marshal's banishment, the Jade Emperor himself had struck him with a hammer 2,000 times. Clearly, the Jade Emperor had been incensed at that moment. However, the flirtation with Chang'e, the toppling of the bullfighting palace, and the theft of the divine Lingji seemed insufficient to warrant such fury. Sun Wukong's tumultuous uprising in the Heavenly Palace had only resulted in being suppressed under a mountain for 500 years. What could have provoked such ire from a Jade Emperor? Jiuxu fell into deep contemplation, pondering whether the key to understanding the Jade Emperor's anger lay in the Buddhist sect's maneuvers concerning the Heavenly Marshal. This was a critical element not to be disregarded. Chapter 86. The monkey's mischief in the blink of an eye. A fortnight had passed since Sun Wukong's arrival in the Heavenly Court. Aside from borrowing and returning the horse, Jiuxu had not engaged much with Wukong. Remembering the words of the great dreamer, had refrained from deliberately seeking out Jiuxu's company. Nonetheless, their brief encounters had at least established an initial rapport. As for the Heavenly Marshal, Jiuxu was not within the same circle as this prominent figure in the Heavenly Court, and thus, meaningful interaction was out of the question. However, Sun Wukong frequently visited the River of Heaven to tend to the horses, often stopping by the Heavenly Marshal's residence for meals and drinks. Moreover, after half a month of circulating rumors, the various celestial beings in the Heavenly Court, particularly the ordinary immortals, had heard of the notorious reputation of the Monkey King, causing them to shudder at the mere mention of him. Sun Wukong showed no desire to refute these claims, knowing that the grand play was about to commence. In the Horse Management Bureau, apart from a chief officer, by Laojun, the hierarchy of officials below him included the deputy bureau chief, the assistant bureau chief, the records keeper, and several strongmen. With Sun Wukong's prowess, he had naturally brought these celestial officials to heel, at least on the surface. These officials were aware of Sun Wukong's fondness for merriment, and on this day, the deputy bureau chief seized the opportunity to host a banquet, inviting Sun Wukong to partake. Sun Wukong, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, did not decline the invitation. During the feast, the atmosphere was lively, filled with food and drink. It remains uncertain who initiated the discussion regarding the hierarchy of official ranks, speculating on who holds the highest position in the Celestial Court, the classifications of various roles, and their respective standings within the heavenly realm. Sun Wukong, listening intently, chuckled to himself before posing a question. In my capacity as a stable master, what rank do I hold? How does it compare? His gaze drifted towards the deputy supervisor, the very individual who had instigated this topic. An immediate hush fell over the banquet as the officials of the Horse Monitoring Bureau exchanged anxious glances, too apprehensive to speak. Finally, the deputy supervisor hesitantly replied, "My lord, your position does not possess a rank." "Oh, and what does having no rank signify?" Sun Wukong inquired, scratching his face, pressing for clarity. The deputy supervisor, visibly embarrassed, gritted his teeth and replied, "It is as lowly as it gets, devoid of any qualification for ranking, hence it lacks a rank." "A position so diminutive?" Sun Wukong asked, to which the deputy supervisor nodded, alongside other officials who also concurred. "Who assigned me such a position?" Sun Wukong suddenly glared, exuding an aura of ferocity. The table, still laden with remnants of the feast, shattered under the weight of his wrath. The officials, their faces drained of color, fell to their knees in terror, refraining from uttering another word. Recently, rumors had circulated about the fierce nature of the Demon King Sun Wukong, which the officials had initially dismissed. However, they were now convinced. The seemingly jovial figure before them was indeed an immensely formidable Demon King. At that moment, the terrifying aura dissipated as Sun Wukong inexplicably quelled his fury, his expression returning to neutrality. Set another table, he commanded. The officials of the Horse Monitoring Bureau, taken aback, especially the deputy supervisor, could not conceal their astonishment. Yet, they dared not defy Sun Wukong's orders and hastily prepared another feast, continuing their revelry until nightfall. In the Celestial Patrol Division, Jiuxu observed the eastern horizon, where the Horse Monitoring Bureau was situated. According to the narrative, Sun Wukong was expected to return to the mortal realm in a fit of rage over his lowly rank. However, after waiting from day to night, Jiuxu had seen no such occurrence. Indeed, Jiuxu realized that the monkey had begun to stir mischief again. Sun Wukong, aware of the script, would typically play along if he intended to adhere to it, yet the current silence indicated he harbored alternative thoughts. One could only hope he wouldn't escalate matters further. In the northern district of the Celestial Court, within the residence of the Star Lord of the Martial Dipper. An unexpected thought arose. How curious. The Venerable K claims his nature is rebellious. Why would the Star Lord of the Martial Dipper harbor such doubts? He, too, monitored the situation at the Horse Monitoring Bureau. After half a month of circulating rumors, the majority of ordinary celestial beings had developed a sense of trepidation and animosity towards Sun Wukong. This exclusion would undoubtedly provoke the latent brutality within him, heightening the likelihood of his anger. Once informed that being a stable master was a minor role, laden with humiliation, his rebellious temperament would surely ignite, resulting in either a furious outburst or a descent to the mortal realm. Yet, the absence of any reaction puzzled him. What gone awry? The Star Lord of the Martial Dipper pondered deeply, knowing that according to plan, Sun Wukong must depart the celestial court at this juncture, lest it interfere with other critical matters. Reflecting on this, he sighed. Must I intervene personally? He recalled K.'s admonition that once the stone monkey ascended to heaven, immediate action was inadvisable, for the Jade Emperor would undoubtedly assign watchers to anyone associated with the monkey. As the stable master position was recommended by him, it created a connection to the monkey. Given that merely half a month had elapsed, it was likely that someone was observing him. Should he provoke Sun Wukong, it would undoubtedly attract suspicious gazes. The Star Lord of the Martial Dipper understood that although he had his own background, whether it could withstand the Jade Emperor's wrath remained uncertain. Having come this far, retreat was not an option. Fortunately, he had concealed the embodiment of anger within the Horse Monitoring Bureau, and with a slight provocation, it would surely awaken the fury residing in Sun Wukong. Ultimately, he made his decision. The following day, the Star Lord of the Martial Dipper arrived at the main hall of the Horse Monitoring Bureau, only to find Sun Wukong absent. The supervisor and deputy supervisor hurriedly approached to pay their respects to the Star Lord. "Where's the stable master?" the Star Lord inquired sternly. The supervisor hesitated, and before he could respond, the deputy supervisor interjected. "General, the stable master has gone to tend to the celestial horses at the River of Heaven." "Umph. Tending to celestial horses? Such audacity!" The Star Lord scoffed, then commanded, "Quickly summon him to me." The supervisor and deputy supervisor complied without delay. But as they left the main hall, they encountered Sun Wukong returning from his equestrian duties. "Stable master! Stable master!" they called out in unison, their tone exceedingly respectful. "What is it?" Sun Wukong asked, hands clasped behind his back. The sudden outburst of anger from the previous day's banquet had left the officials thoroughly intimidated. "Stable master, the Star Lord of the Martial Dipper is here, awaiting you in the main hall," the deputy supervisor informed him. "Oh!" Sun Wukong scratched his face, a glint flashing in his eyes. "Be cautious. The Star Lord has a fierce temperament and a significant background in the celestial court. Do not offend him," the supervisor warned. I understand," Sun Wukong chuckled, then, with a swagger, entered the main hall. In the main hall of the Horse Monitoring Bureau, the Star Lord of the Martial Dipper sat in the principal seat, his expression dark and foreboding. Upon Sun Wukong's entrance, he greeted him with a smile and clasped hands, saying, "Star Lord, I have yet to express my gratitude for your recommendation to become stable master. I didn't expect you to come to me first." Before the Star Lord could respond, Sun Wukong turned to the supervisor and deputy supervisor. "Why are you still standing there? Quickly prepare a banquet." The two minor officials exchanged glances, recalling the previous day's events when Sun Wukong had angrily demanded to know who arranged for him to become stable master. This position, decreed by the Jade Emperor, was also a recommendation from the Star Lord of the Martial Dipper. What was Sun Wukong's intention now? Was he truly hosting a feast? Or was there something more sinister at play? "That will not be necessary," the Star Lord of the Martial Dipper interjected, raising a hand and casting a cold glare at Sun Wukong. "Bring me a celestial steed." "Oh, you want me to fetch a horse?" Sun Wukong leaned in closer. "If you do not fetch the horse, who will?" The Star Lord sneered, secretly anticipating Sun Wukong's immediate fury. Upon entering the Horse Monitoring Bureau, he had already activated a portion of the anger spirit, believing that a mere provocation would unleash Sun Wukong's wrath. However, to his astonishment, Sun Wukong did not erupt in anger. Instead, he grinned, a smile that sent chills down the Star Lord's spine. As a great Luo golden immortal, should he go into a frenzy, the Star Lord knew he would stand no chance. Thus, he remained vigilant, ready to retreat at the first sign of Sun Wukong's fury. Then an unexpected moment unfolded. Sun Wukong leaned closer and asked, "Might I inquire, Star Lord, do you desire a superior steed, a middle-tier steed, or an inferior one?" "Oomph. I am engaged in official business. Naturally, I require a superior steed," the Star Lord replied, his expression icy. "A superior steed, indeed?" Sun Wukong smiled, reflecting on how the steeds he had nurtured were now robust and of superior quality. Which one was better, he could not ascertain. To avoid delaying official business, he suggested that the Martial Star Lord accompany him to select the horses. At that moment, the Martial Star Lord felt a sensation akin to striking clouds with his fists. The anger he had been harboring had subtly been stirred, and while Sun Wukong had yet to provoke him, his own ire was beginning to simmer, suppressing his rising fury. The Martial Star Lord contemplated words to further incite Sun Wukong, but soon realized that Sun Wukong's previous remarks were irrefutable. "Oomph." He snorted coldly and turned towards the horse grounds. Sun Wukong, observing his retreating figure, chuckled softly and chose not to bring the deputy and assistant along, opting instead to accompany the Martial Star Lord alone. The main hall of the Horse Management Bureau lay some distance from the horse grounds, separated by a moderately sized floating celestial island. The Martial Star Lord, stifling his anger, soared through the clouds between the celestial mountains, pondering how he might provoke Sun Wukong further, whether to have him lead the horse or to humiliate him verbally. Despite some trepidation regarding Sun Wukong's strength, he felt emboldened by the protective artifact bestowed upon him by the Buddhist sect, believing that Sun Wukong, as a great Luo golden immortal, could not harm him. However, as they flew deeper into the sprawling celestial island, he suddenly realized that Sun Wukong, who had been trailing behind, had vanished. Where did he go? He scanned the surroundings, seeing only the drifting clouds and the floating mountains, but Sun Wukong was nowhere to be found. As a high-ranking Tai golden immortal, the Martial Star Lord was naturally unable to detect Sun Wukong's presence. At that moment, he thought, "Do you dare to deceive me? Do you dare to insult me?" The echoes of 3 mocking laughs accompanied by the whoosh of a staff resonated around the Martial Star Lord. Alarmed, he spiraled in place but saw no figure, only an impending sense of danger. The next instant, a staff materialized from the void, thrusting directly towards the Martial Star Lord's back. Clang! A golden bell's phantom enveloped the Martial Star Lord, deflecting Sun Wukong's strike. Simultaneously, the invisible shockwave from their collision surged forth, scattering the surrounding clouds and reducing numerous celestial mountains to dust. "What a treasure!" Sun Wukong's voice echoed again, still unseen. "You dare to defy authority?" The Martial Star Lord bellowed, yet internally he felt a thrill of excitement. He had not anticipated Sun Wukong's sudden attack, which was precisely what he desired. This meant that Sun Wukong would have no choice but to descend to the mortal realm. "What are you even worth?" Sun Wukong sneered once more. With a whoosh, the staff swept towards the Martial Star Lord again. Clang! The resounding chime of the bell rang out once more, blocking the strike. Sun Wukong understood that this golden bell was likely a postnatal treasure. A postnatal treasure? Sun Wukong, concealed in the void, was filled with cold intent. He was well aware that the Martial Star Lord was merely a pawn of the Buddhist sect, prompting him to vent his frustrations before descending. As for the possibility of exposure, he felt no concern. His established persona was that of a rebellious and fierce individual. The Martial Star Lord's humiliation of him made retaliation entirely justifiable. Even a postnatal treasure cannot withstand this. Sun Wukong shouted once more, channeling all his strength and magical energy. Along with some enhancing techniques, he poured it all into the Rui Jingu Bang. Boom! The golden staff emerged from the void, swelling to an enormous size, its immense power sweeping forth like a tidal wave towards the Martial Star Lord. Not good. The Martial Star Lord was alarmed. The entire sequence of events had unfolded in an instant, and he had begun to retreat, but his speed was no match for Sun Wukong or the golden staff. Crack! As the staff descended, the golden bell's phantom shattered, and the Martial Star Lord was sent hurtling backward, shattering celestial mountains in his wake, ultimately crashing into a half-broken mountain, which crumbled as well. The landscape of the heavens was notoriously sturdy, and even residual force could fracture a celestial mountain, illustrating the magnitude of this power. Was this the extent of Sun Wukong's strength, capable of breaking through the defenses of a postnatal treasure? The Martial Star Lord was left in a daze. At that moment, Sun Wukong, wielding the golden staff, stepped forth from the void, exuding an aura of murderous intent. The martial Star Lord's eyes widened in fear as he stammered. "You intend to kill me?" Having expended considerable energy to block that one strike, his aura had plummeted to less than a tenth of its peak. "Huh. You cannot kill me. If you do, you'll find no refuge in the three realms," he exclaimed, relieved that Sun Wukong had spared him. However, Sun Wukong's smirk betrayed his intentions. With swift, precise strikes of the golden staff, he targeted the martial Star Lord's limbs. "Ah!" The martial Star Lord cried out in pain, his face contorting as his limbs were shattered, transforming into clouds of blood mist. Having concluded his business, Sun Wukong turned and departed, heading straight for the mortal realm. "Sun Wukong!" The martial Star Lord seethed, his expression twisted as he watched Sun Wukong's retreating figure. Sun Wukong glanced back, his gaze landing on the martial Star Lord's severed limb. The martial Star Lord's words faltered. He was moaning in pain, lamenting his immense loss.